pitch, and the England, as you said, they're sauntering about a bit. Perhaps there's a little bit of 2-0 up. Series done.
Yeah, and you can get into a position which you think, well, they're going to fall in a heap anyway. But that's part of the challenge, isn't it? They've got to keep going. 207 for 5. Holder has 47.
Wokes goes in, bowls to Holder, who strokes it beautifully through the wide mid-off region out towards the boundary. They've come back for 2. They might come for 3. It's Stokes who's onto it. They're so quick across the ground and gets it away quickly. So he keeps it to 2. And there is a half century for Jason Holder. It's come in 92 balls. Circumspect for long parts of his innings. Took it on against Bashir, and he's played really well. He's got his team back into the game. 215 for 5. It also brings up the 100 partnership. We've got strange field. We've got a silly mid-on and a silly mid-off, and a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. Wokes bowls. De Silva, it's gone this time. He's tried to dab it away into the offside. He's nicked it through to Smith. Straightforward catch for Smith. And Chris Wokes gets his second wicket, and West Indies 224 for 6, and De Silva on his way, caught behind for 49.
Well, I tell you what, it's swinging, you know. That's 2 in-swingers, one going down, and that just held its own, swung away fractionally. That's why I think Wokes is really quite pleased with life. He's bowled those 2 in-swingers. One went for 4 byes. The other thudded into that front pad. Batsman note, he's swinging that ball in, reversing it possibly. Who knows? I don't know. Where's Finney? But that ball definitely swung away. Of course, there's a very barren slip cordon. There's just the one man there who's hovering around the second or third slip, and he's thinking, well, there's easy runs down to third man. I've just got to get it down to third man. In fact, it just took the outside edge, straightforward catch for Smith. But I think it is swinging. I mean, if I was Stokes, I'd bring him on. Bring myself on.
Crowd calling for Jimmy Anderson here. Full, hit high, could be a catch here, and it is! And there's some celebration here for Ben Stokes towards Chris Wokes, who holds both arms aloft. And it is the end of Alzari Joseph looking to hit over the top. And he wasn't able to clear Stokes at mid-off. And so the wicket does come, and West Indies are 244 for 7.
And after 2 no balls, the last 2 deliveries, it should have been the last ball of the over, those 2. But then Chris Wokes got to bowl the extra 1, and it felt as though something was going to give. Full and outside off stump, maybe just a touch of pace off it, making Alzari Joseph reach slightly, and all he can do is toe end that one, trying to boom it back over Chris Wokes' head. And Ben Stokes holds a simple catch, reverse cup around shoulder high, and points immediately with both of those bent index fingers that he possesses straight towards Chris Wokes, as if to say, you're the man, you're my man today. You've taken 3 wickets.
Oh, Holder's bowled! Gus Atkinson has done him with a full one. Off stump is rocked back, and Jason Holder has to drag himself off. He's played so well. He's played patiently, responsibly, but he's been undone for 59. West Indies 246 for 8.
Another West Indies batter has to go with shoulders hunched. He's done a lot of good work here today, Holder, but it's a lovely delivery by Atkinson. It's shown his versatility here and his confidence, because that was a seam-up delivery, and it's just swung away from Holder right at the very last second. Looking to tuck it towards mid-on, straight mid-wicket, playing across the line. It beats that outside edge, just knocks back the top of off. It's a beautiful piece of bowling by Atkinson. He now has 3 himself. Jason Holder scored a very good 59, and he's getting some appreciation from the crowd there for his efforts. He has to slowly make his way up the stairs, and now the West Indies are on the cusp of having the ball in their hand. 246 for 8.
Here's Wokes outside the off stump, big thrashed away from Moti. Thick outside edge, flies away for 4 to the deep backward point boundary. High over the heads of the fielders. Brings the 250 up for West Indies. Wokes in now to the left-hander. Moti drags this one over the head of Ben Stokes, who's at mid-on. He's chasing back, and it'll be 4. So a bit of productivity at the moment, the chancing the arm, throwing the bat. So 53 for 8.
Atkinson hunches forward, moves in now, bowls a nasty bouncer, is fended. Oh, it's a brilliant catch from Joe Root. That looked as if it had gone over Smith's head to safety, but in fact Root had the presence of mind to come running round behind him and grab that one-handed. It was a brilliant catch. Often the slip might just stand there and look at something happening, oh, it's gone over his head or something, but actually Root was on this. It was a quick skiddy bouncer. Moti hated it, fended it away. It looped away over the keeper's head and Root was there to grab it. Yeah, excellent catch. Really good cricket, that. It's awareness, it's just being conscious of what's going on. Brilliant catch. I mean, you very rarely see something like that, actually.
No, it's rare. I can't remember seeing someone take a catch like that. Moti goes for 8. But he could have been put off by Smith there, couldn't he? Diving, reaching upwards, groping as though he's a goalkeeper in a football net, groping for one up towards the bar. And Root dives full length behind him and catches it just a couple of inches off the floor.
Sure, Brown the wicket, bowls, full leg side, swept for 4. This is the danger. It's a bit of a gamble, this. Tailenders able to play their shots at a spinner. Well, they might well get them out, but how many would they get against a spinner compared to against one of the real quick bowlers? Bashir bowling, and that's swept for 4 more. A couple of fielders out there, they won't stop it. It's an interesting tactic, this. As a number 11, Carlos, I know who I'd rather be facing and who I'd rather not be facing.
I think they're just hoping that Bashir gets one up in the air, eyes open wide, and play injured. This is a shot, but Shamar Joseph has been quite composed against him, quite controlled.
Shoaib Bashir bowls a big heave from Shamar Joseph high in the air. Will the catch be taken? It is. And there's going to be no high fives from the West Indies last wicket pair for that bit of effort. Joseph looking to clear long on, and a well-judged catch running around. And that brings about the end of the West Indies innings. Crawley taking the catch. West Indies all out for 282 after being 115 for 5. You'd think they might be reasonably happy with that position, but then after that partnership that took the score to 224, they'll feel a bit disappointed that they weren't able to get up towards 300.
Yeah, I think the next step for West Indies is being able to score 300 and 350 consistently in the first innings. Difficult to win or salvage and draw a test match if you're only putting up less than 300 on a consistent basis. However, it's a marked improvement from the 121 on Lords on the first day. So it's continued improvement, but yet a rung below where West Indies need to be if they're to challenge in Test cricket.
It's 11 minutes past 6. Seals bowls outside the off stump.
He's gone.
Edged it, and he's caught by Holder. Really good catch at second slip, in front of the first slip to his left-hand side. Crawley going after it. Hit 3 in the over, but West Indies fight back with the wicket, tempting him, and he did not resist. And he nicked it, and Holder took a good catch as well.
It's travelling. It's brave bowling that. He's just gone for 3-4s this over, but he gets it up there. He invites the drive. There is a bit of a way swing. It's not a half volley, but it's up there. And Jason Holder diving to his left takes an excellent catch. So Crawley goes again. He's had 3 failures. That was quite an exciting failure. Played 3 glorious shots, and then off he goes. I think it'll be Pope still, but we'll see. 20 minutes to go, or just under 20 minutes. And that'll cheer the West Indies up, because, well, Crawley can do a lot of damage in a very short time. But he's now gone. This looks like a Nighthawk to me.
It's Mark Wood.
Yeah, well, he is got the qualities of a Nighthawk. I expect he volunteered.
Alzari Joseph begins in new end. Over. Also, Duckett, he's played on. And West Indies have got 2 in 2. Duckett was looking to hit that through the offside, and he's dragged it onto his leg stump. And England are 29 for 2. Is another aggressive shot. No thought of playing for the close in traditional manner.
Well, there's the virtue of getting it up there and offering that invitation with the new ball. That's another, full-length ball, almost a half volley. No foot movement from Duckett, as we've established. He doesn't leave much. Could have left that easily, but he was spying 4. Took the inside edge of the bat onto the stump, so England's opener's gone. 29 for 2.
There's a leg slip in. Seals bowls to Wood. And Wood edges it. He's caught low down at second slip by Holder.
What a catch that was.
Really fine catch. Low down. He's such a good slipper, Jason Holder. He took one good one to get rid of Crawley to his left. That was low down. It was travelling. And England lost 3 wickets, including the night watchman. And they are 31 for 3. Seals picks up his second.
Well, it's a great fight back, this, actually. I mean, Seals, in particular, got smashed for 3 fours, and his response has been terrific. He's kept his fullish length, and that's what got rid of Crawley. An inviting fullish ball. He went for another glorious cover drive, caught second slip very well by Holder. This is a defensive back foot prod. And will it carry? Well, it just does. He has to lunge forward, Holder, and he takes it an inch or 2 off the ground. It's a superb catch.
He goes Seals over the wicket, bowls, and Pope rather feels for this, guides the ball firmly into the gully. And there's no run. Well, that's an intriguing little session there. Has it opened the game up? Well, yes, of course it has. It's made a real opportunity for the West Indies to come back and chip away. England are still 244 runs behind, and they've lost those 3 wickets, and they've had it's always a bit of a shambles when the night watchman gets out. You don't really know who's going to go in and what they're going to do.
Well, I think they did well not to have another night watchman.
There's always a thought, though, isn't it?
It's a bit ridiculous there.
How they're all queuing up.
Seals bowls to Wood, and Wood edges it. He's caught low down at second slip by Holder.
What a catch that was.
Really fine catch, low down. He's such a good slipper, Jason Holder. He took one good one to get rid of Crawley to his left. That was low down. It was travelling, and England lost 3 wickets, including the night watchman, and they are 31 for 3. Seals picks up his second. Well, an excellent end to the day for West Indies yesterday, and this game is in the balance. Welcome to the second day of the 3rd Rothesay Test match between England and West Indies at sunny Edgbaston. A reminder of the match situation: West Indies 282 all out, England 38 for 3 at the close, with both openers out and Mark Wood out as well. I mentioned it's a lovely day, a bit of white cloud in the sky, but mainly blue at the moment. Now, when we heard the weather forecast yesterday, there was a suggestion there might be some showers today, and then we're hopeful that the rest of the match is going to be warm and dry. So let's find out if there is any rain on the radar. Say good morning to Thomas Schaffenegger. Good morning, Thomas.
Good morning, Simon. Yeah, I heard in that introduction you mentioning all of that sunshine. Oh, the clouds are rolling in. Looking at that radar, there are showers now just on the border with England and Wales. They're about the order of 30 to 50 miles away. So my feeling is that in the next hour or so, it will really cloud over, which is, of course, not such a bad thing because we haven't got that blazing sunshine. But then again, showers are on the increase, and I think that there is at least a risk of some interruptions. And, these showers could actually last on and off through the day. It's a lottery whether they'll be right overhead or 10-20 miles away, but that is the story. But here's some good news. After that, it looks like a dry picture into Tuesday, I think, but it's going to get much warmer. Temperatures could push the mid-20s.
Okay, Thomas, thanks very much indeed. So showers potentially this afternoon. We might be lucky, we might not be, but we've got plenty of time left in this game, and it's pretty advanced as well. We had a 320 for 13 day yesterday. Stephen Finn alongside me. So a bit of batting for an hour in the sunshine for England, and then it's going to cloud over, and we might get some showers. What about West Indies bowling last night?
I thought they applied themselves very well. I was worried for a little while that they were chasing wickets for the first 3 or 4 overs, trying to bowl the absolute jaffers, but then I think they settled into a better rhythm beyond that, and they fully deserved those 3 wickets that they got. And it's just nice to see the Test match evenly poised. You've got the engine room of England to come now. Brooke, Root, Pope are the guys who've scored a bulk of the runs against the West Indies so far in this series. So that will hearten West Indies that it swung for a majority of the day yesterday, apart from that passage of play where Wood and the bowlers were banging it in halfway down. It did move laterally. That will hearten the West Indies, and they've got a great opportunity here to try and break this partnership early with what is pretty much a brand new ball, and then maybe those clouds will come over and give them even more assistance in the afternoon as well. So yeah, the Test match is beautifully poised, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Carlos is with me as well, Carlos Brathwaite, just having a quick chat with Alzarri Joseph. Any state secrets there, Carlos?
Yeah, I told him to stop bowling crap. No, I was just telling him I was impressed with the way he committed to around the wicket to Ben Duckett. I think this is the first time for the series that we saw clear plans and a commitment to those plans. So just a general chat and just a chat about moving forward. And, you know, it was good energy and enthusiasm, good results yesterday evening. But that was knowing that you only had 35 minutes or so to play, whatever. The bigger challenge is trusting your fitness and trusting your body to do it over 90 overs, potentially in the day's play. So can they bowl as well, even if they come under pressure? Can they catch as well? And can they be as intense in the field as they were last night?
Yeah, a couple of beauties from Jason Holder at second slip finish, just shaking hands with him.
He's got one of those hands that just engulfs your whole arm. Like he shakes your hands, and all of a sudden his fingers are up around your elbows or something. It's extraordinary how big those hands are. But it's actually funny, when you shake someone who's a good slip fielder's hands, the hands feel puffy. They feel like they're soft and puffy just through the evolution of catching so many balls. I think their hands protect themselves. So, yeah, I've just shook his hands there, and it's no wonder that the ball disappears into them like a little pea.
Well, he did drop that one, didn't he, at Trent Bridge, which surprised us all, because normally he's so good, and he snaffled a couple last night. Excellent. So the news on the weather, Carlos, is it's going to cloud over in the next hour.
Such good news. That is amazing news. Yeah, I mean, looking back to Lords, and I thought that toss made a hell of a difference. There was cloud cover on day 1, West Indies shot out, sunny on day 2, good batting day type of thing. So West Indies would hope that the weather works in their favour this time around. Nice little bit of cloud cover. But for me, personally, I don't think the lack of skill is there with the ball. For me, it's the consistency, the commitment to the plans, and the catching. And I think once they can nail through them, I mean, they could probably say that for most teams. But yeah, once they can do that consistently, they have a really good chance. And these next 3 batters, Root, Brooke, and Pope, are very important. You get these 3 out in the first session, you're well within your rights to get a lead and potentially set the game up. If you don't and they're still batting at T, you're looking down staring down the 8 ball.
What about this surface? I mean, it didn't feel like a 13-wicket day yesterday. I mean, it was a great day for those people that were here. Well, I say 320 runs, 13 wickets going in the day. You know, there was something for everybody.
Yeah, it's when I felt it yesterday, it felt hard, but it had brown, thatchy type grass on the top of it, which was dead, which I think it helped that new ball just kick a little bit, and we saw a lot of the catches carry. We saw those 2 brilliant catches by Jason Holder at the close last night, where that ball did just kick and bounce slightly. But then as the ball got older and softer, it did just seem to hold in the pitch a touch, which is where we had that stalemate passage of play where West Indies didn't really go anywhere, but they didn't look like losing wickets either, and England were forced to try and force the issue by bowling bouncers, by trying changes of pace and things like that. So it very much feels like the new ball is in the game, but there's enough carry there where if you do find the edge, it will carry to the slips in the keeper. So there's something for everyone, and also if you apply yourself, there are runs to be had. So it's been a really good Test match pitch so far. We saw a couple of signs of misbehaviour right towards the end last night. One that sort of died.
A couple of low balls, weren't there?
Yeah, died and scuttled through, which will be in the back of the minds of the batters. It's the sort of signs on day 1 of a pitch that make you not want to be chasing too many in that last innings. So that puts added importance on the way that England bat, and in particular how they bat in this first hour this morning.
Well, it struck me just watching yesterday's play, kind of in old Test match money. It felt like just looking at the surface and the conditions, it felt like a sort of, I don't know, 310 for 5 kind of day. Is that fair, do you think?
Yeah, probably. but I think the game moves so quickly now. And West Indies lost a few wickets where probably shouldn't, and you thought, oh no, here we go again. And I think you replaced the Jason Holder and Josh De Silva partnership from the 6th wicket and put that for the 3rd wicket. You probably do get your 310 for 5 bowlers a little bit more weary and tired, and there's a little bit more on the back end of a second good partnership on the day. But be it as it may, when it did come, I just felt as though there was not much left in the tank from a batting perspective. So I just think is obviously good bowling, but also not a good batting from the West Indies. You need some partnerships. 3, 4 and 5 is the key to most batting lineups. You need a glue somewhere in there. You think of a Joe Root. You hardly ever see him go without scoring or for very low scores. So they need to find someone in there who's going to be that rock who can solidify after that opening partnership is broken, which has been good. 350 plus partnerships, first time for a while, who can then grab the game by its neck and just say, look, we're going to have a partnership here, take this thing out of the game and then try to build on it.
Let's have a listen to what both sides think about the current state of the game. Let's get England's view first. Chris Woakes reflected on that first day.
I thought we'd done a really, really good job, to be honest. It felt flat there through the middle period of the day. Obviously, we had them 5 down, and then there was a partnership. So you both played very well, and what looked like a slow sort of surface at that point, and the ball had gone a bit soft. So I think we were really pleased to bowl them out for 280. I think that was a really good effort all round. Obviously, 3 back-to-back Test matches do take its toll eventually. So, you know, good to get them all out and obviously get banged by the end of the day. But obviously, we'd have preferred not to lose 3 wickets. But I still feel it's a good surface. If we can get a big partnership through the middle order, I still believe we can get a score that goes past them hopefully, and put them into pressure third innings.
Well, that's Chris Woakes. Let's get West Indies' view now from Jason Holder.
Yeah, it was a really good day for us. Tough at the start, obviously. I think the 2 openers really set the tone for us. I think credit must be given to both of them. Both Craig and Mikel have been pretty solid for this series without carrying on to get big scores. And I guess that was the trend again. You know, a few batters got him, but we didn't really carry on to make a big score. But having said that, I think, credit must go to the team. The way we got the 3 wickets, the energy was pretty good, and the bowling was equally as good.
What did you think about a score of 282?
I think it's a good enough pitch that we should have scored more. But having found ourselves in the situation that we found ourselves in terms of losing wickets, I think it was a period where myself and Josh had to consolidate and absorb pressure to then put pressure back on England. Unfortunately, Josh got out, and then I just kind of laboured in the middle a little bit without turning over the strike, I guess. But yeah, all in all, runs on the board. I think we've gotten 3 early wickets. It's a matter for us to come to try to get deeper into their middle to lower half.
When you're 115 for 5, I don't know, that might be a temptation to think, here we go again. You've had a few batting collapses. What was the conversation out there in the middle?
Yeah, Josh and I, we always bat well together. I think our mantra is just to be positive, stay in the moment, and look to score. I think the England bowlers made it hard for us up front. We both had to graph a little bit, but I think we hung in there long enough in order for it to get easier, and then we were able to build a really good partnership. I think it was 100 plus, so well needed at that time. Again, unfortunately, I didn't carry on to go a little deeper, but having said that, as I said before, runs on the board, and we just need to show that presence again.
Is it a 13 wickets in a day pitch, do you think?
I don't think so. Yeah, I guess it's a bonus for us to get it 3 wickets, but having said that, it's pretty slow. Not much overall carry. But having said that, I guess that's the way the game is played. Some days it just doesn't really click on plastic conditions, but hopefully we can start well and carry our momentum throughout the day.
How would you sum up the position of the game after one day?
I think we got our noses in front at the moment. Getting 3 wickets in the evening, after this sending their night watchman out, we dismissed the night watchman, and we're now into their, two of their better players. So both openers have been dismissed, and I guess that's a thorn in their side at the moment. But pressure will be on their middle half to really get them into the game. But I would say that we've got our noses in front.
So that's Jason Holder. West Indies feel they've got their noses in front at the moment. Root and Pope will resume in just over a quarter of an hour's time. You talked about, Carlos, you liked West Indies' plans for England's openers, especially Ben Duckett yesterday. What about the plans then for Root, who made a fine 100 at Trent Bridge, and for Pope, who also made 100 at Trent Bridge, and there's Brooke to come, who also made 100 at Trent Bridge. There's a bit to come for England, but West Indies, they do have those 3 wickets, they do have some runs in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Root is amazing. Just shy of 12,000 test runs, so there've been many plans that have been tried and failed, but I mean, I would like to see them be a little straighter to Root. For Pope, you can probably have both square men. Similar to Duckett, really wants to score quickly, and if you force them to play good shots, and instead of getting 4, they get 1, then it kind of stifles them and forces them to try something. But for Root, you probably need more men close in, no width, nothing short. And for Root, I think Jaden Seals bowled really well to him in Nottingham. We saw a couple misbehave. So in this first session, if he can come back, start on a good length, start really straight, and one does happen to sneak under the bat, the West Indies will be very, very happy with that. But yeah, I think deep square, mid-wicket, mid-on, and just bowl a good length, bowl really straight. And if that ball starts to tail and gets a little bit of a wave movement, you can nick him off. For Brooke, Alzarri Joseph, Shamar Joseph, as soon as he comes in, just give it 4 or 5 overs, short stuff, just see if he has the temperament to let it go or if his ego will go against him. And he could come off those 5 overs 30 odd, we know how good he is, but you give yourselves a chance of getting him out. And then once you can, then you expose Stokes, who's not had a good run of form, Jamie Smith, still new to Test cricket, and then the lower order. So yeah, commitment and execution to plans, and those are the plans that I would set.
Well, we shall see. How much have you bowled to Joe Root, Vinny?
A little bit. I've got him out LB a couple of times in a 4-day game. He wasn't all that happy with the decision though, but that's the way that batters
probably going over, wasn't it?
Well, that's the way that batters work. Nothing is ever hitting the stumps, according to them, in domestic cricket especially. So he was sent packing back to the pavilion twice. But to Joe Root, I would probably look to try and wobble it back in towards off stump. If he's able to punch and free his hands outside off square of the wicket, I think that's how he can really get away from you. But I think also to Ollie Pope, he's the sort of guy who's got really frenetic starter. We've seen him a number of times at number 3, jutting his hands at balls that he doesn't have to outside off stump, running down because he's frustrated at not moving that scoreboard quicker. He's got runs in this series, so that may calm his mind down when he comes out there to bat this morning. But you'd be wanting to try and take advantage of that frenetic nature of the way that he plays by keeping it as tight as possible, maybe having a ring field on the offside and saying, OK, Ollie, you're going to have to punch it either over or through them if you're going to score any runs. What are you going to do? So, yeah, wobble it back to Root, keep Pope quiet, easy game.
Absolutely, it's so easy. We're standing on the boundary edge. It's the easiest place to play cricket here on the boundary edge. But both of you, you've been out there, you've done it yourselves. Does Moti have a role today? I mean, he bowled well at Lords, didn't he? Picked up a couple of wickets there.
Yeah, massive role. I think Moti is pitch proof. Regardless of first day, last day, I think Moti is good enough and clever enough to get some breakthroughs, and that's why I'd probably go even harder if Brooke comes in. Bowlers just go a little bit harder because you have that safety net of Gudakesh Moti, who can come in and lock one end down and allow the other bowlers to rotate. I think Jason Holder will have a big part to play as well. There can be a situation where there's a partnership built between either these two or Brooke and one of these two, and Jason Holder will have to play a kind of a donkey role, just being very, very negative.
You didn't say that to him when he walked up to you earlier.
I told him last night at dinner, he will need to have to play a donkey role at some point in time. And Mark Wood did it with bouncer plan. Jason Holder would do it slightly differently, but his economy is very miserly as well. And we saw last night, you control the run rate, you could potentially get a few wickets back to back. So I think he'll have a big part to play as well, Jason Holder.
And that ball swung all day yesterday, which is something that even if a partnership does build for England here, Jason Holder's a very good swing bowler. He's probably the best utiliser of swing in this West Indies attack. Jaden Seals can shape it, but you'd say Holder with his pace. And the fact that all the nicks carried yesterday, there was nothing that was dropping short of first and second slip, which suggests that a tall man like Jason Holder, if he does get that ball moving and he does find the edge, it will make its way into the hands of the slip fielders. Unfortunately for him, he can't then run from his delivery stride into second slip to catch it himself, which he would love, I'm sure. But there will be opportunities today for the West Indies to take wickets. It's just a case of can they take those opportunities when they come.
Well, the game is really set up after the first day, and we're so looking forward to this second day. Let's hope the weather behaves itself. It is sunny at the moment, but there is that forecast of cloud cover and potential showers this afternoon. But the good news is, after that, tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday, if we need it, the weather is going to be dry and warm. It is blue for Bob Day. As I mentioned, the West Indies actually out there loosening up. They all had blue caps on, and we can talk a bit more about that. Now let's say good morning to Jonathan Agnew, who's up in the commentary box with Victor.
Indeed, thank you, Simon, very much indeed. It's amazing how cricket does come together, doesn't it, to support charities, breast cancer, of course, in the case of Jane McGrath. A very moving day that started it all off, really. The pink test match in Sydney. Red for Ruth Strauss at Lords, we've had that already this summer, and now blue for Bob here at Edgbaston, raising awareness of and raising money to try and increase research and hopefully find a cure for prostate cancer. Our old friend Bob, of course, succumbed to that. Wonderful bowler, regarded as one of the best fast bowlers of all time, of course. Tall. Ran in miles. He didn't play that much for Warwickshire. He picked and chose his matches, I think, back in those early days, Victor. But you'll have played with him as captain, of course.
Yeah.
Captain.
I mean, I would have played at Edgbaston, where Bob would come on to bowl, and some wag in the fairly small crowd was like, "Bowler's name," because he didn't play. You know, when he was captain of England, quite rightly, he kind of measured how much cricket he would play at Warwickshire. But yeah, he was my first Test captain, and he had to kind of, I think, transform from being one of those guys who was at the back of the bus and at the hub of the sort of social life of the team to being the captain, which didn't come absolutely natural to him, because he was a great sort of team man, loved a bit of fun afterwards, despite his grumpy image sometimes when he was broadcasting. But all sorts of fun memories. Actually, I went with a guy who played with Bob at Warwickshire years ago to his favourite pub the other night, and there was a picture of Bob just in the middle of Birmingham here, Prince of Wales, lovely old-fashioned pub. And we remembered going to drink there after a county match in which he was playing. He was a great character, and much loved. I love the sort of picture that conjured up of Bob doing the verdict, being grumpy, being very funny actually, and knowing how to do it really well. And you thought, well, the England dressing room must hate this. And then didn't they have a lovely night out with,
yes, that's right,
with Broad and Anderson, who probably a bit wary. Who's this man who keeps sort of slagging us all off?
Yes.
And by the end of the evening, of course, they came to the conclusion that we'd already come to, that actually Bob was a great character, loved the game, loved talking fast bowling.
Very kind man.
Yeah,
I know when my wife got ill initially, and we talk about, and obviously it came out like chemotherapy and so on, and Bob was already having treatment.
Yeah.
And I remember going in the little room at Old Trafford in the pavilion, in the commentary box area there, and he took me in and sat me down and sort of talked through his experiences of it and the treatment ahead. And it was such a kind, because he had his own problems, he didn't worry about mine. That's the sort of man that Bob Willis was. A bizarre run-up and bowling action, the sort of thing that we all copied.
And it was a ridiculous thing to copy, and that was the other thing that struck me about. I toured with Bob in Australia when he was leading England under real pressure, and I would look, and he was well over 30 by then. I'd look at this figure. I know he was 6'6" tall or something like that, but he had pigeon chest. He had legs of a sparrow.
Yeah.
And he'd be there totally exhausted, but somehow he didn't have the perfect body for a fast bowler. He had no muscles anywhere. And it was a gangling run-up and an action that was nowhere near what you saw in the MCC coaching manual. And yet, despite all that, he became England's leading wicket taker.
It was such a unique action.
Yeah.
Arm pumping and running a straight down. You may have seen both that I've seen. I've seen 2 Test wickets taken by batsmen performing a Bob Willis impersonation in a Test match.
Well, I think Alistair Cook got one.
Alistair Cook, in that case,
and that's amazing because Alistair Cook is a different generation, but he still knew how Bob Willis.
He got a horrible ball down the leg side.
And was it Lammy?
Another one, Alan Lamb in Calcutta.
I know.
In a dead game in which no one got a wicket, Alan Lamb ran from the boundary to get Bob Willis impersonation and got Prabhakar LBW.
Yes, and I think
given up by home.
I mean, it was such a characteristic action. I think I remember too. Probably Graham Gooch, who was quite a good mimic.
Oh yes.
He may not have got a wicket, but in sort of a dead scenario in a Test match, he had quite a good Bob Willis action.
Yes.
But so it was idiosyncratic, his action.
Lots of stories when the Mike Brearley story, Headingley 81, of course, with the no balls, different sort of versions where they took him off to make him cross or change his ends and all those sorts of things.
Yeah, and I think, he'd had trouble with no balls. He thought that was going to be his last Test match.
Right.
Because England were on the brink of losing horribly. And I'm pretty sure Mike Brearley, told him, just don't worry about the no balls. And he did eventually give him the slope.
Yes, and he ran in.
It made a big difference to Bob. And he said, don't worry about the no balls. I don't know if he bowled many. It didn't matter. That was the one spell that everyone will remember when he seemed to be on another planet, almost eyes glazed in another world.
Yes.
And he just bowled him out. 7
And in a trance.
Yeah, exactly that.
And yet, everybody remembers that as Botham's match. And of course, Ian did set it up with incredible innings, but Bob Willis's destruction of Australia, one of those classic cases of where a team blows it, chasing a smallish total.
Yeah. But he'd be right, he was in a trance. I think he was still in a trance afterwards when poor old Peter West interviewed him. He gave quite a grumpy interview.
Yes.
But he was still in another world. He was like that, and that's why when he was captain, it was quite difficult for him because he liked to disappear into his own cocoon when he was bowling. He always bowled terrifically as captain, actually, and a lot of overs too. So he was about 40 yards away from everyone else when he started his run, but he was still captaining the side. But actually, he had set such an example as a captain that you couldn't help but want to play for him. He might not have been a brilliant tactician, and he was distant sometimes because he was at the other end of the ground, but he set such an example that you wanted to follow him.
Well, the players are lining up. It's always very emotional. There's Bob's daughter Kate is down there, and she's got a daughter on the back of her shirt, if you like, her cricket shirt. It's got the word Dad, and there's grumps on the grandchildren there and their numbers, but they're all lined up. They've got these. They've got their blue caps on. Both players lined up, and I know Lauren, Bob's wife, is also here today. And it's just such a wonderful thing that cricket does, isn't it? And
well, hopefully
it was Glenn and Jane McGrath that started us off.
And it's odd, isn't it? In a curious way, McGrath and Willis, there are quite a few parallels in that. On the field, you think, well, watching from a distance, you think, well, these are a grumpy pair of old fast bowlers, isn't it? When you meet them off the field, they're both in their own ways the most engaging, generous souls.
Dylan, of course, he added that name because of his love of Bob Dylan. And there's going to be 45 seconds of applause now. The players, Katie, 2 grandkids holding these large blue balloons that are blowing around in the breeze that's coming up from the left. The crowd all standing as we remember Bob Willis. He created this character, particularly on Sky Television.
Yes, right.
They used to say, Bob's starting a chainsaw up, and he'll chainsaw his way through the England team.
But there was always, you had to look quite hard, but there was a sort of twinkle in his eye somewhere.
Yes.
And he used to it was Charlie Colville used to be alongside him. He'd be winding him up as well.
It was a great combination.
Yeah.
I mean, it was brilliant. Bob, yes, it was Chainsaw Bob. It was this character that he'd created.
But I think even the players tuned in because it was quite funny as well, even though he was absolutely deadpan when he gave.
You get angry about very strange things.
And the odd thing was, I suppose, he was so much better at that than he was when he was actually doing straight commentary. That became his thing, didn't it? The verdict.
Yes, it was the verdict.
You tuned in for the verdict.
Going.
Particularly if England had a bad day.
Yeah. Oh, dear Bob. But, there we go. At least in his memory, there's an awful lot of good being done in awareness of prostate cancer. You look at the numbers, 1 in 8 men, you can see them, it's going on the boards here, 1 in 8 men will get prostate cancer, and if you're a black man, that doubles to 1 in 4. They're really frightening statistics. So all that can be done is being done here at Edgbaston, and of course far and wide beyond here as well. The umpires are taking the field. They got the West Indies behind them. It was a dramatic half hour yesterday. We never got to see the Nighthawk. He was flushed out before he could get going at all. So we've got Root and Pope, and as Joe Root likes to do, he's gone running out. He actually gets to the pitch before anybody else. He's gone running out there, full of intent. It's a great opportunity for the batsman. Let's face it, it's a flat pitch. One or two have kept a little bit low. In fact, one yesterday kept very low indeed, bowling from this end. It shot on the ground like a marble. But generally, it's been a flat pitch. There's been some swing, and if this cloud does come in that is predicted, well, that might help the West Indies swing the ball a little more. I thought they bowled really well last night. I thought they bowled better than England, actually, with the new ball. They bowled a fuller length. We were talking about it all day yesterday. England just bowled that little bit too short. But the West Indies, despite the fact that Zach Crawley in particular played a couple of blistering drives off the front foot, well, you've got to kind of take that. If you're an opening bowler with a new ball and you want to try and swing it, you accept the fact. In fact, you want him to drive. You want them to drive because you might well find the edge, and of course that's what happened. Carlos.
Good morning, Uggers.
How are you today? You got your blue on. Good to see.
Yeah, I had a last-minute wardrobe change.
Oh, did you?
Finished pressing and then saw the message in the group.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Well done. You've rustled one up.
Yeah.
That's good. Now, this is the chance. This is a proper chance, yeah.
And talk about it in the second test. West Indies have to know when they have the moment.
Yeah.
This is a moment. I think the next 2 wickets are going to be massive, breaking this partnership, getting rid of Brook as soon as he comes in. I think what they did to Duckett, if they can replicate to Pope and to Brook, controlling and scoring, that's important, I think.
A couple of fabulous catches by Holder.
Yeah, less so with scoring, but...
Yep. This is a wonderful opportunity for West Indies. Joe Root is annoyed with some people moving behind the bowler's arm down there. Shamar Joseph, who didn't bowl last night, did he, at all? So he's going to start up from the City end. There's a man fairly close at mid-wicket. 2 slips and a gully, so there's no sort of over-attacking here from the West Indies. Let's see if he can get the ball to swing. Oh, he came running in there. Everyone's ready for the first ball. He just kept running. What happened there? He didn't even try and go into his delivery stride, and the crowd gave a bit of a groan. So I'm not sure what that was all about. Joe Root was ready to face him, and he just ran through the crease. 38 for 3. It's actually the 9th over of the innings, so still plenty of shine and hardness on that ball. It'd look almost brand new, I would think. 38 on the board. Let's see if he lets go of it this time. Shoulders rocking. Here he comes. And he bowls the first ball of the day. And Root gets a bit of a tangle there. Looking to flick the ball towards that mid-wicket position I was describing. At a thick leading edge. And almost played the ball into the stumps, which makes me think straight away of poor old Archie Vaughan. So his first big match yesterday. Run out, backing up for naught. I mean, how could that happen? All you can say to Archie, who I last saw playing cricket when he was about 8, on some grass at our hotel at Cape Town. Keep going. Joseph bowls and Root tucks that away out towards deep square leg for a single. Just keep going. It's a ridiculous way to start, isn't it?
It's only up from there.
Exactly.
Face a ball is an improvement, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
he drives like his dad, a cover drive. Do you ever see the Michael Vaughan cover drive? You must have seen that. It's a thing of beauty, Carlos.
Yeah, it was one of the things growing up
that
you looked and you tried to replicate.
Yeah, beautiful. And young Archie's got it. Boom.
No, he looks like a really organised player. Saw some highlights.
He'll be fine. He bowled well yesterday, so that's the main thing.
Yep.
But, run out backing up for naught in your first match. I don't know. 39 for 3. Pope on strike then. He's on 6. And Joseph moves in, bowls to him, drives hard and does hit the stumps. There's a lot of this going on at the moment. And Root was in his ground. And I don't think Joseph got any fingers to that.
Zach Crawley must have a nice smile every time the ball gets driven back past the ball.
Well, he got done, of course, in the last Test match. Poor old Archie got done last night. It's a horrible way to get out. Has it happened to you? One-day cricket? I suppose you must have done, yeah.
First time I played in England, actually.
Did it?
And the 13 cricket for Barbados on the 13s, and you're feeling good to just come to England and play cricket, and you back up and it.
Bang.
That's the
under 13.
Raw lessons from young.
Yeah. Joseph bowls and Pope plays that late, dabbing the ball away into the offside down towards Gully. It's fielded by Athanase, and there's no run. Looking away to our left, it's a bit frustrating here at Edgbaston because the way that the weather comes from the west is just out of our view. It's sort of behind us and to our left. So you can crane your head round there all you like. We can't really see what's coming in the typical slot of rain here at Birmingham. 39 for 3. Here comes Joseph, and he bowls. Oh, it was a flashing drive from Pope. Almost found the edge. That's that length I was talking about. Yeah, it might go for 4, but you know, it's worth a risk if you can get that caught behind, caught slip.
I think to Pope, I'd probably love to see them bring that mid-wicket over to cover and then let the point just drop back. It's one thing they did really well to Duckett. I mean, Duckett played a couple slashes that would have been 4 in Trent Bridge. They were all singles. And if you keep Duckett to 3 in his first 12 balls, you're doing a good job.
Yep. 39 for 3. Joseph runs in, bowls, driven hard back at him on the bounce by Pope. And that ends the first over of the morning. 39 for 3. Root has 3. Pope has 6. And of course, if it does rain, well, we can add half an hour. An hour on today, can't we? I'll give it. Have a senior moment. You can add half an hour from yesterday. You can add half an hour on today, can't you? Or is it an hour? You can add time on anyway. It's probably a result of my evening with Phil Tufnell. So we sat in this bar and watched. There were 2 television screens. One big screen had the opening ceremony of the Olympics. The other screen had the proms. Quite a contrast. These opera singers singing clearly. I mean, there wasn't any volume, unfortunately. So you just had these quite powerfully built opera singers. The faces contorted as they were obviously singing, but you couldn't hear it, which made it quite amusing, I suppose. And then, of course, pouring with rain in Paris for the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Which
I'm afraid to ask, what was for dinner?
What was
for dinner?
Well, it was
Could you picture you painted and everything else?
No, I made a mistake. Made a mistake. 39 for 3. And Seals, who bowled well yesterday, bowls a beauty. He's moving away from Root. And there's no run. Well, you see, Phil Tufnell, he knows Andy Zaltzman well. Because just as I was ordering I'm a bit obsessed with these food apps. We haven't got them in Melton Mowbray. So on your phone, you can order food and it arrives. It's quite nice. So anyway, I was just ordering it when Tuff has actually borrowed my phone as well to phone Andy Zaltzman and say, please bring any remains you've got back from your Chinese restaurant. And he came out with
a wry smile at the back of the box.
Boxes of the stuff. Boxes of it. And I was already committed, and my poor chap was on his bike. It's a little bit of a waste, really. In goes Seals, bowls down the leg side. Poor delivery of that. Taken by De Silva. You seriously over-ordered, didn't you? But then Phil knew you would over-order. We'll get you up in a minute, Andy. 39 for 3.
Again, a look at Seals' 2 wickets from yesterday and the length. Just a drastic improvement from Trent Bridge with the new ball. He was way too full, both sides of the wicket. Even the drives from Crawley, you could think he wouldn't be disappointed with our 4.
Strong, powerfully built bowler. Bowls that on the off stump. And Root plays it very carefully. Back again. How did Phil know that you were going to over-order?
Well, I may have a bit of a track record of over-ordering.
Oh.
But
it was a spectacularly large amount.
Yes.
Boxes of it.
Slightly misjudged the stats on the number of times I'm to order.
Yeah, well, disappointing.
In the Caribbean, we say eyes are bigger than your belly.
Well,
pick up everything you see, but can't eat what you have.
There was a lot going on. Then goes Seals, bowls, and that turns Root round. The peel leg before wicket, but that was leg side. And so, and De Silva gestured that straight away, so no question of a review there. But he did turn him round. A bit of movement again. 39 for 3.
De Silva's been good with his reviews as well.
Yeah.
A couple of times in Trent Bridge, he said no, and without actually seeing back. We can see it on the TV, so yeah, it would have been missing comfortably. But the silver's been good because you can't ask the captain from some funny angles to make those decisions. You rely a lot on your keeper.
Seals, bowls very full, and that's brushed something and gone for 4. Might be boots, might be bat. It was actually bat. According to the umpire anyway, it went very quickly. And very fine down to that boundary, so no one could get near that. And Root moves to 7. 43 for 3. The breeze is making the flags flutter at the far end down there, alongside that. Well, it's the traditional scoreboard to an extent, and it's the original building, if you like, with the terracotta tiles and the clock in the middle. But of course, the actual operating part is all very modern these days. It's a really good scoreboard. That here's Seals bowling, played square into the offside for a good tumbling save there at gully. Athanaze denies him a run. 43 for 3. And it's nice because it's the original Edgbaston scoreboard, and you could always, if you're watching the telly, you always knew where the match was being played simply by the scoreboard. And you look at the scoreboard and say, oh, that's the Oval, or oh, that's Old Trafford, or. But there's a lot of obviously big screens these days, so that doesn't really happen. But you would know if you looked at that. You'd know it's Edgbaston. That's how it's always looked.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of grounds as they expand, just keeping a little bits of history.
Absolutely.
There's a little nod to it to see.
Yeah, I mean Adelaide, they've still got that enormous scoreboard, the original scoreboard there, alongside a more modern one, but the old one's there.
I love the SCG for that as well.
Yes. 43 for 3. Joseph from the city end runs in bowls, and that hits the pad. Oh, De Silva couldn't quite get there. I thought he might have got a glove on that. But it's going to go for 4-leg buys directly below us here. So runs coming, and it doesn't matter how they do come, as long as they do. They're still 235 runs behind at 47 for 3. I think the old original Sydney scoreboard is now at the North Sydney Oval, I think, where the women played mainly.
But the pavilion
oh, yes.
dressing room still.
They're all the same.
Dated is a bad word to use, but
yeah, it's historic, isn't it? I mean, the Sydney Trust really protects the SCG. They can't, and they would never touch those two buildings anyway. The main pavilion and the ladies' pavilion. There's the next one finding an edge, and now running towards third man, and that'll go for 4 too. I think just as it will. Fielder can't stop it. That was a genuine edge. And Joseph has to remind himself of that. It's a moral victory.
Yeah,
it's gone for 4.
Very well bowled. They're trying to be straight. I think he's edged that one from quite straight. Shades of Jason Holder turning around to Gus Atkinson in the first test. A little bit fuller than that, but yeah, still middle and off maybe. Found a way to get it down through gully.
51 for 3. Pope dips at the knee as Joseph bowls. Jimmy guides that off the back foot to backward point. And there's no run. Not everybody here yet, but I guess there will be soon. There's a few empty seats there in the Hollies. But it's a sellout today and a sellout tomorrow. I can see some fancy dressers arriving at the left-hand end as we look at it of the Hollies stand. Not quite sure how they've come. They're all in gold with a little red hat on.
So just had a look.
It's Joseph bowling, and Pope defends and plays that back up the pitch.
Just had a look at the DRS from Root. Jaden Seals nipping it back to him, and he said De Silva probably made a good decision. It was hitting 3 reds. Would have been gone.
Really?
Would have been gone.
Well, I didn't look at it from here, did it?
It didn't.
Wow.
There's a little fuller and a little straighter than I think it looked. Because Root eventually got his foot outside the line, but it was after impact.
Wow. So Root was then on
3.
Oh, he's played on. It's happened a lot in this series, and Pope is the latest victim. He's chopped on into his stumps. His middle stump is lying flat on the ground, and he's out for 10. And had Root been given out LBW, therefore, it would be a really interesting situation. It's still interesting enough. At 51 for 4, And just looking at it, a bit full, he's trying to force that off the back foot. It was that slightly fuller length again. Pope really, that wasn't a good shot selection to that particular delivery. He's got inside edge and he's played it into his stumps.
And you can see Seals on the TV celebrating as though it was him that got the wicket. You know how important that wicket is. Pope 10 off 20, and again, the strike rate, for me, that's been the best part of the West Indies bowling so far. They've controlled the run rate, the scoring rate, less bad balls, less attacking shots, and Duckett firstly, and now Pope almost chasing balls that they didn't or they wouldn't necessarily have to chase in the innings before, because they were given so many bad balls, and it's caused their demise. I don't think Pope would have played at that at Trent Bridge. He would have already been 35, 40. Scored was already 60 odd. So I think the controlling of the run rate, the consistency and execution of the plans, they've been given the reward, and this is a massive partnership now to build. Obviously, Root could have been gone. I don't think it was a bad decision by the umpire.
No, I don't.
I don't think it was a bad decision not to review.
I'm surprised that it's hitting that leg stump like that, I must be honest. But there we are. Harry Brooks arrived, 51 for 4. So England are 231 runs behind. Pope has gone. They could have lost Root as well.
But just a nod to Stephen Finn. We down boundary edge with Simon Mann, and Steve Finn said, run the ball back to Root, hit him on the pad.
I heard him
keep
say
it close to Oliver Pope. He'll chop it on. He's a little bit frenetic. And Simon Mann said, easy game, but that's why Stephen Finn's record is as good as it is.
There you go. Don't puff him up too much.
He isn't in the room, so hopefully he doesn't.
That's all right. 51 for 4. Brooks about to face his first ball, and another slip comes in. So there's 3 now, and a gully. Joseph does that again. He was on his way, and then actually aborted the delivery. So not sure what that's all about. And Brooks goes gardening, tapping away. They've got a man out for the hook there, deep square leg. No one at short leg. Let's see if they do give him some short stuff early, but there is that little bit of movement, and I think we might be wise just focusing on that for now. The breeze going across the ground. Joseph bowls to Brook, squared up. He defends his first ball, which rolls into the leg side. It's the end of the over. So well done, Joseph. 51 for 4, the early breakthrough that West Indies wanted. I think we've got a lot of batting to do here. It's a pretty blameless pitch. I mean, that was a poor shot. That's too close. It's too full. And Pope was trying to force that through the offside, and it's just a poor shot.
He has. I mean, it's hard to critique someone who coming off 150 in the Test match before, but he has this way of playing with the back. Feels as though when he picks it up, it's almost, the face is almost looking back to the stump. So it's neither at point, it's neither flat, it's almost inverted. It's quite strange, quite unique, I should say, not strange.
Root on strike, Seals on his way, bowls to him, and he's carefully forward. Seals fields it in his follow through. But there's sometimes, Carlos, a batsman drags the ball into his stumps and he can feel disappointed. Bad luck, you know. But actually, that's batsman error. That's his mistake, that shot. Yeah, that's credit to the bowler. Bowled a good ball. Poor shot. I know you always feel unlucky. I saw him punch his bat there, but when you look at it, I'm afraid he rather asked for that. 51 for 4. Root on 7. Seals bowls over the wicket to him. A little bit of away movement again. Covers up, plays forward, or rolls away to the captain, Brathwaite at mid-off. He'll be delighted, I think, with this performance so far. He's got to keep it going, keep that pressure on England. Don't let Brook score too quickly.
And I think if you had to choose a wicket, well, you have the luxury, but think you want a Root, because Root is the person that can stay there, absorb the pressure, then he can transfer it as well. Whereas you feel like Pope always gives you a chance type of thing.
Seals runs away from us, bowls on leg stump, and Root flicks him away out to deep square leg. There's a man out on the boundary there, so they'll take one run. It's Moti. The Hollies behind him, filling up. See, some chefs have arrived there. Their chefs' hats on. settling down. They've got their blue shirts on too. Well done. Bit tricky, isn't it? If you're coming in fancy dress and it's blue for Bob Day, you've got to come in blue fancy dress, which limits it a bit, I'd have thought.
Yeah.
But they have come. The chefs there have come in blue shirts.
What are the options for blue fancy dress? We saw Fred Flintstone.
I mean,
the best orange.
You can't come as Fred Flintstone, can you?
What are the options? Smurfs.
One on the leg stump, tucked away out towards deep mid wicket. He's hit that pretty firmly, and they'll come back for two. Moti did the hard work. He slipped a little bit. So Brook away with 2 runs. Yes, Smurfs is a good shout.
Smurfs is a fantastic show.
Yeah. What about our old friends, the Clangers? Would they be? Would the Clangers be in there? Would they have any blue Clangers?
I don't remember actually. Blue Clangers. Maybe in their away kit. I don't know.
Might be. It does limit, doesn't it? It does limit.
Manchester United. We've been playing at Clowns for a while, and we just released a fantastic blue away kit.
Have they?
Yeah. So that could be fancy dress.
Right. You're a fan, are you? Man United fan, are you? Here's Seals bowling, and he's edged, and he's out. Loose shot. England lose their 5th wicket. Brook is out for 2. Loose drive. Again, it's that length that we talked about yesterday. That's the length that you bowl. If the ball's just moving a little bit, England didn't do it first thing yesterday. The West Indies have, and they've got 5 wickets down.
It's been sensational from Jayden Seales. Proper seam. Not the movement away I think he was hoping for, but the length induced the drive. And it found the edge, and the airplane has set off. Jayden Seales in his celebration, both arms out. And he runs through the celebrations. And he's deserved all 3 of the wickets he's got. He's bowled really, really well. And it's really good to see at Trent Bridge. First 2 overs in the first innings, 2 overs, 28 runs. Second innings, 2 overs for 18. And then coming back in this 3rd test and really showing a level of maturity and execution, skill, swinging the ball, and potentially could have had 4.
Right, the captain's arrived. The crowd giving him a tremendous welcome. So, Root and Stokes, the most experienced batting pair together. England in trouble here. 228 runs behind. That is not the script, Carlos. Not England's script anyway. It's West Indies' script. Can they keep it going? And one thing, if they do bundle England cheaply here, it'll take a bit of pressure off that 3rd innings, which is always a tricky one in a test match. I mean, if it was even Stevens and then West Indies going to bat that 3rd innings, you feel there might have, the frailties there might have been awkward, but if they can take a lead of 100, 120, perhaps even more than that pressure shouldn't be quite so much.
Yeah, but still, West Indies' pressure would be off the previous undoings. So that pressure would always be there, regardless if the lead is 200 or if the lead is 100 or if they're in deficit. So I think that pressure would still be there, but I think the bowlers now have a job to do to make that external pressure feel a little bit less.
Yep.
If they can wrap up the last half of the innings.
54 for 5. 2 wickets have been lost today, and there should have been a 3rd, or there could have been a 3rd. Not should, could have been a 3rd. 54 for 5. Seals are going round the wicket. In he goes to Ben Stokes, who allows that to pass by outside his off stump. So a dramatic first 20 minutes, and those 2 wickets going down. Root has 8. Stokes yet to score. Andy Zaltzman's got something to offer. Carlos, I'm going to leave you. Time I got out of this seat, I'm taking far too many wickets. And Alison Mitchell's coming in.
Stay, Agger, stay.
That was Jayden Seales' 50th Test wicket in just his 13th Test, averaging 23.7 currently. And now in this series, he has 13 wickets. Has been expensive at times, and started this innings conceding 18 from his first 11 balls, with 3 fours, only 3 dots in those. 4 dots in those first 11 balls. Since then, he's taken 3 for 8 in his next 25 balls. Could have been 4 for 8 had they referred that LBW appeal against Joe Root. So, impressive recovery from another difficult start to the innings.
Yeah, Agger's used the word dramatic. It's felt like a dramatic first 20 minutes, hasn't it? 54 for 5. Morning, Carlos. Hello, Zoltz.
Morning.
So, Shamar Joseph, continuing from the City end. England fans in the Hollies giving some encouragement here. It's Root on strike, 2 slips and a gully, and Root gets inside edge defending. It dribbles away behind square on the leg side, vacant area. Root is able to jog through for 1. And it had Shamar Joseph with his hands on his head momentarily. Root is on 9 with Stokes alongside him, because resuming on 38 for 3. Ollie Pope out dragging on. Shamar Joseph out for 10, adding only 4 to his overnight score. Harry Brook gone, a loose drive bowled by Seals. Well, it has been West Indies so far. Tell you what, watching Shamar Joseph abort his run up twice so far this morning, Carlos, has reminded me of his first ball in Test cricket, because he did that in Australia, didn't he? He pulled out of his run. The first delivery, he was bowling to Steve Smith. He said nerves got to him, he just didn't feel right, so he didn't want to release the ball, and he took his time to go back to his mark. He raced in, dismissed Steve Smith. First ball in Test cricket. Around the wicket here is to Stokes, who gets forward, covers up, defends the ball here, running off the outside half of the bat out towards the gully region. On this occasion, he didn't take a wicket with his follow-up, but he has got one this morning.
I think this is an important passage of play. If in this situation, if England had to choose 2 players to put in, it would be Ben Stokes, who's done this a number of times in red ball or white ball cricket, and it would be Joe Root. Just shy of 12,000 Test runs, man that controls the tempo. West Indies need to break this partnership.
Stokes awaits as Joseph rushes in. He goes after a wide one. He perhaps didn't need to chase after that. And he saw that width, that opportunity, and big vacant area through that offside, but he missed. He could have also got a nick, which could have gone to the 2 slips in the gully, as it was, through to the keeper. But chasing width has brought wickets before that we've seen. So 55 for 5. And Stokes will go after any scoring opportunity. It's going to be interesting to see how he manages the situation. He's on 0 from the first 3 balls. Joseph in again. He lets this one go outside the off stump, allows it to pass through to De Silva, who played a fantastic hand with the bat yesterday, didn't he, in partnership with Jason Holder.
Yeah, the partnership was very good. I thought they did what was needed when they came into bat, find a way to absorb that pressure, leave a lot of balls, be really solid in defence. And then once Bashir came into the attack just before lunch, I think they flipped the switch a little bit and they went through the gears nicely.
So important for West Indies at that stage. And now they're backing it up with wickets in this England reply. Joseph around the wickets, angling it into Stokes, and he defends up to mid-on. And there's no run. Shamar Joseph running in with real gusto this morning. The England flag and the flag of the West Indies are flying atop of the stand opposite us from where we are. Breeze keeping them aloft. It's a very pleasant day out there today. It's not too hot. It's still a nice shirt sleeves kind of day. Those fans who are sitting in the sun probably need a little bit of sun cream, plenty of hats as well. By no means hot, but just nice for being outdoors and watching some scintillating Test cricket. Joseph around the wicket again, full of ball. Stokes drives back up the pitch, and Joseph gets a hand to it in his follow-through. Takes some pace off and saves a run.
England lost their 5th wicket to the 5th ball of the 12th over. It's only the 11th time in England's Test history where ball-by-ball data is available, which is over 1,500 innings. Only the 11th time they've lost 5 wickets within the first 12 overs of an innings. Only the 7th time since 1902.
When was the last time, the most recent?
The last time was quite recent. Yeah. It was against New Zealand at Headingley in June 2022, when they were 55 for 5 after 11.2 overs.
And that was when really Bazball was under scrutiny as the sort of, twist or bust, like this could either work or go horribly, horribly wrong.
Well, I have some interesting stats on Bazball, Ali, but maybe we can go into at some point.
55 for 5, new over. Jayden Seales in here to Root. A little bit of shape away, but he's on the drive. Nicely out through the covers, along the ground, and the chase is on here for Craig Brathwaite as Root's back for the second. Picked up in the deep. In comes the throw to the bowler's end. That's nicely backed up as well. 57 for 5. Root on to 11. Worth saying that when he reaches 14, if he reaches 14, he will pass Brian Lara in the all-time Test run scoring list. Lara with 11,943 Test runs. And this, of course, the ground where Lara scored his famous 501, the first-class record.
Yeah, it's been immortalised downstairs in the hallway.
Yep. 2 slips the gully, backward point, Seales in now, straighter to Root, and he's defending into the onside. Mid-wicket moves forward to pick up. There's no run. And he's been over, hasn't he, this summer? Brian Lara doing a fair number of events around the 501 as well. There was Legends cricket that was played here, and of course he's got a book out as well at the moment. So he's been spending a bit of time in the UK.
Is he here at this test?
Don't know that he's here this week. I have a feeling he might have travelled back.
I saw him at Lords and I saw him at Trent Bridge
Yeah.
for sure, but I haven't seen the cameras pick him up.
Seales runs away from us. Orange soles to his shoes as they flash away outside the off stump, left alone by Roots and shape away to the keeper.
Yeah, Jayden Seales' length has been so good in this innings. Even the first few balls that Zaltz mentioned, remember Zach Crawley driving in, and then the next 2 balls were bad balls, but on that drive just felt not a bad length, actually quite a good shot. But both will be happy. Zach Crawley with the execution of the drive, and Jayden Seales, the fact that he's actually driving at it, and then obviously got his wicket a few balls later.
Alzarri Joseph doing some stretching, and Seales races in again for the ball, angled away and finding the gap nicely between gully and point, down to the deep third boundary. Roots back for the second. Will they get a third? No, they won't. Ball's picked up inside the rope, sent back into the gloves of De Silva. 59 for 5, Root on to 13 now. So he's level with Lara in that run scoring list.
I'll tell you what, these are 13 of the best runs I've seen for a while. When you talk about technical solidity, head into the ball, bat and pad close together, playing the ball late. He's had a few straight ones, and the ones that have gone outside the off stump, he's been able to get his way into it and not really drive them, but just lean on them.
Root on 13 here, awaits again as Seales is in, gives him a bouncer, and he went to chase it, and there's half an appeal as the ball nestles in the gloves of the keeper. He went for it. There are 2 men back for the surprise bouncer, deep square and fine leg. And he's coming down the pitch now to have a word with his captain, Ben Stokes. Probably a good moment to throw in the short ball. Absolutely went for it.
Yeah, and Jayden Seales got him out in Trent Bridge, similar to that as well. A big build-up of fuller deliveries, and then a short one that he kind of just popped up to mid-on.
He reverts to length again now. Root waits with his bat poise, goes forward, slightly leg side, and able to be whipped away by Root down to deep fine leg. Takes the single, which does indeed move him past Brian Lara. And he just scrapes away at the crease, end of the over. He'll be on strike for the start of the next. At 60 for 5, England score their 222 runs behind on first innings. Ben Stokes has faced 6 balls yet to get off the mark, alongside Joe Root. So
let's have a look at where Joe Root stands now in the all-time top run scorers list. He's now on 11,954. He's overtaken Brian Lara by 1 run. Next ahead of him is Kumar Sangakkara at 12,400. Alistair Cook 12,472. Then Dravid and Kallis both over 13,000, with Ricky Ponting way out in front. Sachin Tendulkar 15,921 runs, which it's Root's rate of scoring per test over his career, and sort of it's been pretty consistently the same since Stokes and McCullum took over. It needs to play about another sort of 45 to 50 tests to reach Tendulkar's numbers.
Which would be remarkable. From the city end here, Root facing up to Alzarri Joseph, easing him out through the covers along the ground. Brathwaite has made chase, and Root's back for the second. Good morning, Tuffers.
Morning, Ali. Morning, everyone.
It's a lovely round of applause from the crowd here, wasn't it? Packed house at Edgbaston when it was announced on the screen that Root's moved up to 7th in the all-time list.
Well played, Joe Root, because he's just gone past one of the legends, really, BC Lara. Cool, blimey, he could play.
I was going to say, when that list of batters' names were read out.
Yeah, some decent ones there.
How many runs scored off Phil Tufnell?
Well, he got a few.
Or not all in your era, but
no,
some of them for sure.
Yeah.
Joseph in, Alzarri this is, and forward comes Root. Takes a single into the covers.
Well, Brian was certainly...
Got 1 or 2 off you.
Yeah, well, but and certainly the best best player I've ever bowled at in my career. Yeah, wonderful player. Hit it in places where the fielders weren't. Could go through the gears. Sort of scored in blocks of 10. Very difficult to set fields to. And yeah, absolutely right up there at the top drawer. So congratulations to Joe Root. But now Joe Root is in a game here.
Yeah,
England in all sorts.
He's got a very important task
Yeah.
ahead of him to forge a partnership with Stokes, who's about to face up himself, yet to get off the mark. Taps his bat against the ground. England 5 down with just 63 on the board, 219 behind. Alzarri Joseph from around the wicket here. Stokes is forward. Single into the covers.
It's one of those pitches where, you know, looking at that West Indies innings, you know, they took a long time, De Silva and Holder, didn't they, to get that sort of partnership going, but then they grew into it. So this pitch, we all thought it was going to be flat, didn't we? But there is a little bit in it, and it's just swung a bit as well. So these two need to just form that partnership. Good running between the wickets. If the bad ball's there, put it away. But if it's sort of wide, there's been a lot of drag-ons and everything in it. So it's a bit of a sort of tennis bally bounce pitch as well. So the skipper, Mr. Stokes, is going to have to get stuck in here with his mate Joe.
Yep, just took him 7 balls to get off the mark. Joseph in. 4 down to fine leg. Tipped away by Root. Some frustration for Joseph. 68 for 5 and Root on to 21.
Yeah, the funny thing is, you know, the longer you stay there, the bigger the ball slightly becomes, you know. Not that I ever got too many times of being in, but yeah, they just need to just put those rash shots away outside off stump.
You could see a highly responsible innings by Stokes in the same way that Jason Holder really knuckled down, and he had to bat through that period of bouncer barrage by England, and there was a period where everything just seemed to dry up, no more than a single per over for a long period until they had that opportunity. Well, here's Root chasing a wide one, but he's got this away to good effect. Out to the Holly stand through the point region. But I think it might have left a few hearts in mouths for a moment to see him go after that, given what has happened previously. 72 for 5.
I mean, I know it was wide and full, but that is... when things aren't quite going your way, those are the ones that just sort of slide off the face of the bat and go straight to point or straight to gully. But Root's decided to go after that full-bloodedly and played it nicely.
Full commitment to the shot.
The difference with Joe Root there with that shot.
There's Alzarri Joseph in again. There's a catch at mid-wicket also. Root hit angling out towards backward point, no run.
So we've seen the likes of Duckett, Harry Brook, and a few of the West Indies guys as well. He gets his foot, he gets his foot as far to the pitch of the ball as he can, and his head moving towards the ball. Sometimes the guys like a Crawley and people like that, when they first come in, there's not quite that sort of. There's a bit of a lack of foot movement, and it's just an arms and a bit of a swish. Joe opens those legs and gets right as far as he can to it, so you've got a better chance of keeping it on the floor. Bit airy-fairy some of the shots have been early on at this test match, haven't they?
And Root much more solid.
Yeah.
72 for 5. That was the end of the over. So this morning, resuming on 38 for 3. Pope went early, dragged on Shamar Joseph, out for just 10, and then a loose drive from Harry Brook to be bowled by Seals for just 2. Now, we're talking about blue outfits.
Yes.
The Smurfs are mentioned for it being...
That's very good. That was Thunderbirds, wasn't it?
What, the Smurfs?
No.
Oh, sorry, what we've just seen on screen.
Yes,
Were they Thunderbirds?
They were Thunderbirds, yes.
That's another good one.
I think they were Virgil.
Seals, new over. Stokes is on 1 from 7 balls, 2 slips behind him, leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and through to De Silva it goes. Well, the Smurfs, there's a lot of options, aren't there, if you wanted to come as a Smurf, because I think there were over 100 varieties or types or names of Smurf.
Were there?
I mean, I can only remember Papa Smurf, because when I was a kid, I had a cuddly toy Papa Smurf.
Oh, no.
And then I think the first girl Smurf that was introduced was actually
hair, wasn't it?
officially called a Smurfette.
A Smurfette?
Smurfette.
Oh, excellent.
Did you have a Smurf, Salts, when you were growing up?
No, it's called a Vanity Smurf.
Seals in around the wicket full, defended solidly by Stokes, and he'll nick a single as well here. The cover region, Brathwaite move forward from mid-off to field.
Yeah, and that's what they've got to do, as you say. It was a good bit of running. Just these sort of little things, just to rotate strike.
Let's find a little bit of momentum.
Yes.
Start building a partnership.
Absolutely, and then you just sort of get the bowlers, change a bowler comes along, try and get on top of him and go again. You've got to get through some of these bowling changes.
Did you enjoy your dim sum last night when it came?
It's brilliant. No, Andy saved my life there. Well, we eat so much, don't we, during the day? And especially at
Edgeworth. We're well fed at Edgeworth.
We are well
fed. Seals moving into Root, right arm over, bowls full and Root inside edging here. Yep, some movement in and Root defending. Ball dribbling up to mid-on, no run.
No, so I and then it got to about 10 o'clock. I just I thought I'm not going to go and have any tea. So I thought, right. And then 10 o'clock it came around and I was just feeling a bit peckish. I made the sort of emergency call.
Results is usually your sort of speed dial emergency call for
not particularly, but he came up trumps on this occasion. He did indeed. I think he'd wildly overruled it at the dim sum place, so I was all right.
73 for 5. Seals into Root, defending and fuller delivery, looking to pitch it up and find some movement here.
Yeah, they're looking to bowl straight as well. They're looking to bowl straight at Joe Root. And they had it, well, they could have had him if they'd have got to the review.
Well, this was it, wasn't it? It was Seals bowling when Root was on just 3, an LBW shot which faded away and they didn't review it. And then when we saw the replay,
crashing into leg. Yeah, but that's obviously a bit of a ploy. 2 out, and they've got a mid-wicket and a mid-on as well. And I think he's just looking to sort of shape it away and then just keep it, bowl at the stumps. And if there's a little bit of movement, pad or outside edge.
Yes, Athenaeus fielding at a short mid-wicket catching position, but there's a short ball and Root has dealt with that quite well, swivelling, managing to keep that ball down as it's fielded at fine leg in front of the boundary. 74 for 5. One more ball to come here.
I think Virgil was Thunderbird 1.
I was not a big Thunderbirds watcher, no. I know the theme tune, but that's about where.
All right, me lady. Who was that? Old Parker, wasn't it?
That's Tracy Island, wasn't it? Thunderbirds. Is that Tracy Island? Have I got my?
going back a few years.
And that's only from watching Blue Peter, because there was always a make your own Tracy Island, and here's one we made earlier.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
We had to save you washing up bottles and your cardboard toilet rolls and all sorts to make a Tracy Island.
Yeah. Lady Penelope and Parker.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it.
Oh, someone sent us a photograph.
It's a cricket Smurf. No way. Oh, it's a good shot as well. Looks like a bit like John Crawley.
Seals around the wicket here to the left-handed Stokes, leaving it alone outside the off stump.
Having a hack outside off stump.
He's all in whites.
He is.
Smurf all in whites.
Oh, I like that. Belter.
I do remember these were little figurines you could collect. That is now bringing back memories, because we did have a few of those figurines. I wonder whether they came sort of free with stuff, or if you got them with your cereal packets or had to send off for them. But we definitely had a few of those for Smurf figurines.
Yeah.
Love to see a few more of those. If you've got any, send them in.
Yeah. Just needed to get his head in just a bit more further, like a Joe Root. He was just leaning back, the old cricket Smurf there. That technique.
Get the balance right. Now, if you want to see these early wickets that have fallen today, that have got England into this position, 74 for 5, go onto the BBC Sport website and app. You'll be able to see those clips. And today at the Test is on BBC4 and BBC iPlayer from 7 p.m. As Alzari Joseph moves in here to Root, who's coming forward, squeezes it past the bowler. I think he might have got a fingertip to it to take some pace off. And Root takes a single to mid-off. 74 for 5 becomes 75. It was 54 for 5 when the wicket of Harry Brook fell. So early stages of a recovery. But he's out there with the captain, Ben Stokes.
Yeah, it's one of those pitches you've just got to give yourself a peep. You know, most of the guys who have fell for low scores have been trying to get on with it early, haven't they? Like Athenaeus tried to play that pull shot on one and another drag on. You've just got to give yourself a bit of time at the crease on this pitch. Get yourself in a bit.
At BBC TMS on the socials, if you want to send those Smurf photos in as well. There's some width for Stokes. He's cracked that away through point. Chase on here, but the ball's fizzing away along the green grass to the boundary. And Stokes, it's his first 4, has moved on to 6.
Yeah, real flourish from Ben Stokes, just short and wide, back foot, and a real whip through the hands. Yeah, you're not stopping that. If the ball's there, you've got to, you can hit it, but just don't go fishing for those real wide ones.
Full glorious follow through of the bat.
Tell you what that reminded me of. Headingley. against Australia. Very similar shot when he
Yes.
smashed Pat Cummins through.
For the winning boundary,
Yeah.
it was, wasn't it?
That real
He
flourish
stood
of a
in glory.
backlift. Yeah, over follow through. I mean,
Yeah. Stokes on to 6. Joseph around the wicket to him. Oh, and that one struck him in the body. He was angled into him. He was trying to work it into the leg side. He's now looking towards the square leg umpire. Now, what's he saying there or intimating? Nitin Menon is walking forward to have a conversation with him. Saying something distracted him, is he? What could be the issue there?
sure.
Well, the two are separating. Umpire back to his position at square leg. And Stokes will take guard again in a moment. He was gesturing, sort of bit of pointing, and
Yeah. As soon as it hit him, he got up and walked straight towards the square leg umpire, as if to say sort of like, I don't know, an announcement or something has just been happened.
difficult to know what that was about. Joseph in again, fuller edged. Now that's dropped just in front of first slip. Oh, dangerous times for England. Tricky moments. Cavum Hodge, he's fielded it. He's standing
Quite
a
a
bit
way
deep,
back.
isn't he?
Yeah, he's standing quite a way back at first slip.
Well, this was Stokes on 6. A healthy edge and dropping sort of level with Jason Holder at second slip, right in front of Hodge.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a sort of a feathery bed kind of pitch. It's not one of those ones that's flying through off the edge.
And can Joseph find the edge once more? Stokes getting behind this one, turning into the leg side and fielded by mid-wicket Athenaze, who is there. 79 for 5 and 203 behind on first innings. Oh, here you go, Tuffers. Bernard Whitaker is helping you with the Thunderbirds.
Yes.
I'll give this one to you.
Oh, there you go. Yes, Thunderbird 1, Scott. That's right. Oh, no, 2 was Virgil. Yes, 2 was Virgil. 3 was Edward. 4 was Gordon. And 5, John. Yeah, I didn't fancy being John. He was up in space.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was a bit lonely up there. They had all their fun. He was just stuck up on the moon or something.
Joseph moving into Stokes, who defends, takes a quick single here to cover, and it's well run because Brathwaite was moving forward, but Stokes decided to take him on, and Root was responding swiftly from the other end. So it's 80 for 5. England were 54 for 5. Stokes and Root looking to do a bit of a recovery effort here. Tuffers, a few more words from you, and then you're going to be joined by Simon Mann.
Yeah, England have got to get stuck in there. It is doing a bit. They're bowling well, the West Indies. Haven't given too many loose balls like they did in the first couple of Test matches, just for England to build that momentum and sort of easy gifts just to put away. So they've kept the pressure on, England, and they've got their rewards.
It's a game, good game.
Good game. It is a good game. Shape it up nicely.
It is, yeah.
They've got better and better, the West Indies, haven't they?
And they're on top at the moment. England in a fight on this now overcast late morning. Thomas Schaffenacker promised us this when he did his weather forecast at the start of the programme. He said cloud over and then the possibilities of some showers this afternoon.
Oh, we don't want that.
No, we don't.
What pass they got figured?
Well, reasonable downpours, I think.
Yeah, okay.
It's Seals bowling outside the off stump. Nothing from Stokes. Through low there to wicket-keeper De Silva. Basically saying, yeah, I can't tell you whether you're going to get it or not. It might pass by, it might hit you. There we go, one of those afternoons. Club cricketers will be using their fingers today.
Yeah.
Hoping those showers drift by. But then, after that, warm and sunny for the next 3 days.
Lovely.
Yeah. So we're going to get a positive result on this game, one way or the other. We've had 15 wickets already, and we're only an hour into the second day.
Yeah.
Seals with 3 of them in this first innings for England. Bowls out to Stokes. Stokes played that as though it bounced a bit more than he expected. Rocked his head back, played it defensively away into the offside.
Seems a good rhythm, Seals. It was a bit wayward, even though he took wickets in the first couple of Test matches, didn't he? He took wickets, but quite expensive. Just seems in a better rhythm now. So as soon as he's sort of at the crease, he looks sort of balanced to bowl that sort of good length instead of searching for it.
Well, in theory, this is a very promising West Indies attack.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Moti the spinner as well.
It is good.
Seals ran the wicket from the pavilion end, bowls to Stokes. Stokes clips this away. It's a nice looking shot. He'll pick up 2. Fielder at deep forward square leg runs around to his right hand side. That is Moti. Hurls it into De Silva by the stumps, and Stokes does come back for a couple of runs. Working that delivery from Seals from round the wicket with the angle. Stokes goes to 9. And England to 82 for 5. He really did work it. He took it from well outside the off stump.
All in control, then he back and across, gets himself in a beautiful position just to let the ball come onto him and clip it through mid-wicket.
82 for 5. So England are precisely 200 runs behind. And need one more to avoid the follow-on. Here's Seals to Stokes, very wide of off stump, tempting Stokes. Go on, have a go at that. Stokes not to be tempted.
Not just yet.
2 slips a gully and an extra cover, short extra cover. He's waiting for something on that offside. 2 men back, I mentioned, fine leg and deep forward square leg. Moti there.
You just get the feeling that they're just sort of just sizing up the opposition for a bit of a counter sort of attack, don't they, England? They're just feeling their way into it, these two, looking to be positive, but without being reckless.
Seals moves in and bowls to Stokes. Stokes is sort of half forward there, playing that to that short extra cover position. What sort of first innings lead could England allow and still be in with a reasonable chance of winning the game?
Who knows with this England side? I mean, 100's a lot, a lead, but you just feel sometimes with this England side they can blow past that for 1 down, you know, in about 20 at 10 overs. But yeah, you don't want to be any more than 50 behind.
No. 200 behind at the moment. Only 5 wickets left. Seals to Stokes, wide of off stump, cracked away on the drive. A lovely shot, stopped a short extra cover.
Yeah, that was sting.
There's no run.
Sumptuous, but smashed it straight to extra cover. Yeah, he's wringing his hands a bit there.
He's already got some bandages on this. Both hands, actually. Talk about Mark Wood being like a deceased pharaoh with his left leg yesterday.
It's like a mummy.
Fielder there has got bandages on both hands, more on the right than on the left. It was a cracking shot from Stokes. Beautiful stroke, and really well stopped because it was hit hard. End of the over from Seals. I'm just trying to work out the identity of the fielder. It's I'll be there in a second.
You actually tapped the table.
It's Mackenzie. It's Mackenzie.
Tap the table. Come on, it's in there somewhere.
82 for 5. New from Alzari Joseph. Bowls to Root, head over it. Plays that quietly towards short cover, and there's no run. So similar field for Root, actually, with Stokes in the previous over. A couple of slips in the gully and then 2 men back. Whether that's sort of semi-attacking for the short ball, whether it's defensive, that it allows you to bowl straight, and if you do clip it away, you're only going to go for a single.
Yeah, I don't mind that position there, as you say. It does just enable you to bring in that sort of, as a bowler, you don't mind once in a while going for the pads, going for the Yorker, and if you do get clipped away, it's only going to be 1.
Here is Joseph bowling to Root, forward again, playing that to cover, and again there is no run. 82 for 5. I mean, Root was out as well, wasn't he? They didn't review it.
Oh, that must be.
I was with Ramps at the back of the box, Mark Ramprakash, and he said, "Oh, that's out."
Yeah.
Why haven't they reviewed it? But it was kind of the way he played it, because he fell over it. He made it look as though it was going down the leg side. Fooled everyone. West Indies didn't review it. Joseph bounding in, bowls to Root. He back dabs there, straight to Mackenzie with those bandages on his hands in the gully.
Ramps all right, was he? Was he good form?
He was, yeah. So he'd had a very good season with his school, Harrow. They beat everybody, apparently.
Did they?
Yeah.
Good.
Quite nice if you are a young cricketer. You have the privilege of playing cricket in that environment. See Ramps surveying you with his coaching eye.
Oh, absolutely. You're not going to get...
Former England batting coach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Joseph bowls, Root strokes it up towards mid-off.
Yeah. I might have actually turned up to that lesson. If there was someone...
Did you listen to your coaches when you were younger, Thomas?
Well, I'll be totally honest with you. I didn't get a whole lot of coaching, really. You know, even when we were playing for sort of like Middlesex in England, really, there wasn't a lot of coaching going about.
So you didn't have a spin bowling coach?
No. John Embry. John Embry, who was my teammate.
So a teammate is a coach.
Yeah,
almost,
it was almost like senior players were the coaches.
Yeah. Joseph from the City end. Bowls to Root, who drives for 4. He found the gap through the offside. It was full from Joseph. Square drive from Root, who pierced the gap between cover and point.
Glorious. Glorious from Joe Root. Gets that front foot as far as he can towards the ball. I mentioned it earlier. That's the difference between Joe and a lot of the other guys. They just sort of very strong through there, and it's all eye and hands and a bit flicky and a bit wafty, which is great when it comes off, you know, timing. But technically, Joe is spot on.
86 for 5 with that boundary. Root to 31. Although he could easily have been dismissed on 3. LBW shout. Joseph bowls to Root, stands up and guides that one square of the wicket as well. More runs from here. I don't think it will be 4. It's chased out towards the deep point boundary, and Root sized that one up very early. Realised there was no need to go full throttle between the wickets. He realised there was an easy 2, so he jogged back for the second. 88 for 5. Root is 33. It's the end of the over. Stokes at the other end has 9. England got those 88 runs in 19 overs.
Eased himself past Brian Lara. Who's one of the most pleasing batsmen you've seen a lot of cricket? Simon, who would you say is right up there for you?
In terms of what, just watching for your pleasure?
If you were going to part with your money.
Yeah, to watch.
Yeah.
Well, I think probably Lara and Gower, actually.
Yeah.
Lara and David Gower, yeah.
Lefties.
Yeah.
Silky. Yeah.
Used to love watching David bat.
Yeah.
I mean, you were always a little bit on tenterhooks.
Well, which is what you like, isn't it?
And less so with Lara, because he banked them a bit more, not consistently, that's not the right word, but there was a greater sense of permanence.
Yeah, a bit of jeopardy.
I mean, I was there for the 400, and it seemed inevitable once he got to 70. I mentioned this before, but with David, there was such elegance.
Yeah.
But you always thought he could crash one to gully or second slip or whatever.
Yeah.
Right, here is Shamar Joseph bowling round the wicket to Stokes, and that is almost Gower-like, driving down the ground. It's gone for 4 through straight mid-off. Sumptuous stroke, not looking to hit it too hard, easing it down the ground.
Easy power. Stood tall, easy power, really nice position. Head, foot, let the ball come, and just a bit of a punch, really, but beautiful time, beautiful timing.
92 for 5.
Look at that, holds the pose as well. Sort of like a full defensive push, wasn't it? When
it's one of those as a batter. I like that. Yeah. Sort of inner satisfaction.
Viv, when Viv used to play a shot like that, he always used to go. When you heard the cough come out, you thought, oh no, he's in a bit of nick.
Joseph bowls, takes us right across the stumps there and flicks that into the onside. He wants 2, and now he decides fairly early it's not worth coming back for the second. Throws on its way. It's not Moti out there now. It's Seals.
A few of the boys used to do that. I can't quite remember. They just sort of, oh yes, lovely. You know what I mean? And you're bowling, and it's almost like a batsman's sledge, you know. Or sort of like, oh, too easy. Oh, that's too easy. You know, just as he's running past you. What do you mean it's too easy? You're talking about.
Did that really wind you up?
Well, no, but I mean, it just, you know, little sort of things like that.
Did you ever bowl a bouncer?
I tried it, got about waist high, got smashed for 4.
Right. What, in anger? You bowled a bouncer in anger?
Yeah, I wasn't very good at doing the bouncers. Not enough oomph in my shoulder, I don't think. But yeah, or they'd say something like, oh, I'm feeling in good nick today, Phil, you know.
Yeah, it is Shamar Joseph bowls to Root. Good channel there, just outside the off stump. Roots forward, inside edge onto the pad, and then does the fielding. Ball drops at his feet, and he lobs it back to the bowler.
My last test match at the Oval, Hayden and Langer won the toss. Aussies won the toss, and they came out. And I'd been playing with Justin for Middlesex, you know, and he's walked out, morning, Phil, you know, and I was sitting there a little bit nervous. Morning, Phil, I tell you something, I'm feeling good. You know, I'm feeling good. Oval's flat, isn't it, Phil? You know what I mean? No spin here today, Phil. I'm going to absolutely... You see my big mate? You see my big mate, Hayden? We are going to absolutely slaughter you today. And they did.
Here's Joseph bowling. defended back down the pitch by Root, the bowler. And there's no...
I mean, that's batting sledging.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, supreme confidence as well, isn't it? Because he takes one mistake.
Well, absolutely. So that's what I came back with. Oh, yes, OK, they know it takes one mistake. Like that, they just looked at me and smiled.
Right, you'll have to update us on this, Thomas. Lots of emails saying it was Alan Tracy, not Edward. Does that mean anything to you?
Oh, that might be the Thunderbird.
Ah, OK. Here's Shamar just going wide of the crease. It's full on the pads of Root. He flicks it down towards fine leg for a single and takes his 34th run. It's 94 for 5. Stokes, with that single early in the over, went to 14. England this morning lost Pope for 10. And then Harry Brook, he was caught behind for 2.
Yeah, Tendulkar gave me a little sledge once. Yeah.
What nice Sachin.
Yeah. No, he said, thanks very much for coming. Thanks very much for coming over, Thanks very much for being here. Welcome. And then got 180 or something.
So the sledge was in the score.
Yeah. I look forward, nice.
I look forward to batting against
Well, it was almost sort of like that, but most polite way, I don't think it was...
Shamar bowls short, and then Stokes ducks underneath, and Shamar nearly falls over there, tumbling. He managed to keep his feet, not quite like Ma would. He often falls over in his delivery stride, or after his delivery stride.
Yeah, I forgot what it was actually. It was very polite, but it was just like, oh, lovely to see you, Phil.
So we talked earlier on about how rare it is for England to lose 5 wickets inside 12 overs. We've also seen them score at a sort of classic Baz Ballistic run rate of 4.7.
Baz Ballistic? Get in there, Ad.
4.7 and over so far this innings. This is the 26th test of the Stokes-McCullum era. And I looked at the stats after the last test for teams in 25 test sequences, and England in the first 25 tests of Bazball had scored at 4.59 runs per over, which is comfortably the fastest a team has ever scored in a 25 test sequence. Previously, that Australian team, Tuffers are talking about, from December 2001 to January 2004, scored at 4.02 per over.
New over from Alzarri Joseph, 94 for 5, bowls now to Root, and Root eases that one away as well through extra cover to chase the fielder. Brathwaite from mid-off out towards the extra cover boundary. They picked up 2, they're coming back for the 3rd on the throw, and they get that easily. Not the strongest of arms, Craig Brathwaite, so 3 more to Root, who goes to 37, and England to 97 for 5.
So they've smashed that record. England's previous quickest 25 test sequence was at 3.57 and over. That was Michael Vaughan's team between March 2004 and November 2005, encompassing that classic 2005 Ashes, as well as a superb series win in Australia. England have conceded, since Stokes and McCullum took over, 3.38 per over, which is not their sort of least economical 25 test sequence, but is not far off it. Shows the attacking...
Yeah, attack with the ball, attack with the bat.
Yeah, they've gone about things in the field.
Here's Alzarri just going round the wicket to bowl to Stokes. Stokes covers up, gets a single into the offside, away from mid-off, back towards cover. 1 more to the total, 98 for 5, and Stokes goes to 15.
So the Bazballers have done Hayden, Langer, Ponting, Gilchrist, Martin, all that War. Yep. They've done them boys.
Yes.
Oh, blimey, because it was pinging around then. They must be really difficult to bowl at.
The runs per over difference, so runs per over 4 and against 1.2 per over, so going at 4.6 basically with the bat and 3.4 with the ball. That is the highest runs per over difference in a 25 test sequence that a team has ever achieved in test history. But also interestingly, England have lost wickets at 1 every 47 balls when batting, and they've never had a 25 test sequence when they've lost wickets more rapidly.
Even when they were collapsing against West Indies in the 1980s, say. Here's Alzarri bowling. Root flicks that away through square leg. There is a man back, so it's only a single. Root jogs to the non-strikers. Well, 99 for 5.
That's what Michael said, didn't they? They said, well, Warren's going to get wickets anyway. Warren's going to get 30-odd wickets in a series anyway, so he may as well try and get some runs off him instead of just propping and gocking and him dominating. He's trying to whack him a bit.
Back in 2005.
Yeah.
And he did get a whole barrel load of wickets.
40
40 wickets, but he went quite high runs per over.
Yeah, so just I'll summarise it off this ball.
Sorry, Andy, I was right into that stat there.
Zari bowls to Stokes. Stokes turns this into the onside, and there's England's 100th run. These two trying to rebuild. 100 for 5. Stokes goes to 16. Under grey skies now at Edgbaston. It has filled in. There's not much blue sky above or in the distance.
Essentially, to try and put what they've done in the last couple of years in context of the fast scoring rates we've seen, it is sort of off the scale historically in terms of what anyone else has done previously.
Root waits, 2 slips in the gully, go down, and Alzari Joseph bowls to Root, and Root covers up and plays up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I suppose the question is, has it improved their win-loss ratio? I saw that Ben Stokes was the best ratio of an England captain, or one of the best in his Test matches that he's captained, but of course they haven't won an Ashes series, and they got hammered in India.
So since Stokes McCullum took over, 25 Tests, 16 wins, 8 defeats, only 1 draw. That's the fewest draws England have had in a 25 Test sequence ever.
And that was an act of God, wasn't it, the draw? Here's Alzari Joseph bowling. Root clips it away, forward a square on the onside for a single. It's the end of the over. Or is it? Yes, it is. That is the last ball of the over. We're going to have a double change. Victor's here, Fazir is coming in, but I presume the drinks are coming onto the field as well. So chance to develop that a little bit more if Victor and Fazir want to. He's 101 for 5. Root has 39. Stokes has 16. And it's been a really intriguing contest this morning. In fact, it's been a really intriguing match.
Just remind me of the draw.
The draw was the Old
Trafford when it rained.
Ashes Test.
Of course, yeah, I was there for that.
A lot of rain, also very slow over 8s that left about 25 overs unbowled.
I'd like to point out, since we're at Edgbaston, I'm pretty sure if you look up MJK Smith, England captain, it's about 25 Tests. You can look it up in a minute, and about 18 draws. I mean, the game has changed.
Yes.
And also, I'd hesitate to ask you to do this, but I would imagine that other Test sides are also scoring much more quickly by and large. So the game has changed, as well as England having changed radically. The way the Test cricket has changed as well.
Yes, broadly, although recent years hasn't seen a particular acceleration outside of England. To put it in context, the previous 25 Tests England have played, they scored at 3.04 per over, so 4.59 per over since Stokes McCullum took over. So that's basically just over 50% faster than over the previous 25 Tests. That's the highest acceleration a team has had from one 25 Test sequence to the next. In those previous 25 Tests, they'd won 7, drawn 7, and lost 11. So there's been a significant improvement in the results. Although, we need to look a little more deeply into that. Looking at England's sort of most recent results, their series away in India lost 4-1. Their previous away series in India under Root, they lost 3-1. 2 all draws with Australia in the Ashes under both Root and Stokes. So I guess those are the challenges, for this team to win the series that previously England were failing to win. And, next summer we'll see India here, and then the tour of Australia will really, I think, put the whole project in its sort of defining context.
Could you just look at MJK and the glorious 1960s, how exciting that game was?
The 1960s were the, in American parlance, draw-eatest decade. There was a high proportion of draws in the 60s.
Yeah.
The 50s was the slowest scoring decade, but many more draws, very, very cautious cricket, a lot of very flat pitches.
We'll have a look at MJK since it's still with us, MJK, I think.
With the honourable exception of the West Indies, as we mentioned in the last test, Gary Sobers' team through the 60s, really the West Indies' only team really playing proactive cricket in those days.
Morning, Andy. Morning, Vic. Morning, all. And indeed, we were actually having that discussion about draws before play started, and Andy gave us a stat about cricket in Australia, which for a long time had no drawn Test matches at all.
Yeah, between 1882 and after the Second World War, I think the 1946-7 Ashes series, there were no draws in Australia because they played timeless games. They would just play until the game ended, which might be 2 days or it might be 8 or 9 days. So different times.
Indeed, and so many variables, which makes it difficult when you're trying to make these comparisons.
Yeah.
If you're talking about, for example, England's record of winning test matches, inevitably you ask yourself, okay, what about the quality of the opposition? Where would you have played them? And I think probably more than any other sport, there are so many different elements to a game of cricket. But we are going to have this particular game of cricket resume with England in a bit of trouble. 101 for 5, trailing the West Indies by 181. Overcast now here at Edgbaston.
Well, 101 for 5. I mean, it was 54 for 5.
Indeed.
And of course, Joe Root, it transpires, had an LBW shot been reviewed,
technology
would have gone.
Been hitting. But I don't think the West Indies will agonize over that too much, because I think certainly the initial reaction as Shamar Joseph runs away from us to bowl to the self-same route and is pushed away out towards mid-off, they certainly didn't think at all. The initial reaction from Jayden Seales, the bowler, as it was sliding down leg side, everyone seemed to concur.
What sort of ball? He needs to have a chat with Stuart Broad up in the skybox there. You don't think it's going down. They might agonise when Root is 200 not out.
Even then, because somehow you've got to take these things in your stride if you can.
Well, that's the rational response, Hazir, which we'd expect from you.
Shamar bowls on the line of off stump. It's the first time I've ever heard me being associated with any sort of rational discourse as it goes away out towards cover. 101 for 5 it remains. Root on 39. It's gone past Brian Lara and heading up towards 12,000 runs. I think when he gets to 60, it'll be 12,000 exactly. He's 21 away from that. But more importantly for England, with the loss this morning of Ollie Pope to Shamar Joseph and then Harry Brook falling to Jayden Seales, his 50th test wicket, they need a good partnership here. Delivery on leg stump that's turned away back of the square for a single. There is a long leg and a deep square leg. And Root moves on now to 40. England 102 for 5. Stokes now coming into strike on 16. And the West Indies here really putting in a tremendous effort, getting up to 282 in their first innings, taking 3 wickets last evening, including the night watchman Mark Wood. But very importantly this morning, getting 2 more top order batters in Pope and Brook. Fielder now just being adjusted for the left-hander, and again there's a long leg and a deep square leg. Shamar Joseph switched around from the city end. He's now at the pavilion end. 2 slips in place as he bowls round the wicket to the England captain down the leg side. Bit of a half-hearted appeal, not with any sort of confidence, although Joseph looking around for some support.
Not finding any. I
don't think he is, but I think now they probably want to tell themselves, well, we let Joe Root get away. Let's not let Stokes get away.
I think West Indies have got 3. They're going to have to hurry up. I think the time has passed when you can make a review. There is a limit, and that limit, is it up, or are they going to have a review?
I think they're going to review.
Oh, they are going to review.
They have.
Well, this would be quite a
Review for caught behind.
coup.
Original decision is not out. I've checked both feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
And if the West Indies lose this review, I think they'll have to blame Joe Root for it.
Front on coming up now, Nitton. Okay, it appears it's gone close to the bat and the leg, so we'll go to Ultra Edge when we can. Ultra Edge coming up now. I've got a flat line that goes past the bat.
I think you're right. It's the root factor.
So just go back to the...
I thought they'd put it out of their mind.
Confirming there's no bat involved. 1 more frame forward. Thank you. Flat line. Thank you. Go back to on field. Nitton, stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now.
Yeah, indeed, which is why I was surprised that you associated me with rational thinking. But yeah, clearly it's obviously in the back of their minds, and you could have seen the reactions after they were seeing the replays and heard the chatter coming from the dressing room.
Yeah.
Here goes Shamar Joseph now to Stokes. A short ball, he's pulling it away out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder stationed directly for that. It's Mikhail Louis, the opening batter from St Kitts. And it's a single to the England captain. 103 for 5. It is now Root back in strike on 40. Stokes on 17. And a no ball
front foot no ball as it is. Hopefully it's not because he hasn't told the umpire he was coming round the wicket.
No,
As was part of the discussion with John Holder, the umpire, in our lunchtime session yesterday. Umpires tend to be sticklers for these things, depending on.
Well, there's a
who's the
few who
umpire.
would have enjoyed, applying the letter of the law rather than a bit of common sense, but not here.
Two slips and a gully. As Root waits on Shamar Joseph on the back foot, forcing it away into the offside for the single. Not so much a forcing shot, really, but just guiding it away in that gap between backward point and cover for yet another run. He looks so easy at the crease, this Joe Root. And
Once he gets in, I mean, he has. I think Carlos was talking before the game about what you do with Root, and LBW early doors is one way he gets out angling in. It was sort of like that one that wasn't, but could have been. But once he gets in, he doesn't tend to miss those so often. He's batted beautifully since then, and he's scoring very quickly without being extravagantly aggressive.
Last ball of the over is down the leg side, looking to help it away is Stokes. Misses the shot, and England with the captain and the former captain in a 6-wicket partnership, trying to repair the early damage. 105 for 5. Root on 41, Stokes on 17. And it seems that Joshua De Silva is saying, like, why did we review that one? We wasted a review.
I told you, he said, he wasn't very interested behind the stumps. And it obviously hit something, and it is quite difficult to tell whether it's bat or just flicking the thigh, and it was the thigh that it flicked. So Holder is going to have a go for the first time.
The single and no ball brought up the 50 partnership in 9.5 overs. On the subject of drawn tests under specific captain MJK Smith, captain England 25 times, 17 draws. Not quite top of the list for the highest draw percentage amongst test captains. Looking at all those with at least 10 tests as captain, he's fourth. Mike Gatting had 16 draws out of 23 tests, 2 wins, but they were both in an Ashes series, which is
very clever of him.
Zahir Abbas of Pakistan, captain 14 times, 3 wins, 1 loss, 10 draws, and Trevor Goddard of South Africa captained them in the for a while in the mid-60s, 13 tests, 1 win, 2 losses,
and
10 draws.
I put it to you that Ben Stokes is top of the list of avoiding the draw. Must be. 1 in about 25 or whatever it is.
1 in 26, not including this game. He captained once when Root missed a test at the start of the COVID.
And England lost, didn't they?
England lost in Southampton. I think it was for the birth of a child, I think.
Okay, but there can't be.
Here goes Jason Holder with his first delivery of the morning shot, and he's into the pull shot, a controlled stroke by Root for a single down to long leg. He moves on to 42. It's 106 for 5.
There can't be another test captain who's had 10 plus who's drawn such a low percentage of their.
There are a few, none with more than 20 matches. Shakib Al Hassan of Bangladesh is the closest. 19 tests, 4 wins, 15 losses, no draws.
Okay.
But of those who've captained at least 20 times, Stokes has the lowest draw percentage.
By the way, today the test is on BBC 4 and the BBC iPlayer from 7 o'clock. There's also a replay on BBC 2 at 11:30. You can watch clips of the best of the action on the BBC Sport website and app. Field changing around for the left-handed Stokes. There's a slip and a gully. There's a cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a short forward square. Too close in there on the onside. Holder bowls, and he's driving back along the pitch with the bowler who fields off his own bowling and threatens to throw down the stumps at the striker's end, but certainly seems to be in the mood for it. Is Jason Holder. Got 59 in the first innings. Good partnership with Joshua De Silva. 2 good catches at slip, especially the one to remove Mark Wood, leaning forward and just taking it millimetres off the grass. So,
well, he looks like he's enjoying his cricket, doesn't he? Which is great to see. From an old lag, relatively speaking.
Absolutely. I think he relishes being back in the test fray. As he bowls again round the wicket to Stokes, and he's on the front foot, a bit circumspect, pushing it away out towards cover. It remains 106 for 5 in reply to the West Indies 282.
Well, it's interesting that he opted to come and play some county cricket at the start of the summer at Worcestershire.
Well, it's sort of a situation where initially he was part of the squad for the T20 World Cup.
Yeah.
And then he got injured.
Right.
And was ruled out for that. And by the time he would have recovered, of course, he couldn't be back in for the World Cup. So he got that opportunity with Worcestershire. That's obviously beneficial. As he bowls now, and it's a good full-length delivery that Stokes is almost digging out of off-stump and forcing through the offside. And will he get 4? No, he won't. It's slowing up on the way to the wide long of boundary. Jayden Seales is able to pull it back, because it was almost as if he was batting with a pitchfork, just trying to dig it out from off-stump, and there was a real helicopter-style flourish of the bat.
That's right, a swatting drive. It wasn't pretty, but he actually did well to adjust, because it was almost Yorker length. They play Yorkers a lot better nowadays.
Indeed, because it was almost unheard of, the Yorker, you just dig it out and try to survive. You don't even think of scoring of a Yorker, but it's a different game now. 109 for 5. Root on 42, Stokes on 20. And I think for the first time in the match, we are seeing the appearance of something that we saw quite regularly in the previous Test match. The captain coming up to the umpire, requesting that
the ball goes through. It's going through the hoops.
Going through comfortably.
So carry on with this one.
Indeed. Certainly had it moving around when it was brand new last evening. And now Holder. 2 deliveries left in his first over this morning. Slip and a gully in place. Bowls to Root. And he's on the front foot, pushing into the offside square, out towards backward point. And I suppose for the West Indies, batters looking on as well. Someone like a Kavem Hodge at first slip, and even Kirk McKenzie, who's left-handed, rehearsing a defensive push at gully. Looking at players like Joe Root, seeing how they build an innings, seeing how they take their time about things when necessary, play according to the situation, recognize good bowling.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to learn watching Root once he gets in, because he is one of the great players of this and any generation, no question about that. And he's slightly become a bit more measured.
As Holder bowls to him now, and delivery on leg stump that he's turning away for a single to long leg to keep the strike. He's gone on to 43. Stokes is 20. And at the end of the over, in reply to the West Indies 282, England are 110 for 5.
I mean, I think with Root, there was a phase where he felt, he felt he wanted to embrace the Bazball. I hate the Bazball as well, actually, like Brendan McCullum. I don't really like that term.
Do you really think they hate it? I think they've put it out there and then brought it back, as if they say they don't like the terminology.
I don't think McCullum liked it much.
Okay.
Maybe because he's a sort of self-effacing character in some ways. He don't want to talk anyway. And Root, there were moments where up here we loved Root, but we thought he's going too far. Getting out reverse, sort of over scooping. But I think he's just reverted now to saying, hang on, they need some of these long innings.
Making my way now for Agers as Shamar Joseph comes in. Bowled the first ball of the over, and he's on the front foot, playing it away square out towards gully. There is no run, and indeed the scoring means that 110 for 5.
And if I'm in the England camp, I want Root to bat like Root bats, and I think he's doing that more frequently now, playing that longer. He's still scoring quick. He's got 43 off 52. That's plenty quick enough. But I want him to be the kind of ballast around all these vigorous shot players.
I think he is now, isn't he?
I hope
things
so. I think so.
Have settled down a bit. He's played really well here. He could have been out on 3, of course.
Yep.
But he's on 43 now. And Joseph bowls to him, and again, very late he guides the ball away, just trying square in the offside. He's so good at opening the face of the bat, using the pace of the ball, running it away. Yeah. All those runs he's scored, though he has become England's highest run scorer here, ever at Edgbaston. But
has he?
Yes. Oh, right. But Trent Bridge is his main one, because again, those shortish square boundaries and the fast outfield.
I mean, it's a lot of sides tend now to have a sort of deep square third man to at least restrict him to the single there, but there's a gap there at the moment for Joseph. If he gets it past gully, there's no one else.
No, he's so strong there. It's a gamble, that. It's interesting, it might tempt him, because Joseph bowls, that creeps way off an inside edge, runs away for the long leg to come in and throw the ball in. He's made it. His head down there and scampered to the far end. Stokes applauds him by clapping with his bat. 114 for 5, so England's still 168 runs behind. It's a lot of runs.
Yeah, but it's quite. I mean, in this situation in days of old, it'd be a question of digging yourself out of the hole.
Yep.
In fact, they're cruising out of this hole. They're going about 5 runs per over. Root's playing beautifully, and actually Stokes has settled in impressively.
Root waits, bat raised as Joseph bowls. There's that error again, guiding it away, but finds gully.
He's slightly annoyed that he hit gully there, isn't he?
There was a lovely piece of batting a few moments ago where he'd hit a 4 square from the bowling from the other end out towards the Holly stand, absolutely square, back foot square. They moved point a bit squarer. So what does he do? Hits it for 4 through extra cover. It's just different league, isn't it?
Well, we have to remember that we are in we get used to Joe Root, but he is one of the great England players of all time.
Yep.
So we need to cherish him while we can. He's going to be around, hopefully, for several years yet, and who knows how far up that column he could rival Alistair Cook, I think, if he stays fit. I think he's still pretty hungry. He loves the game, doesn't he?
I love that expression, of all times. It reminds me of one of our former colleagues who unashamedly would describe himself as the greatest, as the greatest fast bowler of all time. I think I can comment on this. 114 for 5. This is bounces and startles Root there. He took the bottom hand off the handle and runs down to gully.
And he wasn't boasting. He was just really statement of fact, really, I suppose.
Oh dear, Fred. You were talking about that wind-up that happened here all those years ago, involving Jack Bannister and Fred on the roof, as was here, the gantry above, and
winding up you.
God, they set me up. Brian Johnston set me up. I thought I was live on telly, interviewing Jack, who was totally monosyllabic and played a brilliant part, and Fred, who just seemed to be, I don't know what planet he was on.
I think he knew what was happening, but you're not so sure.
I don't know. Here's Root, and he gets a single now, steering the ball into his favourite area. It means he keeps the strike too. 115 for 5. I watched it the other day. Fred was smoking a cigar with smoke blowing all over the screen. His shirt was untucked and undone. Jack, I mean, if you know the wind-up that I'm talking about, then you'll know. But where Jack was so brilliant was he had the same earpiece feed that I had. And I had Keith Mackenzie, the director, just shouting at me non-stop when Jack was speaking. And as soon as he stopped, Jack would stop. So I hadn't got a clue what he'd been saying. Once Jack very cleverly asked me a question as Keith was shouting and shouting. Jack asked me a question. They both stopped, and I didn't know what to say. It was very clever. It was brilliant timing by Jack, who was such a brilliantly dry sense of humour. Rob Hedge, hello, afternoon from Manchester. Little Dominic born yesterday is getting his first taste of TMS. What was he? What today? What was he doing yesterday, Rob? Wasn't he tuning in straight away? He's sleeping soundly as his partnership moves along nicely. There you go. What a lovely picture as well. Well done, Rob. Congratulations to you both. Well done, little Dominic. Let's hope he plays cricket or just enjoys cricket, listens to cricket, watches it, whatever. Just gets involved in the game. That's all you want. We have had childbirth to Test Match Special, haven't we? In fact, quite a few.
Oh, really?
Yes, we have. I don't know if that was the surgeon's choice, cesareans or whatever, or or the parents. But no, we have featured in maternity wards. Well, we've got some spin coming on.
Well, this is Moti coming on, who obviously missed the last Test match, but I do remember seeing him at Lord's hold an absolute perler to Ben Stokes, who's going to have forgotten that. He actually bowled him through the gate.
His first ball to Root is played away into the leg side, so there's a slip and mid-wicket. Of course, Andy, wasn't your baby born to the
really
strains of Test Match Special? Yes, I think there's a bit more to it though, because Andy actually had to do it. Here's Root paddling away to the leg side. The ball bounces up just short of slip. It was an heroic performance by Andy Zaltzman. You actually delivered it, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Oh,
came out pretty fast.
It must have done. Here's Moti bowling, and Root tucks that away out to mid-wicket. Did Test Match Special help, or did it?
Yeah, I mean, I caught the catch, which is rare for me. And your voice is worth an epidural, it turns out.
Well, oh, what a vision. 115 for 5, Moti. Bowled, it's darted in, tucked away firmly to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Was it the first child?
Second child. More.
Obviously, he's called Jonathan, is he?
Moti round the wicket, bowls, and Root on the back foot plays into the offside this time, if there's no run.
Fifth day of the Chennai Test, December 2008, for M. Swan's Test debut.
Oh, right. I might have been alongside him. I think I was there.
Tendulkar's brilliant 100. There's Root sweeping, missing, and bravely taken by the keeper down the leg side.
Well, Tendulkar's brilliant 100, but also Sehwag on the night before, setting it all up.
Yes. In fact, it was dear old Harmy who poked his head round the box yesterday, wasn't it? Oh, he smashed him, didn't he? He took him to the cleaners.
It was a great Test match.
It was. And all the other stuff going on too. The fact that England actually went back at all to play, it was quite something off the terrorist attacks in Mumbai.
That's right.
Yeah, that Sehwag innings that set it up. Well,
it got to stay. He scored so quickly on the fourth evening.
Yeah.
India had to go for the win, and Tendulkar played brilliantly, but he didn't have to play with any extravagant aggression because the run rate had been reduced by that Sehwag onslaught.
It's a good job, I think, and you weren't delivering the baby during Sehwag's innings. That would have been perhaps too much to cope with.
I know, he was born to the sound of England slowly subsiding to defeat.
Oh, well, that's perfect.
As a son of someone who grew up watching English cricket in the 80s is entirely appropriate.
I think that's absolutely appropriate. 115 for 5, so England are 167 behind, and Holder is coming on, but not for the end that I expected, I'll be honest. I thought he might have to go from the other end.
He swapped ends. He bowled the last over.
Here he comes. Bowls now. That's tucked away out to mid-wicket. Yeah, they obviously seem to prefer the spin at that end, don't they?
Yeah.
I thought he'd be, with the breeze as it is, tends to try and get it away from the right-hander, but into his second over now. Where are West Indies going to get this wicket from? They've got to prize one of these two out. Get Jamie Smith in. Be interesting to see him batting with a bit of pressure on too.
I suspect he'll stick to his fairly aggressive outlook.
I would imagine so. Holder towers over umpire Menon, and Stokes plays a good length ball out to mid-off, and there's no run. View from the boundary day.
Well, what have you got in store for us this time?
A lovely guest.
Well, as ever, but another one.
Another lovely guest. Half an hour's time. 115 for 5. Holder again moves in, bowls round the wicket, drives down to mid-off. I detect a bit of a David Gower obsession.
That suggests that the guest might be female.
Not necessarily. You're right.
Well, there's a 50-50 chance. Well, I suppose.
She's indeed female. With what appears to be a David Gower obsession.
This is getting too heavy for me. I'm going to hand over to Stephen, and you can discuss it with him.
This is driven firmly to mid-off by Stokes. He's down the ground to Brathwaite at mid-off. A very well-known face on our screens and on theatre. Hello, we are the Wire family, travelling to Ramsgate. And our daughter Isabel has her 10th birthday tomorrow. You get me mentioned while I was in labour in York Hospital during England-India at Southampton. And goes Holder. Bowls, and Stokes forces it just behind square in the offside. That comes from Sarah Wire. There we are. See, it does feature. Good. I hope all's well. So there you go. It's 10 years ago. 10 years ago tomorrow. England-India at Southampton. So that was... Is that the game Alistair Cook got about 40 not out and they gave him a standing ovation at lunch? I think it must have been, wouldn't it? And I'd managed cunningly, but through absolute necessity, to smuggle my Cocker Spaniel in for the match, because Emma decided just unilaterally she was going away. I said, what about the dog? She said, well, I don't know. So I've got a test match. So very kindly, they let me allow me to have Tino. The one problem was that Tino had this habit of howling to the test match special theme. And I have no idea why. It's Holder bowling. Stokes steers that away into the offside. They'll get one, I think, the third man. Think about the second. Yes, they will get it too. The Motie gets there, throws into the stumps. 22 to Stokes, 48 to Root. Dogs have these things, don't they? I mean, previous dogs have howled at theme tunes like Coronation Street. Tino, it was the test match special theme or Scouting for Girls, She's So Lovely. Either of those came on, he would set his head back and howl. So therefore, when he's there surreptitiously in the commentary box for 5 days at Southampton, we had to stick him in a cupboard when we went on air. And he'd still hear from within the cupboard.
Well, he probably associates that with you being away. So
well, it could be that. I don't know. He was a great dog, and it was a very strange. The funny thing was, I got in the lift with him, with who was I with? Rahul Dravid and Sunil Gavaskar, who were both, as it turned out, terrified of dogs. And they were in this lift with little Tino. This is swept down the leg side, taken by the keeper, and they were both kind of clawing at the walls of the lift. I said, come on, look at him. He's not doing anything. Oh, no, we don't like dogs. Rahul was working with us. Here comes Motie. Root forward defends. And it was a beautiful, beautiful weather, that match. We were sitting outside on the balcony of the hotel and commentating from there. And Tino would always come and sit beside me when I was commentating. And on the last day, Rahul Dravid was sitting where you are, beside me. There's Motie, tucked away out towards square leg. There'd just be one, I think. The fielder's scampering in, throws it back. And I looked down and I saw Rahul was actually just rubbing his hand.
You turned
his head. Yeah, it was lovely.
On what day was that?
That was fifth day.
Fifth day.
Just gently just rubbing his hand. It was lovely. We had a great time. We stayed at a dog-friendly pub, which was fine. Yeah, obviously it was a complete one-off, this, and it was a bit of an emergency situation, but he rolled in Fox, you know what. And that was a disaster because the smell was appalling. I got him in the bath in the room before going to the ground, and it was just, it was one of those occasions where it was dog friendly, but I felt so guilty. I left a £10 note on the dressing table. I was like, really sorry, this is appalling, and took him to the ground. It was we had a great time, real bonding time. You know, here's Motie. Stokes forward, plays back up the pitch. We now got his son. We've got his son Bumble.
Bumble.
Yeah.
Lovely name.
Golden version. 118 for 5. As Motie bowls, tucked away out towards mid-wicket for a single. 119 for 5. Emil Darroch Davis. I hope I've said that right, Emil. I'm sure I have. Hello, team. Listen to your wonderful commentaries. I paint my daughter's room. It takes me back to when my son was born in November 2013. My wife and I were in hospital for a week waiting for him to arrive. There's Motie bowling, root forward. As I supported her through the night, TMS kept us company and in good spirits through a difficult childbirth. I remember persuading her to rest, as she'd need the energy while I was listening to KP having his own struggles deep into the night. The company of your tones kept me company and took my mind away from what was quite a stressful time. My son is now 10. He bats number 3 for Avebury, is it? Avebury under 11s when he's chosen, and he bowls a little bit of leg spin. He loves to listen to you, and without TMS the world would be a very dull place. Thank you, Emil. That's a lovely note. This makes you feel a bit old. You know what I mean?
Do yourself a disservice, Haggis. Those trainers you've got on today aren't those of an old man.
No, well, my stepdaughter bought me those.
They're very snazzy.
She reckoned they were quite... I'm trying to think of the right word.
Yeah, current.
Current.
Nice word.
Yeah. And she described them as wheels, which has surprised me a bit. Yeah.
You could spike those up and bowl a few overs.
I just feel I've got to keep up. Got to keep up with all you lot, you know. Andy doesn't bother.
Me and Fashion made a mutual decision to go our separate ways many decades ago.
That's probably wise. 119 for 5, and Holder fiddling with the field here. There's a slip that is quite wide, 2 on the drive and the offside. He runs in bowls, and Stokes comes forward, tucks it right out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 119 for 5. So England still 163 runs behind. It's entertaining, isn't it? I mean, it's gripping.
Yeah, we're in that sort of placid passage of play that we saw yesterday, where England then turned to Mark Wood to bowl the bouncers. The ball's probably gone a bit soft. We're in that interim period before it starts really swinging, like that England ball did yesterday when Chris Woakes got it in his hand to break that partnership between Holder and De Silva. But it's been a brilliant test match. Those early wickets, I was doing the TV 2 doors down for those early wickets, and the game needed that, just to put the cat amongst the pigeons. This morning, the clouds come over now, and Jason Holder's wheeling away with an umbrella field in front of the bat to just try and make this breakthrough, because the West Indies will sense this as a real opportunity.
Holder runs away, bowls, and Stokes charges him and slaps it through the offside. Well, that's the first example we've seen, really, of Stokes is doing something a little bit out of the ordinary. He's played very patiently up to now. Big charge. I think it's safe with Holder. You more or less know he's of that pace, where you more or less know where the ball's likely to be.
Yeah, although the bounce is something that when you're coming down the pitch to a bowler like Holder, all it needs to do is disturb that surface a bit more than usual, and he splices that straight to the extra cover. So Holder won't be disheartened, but certainly the pace of it, you're not worried about him slamming one in halfway down. It's not like you're facing Anrik Nortje or someone like that.
It's a brave shot, though, with 2 there on the drive, catching. Holder again, bowls to him. This time he just defends it. Plays it back up the field. Hello, says Jack in Wetherby. I'm listening for the Garden in muggy, overcast conditions, feebly attempting to get on top of a substantial amount of hedge cutting with a long pole hedge cutter, whilst reflecting on how many Test match Saturdays I've spent gardening in the 5 years I've lived here. My wife came outside to notice what I was listening to and exclaimed, "Do you just wait until there's cricket on each year before you're willing to touch this hedge?" I didn't think it was safe to answer honestly, but I'm enjoying listening as much as ever. Take your time on it, Jack. Got a couple more days probably worth. Nice to have you with us. 123 for 5. England 159 behind. Root on 49. Stokes 27. Same field. That slip's come a little bit finer perhaps, as Holder bowls short this time, and Stokes tucks him away into the leg side. That's possibly the impact of that charging shot. He's just dropped his length there, doesn't want to do it again.
Yeah, and the keeper's come up to the stumps to try and keep Stokes in his crease, and because of that it means that Stokes can almost have his front toe inside the popping crease and stand there and ride the bounce of Jason Holder. He's such a tall man, 6'8", 6'9", but appears even bigger. When I shook his hand this morning as he was passing us whilst me, Carlos and Simon were on air, his hand engulfs the entirety of your arm. So he's a big man, he gets big bounce, but it just means that Stokes can stay inside that crease and ride it down to deep backward square leg.
124 for 5. Our guest has arrived. And as a final clue, I've armed myself with a hat. In goes Holder. Bowls tucked away into the leg side for Root's 50. He's played very well. He might have been out on 3, LBW. But he's got to 50 from 68 balls. He raises his bat to the crowd. And along with Stokes, they're rebuilding this innings. They've got some work to do still. 125 for 5. What I've got to try and do, you see, is I've got to try and throw this hat accurately onto a hat stand, which we haven't got. So shall I see how accurate I can throw it? Okay, put your arm up. Yes! How about that?
But dropped.
Well done, Moneypenny. 125 for 5. In goes Holder around the wicket. Bowls tucked away out towards deep square leg for a single. So there we go. We've got 20 minutes to go till lunch. You'll know who my guest is for lunchtime now. Andy, some thoughts from you, and then Stephen, and then Alison's taking us up to lunch.
Joe Root's half century, 68 balls, 4 fours, which we talked about in the last test as well. The low boundary rate Root has, whilst keeping a very good scoring rate going, and showing his adeptness at working the ball around. I think he's had 7 or 8 twos, just 7 twos so far in the innings and a 3. It's his 95th 50-plus score in his illustrious Test career, 32 centuries amongst those, and it's his 13th 50-plus score against West Indies. He's converted 6 of the previous 12 into centuries.
Thank you, Zoltz. It was a really wonderful ovation for him, standing ovation for the 50. The crowd here recognising not only the quality of the player, and they've seen Root move up to 7th on the all-time run-scoring list, but also the match situation. And he has played such an important knock so far to help England recover from 54 for 5. They're now 126 for 5. And it's Motie continuing to Stokes here. Left arm spin over the wicket. He bowls. And Stokes, he went for a big drive, but did he get a bottom edge? The ball is skimming away down towards the boundary, and it does go for 4 byes. So didn't get anything on it at all. Big puff of dust as the ball pitched. It was a full delivery. And a fruitless chase back to the boundary for Kavem Hodge, but gave it some air, the delivery. And did it go between the keeper's legs?
Yeah, he's nutmegged the keeper. I think Stokes may have got a little bottom edge on that, but the umpire's not seen it. But very full, almost Yorker length outside the off stump, and Stokes threw everything at it. But it was that perfect length where you can just jam down on it rather than being able to play a flowing cover drive through the covers.
130 for 5. Motie again. Width this time. Stokes is rocking back, but he hasn't connected cleanly. Ball's fielded at mid-off. No run. Stokes on 29 then from his 47 balls. A measured partnership between these two. 130 for 5. Motie over the wicket, bowls. Stokes edges into the ground and then past Kavem Hodge. A chase back here for Brathwaite from point. Stokes turns, comes back for the second. So the edge of Stokes' bat's been found a couple of times. Once by Holder when it dropped short of the slip corner. I think that was Hodge as well there. And now Hodge at first slip to the spin. Little edge into the ground. Are you all right there, Finn? You've just been doing a bit of a clean-up job on your trouser leg while I've been sitting here. Motie in full, and Stokes defending the ball. Runs off the outer edge of the bat. Hodge picks up. I'm going to say a clean-up job, talking about the sort of bottom of your trouser near your ankle.
Well, I don't know what's
done. You're trying to sponge something off.
Yeah, it's the perils of wearing white trousers.
Motie in some width. Stokes going after it again, reaches for it. We'll get a single out towards the covers because it wasn't struck cleanly. Picked up in the deep. He walks through to take him on to 32. 133 for 5 and 149 behind.
Well, when I was looking at my wardrobe that I bought up here, and today's blue for Bob, for Bob Willis, so I felt as I had to wear blue, and I didn't want to pair blue with a black trouser, so I packed the creamy white trousers.
Motie around the wicket here for Root, who gets really low forward defensively, practically down on one knee, ends the over. 133 for 5 and 149 behind.
But the perils when you wear clothes like this is that you can mucky them, and because we're working on TV together today, I was very conscious of the fact that I didn't want to spill anything on myself. So when I was sat upstairs eating my bacon roll earlier, I had napkins all over my trousers and tucked into my shirt to make sure that when we went on air, I didn't have tomato ketchup splodges all over myself. But then somehow, whilst we were walking round the ground or somewhere, I've managed to get this black leady stuff on my shoe. And then I've scuffed it because I'm clumsy. I've managed to scuff it up onto my white trousers on the ankles. So, I've been sat here furiously trying to scrub it off, but it looks as though it's just permanently stained. So
I think it's on the rear of the trousers somehow, isn't it? I don't think that's going to show on the TV later.
No, that's true. I'm more just thinking, walking around, I've got stained there. It's not gone well today.
Personal pride is what you're saying.
Yes.
It's actually well turned out. The keeper is standing up again to Holder, who's around the wicket here to Stokes, who's forward defence. And it's fielded at a short, it's quite a straight mid-off, but certainly a short mid-off. And 2 catches on that side of the crease as well. And we've got a short mid-wicket in a catching position also. So either side of the pitch here for Stokes, facing up to Holder.
It's that period of the game that we saw yesterday when Wood was slamming them in halfway down. Shoaib Bashir was brought on and the field was kept up to just try and tempt the West Indian batters into a false shot. The West Indies trying to do the same here.
Holder around the wicket, tall figure ball and full to Stokes. And then there's a beautiful on drive that eases past mid-on, and it's racing away for 4 as well. Really didn't need much power in that stroke. Eased forward the timing. 137 for 5.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot by Stokes. Round the wicket, Jason Holder, and he's bowling the ball seam up, so it's just angling in towards middle and leg stump, and Stokes, his balance so good, opens up his right foot and just extends his hands through the line of the ball. The mid-on Alzari Joseph is just a touch wider there, so that straight bat of Stokes beats him on the inside. It's probably the most beautiful shot in cricket. The very few that I pulled off, I felt very satisfied when I...
With a good on-drive.
I played a really good one here against Sohail Khan in 2016. It lives in my memory vividly.
One of the more difficult shots. Holder in again outside the off stump. On the drive, he feels like he's missed out a bit there, Stokes. He takes a single out to deep backward point. Glances over towards the Holly stand. 138 for 5. I'd have thought, Finney, that as a cricketer, you'd be adept at getting stains out of trousers. Grass stains, I suppose, would be the main.
Yeah, I've not had
rather than black tar.
Yeah, the black leady stain isn't one that I've encountered before, but I'm hoping I can find myself a supermarket or something and get some. I can't mention the brand name, but
some sort of stain remover.
Stain remover of some description.
Somebody might have more of a homemade remedy at BBC TMS.
Please, yes. Or an eraser, sorts is Tipex.
Flip in a gully here, Holder in. It's on a length to Root, turns him around the corner. Fine leg moves into field at Seals. He's down there in front of the boundary. Change of striker again as Stokes will face up. He's on 37 now. 54 for 5. Bicarb of soda, is that meant to be a bit of a...
I think so, yeah.
Remover?
Might be hard to come by in my hotel room. I might have to leave that until I get back
There's
to
a
London.
supermarket nearby.
Yeah. But then where would I? What, I suppose in the sink, would I?
Oh yeah, bathroom
Scrub it in
sink.
the sink.
Yeah.
Although that's where I found that spider yesterday. I was petrified.
We had a good arachnid chat, is that right?
Yes. It wasn't a pleasant experience yesterday.
Well,
waking up in the morning and...
I've got another story for you. Not a current one, but I had a bit of a horror experience in Melbourne once with a golden orb weaver.
Okay, I need to
Holder
search
moving in
engine
here for Stokes. Slip in place as well. He's over the wicket now to the left-hander, and he's clipped him through square leg along the ground, and comes in from the deep. A languid single taken, 140 for 5 and 142 behind.
Oh, wow, that is a scary spider.
Well, the thing about the golden orb weaver is that I think it had some sort of egg sac attached to it.
No.
So, and what happened was I entered the
I know what you're going to
house
say.
where I was staying, and just sort of felt like, you know, you want to just brush a hair off you or something. So I did that, didn't think anything more of it. But I heard something kind of drop onto the ground like a marble.
No.
Like a marble. It was that hard and that big. And turned around, and this huge ball, like a tennis ball.
Oh, it's like a
sitting
horror
on the ground. Holder into Root. Turns him backward a square along the ground. Neat controlled shot. Jogs another one. As Holder takes his cap from the umpire, end of the over. 141 behind England, 141 for 5. It was just sitting there, though. But again, he didn't want to go near it because he knew that any moment his legs were going to...
Fine. I thought you were going to say that ball dropped on the floor and then it exploded and then loads of its babies were running around everywhere.
No,
it wasn't that bad. Okay.
It wasn't that bad. But this enormous... I mean, it was because of this egg sac. I mean, you couldn't exterminate. Let's just say that you had to somehow catch it and deposit it outside, as we were saying. The old pint glass trick and a piece of cardboard.
That doesn't look like it would fit in a pint
glass. No, we
glass.
had to go for an ice cream tub. It was that big. And then a very large piece of card.
Yeah, that's it. It wasn't shaking that towel yesterday morning and a massive spider falling out of it. Like, that was not what was first on my list of things that I'd like to...
Moti continuing, Root pressing forward defensively. Ball runs off the inside part of the bat out towards Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, if you could give me the worst start to my morning possible, it would be just about to dry my face 5 minutes after I've woken up and a spider falls out my towel. A big monster one at that.
Moti a little quicker this time to Root and into the gloves of the keeper. He went to reach for it, went for a little late dabble. Moti really fired that in. He bowls quick, doesn't he, with his left-arm darts sometimes.
Yeah, he sort of first came to prominence, I think, in white ball cricket.
Around the wicket again, a little straighter that time. Root getting down low for a sweep around the corner. Can fine leg cut it off. Had some ground to make up the dive. Shamar Joseph gets up as Root comes back for the second. He has saved the boundary. Good work, and applauded by the crowd down there.
He's done a very West Indian thing there, Shamar Joseph. I remember Curtly Ambrose used to bowl the ball in from fine leg when he fielded it if his shoulder was hurting or something, and Shamar Joseph bowled that one back in from deep backward square leg.
Forward pressing Root this time, the ball rolling back up the pitch. A slip and a leg slip in place now for Moti. Well, I hope that isn't because Joseph has a sore shoulder, but he just dived on his right shoulder, hadn't he?
Yeah, it was an excellent piece of fielding.
Moti in again, Root here, defending The ball clipping past the square leg umpire along the ground. Brathwaite picks up, Root takes another single. Compiling, nothing too flashy from either of these two. The edge of Stokes' bat has been found on a couple of occasions. Root could have been out when he was on just 3. There was an LBW shout, Jayden Seales bowling to him, and the appeal died away, and West Indies didn't review it, but if they had, well, Root would have been gone. Root's now on 55. Moti over the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who goes aerial, goes out over deep mid-wicket, and he's got this into the Holly stand. He has a 6 from Stokes, almost out of nowhere. He stepped on the accelerator.
You just feel like Stokes is ticking here slightly just before lunch, not willing to just see it through. Wants his team to play in that positive manner. It's 150 up for England now in the 31st or the end of the 31st over. You could just feel if Moti were to get that ball up above the eye line, which that was, Stokes was going to oblige and try and hit that one out the ground. He showed his intent a couple of overs ago against Jason Holder, advancing down the pitch, thrashing him through the offside. He wants this scoreboard moving. He wants to peel in that target that the West Indies have set, try and take England beyond that. But this is a big partnership.
Yeah, it's closing on 100 as well now. Andy?
Yeah, the Stokes acceleration, 23 from his first 41 balls, and now another 21 from the next 14.
He's on to 44. Stokes and Root on 55. He needs another 5 runs to reach 12,000 in tests. One landmark passed already today, moving beyond the great Brian Lara in the all-time run scorers list. Alzarri Joseph is returning, so rest here for Jason Holder, who instead is fielding at mid-wicket. And instead of a slip, got a gully fielder, but it's quite an in-out field here. There's a catcher either side of the wicket. There's a backward square in that gully. There's a catcher 2/3 of the way back at deep mid-wicket, as well as deep square on the boundary. Joseph in here to Root, who's pulling, and that does bring deep square into play, moving across to the right-hand side for a sliding stop, a bit of a fumble in the pickup, and they're able to come back for 2. The throw comes in on the bounce. Root on to 57.
Yeah, interesting. He's going to look to play it. You can see his hands high as Alzarri Joseph was running in there. Both his feet inside the crease, his left foot slightly open. So what he's doing and what he's saying to the bowler there is, I'm going to look to take you on, but not to hit it up by his hands being high when the bowler runs in like he's in a baseball stance. He's looking to hit from high to low on the ball and keep it down. The fielder from a catching gully has now gone back on that same line, probably 25 yards off the boundary, just for a top edge there if he can find it.
Joseph moving in around the wicket, back of length again, and pulled with control around the corner, keeps it down and fielded at fine leg. And a single for Root, moves on to 58. There'll be changes in the field for the left-handed Stokes on strike. Overcast here at Edgbaston. We had sunshine most of the day yesterday, not so much blue sky up above us now. But, well, there's a bit of changing the field, and Alzarri Joseph moving back to his mark. An email here from Kieran, who describes himself as a northern lad living in central France, trying to explain cricket and the wonders of TMS to my 2 daughter-in-laws, one American and the other French, whilst on holiday in Spain. Says it's a hard sell. Oh, hopefully not that hard a sell.
No, more sophisticated baseball with more skill.
More action than baseball.
Well, yeah, and the ball bounce. It's a clearly much harder game. I'm not sure how you'd sell it to someone who's French.
Oh, France. France feature in the first ever Olympics. Cricket was in the Olympics years and years and years ago. Joseph in now to Stokes, who waits, gets a short ball, but he hasn't got this clean lead, but it's in a safe area. A bit top edgy that, and Jason Holder at mid-wicket chases back into the deep. That's the miscue, though, that West Indies are looking for, but it's a 100 partnership between Ben Stokes and Joe Root. And wow, what a much-needed 100 partnership this has been as well. It's actually come from 119 balls. There has been some acceleration in the latter stages, but England were 54 for 5 when they came together.
Yeah, these two great friends, the former captain and current captain, together marshalling their troops through a tricky period this morning when England lost their 5th wicket. Their hearts would have been in their mouths.
Joseph over the wicket here to Stokes, who moved across to the leg side and then made some evasive action out of the way of a bouncer as Joseph followed him. Yeah, those 2 wickets that fell, England resumed on 38 for 3, so they'd already had a bit of a wobble the night before, but then this morning, striking early when Ollie Pope dragged on Shamar Joseph and was out for just 10. And then Harry Brook was bowled by Jayden Seales, the product of a loose drive from Brook, and he made just 2. England in all sorts at that stage. They're still behind by 127, mind. Stokes on 46. Joseph in, back of the leg up again, and helped down to fine leg by Stokes, who practically walks the single. That did barely set off. I think Root got half the way down, and then he's just ambled his way down to the far end.
Does feel like something's going to give with Ben Stokes here, though. Joe Root is clearly trying to play controlled. He's practicing right now below us, keeping that ball down and hitting from high to low, whereas you feel as though Ben Stokes is going to be the one of the 2 of them that will look to hit it up and try and hit it for 6. So that will be West Indies' opportunity to break this partnership. Can they have one more over of bouncers at him before the lunch break? I think it's going to be tough with only 3.5 minutes to go, but they may try.
5 fielders in the leg side. Root opting out of that one. A flex of the knees allows the bouncer to pass through to the keeper. It was the last ball of the over, so we'll get another one in at 156 for 5 and 126 behind. Results.
Yeah, this 102 stand. In terms of when it started, you say 54 for 5. It's the 119th 6th wicket stand of 100 or more that England have had in Test cricket. There have only been 3 that have started from a lower score. 2 of them were in 1902. One in the famous Oval Test, featuring Gilbert Jessop's still record fast 100 for England, which his partnership with F.S. Jackson began at 48 for 5. I think that's when Jessop came in. And one in 1968 between Colin Cowdrey and Alan Knott that began at 41 for 5. So this is 4th on that list for 100 stands for England from difficult positions. The highest on the list is worth a look.
All right, we'll come to that. Moti, new over. Stokes settling over his bat now. Slip and short leg in place. The left arm spinner. Back up the pitch. Not where Stokes was quite intending.
Joe Hardstaff Jr. and Len Hutton put on 215 for the 6th wicket at the Oval in 1938.
Moti moves in again. Stokes inside edge, just wide of short leg. Picked up at mid-wicket, no run.
When England made 903 for 7 declared, and that partnership began at 555 for 5. How does that feel as a bowler, Finney, when you see 555 for 5 on the board?
It was a 903 feel as well, Finney. Looking to sweep, not connecting into the gloves of the keeper down the leg side.
Well, it brings back bad memories of the only innings that I ever captained in first-class cricket. Leicestershire got 750 for 4.
Ouch.
Yeah, beat that.
Long time in the field. Moti moves in. Stokes forward, presses this one out into the offside, takes a single, fractionally in front of the umpire standing at point. So Craig Brathwaite had a bit of ground to cover to pick that one up. Another single for Stokes. He's on to 48, 157 for 5, 125 behind. So how else are you going to sell cricket to the French?
Well, it would have been handy to have it in this Paris Olympics, wouldn't it? You could have sold.
Well, got to wait until Los Angeles.
Yes.
Moti in around the wicket forward. Joe Root angled behind square on the offside. No run.
Well, French cricket, I remember playing that when I was a kid, where you had to keep your legs together, didn't you? And you had to try and stop from any angle.
Yeah, you're not allowed to move your feet.
Yeah, so if you're playing it from behind of it, you could somehow integrate that into the game.
That's a good garden game, isn't it?
It's a good, yeah, I used to
plant your feet on the ground, not allowed to move your feet. Hold your bat in front of your shins, wasn't it, to protect your shins. Forward is Root pressing again. The ball runs off the inside edge of the bat. And there's no run. Now ends the over. There'll also be lunch here on day 2 at Edgbaston. The West Indies continued where they left off last night. They fought back early on. 2 early England wickets in some strife at 54 for 5, but a rescue job by the captain Stokes and the former captain Root. And a century stand has taken England to 157 for 5 on this second day. They're still 125 behind though, so they've got to still be Stephen Finn some hope for West Indies if they can still get amongst England, but key is breaking up this partnership after lunch.
Yeah, that's where England's real strength lies, isn't it? It's the middle order. And they did the hard work, actually, the West Indies this morning. Those 2 early wickets brought these 2 together, Stokes and Root. and put them under pressure. And they bowled nicely. They executed really clear plans, which was really good to see after those first 2 test matches where maybe they just bowled rather than actually having concerted plans to these 2 batters. So, yeah, they adapted, or they applied themselves well this morning, the West Indies. They resorted there towards the back end of that session, maybe trying to buy a wicket. They're going to have to realign and come back after lunch. And if they can take a couple of quick ones, again, it leaves England a long way behind the game on a surface that, apart from for a few overs, has offered the bowlers a fair bit all the way through the game.
Yep, the pick of the bowlers in terms of the figures. Jayden Seales, 3 for 35 from his 9 overs, with a maiden in there as well. Alzarri Joseph, a little more expensive for his 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 47. Shamar Joseph, 6 overs, 1 for 21. Jason Holder, 4 overs, none for 22. And Gudakesh Moti, 5 overs in the lead up to lunch, 1 maiden, none for 15. Thank you, Finney. We'll see you after the break. View from the boundary is coming up now with Aggers, as the ground staff are out there doing some running repairs to the pitch, and the crowd get up and stretch their legs for the lunch break. But we'll see how the England recovery continues after lunch. But for now, here's Aggers.
Yeah, thank you, Ali. But the radar suggests there might be a shower on its way, but hopefully that's going to fall during lunch. But we're just keeping an eye on that. There's not a lot out there, but just the threat maybe of a shower or 2 this afternoon. But if it rains during lunch, well, that's fine. They'll put the covers on, and hopefully you won't lose any play. 157 for 5, Root 58. Stokes has 48, so England still 125 runs behind. Lots going on, and it's a really exciting test match, actually. Really interesting morning. So, Saturday lunchtime, and that, of course, means only one thing. It's time for our view from the boundary. Real treat we have today, too. Our guest is a star of stage and screen, appearing alongside the likes of Pierce Brosnan, Dame Judi Dench, Burt Reynolds, Alan Lamb. How on earth that name got in there, I don't know. She's played Miss Moneypenny in 4 James Bond films, Lady Rosalind Painswick in Downton Abbey, and many, many, many other celebrated roles. And also here today as an ambassador of the Bob Willis Fund. Samantha Bond, it's lovely to see you. The game was up long before I threw the hat and you dropped it.
I know, I'm so... for listeners, I did actually catch the hat.
Yeah.
And then I dropped it.
Yeah.
But that's all part of cricket.
It was my Piers Brosnan. It's the nearest I'll ever get to being Piers Brosnan, you see.
Sorry.
Actually throwing the hat in like that. Yeah. I know. But the sad thing was that some of the younger ones, they didn't know what I was doing. I thought I was mad.
Oh, yeah. I'm slightly insulted now.
Well, I am too. Anyway, look, you're here first and foremost as an ambassador for the Bob Willis.
I am indeed.
Fund, and you know, it's... as I was saying to Lauren, a bit behind here, you know, these days, they're very poignant, aren't they? You know, because, you know, we all know everybody involved, and it's kind of tinged with sadness. And what's your association with Bob and this?
Oh, gosh. I first met Bob, I worked it out this morning, 38 years ago.
Right.
And I was at a charity cricket match, which had been organised by the actor David Tomlinson, who played Mr. Banks in Mary
Yes, of course, Mary Poppins, yes, okay.
And other people on the team were Colin Milburn,
right.
Jon Snow, Alan Knott, and I was selling programmes.
Right.
I was a 24-year-old actress. So that's where...
Where was the game?
Oh, somewhere in the country. David Tomlinson's back garden, you know, at the local village green. It was just for a charity very dear to his heart.
Yes.
But that's where the friendship began, and he was an incredibly loyal theatre supporter. And I was coming through Birmingham today, and I suddenly remembered that when I was about 26, I was playing the Birmingham Rep. I was doing Much Ado About Nothing, directed by Judi Dench, right. Playing Beatrice opposite Ken Branagh's Benedict.
Wow.
And the whole of that area of Birmingham was a building site. Literally, everything had been razed to the ground. The theatre was standing, and one pub. And the one pub had been one of Bob's favourite pubs. And it had a landlady called Nancy, and he came to see the show, and we met in the pub afterwards, and it had 2 different bars, and the actors went to the back bar. But Bob was holding court in the front bar, and then one of the senior actors in the play called me aside and said, if you don't introduce me, I will never speak to you again.
Oh, right.
So, yeah,
That's
saw
how it's
lots of him, but obviously here today to support Blue for Bob.
Yes.
I'm dressed in blue. The
You are.
radio listeners can't see that.
I think Vic Marks went to that pub. It wasn't the Rose and Crown, was it? Was it something like that? He was talking about it this morning, where Bob used to hold court in there.
It was a very small pub, and he was, of course, very tall.
Yes. Well, Prince of Wales, was it? That was the one. Maybe something like that. I've got having a voice in my... Well, yes, so he had to creep in. I mean, he was... he was a heroic cricketer.
Yes, he was.
I mean, he really was. And in a way, we were talking about it again earlier, not really built for fast bowling. He was so tall. And he's not sort of a big, strong, muscly type. He was very lean, wasn't he? Angular sort of figure. And it just... I think one of the loveliest things about it is that I don't think, surely, anybody else has had their bowling action copied by people who can't bowl and have actually resulted in 2 test wickets that I've seen.
Oh, really?
I've seen Alan Lamb in Calcutta when nobody else could get a wicket and the game was dead, steaming in from the boundary at one end with his Bob Willis impersonation, arm pumping and everything else, and he lobbed out this ball which Manoj Prabhakar missed. It was LBW and actually given out by a home umpire, which is virtually unheard of. I mean, Indian umpires in those days never gave anybody. So that was LBW Lamb. And then Alistair Cook against India again, actually, at Trent Bridge. Game dead, or presumably. Did a Bob Willis impersonation from our end, Radcliffe Road end. He bowled a horrible delivery to Ishant Sharma that was just down the leg side. Somehow Sharma got a bit of bat on it and, caught behind. So that's 2 wickets through Bob Willis impersonations. And that
Great legacy to leave.
Well, isn't it? I can't think that could have happened to anybody else. But it is a serious message, isn't it? And that's the point. You try and make these things, well, interesting, and you're obviously trying to get people to donate and so on. But it is that serious.
I think there are 2 things about a day like today, and obviously any donations are gratefully received, and I'll give you details later. But also it's the awareness. And we women are awfully good about talking about problems. We discuss them publicly. And we need you men to start talking.
I don't know why we don't.
I don't know why you don't. Because talking's really good.
Yeah.
And the more... I've been sitting next to a lovely man watching who's been through PC, and he said it now happens all the time that people just talk. So apparently one of the things you need to be aware of is the change in your pee pattern. So it can either be that you pee more at night, which either you may notice or your partner may notice,
yes,
or peeing becomes problematic. But unless you're going to talk about those things, you're not going to quite know at which point you go for help or advice.
Yeah.
So I think the awareness side of a day like today is absolutely as important.
Well, you've got there's a logo, isn't there, here. Spend a penny, save a life, which is, I guess, what you're saying is it's an interesting cake that you've actually put this on.
Hang on
Sam.
a minute, listeners. Last time I was on this programme, I didn't have a cake.
No.
I didn't know I was going to be here. So today I prepared a cake, and Agus has been quite...
It looks as if somebody's run over it, if I'm honest. I mean, is that
a little chocolate brownie, and at the top it's got 7 gentlemen facing a urinal with their bottoms to the viewer, obviously.
Cricketers, they are.
They are all cricketers,
Yes,
and
including
they're
Joe Root.
genuine cricketers. And it says, struggle to pee, so did he.
Yeah. Well, that sort
But
of
if you would
says
like
it all, really.
to donate, obviously you can go to the website, which is thebobwillisfund.org, or around here there are things telling you if you text 20, which is capital letters, to 70843, then you can donate immediately.
That's good. Well, I'm sure people are doing that a lot. Did you come and see cricket when Bob was playing, or but when did you start watching cricket then, Sam?
It happened really when I met my husband. So we've been married 35 years this year.
Right.
And there were 2... He's a sports lunatic. So I had to embrace cricket, boxing, rugby and football.
Okay.
Now, rugby wasn't difficult because my father was a Welshman, so rugby had always been a part of my life. Cricket I grew to adore. I can even manage boxing. Football I find the most boring game in the world. But I do remember So we're going back to the 80s when one-day cricket started.
Yes.
And I said to Bob, finally I get it. I understand. One-day cricket, great game. And Bob went, one-day cricket doesn't exist. It is not cricket.
Oh, right.
So it's not, and he's right. It's not until you engage with a test match. And I've been at games at Lord's which have literally finished in the last over or been won or lost in the last over. And that's 5 days.
Yeah, I know. They're very special, aren't they?
Oh, they're incredible.
It's a very special sport.
Yeah.
Have you actually sat through an entire test match?
You mean had 5 days at the grounds?
Yes. No. Because what always, I mean, we're so lucky doing this job. We actually get to see a whole match every day, every ball, and so on.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic how people come and just watch a day. They drop in. But of course, they're following it in all sorts of different ways these days as well. So you can actually follow the game properly, if you like. But just be able to drop in for one day, maybe the Saturday, like today, and then there was yesterday, and there's tomorrow, and the day after. But somehow, just coming for one day is enough.
Well, to be honest, most of the time it's all the normal people can manage. You are very privileged to get 5 days.
Yes.
But the rest of us watch on the telly, and then when we get the chance, we go to the ground.
Yeah. So was your dad a decent cricketer? Because he was keen, wasn't he?
He was a very keen watcher.
Right.
But I'm not sure he'd ever played cricket beyond school.
Right. So did he get you into the game?
No, it really was a combination of my husband and Bob.
Wow, okay.
And then once you engage in it, it's magical. And my father was an MCC member. My brother now is. So most years I get at least a day at Lord's.
Right.
But that's never enough.
Do you enjoy that sort of atmosphere there? I mean, it's quite traditional, or feels quite traditional going there.
Yes, it's very different coming outside London.
Yes.
So I've been now to Birmingham and, as you know, to Nottingham, and it's very different. But I love looking round, and it is across all classes, across all colours. Everyone is here having a great day.
Good. Well, I mean, it feels like it's that. Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Oh, it's what it
looking
looks
through
like
the glass.
and sounds like. And the singing.
I know. Well,
they don't sing at Lord's.
No, they don't. Are you sitting in the Hollies stand, or you're
I'm
not?
But I've beautifully positioned to watch it.
Yes, it's
and indeed hear it.
It's quite interesting in there.
Is it?
Well, when the Australians come in particular,
yes.
I mean, if we bring them here first, their first match here, that Hollies stand can be very aggressive. And it really does.
Aggressive?
Yeah, it's very hostile towards the Australians. They get a lot of stick. Yes, definitely. And so it's kind of quite unsettling.
Yes, that would be.
Yes, so the England team always want to play here first. So the Hollies lot all get stuck into the Australians. Oh no, it's a bit like being. I mean, it's the same in Australia when we go there. Various stands and so on. They're very, I know, quite hostile. Tell me about David Gower, because it just struck me there's not an obsession. That's probably putting it too far. But
is he obsessed with me?
Obviously, I took it was probably a two-way thing. But you see, you went for lunch with him, didn't you? And he wrote about it in the Cricketer.
Oh, that lunch.
Yes. Well, how many lunches have there been?
No, that's the only one.
The only one. Okay.
I can't remember why. It was for the Cricketer.
It was.
And David and I had met just after I met Bob, because it was David's, what is it called? The retirement year, it's called.
Oh, the benefit year.
Yeah.
Yes.
And David Tomlinson was going to introduce Gower at a luncheon.
Right.
Testimonial?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And so I did have a lunch with him then, but it was in front of 500 people.
Oh, I see. Right. Yes.
And then recently we did a lunch for an interview for the Cricketer, because we thought it would be funny if it was two people who knew each other.
Right. And how did you find that?
Oh, it was lovely.
Yes.
We only went to my local pub.
Did you? And he's here today, is he? Because he's involved in this.
Yeah.
Was he one of your favourites to watch then?
Oh, you see, the honest truth, Aggers, is that he was just very pretty.
See, it's taken me 5 minutes to beat that out of you.
Yeah, well, I've said it now. I like to think that he thinks I was quite pretty, but we are going back 30-something
Of course,
years.
absolutely. But I did mention that just reading things. I thought maybe you know.
No, sorry.
Oh no, not that. But I mean, yes, you thought he was.
Yeah, I used to enjoy watching him a lot.
Yes, and why was that? Apart from him being pretty, did you
I thought he was a very charismatic player. And I remember saying to him at lunch, the first lunch, in front of 500 people, and he'd scored a lovely 50 or something, and I was congratulating him. And he said, but do you know what really hurts? Is when you score a sweet 27 and no one mentions it.
Oh, okay.
And I thought that was kind of bewitching and sort of touched me as an actor. Because, you know, the people who are playing the starry leads and they get all the... And then sometimes you watch and there's a smaller part being played with such detail and such finesse.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And it also goes unnoticed.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about the modern players? Have you come across any of them, or any that particularly stand out as being?
You see, if you'd asked me that question last year, I'd have known who they all were. But I've been filming all summer, so I'm a bit down.
Right.
On
the current. Yes. No, that's fair enough. Well, what are you filming? What's been?
I'm filming something called the Marlow Murder Club. So I travelled up from Marlow last night.
Right.
And I will travel down to Marlow on Sunday night. And it's charming. I mean, it's a gentle murder mystery.
Right, which are incredibly popular, aren't they?
Yeah.
So what's your role in that? You're Miss Marple.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Miss Marple, but younger. But no, it's great and it's beautifully written and it's funny, and the plots are incredible. But it's also, in terms of viewing, it's inoffensive. So there isn't violence. There are murders.
Yes.
You know, as I get older, I don't want to watch violence. I don't need to hear people swearing. You can stand in the street for that. So it's nice, gentle television. But really, really well written. And the plots are hugely challenging.
Who's written these?
Various people.
Right.
It was started by Robert Thorogood, who created Death in Paradise.
Yes, of course, which my wife is obsessed with.
Oh, well, she'll love it then. You must get
to
find it. But it's quite complicated. You have to go to Freeview, and then you have to go to UK TV, and then look under drama, and then you'll find the Marlow Murder Club.
Right, okay,
But
well...
yeah, if she likes that, she'd love it.
I'll put her onto that. Because it's such a varied life that you have, isn't it?
Yeah.
To be an actor, it must be incredible. I mean, I presume that when you start out, perhaps you can't be terribly selective and you kind of take what comes to you, and then actually the better known you become and the more flexible you are, I guess you can have a bit more choosy, can you?
I think the most important thing to say is how much of it comes down to luck. So when I was 24, Ken Branagh wanted to play Romeo. He had been at the RSC, and he said to the RSC, I'd like to play Romeo, and they said, we're not doing that next season. So Ken, being Ken, said, oh, well, I'll do it for myself then. And then he couldn't find a Juliet, and he knew all the young actresses who were at the RSC, and then he asked a casting director in Manchester, and she said, well, we've just seen a really interesting young woman called. And then I met Ken, and then we played Romeo and Juliet, and that changed an awful lot.
It must do.
An awful lot.
Yes.
We played it in a tiny studio theatre in Hammersmith in West London. He paid us all £100 a week.
Right. Did he direct it as well?
He directed it and played Romeo. Of course he did, Ken Branagh. But that led to my first lead on television. It led to my first West End play. It ultimately led to me going to the RSC. And the rest is luck.
The rest is history, yeah. It's interesting. Luck's interesting, isn't it? Because I hear a lot of, just in my little world, cricketers talking about, I've been very lucky to do this, and then, a bit lucky to do that. And I think, okay, I know what you mean. In that initially, there might have been a bit of luck. But actually, once that door's open a tiny bit through luck, you've got to kick the door in. You've got to go through wholeheartedly. And then it isn't so much luck then, it's skill. It's experience.
Work.
Yes, and it's what you can do.
Working at your job, practicing your skill, and never being complacent, I think, is also...
Yeah. We were quite intimidated to something. I mean, it sounds like almost plucked from obscurity to end up doing that, playing Julia in that situation.
Do you know I wasn't, because I was 24? I think all the fear comes later. So I didn't have stage fright. until I was in my mid-30s. Because,
Really?
well, when you're in your 20s, you know, you can do anything.
Yeah.
It's when you get older. And that continues because now I have a certain, for want of a better word, reputation. So when you do something people expect of you, and that's much more frightening than when people had no expectations at all.
That's interesting. And do you, by stage fright, what do you mean? What is it?
Oh, what is it? Oh, it's terrifying. And you stand in the wings and you can't breathe, which is quite important as an actor. And sometimes I shake. And when I say I shake from head to foot. I did my first ever musical 5 or 6 years ago. It was Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. And I had to sing.
That would be terrifying.
It's
to be
terrifying.
fair. Yeah, if you're not a professional singer.
And I would stand in the wings and I'd start to shake. And I had about 5 women who were going to come and join me in the song eventually. And they would literally push me very gently onto the stage.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
And does that happen every night? Where are you anxious?
No, not every night. With the musical, it happened for 6 weeks. So that was exhausting.
It is. That's absolutely exhausting.
Yeah.
When I do theatre, but I love it. And I just go bouncing out there and just enjoy it.
Yes, but you're
show
chatting,
off.
aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not following a script.
No, exactly. It's very different when you're trying to follow a script and
Yes.
not.
And you're relying on other people too a lot more. I mean, I have to rely on Phil Tufnell, which is pretty tricky.
Yeah,
that's tricky.
That is tricky.
But you are relying on people. Well, yeah, remembering their lines and performing well.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. One of the exciting things about being on stage with people like Dame Judy and Dame Maggie, which I've been lucky enough to work with both, is that it's like being on stage with a thoroughbred racing horse. And because they are so exquisitely brilliant and challenging to be on a stage with, you up your game sort of in order not to let them down.
I understand that, yes.
So things like that are incredible.
Yeah. And by brilliant, what makes an actor be like that? What is it about them that elevates? I mean, I can watch David Gower batting, and I can see that's brilliant at a level above most others. What is it about the people that you've mentioned that you can say, well, they're brilliant? But what do they do that makes them brilliant?
I think both of those women are instinctive actresses, and I think both of them can turn on a sixpence, and both of them is the word mercurial, that they just move effortlessly through a script or a situation. Both of them can change their performance nightly, because people always think we do the same thing on stage. It isn't ever the same because the audience is never the same.
That's interesting.
And both of them were great teachers of listening to what your house, the audience, is giving you and responding.
Imelda Staunton's my favourite.
Yeah, she's very good too.
And you'd know Imelda.
Dame Imelda to you.
Yes, of course.
I do know her, yes.
Yes, I mean, she's just, again, one of those amazing all-rounders.
Yes, yes.
I've seen her on stage all by herself singing and dancing. And
well, she can do both the big
everything.
Classic plays
Yes.
and the musicals.
Yeah, and presumably you'll have worked with Jim Carter, her husband, on Downton.
Yep.
He's a big cricket fan.
I worked with Jim 100 years ago. There was a film called Eric the Viking.
Right.
And Jim Carter and Jim Broadbent were both playing murderous Vikings who were trying to have their wicked way with me.
Right.
This is all before the credits rolled. And I got stabbed through the heart by both of them. And then I came back in Valhalla, which was Viking heaven.
Right.
So I've known
What
Jim for a very
story.
long time. Yes.
Okay. I mean, he does love cricket, and of course the two of them run Hampstead Cricket Club together,
Indeed
don't
they
they?
do.
He's chairman. Well, we've got to get on to the big one then. And you must. I mean, do you like talking about Moneypenny, or do you get bored with being asked about Moneypenny? Because you've done so much else, and I've sort of tried to hang it back a bit because I don't want you to think, not that again.
Just always comes
It's like me
up.
and the leg over. People say, the leg over. I think, okay.
Oh, I don't know about the Lego.
The leg over, not Lego.
Oh, the leg over.
Yes.
I thought we were going to talk about Lego.
No, certainly not. No, the leg over. So you sort of think, okay.
I do know about
I've done
the
other
leg over,
things
yeah.
about that. So is that a bit like with you and Bond and Moneypenny and all that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a lovely time. I was just saying to your friend Nick Owens that the big difference it made to my career was the amount of charity work I could do.
Right.
Because the British press will come out. They still refer to Moneypenny as a Bond girl, which she is.
No, she's not.
No.
Certainly not.
But that was the big change. And also that it didn't end my career, because it finished the career of 2 Moneypennies before me.
Because
They just got typecast.
Yes.
Lois Maxwell was so frustrated at what had become of her life. And so I'm grateful that it happened. And but apart from the thing that you haven't mentioned yet that I know you want to mention, there aren't many stories to tell, really.
Which story do you think I want to mention?
Well, there was a Friday night. I was going filming on the Monday. A Friday night, my fax machine suddenly fired into life. And a rewrite appeared. So I read the rewrite.
Which film was this one?
I'd no idea.
No, okay.
I'm not very good at titles.
One of the Bond films.
And then I'm sitting in makeup at Pinewood on the Monday morning, and Pierce comes in, and he says to his friend, who he has trained to be his makeup artist, he said, "So what are we starting with?" And his friend said, "We're starting with the scene when you kiss Moneypenny." And out of the dressing room came a series of expletives, because neither of us, it had never occurred to us that we might one day have to kiss one another.
Because it never happened before, had it? I think you were the only Moneypenny ever actually to kiss Bond, weren't you?
Yep. And then what they do, when you're doing an intimate scene, they do what's called a closed set. So you have the minimum crew, everyone else is sent away, Because it was Moneypenny and Bond, they actually took walls out and put rostra up
Really?
so that the whole of Pinewood could come and watch
it.
The two of them kiss.
Oh.
So that was a bit daunting. And then it... You know, there were moments...
Why did they do it, do you think? Why do they suddenly change the rules, as it were, really? Because it was always a flirtatious relationship, wasn't it? With all the Bonds and all the Moneypennies.
I think it was because the world was changing and people were playing computer games, and Q had invented this particular computer game, and Moneypenny decided to play it, and in her fantasy, that's what happened.
Yes, because it was a fantasy, as it turned out.
It was a fantasy, but for anyone listening, of course, we did have to film it for real.
Yes.
And yes, it did take 3 hours.
3 hours? You kissed Pierce Brosnan for 3 hours?
I did, yeah. Yes, I did.
Right. That's extraordinary. I mean, he was quite passionate, wasn't it? I mean, having a look at it, it was...
But, I mean, there's a moment when he does the full sweeping everything off the desk, Jerry Bond, and then he rips buttons off shirts.
Buttons are off.
But because no one knew about the rewrite, on the Monday morning, the makeup department were running around Pinewood trying to find a sexy black bra, trying to find a blouse where the buttons could be changed. I mean, it was hilarious.
And so un-Moneypenny.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, right, okay. So, yeah. I was going to ask you this question, because when you're playing an established part, cover's going off or spotted, that's good news. Like Moneypenny, or Pierce Brosnan for that matter, playing Bond. I mean, is that an easy starting point where you say, well, look, it's my turn now, I'm going to do it my way? Or are you conscious of the way that it's been played in the past?
Well, I was very not conscious because I'd never seen a James Bond film all the way through until I was in one.
Really?
No. They used to pop up on Sunday afternoons.
And you never watched one?
No. Not all the way through.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah.
What, you got bored before it ended?
Yeah, it's not, yeah.
But the endings are always the best. All the best bits, all the explosions and
but you're a boy.
the baddie being
like
killed.
All of that. No, I liked musicals. I liked Fred Astaire.
Yes, okay.
Gene Kelly.
So how did it... Was it, again, a lucky thing, the Moneypenny? How did that actually come about?
Well, to be completely honest about that, they were recasting. We knew they were recasting. And if you saw 3 actresses called Samantha Smith, Samantha Jones and Samantha Bond, who would you cast?
Well, I think I would probably go for the Bond.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the set, I mean, again, you imagine... And actually, funny enough, Moneypenny, she's probably only in her office all the time, is she? I mean, these days, I think the modern one, you see a bit more out and about.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing that your Moneypenny was basically just in her office, and that was it.
Yeah.
So did you actually get to sort of feel and to experience the scale of what I assume a James Bond set is like?
I had no idea until I was in one. No.
And when you were in it, did you get to feel that it was huge?
You get to feel it when we were all announced, and we were all at Pinewood. So the stars of Goldeneye were being announced. Pierce was new, I was new, Judy was new. And I've never seen so many press in one room.
Really?
Yeah. It was absolutely insane.
But is that pressure? I mean, you talk about stage fright. Really, quite honestly, actually. I mean, I'm really surprised by that. But therefore, I mean, were you anxious about this at all? I mean, or the fact there were so many new faces made it easier?
I don't remember feeling anxious, mainly because Pierce Brosnan is such a delight.
Oh, right.
So he was driving his co-stars around the Pinewood set on golf buggies. So we all arrived for the photo call rather giddy with excitement rather than anxiety.
Yeah. Well, that's a lovely. Just a last bit about the kiss, because I'm intrigued by this.
Yes.
Before the very first contact, what are you two saying to each other? Do you sort of shake hands and say good luck?
No.
What
We were
how do you
both
do it?
so anxious, just because you were never expecting it to happen. So we would rehearse the scene, and then we'd get to the moments when the lips should meet, and we'd start to laugh.
Right.
And then the director would say, "Okay, could we do that again?" He was an Australian, actually. And so we'd rehearse again, and we get to the moment when the lips should meet, and, I mean, outrageous giggles. So he
wonder why.
Well, because
It's
you're
just
embarrassed.
tension. Is it? Yes, exactly.
You don't know
yes.
what's going to happen.
No.
And then the director said, "Well, if you two can't pull yourselves together, I'm going to go for a take." So suddenly people are shouting, "Okay, rolling," and suddenly cameras are on, and
Yes.
blah, blah, blah.
Film's being used.
The film is
Yes.
being used. And so, yes, we went for the kiss, which was very pleasant. But I, of course, being a strawberry blonde, went scarlet. Because you can't kiss new people without blushing. It just doesn't happen. And then we got quite good at it, frankly.
Well, after 3 hours, I'm not surprised. I'm glad you'd be so honest about it. Tell me about Alan Lamb's acting, because that just seems... I mean, all these wonderful names that we've heard you talk about in the course of the last half hour or so. How on earth Alan Lamb's name got in there?
Well, I did a really terrible film called What Rats Won't Do. And it opened at a cricket match. And he was very famous at that time. I was not. And so he's sitting next to this pregnant actress, and he walks out onto the crease. So this is just a friendly cricket match, they're somewhere in the city of London. Beautiful ground. And I can't remember what was his name. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And I shouted out to my husband, "Good luck, so-and-so." And he stood at the crease and was bowled straight out.
Right.
Except the team who they'd engaged to get Alan out was so intimidated by who they were bowling at, they couldn't, nowhere near the wicket.
Oh, sure.
But no.
So he didn't have much acting to do?
No acting required.
No.
Except suddenly not being able to return a cricket ball.
Yeah, but
But I saw him.
He's loud and great company.
Yeah, we saw each other recently, funnily enough.
Well, he's been through this.
Has he?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, and he works on this sort of promoting prostate care. Yes, he does.
We met last year at a Bob Willis event, which is when I told that story, and he denied it for years.
No, he's been on here talking about it. So
oh, cool. We'll give him my love.
Yeah, he's doing well. Look at these emails coming in. Because the trouble is with an actor like you, Sam, you've done so much that you can only really gloss over little bits and pieces. But here's Much Ado in Birmingham. Andrew said, "I didn't see Bob Willis, but Emma Thompson was in the audience."
Yeah. That's before Ken and Emma got married.
Of course they were married, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yes,
That's why she was there.
Janice was listening to Samantha Bond on View from the Band. I saw her at Milton Keynes Theatre with Sean Bean. She was absolutely wonderful. We all went on to see Sean Bean, but Samantha was outstanding.
Thank you, Janice.
What's he like to work with?
Oh, well, no, much funnier question is, I was once asked to compare the two of them kissing. So I kissed Sean Bean and Pierce Brosnan in the same year.
That's not a bad little,
It's not bad, no.
grouping, is it?
but the kissings are very different. That's all I'm prepared to say.
I wish people could see
dug
your
myself
face.
that
I wish
hole.
people could see your face when you do that.
And I've now gone slightly pink.
Well, no, it's great. So a last chat about Bob, because that's why you are here. The players will be coming out in a minute. I mean, what are you hoping to get out of, and you know, that Lauren and the family all get out today, because it is difficult. And I mentioned at the start, you know,
it is.
Have the McGrath Day and the Spouse Day. It is very poignant. How do you
Well,
feel?
they're
Because you knew Bob so well.
Yeah, they are very bittersweet.
Yes.
I think, don't cry. I think having the time to remember. I think if we can raise awareness, if we can get people talking, you know, one of the great things that the fund does is putting money into research to try and get a test that is quicker and more accurate. I think days like today bring hope. That's why we're all here.
What do you think Bob would make of this? Because he wasn't someone who sought publicity necessarily, was he? So, you know, the thought of everyone coming here and wearing blue and all of that, I wonder
I think
what he'd make
hate
of it.
the fuss.
Yes.
But tough.
Yes, you're going to get it, because it is doing good. And I mean, I don't know what people. The testing seems to be so sort of random and quite difficult to get. You know, I remember actually when I interviewed Alan Lamb a couple of years ago, I said to him, right, I'm going to go and get this PSA test. I'd never had one. He was quite horrified, actually. But the process, I'm sure a lot of men will be listening who I'm sure would agree with me. It's not just my doctor's surgery, but it's difficult getting them, you know. It's difficult to persuade the doctor that you should have a test.
Well, my husband's been lucky, because one of the statistics, of course, is that if your father or brother has had it, your chance is higher. And my father-in-law did have it and had treatment and is well, but it means that my husband does get a PSA without too much fuss. My own dad had it, and he had a different treatment, and he survived as well. Because the other thing, I think it's important that if it is treated properly and quickly enough, it is it is. Oh, I had a great word. It's treatable.
Manageable.
Yes. It's getting to that point quickly enough that is part of what the fund is trying to achieve.
Yeah. Well, well done for being here and supporting the family, Sam.
That's
It's
my pleasure.
lovely to bump into you again.
And you, my love.
You were very much a punter last time. You'd had quite a good day, I think, at Trent Bridge.
Oh, really?
Well, I think you had. You strike me as
I'm blaming my husband.
Sort of person. Well, no. But good luck. I'm going to make a note of that program that my wife will
she'll
watch.
enjoy it very much.
Yeah, she's obsessed with Death in Paradise. It's just all the time. There's a channel that shows it virtually non-stop.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So yours will be a winner.
Good.
I know that. Sam, lovely to see you. Thank you so much for coming in.
Have a good rest of your day.
Yes. Come for lunch. Come for lunch with me if you can. I don't know if you're being
I've got
taken.
my husband sitting downstairs waiting for lunch.
Oh well. Okay. Well, you can always bring him too. We don't mind. Thanks, Sam. Lovely to meet you.
Pleasure.
Sam Bond, of course. Lots of lovely stories there. And there we go. Simon, you're laughing away about something or other. What are you laughing at?
I think the listeners can make up their own minds there, Jonathan.
Right, I'll leave it to you.
Great, thanks very much indeed. And if you've missed any of that, I'm sure it'll be available as a podcast pretty soon. Now the cricket is really evenly poised as well and fascinating. 157 for 5 then at lunch. England, Root 58, Stokes 48. So the recovery is on after England slipped to 54 for 5. And Ben Stokes is walking to that far end to take strike after lunch. So 282 plays 157 for 5, and England are 125 runs behind. How much can they eat into this West Indies lead in the afternoon session? We're going to have that, by the looks of it, short ball theory that we saw a bit of before lunch. Alzarri Joseph is going to bowl from the pavilion end here, and he's got 3 men on the leg side boundary. He's got I don't even know how to describe that fielder. He really is in no man's land, a sort of deepish mid-wicket. He's not on the boundary, he's just loitering really. There's also a deep cover and there's a deep third as well. So presumably Joseph is just going to bang these delivers in. He goes in now and bowls short, swung away by Stokes. Fielder doesn't see it at fine leg. Well, it wouldn't have mattered if he had seen it, because it went away to his left-hand side. Between the deep fine leg and the deep backwards square leg, it's gone away for 4, and Ben Stokes reaches a half century from the first ball after lunch. And those who are in their seats are standing up and applauding. There's still quite a lot of people to come back to their seats after lunch. 161 for 5, Stokes 52 from 63 balls, I think it is. I'm just on my own here, really. There's no Andy Zaltzman, there's no summariser, but there we go, that's fine. You only need one voice, don't you? Here goes Alzarri Joseph to bowl to Stokes. A short ball, and Stokes, just for a moment there, he thought about it, I think, pulling it, and then he pulled out the shot with a flinch, really. And it went over his bottom and through to wicketkeeper De Silva. That's a very clear tactic we've got here from West Indies after lunch. Just hoping that Stokes is going to hit one up in the air, a bit like when Stokes brought on Shoaib Bashir yesterday, hoping one of the tail enders, 10 or 11, were going to hit one up in the air, and they did eventually. 161 for 5. The partnership's worth 107, and Joseph bowls to Stokes, bangs it in, swivel pull by Stokes along the ground, and this time he does pick out Moti, who's a deep backward square leg. The fielder who didn't see the ball from the first delivery after lunch that was banged in and swung away for 4 by Stokes. Stokes gets a single. He is up to 53, and England on a grey, relatively bright afternoon, or 162 for 5. Grey in the sense there's a cloud cover, but it's light cloud, and those showers that we were not exactly promised but suggested might come have stayed away so far, and let's hope they do as well, because we've got a belting game here. The West Indies fighting for a first innings lead, and England looking to reduce it and possibly even take one of their own. Root is 58 not out. Alzarri bowls round the wicket to him, short ball swung away for 4. That's a packed leg side field, but Stokes has found Root has found the gap down towards deep backward square leg. And 2 boundaries from the pull shot after lunch. It's 166 for 5, and Root moves to 62. Now we do have a summariser, and we do have a scorer now. Excellent. Well, good afternoon, chaps. Nice to see you, Victor, and nice to see you, Zoltz. Zoltz has got more of an excuse because he has to sit there all day. But
I don't really have an excuse, except for I had in my head I was doing the second stint.
Right, okay.
But that's not what's on the rota, I grant you.
Right, that's fair.
Apologies, but
that's
no one would have noticed.
No, that's fair enough, Victor. I don't mind. Chatter away to myself and all our listeners. Quite a lot of people haven't come back after lunch as well, looking at the stands.
Yeah.
Still in queues outside the ground, still meeting up with old friends.
It's interesting, this mode of attack, both these batsmen, essentially, they're not going to duck, or they're going to pull if it's in the right slot.
Yeah, here's Alzarri bowling around the wicket, another short ball, and that one much higher there from Root, and Root goes to pull it and pulls out of the shot, and it goes through to De Silva. And the previous deliveries were not that high. That one was higher, so it's harder to control, and that's what they're hoping, of course, for those 3 men back on the leg side boundary. 166 for 5. It's been an expensive over after lunch.
That 4 by Root took him past 12,000 runs in Test cricket, the 7th player to achieve that milestone.
He's got his eyes on a lot more. Joseph bowls short outside the off stump. Lovely guided pull by Root along the ground to deep forward square leg. Moti is there, returns it as if he were bowling the delivery to Joshua De Silva, right over the bails as well. Lovely throw. It's the end of the over. I reckon that was 10 off the over.
It was 10. Alzarri Joseph is having a bit of a difficult day with the ball so far. He has his first spell went for 31 from 4 overs. He's conceded 16 from 2 in his second spell so far, so 47 runs from 6 overs, and England have scored off 23 of his 36 balls today. Ben Stokes' half century came up from 63 balls, 1-6 and 5-4, his 46th score of 50 or more in Tests, 13 of which he has converted into centuries.
Indeed, reaching that century 5 minutes ago, half century 5 minutes ago, in the first ball after lunch. 167 for 5. And England are closing in on 282. I'm only teasing, chaps, isn't it? Here is Moti bowling to Root. Root stretches forward, plays it back up the offside of the pitch. Moti bends down to pick up, and there's no run. Moti is the sort of bowler that can give his captain some control. He's in his 6th over, no wicket for 15. So a slip and a leg slip in. Moti bowls. Root goes forward and turns it into the onside. He's thinking of a single there to the right of mid-wicket, but it's not there. Too close to Brathwaite there at mid-wicket. Picked it up to his right-hand side. Moti got rid of Joe Root at Lords with a beauty. That's a kind of unintentional beauty. Bowls to Root, and Root trying to manoeuvre it to the right of Brathwaite. Doesn't hit it hard enough to do so. Brathwaite is across again to pick up, and there's no run. Mid-off is quite deep. There's a deep backward square leg in as well. Apart from that, it's a pretty defensive field as Moti bowls, and Root comes forward, does get a single this time, dropping it short of mid-on, who's also quite deep. Although not quite as deep as Sales, who's at deepish mid-off. One more to Root. He moves to 64. Of course, he has the chance today. I don't want to put the mockers on him. Not that that is a thing, really. It's just you're just chatting away, and sometimes they get out when you're praising them. But Root today can go level with Alistair Cook. And 34 hundreds, the most for England, and he still needs another 36. In a way, he's in his 2nd innings because he was at LBW early. It wasn't given by the umpire, and West Indies didn't review it. But if they had done, he would have been on his way. Moti bowls. Stokes sweeps a ball outside the off stump, drags it to Holder, who's at backwards square leg. Holder fires it in to De Silva, and there is no run. Stokes, before lunch, took on Moti out through deep backwards square leg and hit him for 6. Moti bowls. Stokes is forward, driving nicely. Big gap there between backward point and mid-off. Picks out the man on the deep cover boundary. A bit like a one-day game, and Stokes is through for a single. It's 169 for 5. Stokes is 54 and Root is 64.
Well, just watching Root and Stokes, for that matter, playing against a short pitch barrage reminded me of my asking David Gower once how to deal with these short pitch bowling. We saw at Root, 5th ball, the last pace over, get into position to hook, and then withdrew. I remember saying to Gow, well, how do you do it? What do you do? You get shot. I'm having trouble. He said, well, I get into position, and if I like the look of it, and if I don't like the look of it, I just get out of the way. And I said to him, well, that's no
good to me.
I haven't got time to make all those decisions, but he had, and so does Root. Most of the time, it seems, and so indeed Stokes.
Azari bowls a new over, and Stokes ducks underneath that. That was a good bouncer, especially if you're trying to attack it, because he wouldn't have not been able to control that again, just digging it in.
So he's right to leave that. If the bouncer gets around head high, it's not a good idea to take it on with 3 men on the leg side boundary. But if it's around, but just below chest high, this pair, they knock it, sometimes very hard, but they knock it down and they pick up runs, which sort of dents this tactic, or it has done so far.
Yeah, so far underline so far. Here's Joseph bowls to Stokes. He takes this one on, and he's caught him. He's caught him at forward square leg. It's worked. Banged in by Joseph. Stokes went for the pull, and he's picked out the man at forward square leg, and West Indies have made the breakthrough with that tactic. It's a first wicket for Azari Joseph, and England are 169 for 6, and Stokes is on his way for 54.
Well, the tactic has worked. They've had to sacrifice some runs to get there, but he didn't middle that. Went for the pull shot. It's the guy who's just in front of square,
Brathwaite,
saving the single, essentially, or in that sort of position where you can save a single. He didn't quite middle it, near the splice of the bat. That was just above chest height, I guess. He obviously couldn't control it, and now he's gone. He looked terrific. He's annoyed with himself. You can tell that. He's still chastising himself, I think, or life. He's gone for 54, and it's suddenly 169 for 6. Changed the whole complexion, because that was a very positive stand, clearly. 6 down now. Jamie Smith coming out. I think probably they'll stick with this short pitch tactic right from the start against Smith, who's inclined to take everything on.
Well, he's got a very strong shot off the back foot over deep mid-wicket, Smith. It's one of his signature strokes. Another one is that extra cover drive. Anyway, beginnings for him, actually, coming in under pressure, probably for the first time in his Test career.
Their partnership was 115 in 23.3 overs, having begun at 54 for 5, and that was Alzarri Joseph's 100th Test wicket. So currently 2 for 57 for him from 10.2 overs in this inning. So we've had Jayden Seales 50th, Alzarri Joseph 100th, and Joe Root's 12,000th run. Good day for milestones.
Indeed. Yeah. Well, and Root will be hoping, and England dressing room will be hoping for another big milestone later. A lot of work to do before that happens. So Smith is out there. And we've got the same
very rare.
Field. It's a ridiculous field, isn't it, for a number 7 playing his 3rd Test match. Alzarri bowls round the wicket and Smith ducks underneath the bank, so he knew it was coming. It's bound to, you'd think, with this field, unless you might go for the bluff with the Yorker.
3 men on the leg side boundary, fine leg, long leg and square leg that has to be just in front of square, otherwise it's not legal. Plus a sort of deep mid-wicket who is hovering 20 yards in from the boundary. And then a sort of what would be an orthodox mid-wicket. So you know what you're going to get. Everything's got to be short. That's the leg side field.
Yeah, and the offside field's got a deep, fine 3rd as well, and a deep cover. Only 3 inside the circle. Here's Joseph bowling short and guided away off his hip by Smith for his first run. Not quite getting it right there. Alzarri Joseph, you're not going to get everything right when you're bowling hard into the surface. You just hope every now and again for the miscue, and he's had that already in this over from Ben Stokes. So 170 for 6. England 112 runs behind. So their objective from here, well, just get up around that West Indies score and trying to put some pressure on in that 3rd innings, which sometimes can be a tricky one. Well, you could argue that any innings in a Test match is tricky. First morning, first innings. Here's Alzarri Joseph bowling. Root guides it away, just riding the banks there. And it's well stopped in the gully region by one of the few players inside this circle. If you can think of a one-day game, there are only 3 fielders inside the circle. Gully, extra cover, and a mid-wicket.
Well, that was almost the surprise. Not exactly full-length ball, but just back of a length as opposed to bouncer-length ball.
Just looking at this field, he's not going to get much pitched up, is there? There's no mid-on, there's no mid-off.
No.
Joseph bowls to Root, who swings this away down to fine leg for 4. Well, he really made good contact with that. Again, 3 fielders down there, but he just couldn't get round. It was the middle one there of the 3 who had ground to make to his right-hand side, down by the scoreboard at the far end of the ground, the city end. And Root takes another boundary, takes him to 68, is 174 for 6. Runs coming, but a vital wicket since lunch.
Well, so far he's judged it terrifically, Root, and that was about hip high, and he could hit down, but he didn't half hit that hard. He followed it up, and he bisected the man at fine leg and a wide long leg. Only 5 yards, I should think, from one of those, but he couldn't stop it. It was travelling so quickly. So far, Root is managing to judge the length and the height of the bounce extremely well. But we were saying the same about Stokes, more or less, but he's no longer with us. It's never dull. It's not as if... I mean, one way to combat this type of bowling is just to duck all the bouncers, let them go by, and not engage. Makes for very boring cricket, actually. We had a bit of that in the Ashes, actually. But... that's not been the way of Root or Stokes. They've tried to assess which ones I can hit, and there are quite a few that they think they can hit downwards and pick up runs. Harder for the new batsman to do that.
A slight delay. A right foot problem.
For whom?
He's trying to work out who it is. Anyway, the physio's out, so the game has come to a standstill. Moti's ready to bowl. You almost feel like, why doesn't the fielder just go off the field? He's just holding the game up unnecessarily. I mean, it is ridiculous, actually. If you've got a problem that just needs to be sorted out with like a bandage that the right foot, they just trot off for an over. You're not bowling. And the game has come to one of those standstills that bedevils cricket too often.
Just give you the final figures on Stokes' innings. 54 from 69 balls, 1654. So his 46th 50-plus score in Tests.
I mean, one of the reasons why the player didn't want to go off is because it's Craig Brathwaite, the captain, I suppose. But even so, it's just... the over would have been bowled by the time the problem had been sorted out. Anyway, we're going to restart. It almost feels that there are 2 games going on at the moment. Here's Motie bowling and forward goes Smith. One when Motie's bowling with a defensive field, an orthodox field, and then the other end Alzarri Joseph running in and banging it in. 174 for 6. Smith on 1, comes down the pitch and then plays defensively back to the bowler who picks up, and there's no run. So the field for Smith is a short leg and a slip, and there's a short extra cover. 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the on, and a deep backward square leg. Motie bowls short, punched away by Smith to that man at deepish cover. It was outside the circle in a one-day game. It was hit so hard that there's no prospect of running there.
I like the fact they haven't got a sweeper straight away on the offside like sometimes happens.
Mikhail Louis there at the sort of deepish cover. Motie bowls, down the pitch comes Smith and drives towards extra cover. You just feel like he's giving the bowler a chance of just slipping one past his outside edge as he danced down the pitch, but he's equal to it, stroking it away. 174 for 6. Motie darts one through and Smith hits him out towards wide. Long on to chase on for Alzarri Joseph. The last thing he wants really, but he does well, sliding and knocking it back just inside the rope. And Smith comes back en route for 3 runs off the back foot against Motie. He does dart it in, so if you can pick that length early, there are runs for you. And he did so. They're rocking back and sort of flick pulling it really.
Yeah, I mean he's come down the wicket a couple times and maybe created that notion that he's going to pitch it a bit shorter.
Motie now to Root. Root stretches forward, eases the ball up towards deepish mid-off and trots through for a single, and presumably now battle will be rejoined between Root and Alzarri Joseph, and a good battle it is as well. At the moment Root's winning it, but it only takes 1 ball. 178 for 6. Root 69. Smith is there on 4. Time for a change here. Victor is going to make a comment, and then Fazir Mohammed is coming in.
Well, it's the old and the new, really. We know what to expect from Joe Root at this level, and as ever, he's the key man in the England batting lineup. And alongside him, Jamie Smith, who has played some terrific innings for Surrey, nearly always in a very positive vein. It's slightly different when you're playing in front of a full house in a test match. So we're all intrigued to see how he goes about his business. I think he'll remain positive. That's the way he's succeeded at county level, so he'll keep going. But
here goes Alzarri with 100 wickets in Test match cricket to his name. First delivery short of a length, pulled away backward a square, won't bisect the 2 fielders deep. The backward square leg boundary. Alec Athanaze picks up, so it's a single. Well, he had a full house at Lord's for his first Test match and he got 70.
Yep.
Played an excellent hand, started very circumspect, and then with the low order, crashed it about. Very confident player. Obviously, it's been quite a bit of a talking point. Shoaib Bashir, Jamie Smith, who don't command places in the county teams for the first class game, but very much part of the England setup. And taking on that challenge, taking on that opportunity.
yeah, I think Jamie Smith gets in the Surrey side when he's not keeping wicket as a batsman, actually. But it's unusual that he's not the first choice keeper.
179 for 6 as Alzarri short of a length, and he's pulling this one backward a square, and it's a field that reflects the tactics of the West Indies. It brought them the wicket of Ben Stokes with a catch just over his head by Craig Brathwaite of the bowling Alzarri Joseph in the last over. Just to mention that having got to 60, Root now has a 50-plus Test average, even if he is dismissed in this innings. Quite a long time since was last the case. Question for Andy from Robert Kay. The last time he would have averaged over 50 in completed Test match innings. He's not out right now on 70 and on strike. 180 for 6, trailing by 102 runs. Gully in place as a short ball is pulled away by Root out towards deep square leg. So there's a deep square, long leg or fine leg. There's a forward square leg as well, 3/4 way to the boundary. There's a mid wicket, and he gets the single nevertheless. Moves on to 71, 181 for 6, halfway through the over.
I mean, so far he's managed to play those pull shots, almost hook shots sometimes, but he's hooked down. It's gone down, and that's where his judgment has been supreme. That once that ball gets around about shoulder high, it's hard to keep it down, and then he tends to leave it. But I suppose you're thinking one error of that, and an opportunity might be created.
Now it's Jamie Smith on strike with the same field essentially. And he's getting a short ball that he plays with an almost vertical bat. He's a tall man, powerfully built, plays it away towards Jason Holder at short mid-wicket, who's similarly tall and powerfully built. And it remains 181 for 6. So Alzarri Joseph joining 23 others with 100 test match wickets and more for the West Indies. And it's interesting with a list that you would expect to be dominated by fast bowlers, of course. The first two to get to 100 wickets for the West Indies were spinners, Valentine and Ramadan. Of course, started in 1950.
Yeah.
Started the old Calypso.
Lance Gibbs became the highest wicket taker ever.
Went past Fred Truman, 307. Alzarri bowls short of a length, and he's top edging out of the reach of Joshua De Silva and will get to the boundary. Extra effort from Alzarri Joseph, and even the extra effort from De Silva couldn't get him anywhere close to pulling down that one. But it's a boundary. They trail now by 97 runs with the score 185 for 6. And Jamie Smith moves on with that boundary.
Yeah, I don't think he can pretend that he was in control of that shot. It could have gone anywhere. There is a fine leg, a fine third man. He got a top edge that basically went over the keeper's head just on the leg side a little. And it certainly wasn't from the meat of the bat. But he's got 4 for it. And essentially, he will take on the short ball, but he'll need a little bit of judgment of what to leave when it's too high, and that one was probably too high.
Last ball of the over now from Alzarri Joseph, continuing around the wicket, continuing with the attacking stroke, and that's gone up into the Holly stand at deep mid-wicket. From the moment he connected with that stroke, everyone was looking skywards as it was deposited halfway up the stand.
Wow, that's gone a long way out of the meat of the bat. That wasn't quite so high, but he decided that he was going to hit upwards rather than downwards. And he did hit upwards, and it just kept going. Way into that stand, right out the meat of the bat. Hip high, I suppose, that ball. It was nowhere near as high as the other one. But there are 2 men out there waiting for something like that. But he cleared them by about 30 yards. And just look at that replay. It's right out of the meat of that bat, and it keeps going. Wow, what a shot.
Well, it looks as if we might have to get a replacement ball, because here comes the 4th official with his little 007 briefcase.
I'd like to know where that one finished. I mean, it didn't go over can't have gone over the Holly stand, surely.
We'll find out, but here's Andy for a moment.
Just on Joe Root going up and down above the 50 average over the course of his career. He's been hovering around 50 for a long time now, sometimes above, sometimes below. The last test he finished with an average over 50 was the final Ashes test of last summer, then dipped below 50 after a difficult start to the series in India. This is now his 5th consecutive test with at least a 50-plus score. He's also had 2 centuries in the last 5 tests. That's since he got a lot of criticism for that attempted reverse scoop off Jasprit Bumrah in Rajkot in the 3rd test in India. So since then he's had an excellent run that has taken him back above 50, and I make it the 6th time in his career that his average has gone from below 50 to above 50 in the course of his test.
That's one of those stats that if I was writing today, I think I might not bother with.
Well, a listener request. I'm always on call.
No,
Permission's taken.
I don't want to diminish it, but it's a bit complicated, isn't it?
I'm paid by the stats.
You ask, we deliver here on TMS. Thanks, Andy. And hopefully you've got your answer there. As it is now a change of ball, and Gurukesh Moti round the wicket from the City end to bowl to Root on 71, plays it back up along the pitch. Well, the West Indies have been hankering for a change of ball for some time. Probably wouldn't have wanted it via that pull for 6, but it's a change of ball now. There he goes, and Root is driving into the offside. Well, really looking to stroke it away, comes off the outer half of the bat, out towards the backward point.
I was quite good at that, bowling at the river end at Taunton. If necessary, I could induce a new ball, a different ball.
I hear you. Slipping a short leg, short extra cover, as Moti persevering from that city end. Bowls to Root, and he's off the back foot, punching it away towards deep pitch cover for a single. Score moves on to 192 for 6. That brings Jamie Smith back into strike. England trail by 90 runs and could really set up an intriguing battle over the course of the second innings, as Moti really darts them in to Smith, and he's playing it back up along the pitch. You certainly want to see for someone like a Gudakesh Moti, for his overall development, for him to use more flight and more of a loop, more guile. He's a good bowler as it is. As he's in again, bowls and short, and he's into the pull shot, and that scrapes past the off stump.
I thought that had bowled him. I think he thought it had bowled him too. That must have missed off stump by a very small margin.
Really positioned himself for a full-blooded pull and just scraped past the off stump. As Moti bowls, he's backing away inside edge onto Boot. That could have gone onto the leg stump as well, but he's still there. Smith on 15, Root on 72. Ben Stokes departing since lunch, caught by Craig Brathwaite at square leg of the bowling of Alzarri Joseph, his 100th Test wicket, and England are 192 for 6.
Well, he skids the ball. He's not a very tall man. He's got very good control. Quite quickly he bowls the ball. And on 2 occasions there, Smith has tried to attack him off the back foot. The first one, millimetres away from that off stump. The second one, he's still struggling to get bat on it, and it comes off a little bit quicker. And it's not quite as short as he thought. So he's having 1 or 2 problems against Moti. He doesn't want to defend for too long against him, clearly. Now then.
Well, now we're going to see a change of bowling, because after
we're back to the performing Seals.
For the big 6, we have Jayden himself, after getting his 50th Test wicket at the age of 22, one of the youngest to reach that landmark.
He will be, as happened in the English attack when they were. This is about the time that Woakes got that ball to swing, wasn't it? 60 overs old, a bit of overcast weather. So Seals, unlike Alzarri Joseph, is going to bowl to what we would regard as more an orthodox field, 2 slips, and we'll see whether this ball swings a bit.
As he bowls now to Root, and he's stroking this one away out towards deep backward point for his 73rd run. Smith comes back into strike on 15. England 193 for 6, and the field again not as pronounced with that leg side trap, if you want to call it that, with a fine leg, a deep square leg in place. There's a short mid-wicket, but on the off, well, there's a mid-on as well. On the offside, you've got the 2 slips, backward point, cover, and a mid-off, almost regulation. Seals at the top of his mark, below us here at the pavilion end. Running into bowl to the right-handed Smith. Tall, powerfully built right-hander. Crouches over that bat as Seals bowls to him, and he's in behind it carefully, pushing it up towards short extra cover. Talking about Ramadan and Valentine, of course, the first 2 to get 100 wickets for the West Indies in Test match cricket. Jayden Seals also from Trinidad and Tobago, like Sunny Ramadan. And indeed, it was a long time before you saw Trinidad and Tobago producing fast bowlers of genuine quality. You would have had Anthony Gray in the mid-1980s. Bernard Julian was a left-arm swing bowler, more than an out-and-out fast bowler. And of course, Ian Bishop, as Seals bowls on off stump, and he's playing it away carefully, is Smith towards the backward point. There's no run. It remains 193 for 6.
So Bishop stands out in a way as a solitary, real pace bowler of note.
Genuine quick, yeah. There would have been a decent seam bowler as well, Ravi Rampal, who played for 3 years. But when you're talking about lightning quick bowlers, you think Ian Bishop automatically.
And years ago, then in Trinidad, the spinners often
dominated.
Prevailed.
Yeah. Seals in again, bowls a delivery on off stump, full length, played away, square on the offside. There's no run, 193 for 6.
Of course, England don't very often play in Trinidad. No, I mean, I've covered Test matches there.
It's not a tourist paradise. That's why. Doesn't serve the purpose of the Barmy Army.
No.
So it's always Barbados, Antigua, Grenada, St. Lucia. And you can understand why from an economic point of view, because those territories would certainly bid to have England come to the Caribbean, because the revenue is significant. But for places like Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Jamaica to a lesser extent because they've got some beautiful tourist spots. Seals bowls a full-length delivery that Smith is playing from the crease again, back along the pitch to the bowler. They don't see England anymore. Certainly not for Test match cricket. Occasionally for white ball matches, as we saw towards the end of last year, where England played limited over matches in Trinidad and Tobago. But I think it actually takes away from the experience because, again, it stereotypes the Caribbean to just be focusing on the tourism spots.
Yeah. And from a purely cricketing perspective, I mean, the Oval at Trinidad, Port of Spain is, full of history, tradition, some of the great players, great matches.
Seals with the last ball of the over on leg stump is flicked away down to fine leg for a single. So he keeps the strike, Smith, on 16. It's 194 for 6 with Root on the non-strikers and still on 73. Yeah, tremendous history.
Well, I've been there several times. But one thought that I remember springs to mind involved your, well, I shouldn't say not predecessor, but colleague, Tony Cozier, who had the effrontery somewhere to... Now, what was it? It was all to do with Phil Simmons.
It did.
Was it that he's a Trinidadian, was he?
Yes.
And they picked him again, and Cozier had written quite firmly that he should be omitted. And Cozier was in a bit of trouble when he got to Port of Spain when he after that. Was that right?
That's putting it mildly. Vic.
Okay, as ever.
It was the 1994 series, I think. Well, that's when England were out for 46.
Yeah.
Subsequently at Queen's Park Oval, and Cozier had advocated for Simmons not to be selected as he's down the track to the next delivery. First of a new over from Moti, and Smith gets the single wide of mid-on, and he was left out. Phil Simmons was left out of the team for the match in Port of Spain. And where the press box is located, the media centre is located at Queen's Park Oval. It's now the Jerry Gomez Media Centre. It's adjacent to the Leary Constantine stand, where it's sort of like being in the Holly stand, putting it right next to the press box with nothing in between. Slipping a short leg in place as Moti bowls outside the off stump, looking to cut it away, gets it off the outer half of the bat for a boundary, short and wide to Joe Root, and he's able to capitalize. Shakes his head a bit because I think he wanted to go a bit squarer, but it's 4 runs nevertheless. He's 77. 199 for 6 now. So yes, so the crowd, especially in the Constantine stand, had it in for Cozier. Notwithstanding the fact that Cozier was sort of semi-Trini because he had done his secondary school education at Fatima College in Trinidad, in Port of Spain. As Moti bowls, and he's on the front foot, turning it away through square leg for a single. He goes on now to 78. The 200 is up for England, 200 for 6 in reply to the West Indies, 282. And he was so intimidated by what was being said to him, I can't repeat all of it, as to what they thought of him and his complexion, and he had it in for Trinis and whatever, that he stayed in the press box and wouldn't come out of the press box. As he's on the front foot to push back along the pitch on the onside. Vic is taking his leave, and I'm sure he remembers those moments. Carlos Brathwaite, who I think has ever had to experience anything like that sort of intimidation in any part of the Caribbean, notwithstanding his Bajan heritage. As he's on the front foot, is Smith driving the next delivery away. That's going to get close to the boundary at cover. The dive is in vain. No, it's successful from Mikhail Louis. Just fumbles it a bit on pulling it back in. Gets a cheer from the fans in front of him in the Holly stand. And it's a couple more runs. In fact, 3 more runs for Smith. We watch the attempt at the save, and looks as if he might have completed the job, or did he? We'll have to wait and see. But the partnership here now developing. And did he touch the ball and the cushion at the same time? No, he didn't. So it's 1 run saved, and it's 203 for 6. Smith on 20. Root now back on strike on 78. Dabs into the offside. The cover is deep, and that's always going to be a single to Mikhail Louis just coming in there. And score moves on to 79 for Root, 204 for 6. And England, once again, Carlos, are being resurrected and anchored in their revival by Joe Root.
Yeah, and this is why he's as good as he is. And you can't say West Indies have done much wrong to him other than not reviewing when he was plumb on 3. But I think West Indies, this has been an improved and impressive performance. And the job is not done yet. But the partnership between Root and Stokes, they had to grind for it. And then they showed the class. It's Test cricket. Because you bowl well, you won't be rewarded at Smart Court at Trent Bridge. But I think West Indies have done very well. They've stayed really committed to plans. It's something that have been hampering and going on about forever and ever or more. And they've done it today. Saw it with the wicket of Stokes. If you're going to go into the wicket and you're going to go short, set the field for it. They're committed to it, and they just know to finish the job.
Jayden Seales with slip in a gully, bowls to Root, who's punching into the offside of the back foot for a single out towards deep backward point. It's his 80th run, brings Smith back in strike on 20, 205 for 6. The deficit is now 77. Have you ever had to face that sort of situation in the Caribbean? Because you know all about the insularity and the passion of the crowds. And were you ever in a situation where you felt either physically threatened or it was a hostile environment for you anywhere?
I'm not physically threatened because
well, nobody's going to physically threaten you.
I prepare to defend myself. But Antigua hasn't always been the place where I've received the most love. Let's put it that way. Guyana, recently I felt a lot of love, not always when I was playing for West Indies.
Seales bowls on leg stump, turns it away out towards square leg. Score moves on by 1, 206 for 6. Root back in strike on 80, Smith on 21. How does that make you feel as a player when you're out there, you're playing for the West Indies or you're representing a franchise or whatever it may be, giving off your best and you're getting it from a few people just on the other side of the fence?
It's slightly different in the Caribbean because I'm Barbadian. So although I'm West Indian, if you're playing CPL for Barbados or for St. Kitts, they played for a number of years and you get stick from a Guyanese.
Seales in again. Bowls to Root and he's in behind it carefully, plays it back up along the pitch.
He's West Indian as well, but he's also Guyanese. He has a sovereign nationality, and naturally you fight for your players. So then I always think back to who would be the persons that I would be competing against for selection. And then as captain, I can't remember captaining too many games in the Caribbean, unfortunately. But whilst playing, yes, if someone thinks that Trini should be there, then Trinities might be upset and that sort of thing. I don't think you'd ever get away from that. But I can't say I've experienced it as badly as a lot of other people.
Seales bowls on the off stump to Root, plays it away square. There's no run. Here's a question from Bill Edgington. I see that there are 2 test matches taking place in the same country, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Has this ever happened before? Is it possible anywhere else? And as he describes himself, your disobedient servant, Bill Edgington. I don't know why you would classify yourself as disobedient, but asking the question, 2 test matches taking place in the same country, Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
I love when Andy puts his head down and starts to type away.
Yeah, well,
some sort of niche stat can come out in a minute.
Well, there are a number of oddities about Test cricket because there have been situations where Test matches have been played by the same country in 2 different parts of the world at the same time. And we're talking about England here. Seales bowls, full-length delivery, driven away out towards short extra cover. There is no run. Andy?
Yeah, England in 1930, their first Test tour of the West Indies, played simultaneous Test matches in West Indies and New Zealand. That started, I can't remember if they started on the same day or one day apart, but they were definitely happening at the same time.
A couple of days apart, yeah.
Also rather different, and they weren't quite so representative. Weren't necessarily a first choice team, clearly not in that case. I'll have a look. There have been tests played on neutral territory.
Indeed they have. As Seales bowls on the line of off stump, playing it away out towards gully, a bit of a fumble.
Potentially Afghanistan test in India, while India were playing at home, that could be one.
Pakistan played in England against Australia, 2010.
So those I'll see if I can find something. The test that our correspondent was talking about was the Zimbabwe-Ireland test in Belfast. Zimbabwe are currently 116 for 3 in their second innings. Ireland had a 40-run lead on first innings after being bowled out for 250 in response to Zimbabwe's 210. Joy Lord Gumby followed up his first innings 49 with 24 in the second innings for Zimbabwe.
And I believe there was a Tri-Nation series played involving South Africa, Australia and England. It might have been late 1880s, early 20th century. But I'll leave you to provide the details, Andy, because I know you would have it at your fingertips, and then we'll be joined by Ali.
That was 1912, that triangular series, a wet summer that didn't entirely capture the public imagination. I will dig around, Carlos, to find out the answers.
I know there was, Ali, a T20. Australia played someone in a T20 game, could be South Africa, could be New Zealand, and the test match was playing, or the T20 played the day after the test match finished, something like that.
Oh, it's in recent years, but there was almost a clash.
5 years ago or so.
I was going to even say more recent than that.
COVID.
So the test team was in Australia for the December-January series, and then a separate white ball squad travelled.
Yes, I think so.
I don't want to say that was in South Africa then, wasn't it?
I think it's South Africa.
White ball squad went, probably when Aaron Finch was captain.
Warner could have possibly been T20 versus Test.
Which
conundrum.
I'm pretty sure Warner stayed with the Test team. I cannot remember a time when the Australian Test team has actually lost players to a white ball series. But these are the kind of questions which are going to become, well, probably more and more prevalent. I mean, even England's schedule between now and the rest of the year. You know, one series starts, another one finishes sort of immediately. I think South Africa have said, haven't they, that they see that particular circumstance of when they had the clash between the SA20 and the New Zealand Test series as a one-off, which they don't believe will be repeated, because they will map their schedule, and the SA20 will just simply have priority for that window.
But scheduling is going to be a big debate in years to come. And the game has evolved from just being a test cricketer to being a test, and the best test players play one-day internationals, and then the best one-day internationals play T20, then some people play all. I think you're very close to seeing some players only play test cricket, some players only play T20, and 50 over almost be a little bit of a hybrid between both.
I mean, this West Indies Test side is probably the closest to an international team which has, I'd say, majority Test players. And there was only, 3? So, Jason Holder would have been at the T20 World Cup if he hadn't got injured playing for Worcestershire, wasn't it, before he went out, which was ironic because he was playing for Worcestershire in order to prepare for this Test series. Moti, who's bowling now, plays that very late. Jamie Smith out past point. Kind of a juggle in the field, tosses the ball back, a single taken. But Moti and Alzari Joseph and Shamar, although he didn't play, did he?
And then to add to Jason's irony, he missed the Australia Test to play in ILT20 to be ready for the T20 World Cup. So good planning, but
doesn't always come off.
Always work off.
Now Root's on 80. There's one slip in place. Moti in. He comes forward, defends.
But I was thinking the best way to get the most out of this West Indies team is to do exactly that, especially from a batting standpoint. Handpick these players that are here now and a couple others.
Moti, played late again by Root, strokes it behind square on the offside, finds Jason Holder, no run.
The good thing is many of them wouldn't attract T20 dollars. Probably Alec Athanase, he's a long shot as well.
Moti moves in, and Root defends again into the offside, no run.
And then he challenges to get them cricket. Whether it's together as a quote-unquote 18, a random tour here and there, how do you get them playing more long format cricket?
Moti moves in, and there's a sweep from Root. Behind square on the leg side, down to deep fine leg, thinks about a second, but it's only one. Shamar Joseph is there, Fields in his white wide-brimmed sun hat, and Root is on 81, 208 for 6. At the development level, West Indies have been able to make greater investments, hasn't there? There's the is it an under 19 or under 23 sort of all-stars?
Like emerging
players. Moti a little quicker, a little flatter to Smith off the back foot, up to cover, and there's no run.
So I'm happy.
208 for 6, still 74 behind.
So I'm happy with that, having the academy. I was a product of the HPC, which was the academy before High Performance Centre. But the challenge is, and I go back to this topic again, sorry for those who have heard me harp on about it over the first 2 test matches. There was a emerging tour to Ireland, which in isolation is very good. Those players have been training together, and then you give them the opportunity to tour. They also had the opportunity to play against Ireland emerging team in a reverse fixture in the Caribbean last year. But the challenge I found with that is, in preparation for England, you have Alec Athanase, Kurt McKenzie, Josh De Silva, Calvin Hodge, who wouldn't have played a lot of cricket or high-level cricket, especially in England. Not enough high-level cricket, full stop. That was probably the best opportunity for them to come into these conditions and play against Ireland and get some games under the belt.
Here's Seales, new over, in now to Root on a length, Root forward, defending. Seales gets a foot to it in his follow-through. There's no run. So it's getting volume, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think
against
the
the right
challenge,
opposition.
yeah, that's it. So the challenge is the ones that are at the test level already. Do you prioritize getting them more volume, or do you prioritize spreading the pool a bit more? I'm not sure if we have enough quality cricketers that we can say let's spread the pool. It may need to just give the ones that are here volume and let the other ones work hard enough to get into this crop to then be afforded that volume as well. But it's a decision for a higher pay grade than mine.
Root defending a fuller ball from Seales. Out to extra cover, and there's no run. You're okay to pass the buck on to those who are paid to make those decisions.
Yeah.
you're allowed to pontificate and throw the ideas around.
Yeah, but I genuinely love West Indies cricket, and I got a lot of friends still there, and I would have seen some of the things happen in my time with other nationalities and how they were able to mitigate trying circumstances. And there were a few players that come to county cricket and play a lot of cricket and get those games under the belt.
Root crouches low, raises his bat, Seales is in full and straight, whipped through mid-wicket, along the ground. It's well in front of square here, deep mid-wicket, bit of ground to cover to pick it up. And Louis does scoop it up in front of the Holly stand as back for 2. Root onto 83. England 72 behind, 210 for 6. And the thing that West Indies cricket, of course, has that established red ball structure. I mean, looking at the Ireland Test match happening just now, Ireland I don't believe they have that red ball structure even at the moment. They're not playing.
It felt like they had a structure a while back.
It disappeared pre-COVID.
Yes.
I don't know whether it has actually picked up now. Certainly when they toured last year, it hadn't. Seales in, bouncer, kept down but not convincing by Root. That's come off the glove, dribbling up towards Alzari Joseph at mid-on, and a dot ball. But it's that, in the red ball structure, even the West Indies, is a costly thing to maintain, isn't it? Because of the logistics of getting players around the Caribbean, even the flights, the different currencies that's involving, the accommodation required. It's very different to other countries, quite a unique set of circumstances.
And I was trying to get some numbers from some of the business heads in CWI, and think logistically is $1 million US to travel from island to island. So if you're thinking spreading the cricket around a bit more, and you have, let me say, 3 tests in 3 different locations, that's $1 million each to get from point A to point B.
Slips come out, 2 catches for Root, but this one steered into the ground and into the hands of Gully. So Slips moved out to one of 2 catching positions in front of the bat on the onside, but Gully stays in place. So $1 million US dollars to move between islands in the Caribbean.
You obviously have to move 2 teams. You want to charter a plane, and then potentially charter a separate plane for all the logistics, all the boards around the ground, all the machinery, the cameramen, etc. And as close as it is from island to island, it's really not cheap.
It's not, is it? Here is Seales over the wicket to Root, defending, blocking solidly, and Seales picks up in his follow-through. West Indies striving to make another breakthrough, having dismissed Stokes with a short ball that didn't get hold of cleanly and struck it straight to Brathwaite at square leg, out for 54. England 210 for 6, 72 behind. Root on 83. This crowd have already applauded 3 Root landmarks today. He reached his half century, got a standing ovation for that in recognition of the fact that prior to that he had moved above Brian Lara in the all-time list of leading run scorers. And then reaching the 12,000 run mark, a sign of joining the absolute elite club if he wasn't elite enough already. So if he does manage to get another 17 runs, there will be an almighty ovation for him. So much affection for him, his talent, his class. You know, the time he spent as England captain as well. There were the struggles, of course, which led to the change of leadership, but as a batter, he's been exemplary. Jamie Smith here, back up the pitch to Gudakesh Motie.
And if you don't know English fans and you hear a boundary and you hear the boo, it's not a boo, it's a root. First time I could not believe it, and then when I understood, it was so cool.
Motie in again, full to Smith, playing with great respect here, stretching forward defensively, and no run. We've got an email here that's come into us. The request for some birthday greetings. This comes from Philippa. Here is Motie. Around the wicket, stroking away up to short extra cover, no run. Says, could you find time to pass on birthday greetings for my mother-in-law's 90th birthday, which is actually on Tuesday, so we're a little early, but that's quite all right. Her name is Margaret Jerram, and she'll be listening to our commentary over the weekend. Cracked away through the offside, beats the fielder who's up at cover for 4. Crisp from Jamie Smith. Moves on to 26. England 214 for 6, 68 runs behind now. Quick hands.
What a player he is. And you can see he almost got there too soon, and he just waited and slapped it on top of the bunks. Cover had no chance, and the cover is now back on the boundary, but he's sweeper.
Motie again, forward, pressing in defence. Motie picking up in his follow-through. Just so quickly able to switch from defence into attack. Recognises the scoring opportunity, and with a flash, that ball can race away. Smith 26 from 30, bit wide of the crease here, Motie. Tickled into the onside behind square, jogging through for 1. End of another over of spin. England then 215 for 6 and 67 behind. A stand of 115 between Root and Stokes dragged England from their position of 54 for 5 to 169 for 6 when Stokes was dismissed. It's another partnership looking to be built. Let's go back to Margaret, who will be turning 90 on Tuesday. She's an ardent cricket supporter. For many years, she went to Old Trafford to support Lancashire. And there's a photo attached, I think, to this email probably. Oh, Margaret, here we go. Margaret and Jack Simmons taken in the mid-80s. Still has pride of place in her lounge. Jack Simmons with the Lancashire red rose on his shirt. And maybe, I don't know whether that is Margaret and Philippa, maybe, in the photograph. Margaret has pointed out to the family on several occasions this summer that she and Jimmy share a birthday. Well, that's quite right then, because Jimmy Anderson will be 42, won't he, next week. She has passed on her love of cricket to her sons and some of her grandchildren, especially those living in New York and Ireland, who continue to follow the progress of Lancashire and England from further afield. That is good to know. I mentioned for her on TMS would be the icing on her birthday cake. Margaret, many happy returns in advance of Tuesday for 90. 90 not out.
Batting well, Margaret.
Keep going. Smith on 27, facing up to Shamar Joseph, so change of bowler here. And Joseph runs him full straights. Met with a straight bat from Smith, back up the pitch. Joseph picking up in his follow-through. Not wincing there, is he, Carlos, as he bowled that ball? He's just rubbing his right elbow a touch as he walks back to his mark. You saw him earlier, you commented that he did a bowl back into the middle, which we hoped wasn't a sign that he had a sore shoulder that he was protecting a little bit.
Sometimes in the Caribbean you can underarm and bowl in and give the batsman a false sense of security and then a rocket arm in when they come for 2. So hopefully it was that.
Joseph, overcast skies up ahead, 2 slips in place, in now to Jamie Smith, a low full toss, and it's chipped just airily, momentarily safe out towards deep mid-wicket. And Carl Louis is there to field. A single is added. Ben has got in touch on the email as well, tms@bbc.co.uk. Says, loving the commentary and analysis this summer, thank you. I'm curious, Ben says, about the future of West Indies cricket. They are the only test-playing nation which brings together players from independent nations, nations which at other times throughout the year play against each other. There is national pride in their islands, but what is the status of pride in the West Indies cricket team as a whole? Is there any movement or enthusiasm in the Caribbean to change the status quo and have individual nations play on the world stage. Josephine down the leg side, straying, and De Silva got a glove to it to take some pace off. They're coming back for a second now. A throw comes into the bowler's end. It's a loosish throw, and Craig Brathwaite has managed to back that one up and save any further buys. But loose from Joseph, and De Silva leaping across to his left-hand side, down their leg side, did well to get a glove to it to save it going for 4.
Yeah, and it bounced just in front of him. Just looking at the replay, I thought he could have been a bit cleaner with that one, but it bounced just in front of him. It was quite awkward. But yeah, radar a little bit off from Shamar Joseph. You can see what he's trying to do. There's 2 short mid-wickets, a deep fine leg and deep square legs. He's trying to track the ball back to Joe Root.
We'll address Ben's email in a minute. 2 catches here in front of the wicket on the onside for Root. And that's fielded by Kevin Hodge, one of those 2. Well, pride in West Indies cricket, that is evident to me as an outsider, just simply, well, having been in the Caribbean for the T20 World Cup and experienced the emotion that was around the Gabba Test match win in January.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pride. I think it goes a lot deeper than just pride. I think all the players out there would have grown up wanting to play for West Indies. And now, yes, there is IPL, so there'll be players in the next generation.
Root waits back poised, is down the leg side, squeezed again, tighter though from Shamar Joseph.
There'll be players in the next generation who half want to play for West Indies and who half want to play for Chennai Super Kings or Mumbai Indians or whatever, and that's fine, that's a changing landscape. But I won't think that in my era or even this era there are any players that grow up loving cricket and not dreaming of representing the West Indies, not dreaming of putting on the maroon baggy cap. There's still players that I know that haven't played Test cricket, love one-day cricket, but still want to play one Test match, want to be involved in Test cricket.
Root faces up, Joseph in full, defended to mid-on, no run. Well, the lengths that players will go to, it's the end of the over from Shamar Joseph, in order to reach the pinnacle, which for somebody like Shamar Joseph is West Indies cricket at the moment. There will be other offers that will bring in arguably more money. Well, it's definitely up to more money than being a West Indies Test player, but somebody like him who grew up in the Baracara, miles away from absolutely anywhere, remote, but moving away from family to take a job as a security guard and sacrificing all sorts of things to throw his lot in with cricket to try and make it, and the guy on Harpy Eagles, and he gets that opportunity.
And if we be honest, I think everyone out there knows without West Indies cricket there's no IPL deal, there's no riches, so there is still a level of I need to get to West Indies level before all this happened, and there's a lot that goes into getting to West Indies level, and there's an appreciation for that and a respect for that. I think once you do get to West Indies level, then is West Indies versus Australia versus England, and from a financial perspective, other nations can do more to keep their players, whereas with West Indies then is a lot harder because we don't play that much Test cricket that you can incentivize the Test players the best, which I think you probably should, and allow the white ball players to play without contract because they're earning money elsewhere. So you actually dish the money out to the persons that won't get it from elsewhere, and you incentivize them to stay. That's what I think they need to do with this current crop. But on the basis of how things have gone, you always had to incentivize the persons that were playing more cricket. It happens to be white ball.
Moti new over, and Smith aerially behind square on the leg side for 4. Like a dink sweep, really. Raced away, 222 for 6 and 60 runs behind.
And that's the 50 partnership from 10.5 overs.
And that's a decent lick. Really stretched for that, fetched it, turned it around the corner. Chris Smith picking up that conversation about tests being played simultaneously. Believes England might have played simultaneous tests in England and West Indies in 1901 and 1902. Smith pressing forwards. No run into the offside. The other question that Ben was saying in his email was about, if it's so expensive to have the players from different islands travelling everywhere. As Moti is in now to Smith, dabs it round the corner, very fine, beats the man on the 45. It's racing away down to the boundary. Can it be saved? No, it's 4. And the rate of scoring of the partnership is starting to accelerate. 2-2-5 for 6. 57 behind.
Yeah, Jamie Smith started with the short ball plan and took it on. Don't really feel I've seen him block many balls. It feels as though he's just finding ways to score, and this is why he was selected ahead of Ben Fowlkes. And you think someone like Ben Fowlkes would probably come in and add a little bit of control to it, but Jamie Smith actually kept the game moving and forced West Indies to retreat a bit.
Moti around the wicket. Smith defends. No run. Yeah, the question of could you have players, well, the different nations of the Caribbean competing as test nations on their own? That's just simply the population is not there. The numbers are not there. Tickled around the corner by Smith behind square. A single is taken.
I mean, it is a fair question, but if you think of persons already calling for the West Indies to be demoted to Division 2 and as a collection of 15 islands, then you take 1/15 of that and put it on its own, it's going to be very, very difficult. T20 cricket, probably there are a few nations that would do okay and hold their own, but the longer the format gets, the more infrastructure is needed, and those facilities aren't there at the moment. So as a collective, we're barely hanging on. If you go independent, I would fear for the quality that we could provide.
Moti in. Root with a new bat here. He's just had a change of bat. Quick single, shot at the stumps at the striker's end, and Smith is home for the single. 2-2-8 for 6. England are 54 behind. I'll leave you with this thought, Carlos, because obviously at the Commonwealth Games, there is no West Indies, and nations have to compete separately. So when it was women's cricket here at Edgbaston, in fact, it was a Barbados team that competed as a West Indies representative. So they did actually have to have an inter-island competition to determine who would be the West Indies representative at the Commonwealth Games. That's probably the only time I can recall that happening within that international context.
So then you're thinking of 15 sovereign nations, islands potentially, then having to play World League 2 and all that to then get test status.
How long does it take? Yes. I think we'll leave things as they are. We're having a double change here. Simon Mann is going to come in for commentary, so I will let Simon move in, and he's about to be joined by Tuffers as well. Drinks are being taken here at Edgbaston, but here is Simon.
Yeah, England fighting hard today. So what have we had? We've had 190 for 3 today from England. So if you put it in that context, it shows how relatively benign the batting conditions are and how well England have done today. But the game is still in the balance. England 54 runs behind. Joe Root 84 not out in his sights today. Well, another Test 100, but a special Test 100, because if he does get there, it will bring him level with Alistair Cook on 3300s, the most by an England batter. Alistair's not here to witness. He's selling sheep, I think, this week, isn't he? Yeah, sheep selling week.
Oh, is it? Okay.
On the farm, yeah.
Very big in the calendar, that is.
Yep. I don't think he could miss it.
I'm sure he'll be keeping an ear to the radio when he's if his records are up for grabs.
Here's an email from Chris in Brecon. It says it's 2:45 p.m. and by now there should have been 135 overs in this match, presumably, but only 121 have been bowled. I love Test cricket, but the paying fans at the ground are getting short-changed. The current penalty of Test Championship points deduction does not work, so maybe if the bowling side have a target where they should be after 50 overs, nip behind, lose a fielder until they catch up, and every side is told when batting, you get to change gloves, etc. only at drinks or if a piece of equipment breaks, and that has to be inspected by the umpire. I mean, I could understand the frustration. Again, there was an incident earlier when I was commentating where Craig Brathwaite had a problem with his foot, and they just stopped the game for 4 minutes or whatever. Moti was ready to bowl. Everyone was ready, but Brathwaite stayed on the field. He could have just trotted off for an over, had the thing sorted out, and just get on with the game. Anyway, this is an official break in the game. It's a drinks break.
Well, they could, if they're behind. I've just thought of one. If they're behind at this stage, perhaps the drinks break gets
get the drinks break
curtailed.
So who's responsible? The batter.
Oh, sorry, Andy.
What if the batters are thirsty? They get penalised because the bowlers have been too slow. A bit harsh.
I know.
Or maybe they just
Haven't thought that through, have I?
Fielders aren't allowed a drink. The batters can have two.
Yes. Yeah. And just go, no.
In baseball, they've brought in a clock between pitches, a clock for changes of batters that has speeded the game up by about sort of 10 to 15%. Came in last year. So there's evidence knocking around, precedents that cricket might like to take notice of if it genuinely cares about the pace of play. We talk a lot about over race. I think it's more about pace of play and the time in which things are just happening needlessly, slowly. Dawdling is not generally entertaining.
No.
It's a common gripe, isn't it? And we feel it up here as well. We want to see the cricket.
Yeah.
I want to see just people wandering around with drinks and gloves in their hand and messing around.
Get on with the game.
Get on with the game.
Yeah, well, that has been suggested before, Chris. Take a fielder off. I mean, other suggestions of penalty runs. If you haven't bowled your overs, for every over you haven't bowled, there's a 5-10 run penalty, and that might concentrate a few minds. Nothing seems to work, and you are supposed to bowl your overs in by 6 o'clock, and it never happens. It's always 6:30.
Used to bowl thousands in county cricket. How many did we have to bowl?
I used to bowl about 300 in a day.
103, wasn't it? I think we used to do 103.
I think even more than that at one point. It might have even been 110, Tuffers.
Oh, was it?
228 for 6. Play is resuming. Oh, no, it's not.
He does that all the time.
Because Shamar Joseph has run into bowl, just ran straight through the crease and did not deliver the ball. Oh, that doesn't help, does it? It's his 8th over. He's taken 1 for 22. Out today, Pope for 10, Brook for 2, and Stokes for 54 in a lively spell after lunch when Alzari Joseph was banging the ball into the pitch. Ingham were taking it on. They had some success, but then Stokes hit it straight to Brathwaite at forward square leg. Since then, Smith 37, Root 84. Here's a very full ball from Shamar Joseph. He lets it go this time. It's flicked away by Root towards deep backward square leg. He's going to come back for 2 runs. It's Moti down there who bowls it in, but he bowls it in pretty well.
He's got a fast arm for a spinner.
You see that when he's bowling, but he's kind of he didn't bend his arm to throw it in. He lobbed it in as if he was bowling it. It went about 70 metres.
Smith skipped on to 37 from nowhere, hasn't he?
Well, he's such a good young player.
Looks to score, doesn't he? Looks to take the attack to the bowling side.
Here is Shamar with 2 short mid-wickets in, bowls full, clipped away by Root towards deep square leg, and he moves to 87, adding into 231 for 6. Partnership worth 62.
They've fed him on that shot a bit, haven't they, the West Indies? I think there was a conscious effort for them to bowl a slightly straighter. They quite fancy getting Joe Root LBW playing around that front pad, and it has been a bit of a mode of dismissal in the past. But every time I've looked up, he just seems to be clipping them through mid-wicket for 4 or a couple.
Well, he's feeling nice and confident. 100 at Trent Bridge. A lovely controlled innings.
He's got a glint in his eye, hasn't he, at the moment?
He's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, watching Shamar Joseph going to bowl to Smith, who edges it, and it's well stopped by Holder, diving away to his right at second slip on the bounce. Otherwise, that would have been 4 down towards deep third.
Anyone else fielding at second slip, that would have been 4.
Yeah. Yes, he's got quite a long reach.
Oh, hasn't he?
Jason Holder.
I reckon he's good at darts.
Just put it in the board. Lean forward and put it in the board.
A little bit, especially if he had those sort of clown shoes on, which he could sort of lean forward. Doink. Yeah. Long arms.
A couple of good catches. A vital century in that first innings yesterday. Shamar bowls outside the off stump just, and Smith pats it away in defence into the offside towards extra cover. Those showers staying away. It's still relatively bright above. There's a blanket of cloud, but nothing threatening imminently anyway. Want to be 10 to 3. I mean, we might have some light issues later on if it stays like this.
It's sort of building up over Birmingham, isn't it?
It's a little bit darker over there. Yeah. Shamar to Smith, full outside the off stump, driven, not timed. You can almost turn your back on the cricket and you can hear the timing in a stroke. And at that time, you heard the lack of timing. It was a clinky sound off the bat. Here's Trevor Hobday, Clitheroe. Surely the answer is very simple. The bowling side must bowl 30 overs per session. If at the end of the session they've not done so, then the batting side are awarded 10 runs per over lost in that session. Problem solved overnight, says Trevor. Well, that was one of the things I was talking about just now, a penalty run being brought in. Shamar bowls. Oh, good delivery, full, swinging, and Smith drove at it, missed it, went past the outside edge and through to De Silva. That could have easily been the 7th wicket. It was not. It's the end of the over. 2:31 for 6. Smith survives. He's on 37. Root 13 away from another Test 100. Phil Steer in the Isle of Wight says, given that Test matches already finished well within the allotted 5 overs, perhaps we don't want a faster over 8, leading to them finishing even earlier. I think the point about that, I mean, it's a reasonable point, isn't it?
Days, not overs, 5 days. Sorry, you said 5 overs. Test matches finishing in 5
Oh, right. Well, that's what the aim is with Bazball, is to finish in 5 overs. Over 5 days, sorry.
Yes, I knew you meant.
Misread. And it's a decent point. And people say, well, look, why are you being fined for an over 8 problem when the game finished in 2.5 days? I suppose the point is if you've got a ticket for that day,
of course,
you want your full allocation. Absolutely. I think that's the point from the spectators. No, some don't care. They're happy to come along on a social occasion. They don't watch all the cricket the whole time, go behind the stand, meet up with people, have a drink, or wander around, whatever, and just watch some of the cricket. But others, they do want it. And if you pay quite a lot of money, which people do, then you kind of want your full allocation.
Yes, in Formula 1, you wouldn't sort of stop after, if it's a 67-lap race, you wouldn't just stop after 61, would you?
No.
Go to the end.
Moti bowls to Root. And people say, and Root defends into the offside and there's no run. And some people say, well, it was exciting enough yesterday. 320 runs and 13 wickets.
Was it?
Yeah, it was a good day's cricket. Here's Moti to Root. Oh, and his appeal for LBW's got him. Root's out, stretching forward, and Moti's got through. And Root is out for 87. West Indies celebrating. Well, Root looked so secure. Moti bowled to him. He pushed forward, and it was front leg, back leg, and then it hit the wicketkeeper's pads. It was a strange one. Root walks off, disappointed. No 33rd 100 today for Joe Root. And West Indies strike again. Just in time, otherwise England were looking to take control of the game. They are 51 runs behind. Root LBW to Moti for 87. 2:31 for 7.
He's got him again, Moti, a couple of times. I don't know quite how he missed the one at Lord's, and I don't quite know how he missed that one. It's just sort of skidded on a bit, I think. There wasn't a lot of turn, but another fine innings from Joe Root has held this England reply together. They would have been in all sorts of trouble without his 87, the dreaded 87, the Australian unlucky number. But played nicely, but as he trudges off up the stairs, he'll be disappointed. He would have seen another 100 to his name there. But well bowled Moti. Some people you have a little bit of sort of trouble against, And he's just run that through him. He just glanced his front pad on a forward defence, just a forward defensive. I don't think it was an arm ball. I think it was one that didn't turn. Perhaps a bit quicker. Hit the inside of the front leg and then back leg. I mean, it was in front of all three. It was pretty obvious it was LB.
It was a strange one for us because we're behind Root and the ball also went behind him as well.
Yes, I thought it bowled him.
Yeah, I couldn't see the bails off. Sometimes you can't. They're the same colour as the pitch. So it's sometimes hard to see whether the bails have fallen off. I know that sounds a strange thing to say. You can't see whether the bails have fallen off, but from a distance, it's not that obvious. Those bails that light up in one-day cricket.
Yes, I like it.
It's a great bonus for the commentators
aren't they?
And the spectators. Here's Moti bowling to Wokes, who's forward and plays that way into the offside. Into a small gap, but there's no run.
I'll tell you what this Moti's got. He's got a very fast arm delivery. So sometimes it just rushes. He disguises his quicker one quite nicely with that very fast arm.
Moti bowls to Wokes, and Wokes meets it with a full face of the bat, playing away into the offside, up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Just having another
Oh, it's just missed it. Just missed it.
He was just a bit late on it.
Yes,
wasn't
that's
he?
what I mean. I think it was just a little quicker, a little bit skiddier.
As Wokes plays that defensively back up the pitch.
Perhaps
There's
an
no run.
Perhaps an under spinner, where you just change the ball and the seam around in your hand, and you don't bowl it with a cock wrist. You just relax the wrist and sort of let it come out, sort of under spinning.
Moti to Wokes. Wokes leans forward and plays up the offside of the pitch, and Moti picks up, and there's no run.
But I think you're right. I think it's done him for a bit of pace.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about how he throws the ball in from the boundary.
Well, you just said it, yeah. Whips it in.
Yeah. He sort of bowls it in really fast and well. John says, surely people go to see their team win. Personally, I wouldn't care how many overs were bowled in a session as long as England win.
Well, you know, I know what you mean. You want to see a bit of entertainment.
Yes. You obviously didn't grow up watching England in the 80s. We just had to learn to love the game.
Yeah.
We had given up on it. Joe Root's final figures, 87 from 124 balls, just 7 fours. Another masterpiece of the Rootian accumulative arts. It's his 95th score of 50 or more in Test cricket. Could have been out on 3 when an LBW appeal was not referred. That would have been out. That would have made the score 39 for 4 at that point.
Yeah, you think disappointment of missing out on 100, but actually it could have been even worse for him, much worse. Here's Shamar Joseph bowling a swinger from the arm there. It's drilled by Smith up towards mid-off, and there's no run. When I say a swinger from the arm, you can see it coming out.
Early swing.
Yeah. So you can follow it. But when you think of Root against spin, generally left arm spinners, you think, oh, he's not getting him out.
No, not
but
really.
Moti, he has caused him problems in this Test series. And he's got one more innings to do so as well. 231 for 7. England 51 runs behind, only 3 wickets in hand. Shamar Joseph bowls to Smith. Smith edges along on the bounce to Holder. That second slip. And they have now put a third slip in. There was an edge in the previous over. Holder dived and stopped it. So for Smith, there are 2 men back on the leg side boundary. Fine leg and deep square, and a deep backward point as well. So they've got an eye on runs here. Obviously, you don't want Smith scoring quickly and hitting 4s. No. They've got the men back on either side. But they're also attacking with 3 slips as well.
I think he'll be scratching his head there in the dressing room, Joe Root, and going to himself, I don't quite know how I missed that.
Here's Shamar Joseph bowling to Smith, who guides it away into the offside towards extra cover. You can see how Smith bats. With Wokes, you'd fine, just bat normally and see what's there. But if Wokes were to be dismissed, then it may well be that Smith starts to try to take it on.
Did it well at Lords, didn't he?
Yeah.
That 70 on his debut.
How high did that 6 go that threatened Father Time? Whereabouts did it go?
Yeah, it was a good smack. Top tier, just by Father Time on the right-hand side.
Shamar runs away from us to bowl to Smith. Smith stands up and punches it away towards extra cover, and there's no run.
He's already whacked one over the hollies, isn't he?
Yes, he has.
Strong boy.
Yeah, these are his 2 strong shots. That back foot out towards deep mid wicket. It's well in front of square, and then the extra cover drive. And when you look at him shaped the way he does, you think we might be watching him for quite a few years to come.
Yep.
Obviously no Test careers, all smoothness. There's a short ball from Joseph, pulled away towards deep forward square leg, and through for a single. So doubtless along the way he'll have a few dips. It happens to everybody just about.
It does indeed. I've been impressed with his keeping. I thought his keeping's been steady, without being, sort of like a crackerjack. You know what I mean? He just looks to get on with the job nicely. Yes, but you're right. Everyone has a few blips along the way. A few speed bumps.
Yeah. Some roads are rockier than others. Shamar Joseph back to his mark at the pavilion end. 233 for 7. Chris Wokes on strike, gets a score. He's faced 4 balls. And let's have a look at the field. It's almost the same, apart from the deep backward point has come up to backward point. Shamar bowls to Wokes. Short ball tapped away into the onside. And Wokes gets his first run. Kurt Mackenzie out there at deep square leg, wearing a sun hat. 234 for 7. If you missed Agaz's view from the boundary. Chat with Samantha Bond. It's now available as a Test Match special podcast. Corrections, Michael Louis out there, isn't it? Michael Louis out on that deep square leg boundary, wearing the sun hat. Shamar Joseph.
I met her in the lift on the way down.
Samantha Bond?
Yes. Miss Moneypenny.
Yeah, it's Joseph bowling outside the off stump, crashed away by Smith, square of the wicket. That deep backward point fielder scoots around and knocks you back inside the rope. Really well fielded. And Smith comes back for a couple. 236 for 6. England trying to eat into this West Indies total. 282 plays 236 for 7. Right, Tubbers, a bit more from you, and then the return of Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah.
So that lunchtime feature available as a podcast now.
Yeah, they're just chipping away, England, after an iffy start to the innings, it's got to be said. But Joe Root and Ben Stokes just managed to eat into that lead, and now Jamie Smith as well with a decent 40 off of 48. He hasn't hung about Agazol.
Certainly hasn't. I'm just trying to work out how Joe Root missed that.
Well, no, I know.
He walked off shaking his head.
Yeah.
Looking very disappointed.
I think he might have just done him off the pitch, sort of like skipped at him a little bit. We were just mentioning what a fast arm that Moti's got.
Yes.
It
He has got a variety. We saw it at
Yeah,
Lord's.
just slid onto him a bit quick, and perhaps the sort of hands weren't quite coming down straight. He played well.
I was just about to say, I think a good friend of ours is breathing a sigh of relief that his record still remains intact just for another game. It's Alistair Cook. The record lasts for another day, just.
Yeah, I thought he'd be listening.
Yeah, so did I. Yeah, he's still at the top of the tree.
Yeah.
236 for 7. So Chris Woakes, who apparently has got a bit of a strained leg, part of it. He's on strike. Let's see how he moves. Well, he's trotting up the pitch there.
That's a shame because he bowled really well.
Yeah. We don't quite yet how fit he is to bowl, but he hasn't stretched there. And funnily enough, it'll be setting off and running while he's batting. That might just be what sort of twinges, if you like. But well, he trotted off there all right, and he's not standing up there and obviously stretching at the moment. 237 for 7. Smith on 40. And the pressure building on the West Indies here, because although they lead by 45, that's likely to be chiselled away, and then they do have that pressurised innings, that third innings. In comes Seals, bowls wide outside the off stump, and Smith reaches for it, dabs the ball away out to Louis, fielding on the boundary to our right there in front of the Hollies stand. 238 for 7. It's always that third innings, isn't it?
Oh, tricky.
It's the pressure.
Do you stick or twist?
You know, if you get it wrong, you've lost the game, really.
Yeah. Yes, it is awkward to just sort of feel what is a good total in a third innings, because then you know is there wear on the pitch and all these sort of factors come into it. Difficult to set a total.
Yeah.
Always handy when you get a good start in a third innings.
It was a wild swish from Woakes.
It was a fish.
A wide ball. Cloud building over the city.
Yeah.
I think we've escaped.
You got your radar?
Well, let's have a quick look while I'm.
Your radar's pretty good because you're flying.
So you tend to find the forecast that you want. So
okay.
You want it to be dry, so you search all the weather apps so you find a dry one. There were 1 or 2 showers around, but actually, funny enough, I said dark over there, which is the north, and there is indeed a shower going over the north of Birmingham at the moment. In comes Seals, sun shining here, and Woakes slides that away. A chase for Louis, he won't get it. He just brought him in. Nice stroke from Woakes. And he's able to stretch stretch his leg.
Such a good timer through the covers, isn't he?
Yep.
Chris Woakes just lays a bat on it, but it's just beautiful bit of timing. No real effort.
He's running that hard.
He's what?
He's running it hard. He's not.
Oh, good.
He's
yeah.
He's not nursing anything.
Where did you get the leg strained information from?
I have my sources. I'm in that sort of James Bond mode today.
Yeah. Undercover.
Bit of spying going on.
Okay.
She was lovely. And she dropped the cat. That's through the hat like James Bond would do when he walked into her office.
Oh, she dropped it.
She dropped it.
Oh.
Seals bowls, and well, Woakes was going to leave that and then played it very late.
Was it a decent throw?
Actually, it was a surprisingly good throw.
Was it?
It's not my hat.
No.
It's the first hat I could find, and it was, what, 6-7 yarder?
Oh.
Straight on, it spun a bit.
Did she get 2 hands on it?
No, just the one. She put her hand up like a hat stand.
Oh, so she
landed it on. And she dropped it. Never mind. She was great fun. Lovely lady.
Very nice. Met her in the lift.
Did you?
Yes. Said hello.
Did she have a hat-catching stunt double for the films, do you suppose?
Well, no, because of course in the Bond films it's an actual hat stand, isn't it? Seals comes in, bowls in the sunshine.
No,
played by Smith out to cover. And there's no run. At the end of the over, the door would open.
Yes.
Fracture, wouldn't it? And then the hat would come flying into her office and land on the hat stand.
What sort of hat? A bowler hat, was it, James Bond? What sort of hat did he have? He didn't wear a hat.
Probably was a bowler hat, was it? And then he'd just stride in. Hello, Moneypenny. And that was it, yeah.
James.
You in the running to be the next Bond, Toughest?
Well, it's not a bad boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. The name's Tufnell. Phil Tufnell.
Oh, I can't see it.
No, me neither.
There's a bit too much exercise involved for us.
Oh, yeah, that's swimming and everything, running around.
Daniel Craig. I mean, I'm sorry. How do you replace Daniel Craig? And we're brought up on all the others.
Well, but they say that.
Daniel Craig.
No, but you say that. How do you replace James Anderson? How do you replace Stuart Broad? Someone always comes along.
Hilda Ogden.
I wasn't expecting Hilda to come in.
Well, but they're these iconic names, aren't they?
Well, absolutely, but someone always comes.
Life will never be the same. That's what you're told.
Yes, I know.
2:43 for 7. And Shamar Joseph runs up, bowls quite straight, and Woakes tucks that down to mid-on. And there's no run. I thought Daniel Craig was the iconic James Bond. I'll get angry messages, but because James Bond actually is he's a bit of a bad lad, you know. He's not a nice. If you the real James Bond in the books, you know, he was
licensed to thrill, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, that as well. But he's quite a nasty piece of work.
I was always a Roger Moore fan, you know.
Yeah, that's the smooth, suave.
Oh yeah, it's a bit of a giggle. You know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, Sean Connery. I mean, they're iconic, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's Woakes driving down to mid-off this time. But if you said to me, Jonathan, who is your ideal? Who's the man? Who is James Bond? I'm going to say Daniel Craig.
Yeah. The name's Agnew.
No.
Jonathan Agnew. It doesn't really ring on.
No,
does it? He's got that name right.
Well, I did have the throw for Moneypenny. Wow. And not many people, let's be honest, not many people around here have actually thrown their hat at Moneypenny.
Well, only a James Bond and you.
Exactly. I would think that's probably true.
Yeah.
Joseph bowls and it's dabbed away down to slip and fielded by Holder, and there's no run. I mean, that's
Odd Job had a hat, didn't he? He had the hat that sort of chopped your head off.
Well,
didn't
it did. He wouldn't be catching that one.
No.
Wouldn't have a hand left.
Yeah, that was a bit lively.
I just realised that is a very select.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Not many.
Could dine out.
Not many have thrown at Moneypenny.
No.
Happy with that, I guess.
I am. This one driven through the covers. He's so strong. He loves that front foot. Now, Woakes has played a couple now. He goes to 11.
I mean, it's as good as it gets. A Joe Root cover drive.
He's rather serving it up here.
Yeah.
Joseph.
Gorgeous. Oh, it don't get any better than that from those Woakes.
Anyway, A View from the Boundary with Samantha Bond is a Test Match special podcast.
Yes.
Now on BBC Sounds. Primarily, she's here as an ambassador for the Bob Willis Fund, which is what today's all about.
Yep.
2:47 for 7. Joseph again, bowls, pitched up on the leg stump this time, turned into the leg side. They amble the single.
Great man, Bob. He was my England under-19s manager.
Was he?
Yes, we went to West Indies. Went to the West Indies. Kept us, sort of herded us all together.
Yeah, I was
managed
say,
to keep us under control.
Tough job, that. Who else is on that tour?
Oh, there was a few lively young lads there.
Oh.
But what a fantastic chap he was.
Yeah.
And a great laugh as well, and he sort of had to be a little bit stern because we were quite sort of lively. And he, I think about after a week, he sort of said, come on, lads, we are actually here to play cricket.
That's a tough gig for whoever managed that tour.
First week was in Barbados.
Joseph on the off stump. That's a lovely stroke from Smith. On the back foot.
Beautiful.
Very gracefully eased that away through extra cover. Not an easy shot to play. He does hit it. He times the ball so well. Yeah. 252 for 7. Just run through the wickets of the day with people coming in and out and gardening and so on. Pope the first to go, played on to Joseph for 10. Harry Brook, bit of a lazy shot.
Yeah.
A gentle ball outside the off stump. He rather loosely drove at. Was caught behind for 2. Then a good stand over 100 between Stokes and Root before Stokes was caught by Brathwaite off for Zara Joseph for 54. And then most recently Root LBW to Moti for 87. And the highlights, of course, are on at 7 o'clock tonight. So who else is on that tour then?
Who else was on that tour? Gary Palmer.
Oh, yes.
Oh, crikey, you're asking. Got Steve Andrew. I can't remember. A few of us went on.
Yeah.
Richard Blakey.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Keeper.
Yeah. Crikey.
Poor old Bob.
Yeah, he had his work cut out.
Is there a coach as well?
Bob Cotton.
His Seals. Bowls outside the off stump. And there's no stroke. That'd be fun as well. Well, it sounds like a tour to have been on.
It does. It was brilliant. Yeah.
Who's captain?
For us, Neil Lenham.
Oh, of course.
I think it was Neil Lenham. Oh, Phil de Freitas was on it.
Was he? Mop of the brow from Seals. Tufts has realised he's late for television duties. It's a very hasty exit. In comes Seals, bowls, driven down a mid-off. And there's no run. 252 for 7. So 30 runs separate the teams. And that's getting a bit tricky now, I think, for the West Indies. That's heading towards pressure time for them. In their second innings, they're going to have to show a lot of spirit, a lot of discipline, because England will come at them hard. There's commentary, by the way, now on a double header in the 100. London Spirit against Birmingham Phoenix. That's on the BBC Sport website and the app. In comes Seals. Bowles driven out through extra cover, and Brathwaite can't get there. And he's chasing the ball as hard as he can down to long off. Picks the ball up just below that scoreboard I was talking about earlier, the old traditional scoreboard here at Edgbaston. And they come back for 3. I'm watching Wokes' movements. So too, I'm sure, is Stephen Finn. They don't look too bad, do they?
No, he's moving nicely, isn't he? He's getting his front foot into the ball. He's not looking like he's approaching any of the runs with trepidation whatsoever. So maybe we got fed some dud information, which feels like the sort of mood that person that you got that information was.
Duff information from Stuart Broad.
Yeah, he was in one of those moods, wasn't he? Back in the box just now.
But very, very funny. Here's Seals coming up bowling, pushed away out to cover, and there's no run. Yeah, I think he's fed us a Duff one there. He looks all right, doesn't he?
He looks very good. Yeah, you would say that. You were saying whether the running between the wickets or bowling would be the harder thing. You think setting off for the run would be the hard bit.
Yes, definitely.
But then also when you're bowling, trying to drive that back knee through, it can catch as well. I've torn my quad before, and that was the last thing to come back for me, was being able to really snap at the crease. So I suppose we'll get a better indication when he bowls.
255 for 7. Smith's on 45, and he plays that firmly down the ground to mid-on as Seals bowls on middle and leg. And there's no run. I mean, looking at him, he'll definitely start, I thought, wouldn't he?
Yes, yeah. And if it was too bad, he wouldn't be out there batting now, would he? They'd have maybe sent Atkinson ahead of him.
But it's true about that third innings, isn't it? I mean, you see so many test matches lost in that third innings. They might come out and play very well, but you just look at the form, look at the frailty that they've shown.
And from 50 for 5 as well, to then have conceded these 200-odd runs plus whatever England get now. It's the mentality of that, and that you can take that into your batting.
His Seals is bowled very well. He bowls a nice one there too, with an old ball. Just moved away enough to beat the bat. 2.55 for 7 to end the over. Wokes 15. Smith has 45. Lots of play left, and happily the only rain that's fallen so far today, and there's only a little tiny bit of it, fell during lunch, so haven't lost any play.
I was batting during lunch. I was out there.
You were in there in that net again?
I went into the net, yeah.
Right, who were you facing?
I faced numerous deliveries. I mean, I think, without spoiling it, I think they're all pretty generic. It says this is Curtly Ambrose versus Michael Atherton, and you're expecting one short, whistling past you.
Oh, is that Trinidad?
Well, I'm not sure. It just says this is the delivery that you're going to face.
If it's Trinidad, it was pitched up and he was LBW, I think, first ball of the innings.
Well, I missed it, and it didn't hit the stumps, thankfully. But yeah, I didn't bat that well. I didn't shower myself in glory. I was 7 not out from my over.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Who else did you face?
I faced Courtney Walsh, James Anderson, Curtly Ambrose, Andy Caddick. I think Gareth Batty, the ball where Lara got his 400.
Right. Well, they have got some new. They've got some new bowlers then, because I faced them. I think I faced Anderson last year. Here's Holder, and it starts the wide loosener outside the off stump. It's very clever, isn't it? You see the bowler running in, the ball suddenly pops out of a hole, approximately where his hand would be.
Yep, I had to change my bat after 3 deliveries as well. I used a plastic one. I felt I was just threw the shots a touch too early. Then used a wooden one for the last 3 and actually connected with.
No difference. Good. Wow. I didn't see you play many shots during your Test career.
No, they were few and far between. I was more of an obdurate object as opposed to free.
Matthew Hoggard were very similar. In goes Holder, bowls. Oh, just comes creeping in towards Wokes on the front foot. Plays out to cover. I mean, the Hogster 4 off Brett Lee at Trent Bridge was a thing. It was a beauty, I have to be honest. But also,
where did he hit it?
Off through the covers. Yeah, slipped in Brett Lee, and it was tight. I mean, it was Shane Warne bowling well the other end. England needing a handful of runs to win. It was a lot of pressure on the Hogster. Just stood there and went boom, hit him before.
I hope he's got a picture of that in his downstairs toilet or something.
2.55 for 7. Wokes waits as Holder bowls him very wide, but he stretches for it okay, and he's driven it wide, square through the offside. They've taken 1, and just on sort of leg alert there. Well, he stretched a long way for it, and he ran the single comfortably enough.
I can't believe you're just going to sit there and take that, Finney. Looking at your stats compared with Matthew Hoggard. Finn, 36 fours from 901 balls in Test cricket. Hoggard, 35 fours from 2,089 balls.
Wow.
Imagine what I could have achieved facing 2,000 balls.
I just thinking. See, the trouble is, I'll be honest. Yes, I'm tainted by that innings in Dunedin.
Well, now I'm sat up in the broadcast box. I understand why that was so frustrating.
2.56 for 7. In goes Holder. Wide of the crease, bowls, and there's bottom edge this time from Smith. Looking to run the ball towards the vacant third man. 2.56 for 7. So England just 26 runs behind, which really doesn't amount to much. And West Indies will bat at some stage, knowing if they mess it up, they get it wrong, they'll lose the game.
It's that pressure, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like you say, the third innings, Stuart Broad liked to call it the moving innings, or day 3 is the moving day, where all of the pressure is set up to be in the Test match.
Yeah. Holder towers over the bowler. Oh, Smith drives and misses. Lovely length from Holder. Just a little bit of swing away, just enough to beat the drive. 2.56 for 7. All pretty quiet in the Hollies at the moment. There are a few beach balls being bounced about. But otherwise, they're sitting fairly quietly there. Greetings from Texas, writes Kevin in San Antonio. In regards to the discussion of West Indies Test cricket, I originally was introduced to cricket when I lived and worked in Jamaica in the 80s, when West Indies were the top of the cricket world. In goes Holder. Bowls nudged away towards mid-on, and there's no run. Everyone brought their radios into the workplace when a test was going on, and I picked up the basics. I went to my first ever match in Kingston to see the West Indies thoroughly dominate Australia in a one-day international. Now living back home in Texas and following the England side through the BBC and TMS. And I get to see a few T20s in Dallas during the Major League Cricket season, which ends tomorrow. Thanks very much for those who's linked to listen. I keep coverage on the background to whatever is going on during the day. I've learnt a ton more about the game thanks to y'all, as a Texan would write and say. Y''ALL. Thanks, Kevin. Good to have you with us. And really glad you enjoy the game. 2:56 for 7. Let's say they're quiet over there, and so that sort of revs them up. They're urging England on. Seals is going to continue. There's 2 slips. Gully is square. As Wokes waits, Seals bowls to him. Wokes just pats that away off the front foot out into the covers, and there's no run. I've overstayed my welcome now. We seem to be into Fazir territory. So I'll do one more. Go on, Faz. 2:56 for 7. Cloudy afternoon. See the lights on the crane, actually, or one of the many cranes that's resting today, Saturday, over there in the city centre. Seals runs up, bowls. Forward comes Wokes. Picked up again at point. And there's no run. 2:56 for 7. So West Indies are 26 behind. Tea time. We're going to be hearing about this event that we were talking about yesterday briefly, which is this sort of food event that the ECB are running at the moment.
Is that what they dropped in the box?
It was actually a little taste of sort of diversity of food and all different foods that we all enjoy.
Some goats, wasn't there?
There was some goat.
I didn't try that.
Why not?
Doesn't
people
advertise me.
It really is very tasty. Wokes plays down to mid-off. And there's no run. I mean, it's one of these staple meals of West Indies.
Should be more adventurous, really.
Yes, I think you should.
I went for the fried chicken option that got brought up. There was barbecue fried chicken, so I tucked into that.
You can get that anywhere.
Well, I also don't need to eat after Andy Zoltzman ordered half the Cantonese restaurant that we went to last night.
Well, he brought the other half back to the hotel.
He's trying to ship it off to people. He was asking for takeaway boxes. The lady was like, "Do you want one more? Do you want one more? One more, sir?"
I've seen so much over-ordered food. Wokes waits, gets a short ball, which just dips his head and then tucks away out into the leg side. It's picked up by the fielder trotting in from deep square leg.
I feel I need to defend myself slightly here. There's a group of 6 of us went to this restaurant. There's a dim sum menu. There you have to write on the sheet of paper what dim sum you want. So I said, so let's do a communal dim sum order. Everyone says yes. I order enough dim sum for 6. And then everyone orders a main course as well for themselves and a load of rice.
Oh, I see.
I take partial responsibility, but not 100%.
Well, a lot of dim sums arrived back at our hotel. Seals bowls, Smith taps him away. He's picked up another single, trotting away up to the far end as Louis comes in and fields. I think I can see a Jamaican flag actually in the Hollies stand there, about halfway up, near where that pitch ball went just then. I thought I saw one being unfurled. 2:58 for 7. Wokes waits as Seals receives the ball. It's the last ball of this over. Runs in hard. Wokes waits and tucks him away to the leg side. He'll want 2. He's running that first one easily enough, and actually doesn't take the second. Fielder's got the ball in his hand, so Wokes will be on strike. And again, he seemed to run that smoothly enough. So perhaps we'll just give him some duff information. 2:59 for 7, and England therefore just 23 runs behind now, as we're heading towards tea in the company of Steve Finn and Fazia Mohammed.
Yeah, never trust Stuart Broad's information. He sold us a dud there. Chris Wokes moving nicely between the wickets and building a good partnership here with Jamie Smith, who's played very well and moved serenely to 46 now from 58 deliveries. A humongous 6 up over the Hollies stand, out towards the practice wickets in the car park. That ball got replaced. This ball is now swinging a touch for the West Indies. Jason Holder beat the edge in the previous over. Jayden Seales beat the edge the one before that, but the West Indies desperately want this wicket after having England 50 for 5. They find themselves only 23 runs behind now, England, and the prospect of having a first innings lead, which looked very unlikely 1 hour into this morning. Fazir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Finney. And it's when you put it in context, for example, at Trent Bridge, where they got that 41-run lead, they would have been feeling good about themselves, given that England had piled on 416 to actually lead after the disaster of the Lord's Test. Now you've got a situation, as I said, so much of this is contextual. If you happen to turn up on any given day and just watch the scores, you really wouldn't have a proper appreciation of what would have transpired, that England would have had 5 wickets down with barely 50 runs on the board, and are now to 59 for 7 as Holder bowls on the leg stump to Chris Woakes. Let's see if there's any bat on that as it goes away towards a square leg, and it's a leg by, so the score moves on to 260 for 7. 18 to Woakes. Smith 4 runs short of a half century, started with a 70 in his first Test innings at Lord's. I'm fascinated by your, I wouldn't say aversion to the curry goat, but I understand maybe not wanting to venture too far, because it can be an acquired taste in some ways.
I feel like I should force myself to try it, though, for 0. It feels...
2 slips and a short point as Holder bowls to Smith, and he's playing it back up along the pitch. The interesting thing about the curried goat is that it is a staple in many parts of the Caribbean, especially in what we would call fete matches or fun matches. I don't know what would be the appropriate description here in the UK. And it actually caused a bit of controversy, that reference to curry goat, because you can refer to curry goat cricket, which means the fun match, sort of like the village Sunday afternoon fun event, as Holder bowls on the line of leg stump and is stroked away to wide long on. He's certainly not in a curry goat mood as he gets to a half century. Jamie Smith beautifully played wide of mid-on. He is a batter in his own right, apart from what he does behind the stumps, and he raises his bat for his second Test match 50 in 3 innings.
He's played some really eye-catching strokes today, Jamie Smith. That big pull over deep mid-wicket. Inside the first couple of overs, he was at the crease. A back foot punch through extra cover where he had so much time off Shamar Joseph. And he brings up his 50 there with a beautiful clip through mid-wicket. Jason Holder just drifting onto the pad slightly, probably hitting halfway up middle stump, but Smith gets that big front foot down the pitch and works through the line of it. Beautiful stroke for 4.
Holder bowls to Smith, and this time he's pushing into the offside. It's the second half century in 4 Test match innings. Correction from Andy, who has some more details for us.
That's 60 balls. That was his 6th 4 in addition to that enormous 6 into stroke over the Holly stand. And yeah, England have had half centuries. Root 68 balls, Stokes of 63 balls, Smith of 60 balls. So fast scoring without ever seeming like they were really attacking, which has become one of the hallmarks of this team.
I suppose it's because it's the sort of frenetic scoring that people remember from last year. Silly mid-off in place now as Holder bowls to Smith, and he's pushing defensively on the onside. Score remains at 264 for 7. Some sort of commotion in the Holly stand, which usually means officials are coming in to remove particularly rowdy personalities. But just to finish up on that curry goat story, 1989, West Indies are playing India in Trinidad and Tobago, and you've got that ethnic mix of 40% African, Caribbean, and 40% Indian, and Viv Richards is captain of the West Indies team. 2 slips in place, and delivery on leg stump is tucked away on the onside for a single out towards the deep mid-wicket by Smith, who keeps to the strike. He goes on to 51. Woakes is 18. England are 265 for 7, trailing the West Indies by just 17 runs. And ahead of the match, he's asked by the local media if, to sort of contextualize it, if the West Indies might be taking things easily against India, knowing how powerful the West Indies are at the time. And Viv makes the comment, "We are not here to play curry goat cricket," meaning that they are not here to play fun cricket or fete match cricket or village green cricket. But again, because of the ethnic sensibilities, some people took offense to it, as if it was meant to be demeaning towards the ethnic East Indian population. And it created a bit of a stir, and the politicians got involved and so on, because people just didn't associate that expression in that part of the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago. It's very much a part of the landscape in Jamaica or Antigua, where you reference it as curry goat cricket, where on a Sunday afternoon at a village ground or a community ground, you bring the big iron pot You bring enough curry goat to feed 50 people with all the seasonings and whatever else it is, and you have a whale of a time.
Sounds like a lot of fun, to be honest. I grew up playing village cricket here in the UK, but it's not quite as exotic as curried goat. It's stale pizza and a few cucumber sandwiches.
New over started by Alzari Joseph, and just goes past the outside edge of Jamie Smith's bat, and it's 265 for 7. The score at the moment. Alzari Joseph, of course, reaching 100 test match wickets. Here's one from Dr. Cynthia White. This cricket-loving 84-year-old would love to share a memory, having discovered the catchy calypso. I went around literally singing the praises of the West Indies team after their second test victory at Lord's. Does anyone remember it? Yeah, it's from Lord Beginner, 1950. So I'll probably try a rendition for what it's worth. As delivery on off stump is played away square on the offside, and there's no run at gully. So here goes. Cricket, lovely cricket. Da 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 da. At Lord's where I saw it. Cricket, lovely cricket. At Lord's where I saw it. Yardley tried his best, but we won the test. We gave the crowd plenty fun. Second test and West Indies won. With those little pals of mine, Ramadan and Valentine. Ta-da. There you go.
Excellent.
Yeah, there were 2 calypsos written at the time. One by the Lord Beginner, which is this one. As here comes Alzari Joseph, bowls now, a delivery that's a bit straighter, fuller, and pushed away out towards mid-off. Score remains at 265 for 7. And one by the Lord Kitchener. Both those Calypsonians from Trinidad and Tobago, which is celebrated as the home of Calypso, although some of the Caribbean territories might challenge it. And there's a famous image of the West Indies after winning that test match at Lord's in 1950, the first time they'd ever won a test in England, of the Lord Kitchener, his name Aldwin Roberts, leading the celebrants onto the hallowed turf at St. John's Wood with his guitar, as Alzari Joseph bowls on off stump, gets an inside edge down towards fine leg. Didn't know where that one went. A rare fall shot from Jamie Smith. He goes on to 52, and the score moves on to 266 for 7. So certainly all part of the landscape of the Caribbean experience. Curry goat, calypso, because lots of calypsos have been sung and performed over many, many years. Not just about West Indies teams. I had the privilege 7 years ago of singing one on TMS about Gavaskar, Sunil Gavaskar, by the Lord Relator. Wasn't particularly good rendition, but I got away with
Not like that
it.
one. That was an excellent rendition.
I try my best. I try my best.
In tune. You even tapping the beat on the desk in front of you. It's brilliant. I'm glad no one's asked me to sing on TMS. That's good for everyone's ears.
266 for 7 at the moment. But yeah, and Aldwin Roberts would have been from what was known as the Windrush generation. He came on board the HMS Windrush from Jamaica, with the vast majority of those who came would have been from Jamaica, but he was on board as well, looking for better opportunities immediately after the Second World War. Made his home in the UK, in London to be precise, South London, Brixton, that area. And that's where much of the support for the West Indies team when they came to England would have come from for many, many years. Delivery on off some that is driven away out towards a mid-on. So Dr. White, hopefully you weren't too offended by the rendition, but yeah, memories of 1950 for the West Indies, winning that test match and winning the series actually with Ramadan and Valentine, and we talked about it earlier, the first 2 from the West Indies to reach the plateau of 100 test wickets, which would have been a bit of an oddity given that it would be dominated by the great fast bowlers, your Wes Halls, Andy Roberts, Michael Holding, Curtly Ambrose, and of course Courtney Walsh, Malcolm Marshall. Pushing forward to the next delivery is Wokes. It goes away out towards a mid-off. It's at the end of the over. They trailed by just 16 after losing half their side with just about 50 runs on the board. 266 for 7 at the end of the over.
Well, Alzari Joseph has joined that 100-wicket club today, but he's having a difficult series. He's gone at 5.8 per over so far this series, and now he's bowled think 30. Do some math. 65 overs in the series. Looking at players who bowled 50 or more overs in a series, that's the second worst economy rate in Test history currently. Obviously, it might change over the rest of this game. Leading the way, Zahid Mahmood, the Pakistan leg spinner, who was unleashed, if that is the right word, against England in Rawalpindi, and was smashed all over the place for a couple of test matches at 6.9 and over in that series.
New over started by Jason Holder, and he bowls to Smith inside edge onto pad. Might have been the chance for a catch if he was following through, but no one there at short leg either to give him an opportunity. So it's 266 for 7. Yes, Andy.
So Joseph is the most expensive series of 50 or more overs by a seamer in Test history. Second on that list, Neil Wagner, also against Bazball England, won at 5.68 per over in the series early in 2023. So yes, this team has punished a number of bowlers, but Joseph's picked up 8 wickets, but has taken a bit of punishment as well.
And of course, Wagner had the satisfaction of taking the wicket to give New Zealand a 1-run victory.
That was a brilliant test match, wasn't it, actually?
Indeed. 2 slips and a silly mid-off as Holder bowls to Smith, and he's pushing into the offside, no run, 266 for 7.
Also a test match in which I think I remember Harry Brook got a wicket, didn't he? I think he got Kane Williamson out, if I remember rightly. Zorts might just have to check that one, but he had ambitions of being a test all-rounder. I remember him doing interviews after that. It's funny how when a batter takes 1 wicket, or if I were to hit a good shot through the covers, you immediately see yourself as an all-rounder, not just a bowler or a batter.
So the egos tend to get inflated very quickly when these things happen.
Yeah.
As delivery on off stump is played away out towards deep backward point by Smith for his 53rd run, and England getting closer and closer to that West Indies first innings total. They trail by just 15 now at 267 for 7.
Yeah, he was caught down the leg side by Ben Foakes, standing up to Brooks' not especially searing pace. Williamson 132, that was the New Zealand second innings, when following on they made 483, then bowled England out for 256 to win by 1 run. It's an incredibly dramatic game. Harry Brook had a rather curious game. Alongside that wicket, made a scintillating 186 from 176 balls in the first innings, and then was run out without facing in the second.
Holder yet to get a wicket, bowls outside the off stump, and Woakes is content to let it go by to the keeper. It remains 267 for 7.
And I'm right in thinking that was Jimmy Anderson got out, wasn't it? Right at the very end, very similar way in which he got out against Sri Lanka in 2014 at Headingley. Caught down the leg side. So a test match for Jimmy, or a moment for Jimmy to forget that one. Horrible. Out in the last over of the game.
He's had quite a lot of moments to remember, though, as well.
Yeah, 704 of them, is it?
There goes Holder with the next delivery that's pitched up and played back along the pitch. Of course, that has to be an occupational hazard. If you're a number 11 and you've played 188 test match, you are going to have moments like that.
You are, but I still think if you were to ask James Anderson about his best moments in Test cricket, it would be his 81 at Trent Bridge against India in 2014 as well, I think it was. Yeah, it was a disgusting wicket. Alistair Cook got a Test wicket on it, which he loves talking about. Test average of 7, I think he ended up with, which he gloats about all the time.
Well, he certainly did in the 2 test matches that we were doing before this one.
Never stops.
As Holder bowls outside the off stump, and he's riding that one down to third man is Chris Woakes, and will get a couple of runs. Score moves along to 269 for 7 now, and we'll probably have one more over to the tea interval. Woakes on 20, Smith on 53, and not necessarily an air of resignation among the West Indies players, but just watching them walk around the field, it's almost as if a lot of the enthusiasm that they would have had earlier has been taken away somewhat.
Well, we've seen 2 top-order collapses in this game. West Indies lost their first 5 wickets for 39 in 7.5 overs. England lost theirs for 25 in 8 overs. Then there was a recovery, 100 stands for the 6th wickets for both sides. The difference thus far has been that the West Indies tail then collapsed, whereas since the fall of England's 6th wicket, when Stokes was out for 54, they've now added 100 runs for the fall of just 1 more wicket. This partnership is now 38 from 9.4 overs.
Alzarri Joseph to bowl the last over of this session, increasingly overcast. I'm surprised that the lights haven't been switched on, as he's in now to bowl to Smith, and he's stroking that one away wide of mid-on. Will get at least 2. Didn't put a whole lot of power into the shot. He is a powerful man, and he's content to pick up 2 more. Goes on to 55, 271 for 7, closing in on that West Indies first innings total. And as everyone would have suggested within the last hour and a half, it's going to be a concern for the West Indies if they have to battle later today, sometime tomorrow, looking to build a lead, because that's always a tricky period of the match.
Yeah, and it's psychologically bringing yourself back from this morning after an hour. The West Indies, England 50 for 5, would have been there thinking, wow, we've got a great chance to get a first innings lead here. Finally, we're on top in a test match. We've got the momentum. England managed to wrestle it back with a brilliant partnership.
Joseph bowls to Smith, and he's driving straight again, but this time mistimed, finds the mid-on. So it's 271 for 7. England losing 2 wickets in the afternoon session with the captain, Ben Stokes, pulling at a short ball from Alzarri Joseph to give him his 100th test wicket. He went for 54, and then 13 runs short of 100. Joe Root fell LBW to the arm ball from Gudakesh Moti, so he went for 87, missing out on a 33rd test match 100, at least this time, and back-to-back centuries as well after a second innings 100 at Trent Bridge. Joseph, very straight approach, in now, bowls to Smith, and he's in behind it carefully, playing it away square on the offside for a single. He goes on to 56, and the score moves on to 272 for 7.
Yeah, and you can just see the West Indies, there's no dashing between the overs now, and clearly they're not ultra keen to get more overs in before this tea interval. They won't do now because the clock has ticked over past 22, but yeah, there has just been a bit of a deflation of the mood out there for the West Indies, and it's clouded over and it's a bit chillier, which won't be helping either.
Yes, indeed. What is described as summer in the UK is still quite chilly.
It's not turned up yet.
For many in the Caribbean. Alzarri bowls short of a length, and he's helping this one away off the hip is Chris Woakes. Will get the single. Surprised that at least the West Indies haven't made a concerted effort to bowl short at Chris Woakes, because he does tend to look uncomfortable to genuine short pitch bowling, but he's coped well. He's a very capable player in his own right. He's up to 21, 273 for 7, but just thought that might have been a tactic from the West Indies.
Yeah, and I'm surprised actually every time that they've asked the bowler to do it, it's been Alzarri Joseph. Shamar Joseph, to me, because of how small he is and how slight, that skiddy trajectory might just cause different problems to the height and bounce of Alzarri.
2 slips and a gully in place now as he bowls to Smith and beats him outside the off stump, pushing forward tentatively past the outside edge. Indeed, Shamar Joseph did cause some physical damage, despite the West Indies losing heavily in the test match in Adelaide, which preceded the heroics in Brisbane. Struck Usman Khawaja on the helmet and the grill, and caused some blood to be spilt. So yes, you're right. It's sort of like the Malcolm Marshall type short pitch bowling. Nowhere in the same class, of course, talking about an emerging Shamar Joseph and the late great Malcolm Marshall. That skiddy type bumper at the pace that he would have bowled at, and almost impossible to avoid. Joseph for the last ball of the session, bowls now to Smith, and he's pushing into the offside as easy as you please to get a single to keep the strike for the start of the final session of day 2. He is on 57, Woakes is 21, and England have advanced to within 8 runs of the West Indies first innings total at 274 for 7, and certainly well poised despite the loss of Stokes and Root in that afternoon session.
Yeah, they'll be very pleased with where they're at the moment. Ben Stokes, you can see on the screen in front of us, clapping to his team as he turns around and re-enters the dressing room for this tea interval. But England, after being in a spot of bother this morning, being 5 down for not very many, West Indies staring down the barrel of being able to put some pressure on England. The partnership between Root and Stokes dragged them back into the game, and now Smith, who's played fantastically for his 57 through this afternoon session, played some really eye-catching shots, walks off to applause from the dressing room, ably supported by Chris Woakes. The game is still in the balance. The momentum at the moment, given what we've seen so far today, is all with England going into the evening session.
just remind you of what happened in this session. The wickets of Stokes scored by Brathwaite, of Alzari Joseph for 54, Joe Root, LBW to Moti for 87, and the men at the crease at the moment, Jamie Smith and Chris Wokes. The quick bowling figures: Alzari Joseph 14 overs 2 maidens, 2 for 81. Seals 15 overs 1 maiden, 3 for 54. Shamar Joseph 10 overs no maidens, 1 for 39. Holder 7 overs no maidens, none for 31. And Moti 13 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 48. Time to toss it over to Aggers.
Yeah, thank you, Fazia. Tea time, and the ground staff going about their usual business, crowd stretching their legs. It is a little bit sort of threatening cloud, if I'm honest. There's a shower passing just to the north of us at the moment, and there's one possibly due just to the south. So fingers crossed, if we do get some rain, it'll happen as it did at lunchtime today, and that happened during the break rather than during play itself. But we've been pretty lucky so far. There have been some showers around, and all but that little sprinkling at lunchtime have missed. 274 for 7 is the score then. So pressure building here on West Indies. They had their moment, and it looks as if England are snuffing it out, at least for the moment. Now, yesterday saw a special event taking place at a cricket club in West London, acknowledging the game of cricket's unique bond with food. The Taste of Cricket campaign is working to celebrate the game's diversity and ensuring everyone feels welcome to play, volunteer or work in this wonderful sport. Over 100 special events are taking place this summer at cricket clubs across the country, and one of those was at Shepherd's Bush Cricket Club yesterday. Our reporter Luke Wolstenholme was there, along with some very special guests.
So I'm here with none other than Ainsley Harriott. How are you?
Luke, I am absolutely brilliant, and the perfect day for cricket. Someone's just dropped one in the slips then, but what a fantastic club this is. You know, the Shepherd's Bush Cricket Club, been here a long time. You meet some of the guys that have been here for 40 odd years, and they come down and they say it's the most wonderful way of bringing people together, and you feel that as you walk into the club. There's a real sense of community here, you know.
And we're at an event today which is trying to bring together food and cricket, and cricket has a very unique relationship with food, doesn't it? It has a tea interval, a lunch interval built into a test match. Not many of the major sports have that.
I can't think of another sport where you stop for afternoon tea. You know, can you imagine halfway through a game of football or something like that? So, hey, stop now, lads. Time for tea, you know. It's a throw-in, no stop. We're going in for tea. It is unique and it is brilliant. And what makes the game so special, again, you mentioned the afternoon tea thing. And what we try and do here, we're trying to kind of, not only at the club, but the ECB have got involved with about 100 recreational cricket grounds around Britain and Wales to kind of just bring people together, and the best way of doing that is food. That's why the whole thing is called A Taste of Cricket. And everybody has their own style of tea, don't they? You know, I've got my friend Pratap. He's when you go with his family and they go and watch cricket, there's samosas and stuff like that, and pakoras and stuff like that for afternoon tea. And then, you know, dare I say, there's quite a large West Indian contingent down here at the Shepherd's Bush Cricket Club, and jerk chicken is everywhere, a few Jamaican patties, and God, it seems to be a long time ago when it was egg and cress and cucumber sandwiches, milky tea and orange squash. Do you know what I mean?
We've moved on a bit since then, haven't we?
I think we have, actually, but it's in a very positive way. I think it's kind of, let's say, there's a lot more diversity in the game. We're not just talking about people, we're talking about food too.
Absolutely. Now, you were a head chef at the Lord's Long Room in the early 90s, I believe. How was that?
Oh, that was fantastic. Let's not forget that the Windies were at their most powerful then, so it was a real celebration. You felt honoured, you felt proud and privileged to be associated with, you know, a West Indian cricket team that was just performing year after year after year. Let me say, it wasn't always the Windies that were touring. It could have been New Zealand, it could have been Australia, the Ashes, wow, India. It's the home of cricket, and people came together at sort of 9 o'clock in the morning, even though cricket didn't actually start until about 11:30 or whatever. And then, you know, no sooner were they were out there, they were back having lunch. Time for lunch. And then they came out after lunch with their bellies quite full, especially Mike Gatting. Beautiful cricketer, though. These guys could play cricket, let me tell you. And being responsible for the food in the long room. This was an event that lasted all day. People loved it. It's just a very, very special place to work in, and we moved to honours throughout the years. We've got improved the service, and remember, these people have often waited 20, 30 years for their membership, sometimes even longer. That's how long it takes. And then when you get there, the class was everywhere. The way they did things, the history that was all around the room, and the fantastic pictures, the view, the perfect view from behind the bowler's arm from the long room and stuff like that. It was a theatre of cricket. It was a magnificent place to be, and you want to look after those members. How many did you score, mate? 29, he got 29, well done.
You spoke about that great West Indies side of the early 90s. What are your thoughts on the current West Indies cricket team? They're obviously playing England right now in a Test series, 2-0 down.
Even the present day team, they've got to, you've got to give them time. If you look back at the old days of playing cricket in the Caribbean, cricket was the only way out. I think that now sport is competitive. If you're a sportsman, you can choose between basketball, you can choose between baseball. I mean, just a whole number of different sports that you could actually choose. This guy that's bowling really good. Look at his army. Really, look at that.
Beautiful action.
Beautiful action. Really, really lovely. Love watching them. Sorry about that, listeners. But I think you just got to give it time, and let's not forget it wasn't that long ago that India were a bit of a soft touch. You go back in those 40 years ago, and when they came to Lords or something like that, and thought, we're going to win this quite easily. Rude. People were rude about them. Now look at them. They're one of the world leaders, if not the world leaders. They are brilliant at what they do. So it's just a matter of getting the right formula, getting people into the grounds, because I think that's really where we let ourselves down. There's just doesn't seem to be enough money generated in cricket. But unless you have success, then it doesn't attract the people. So it's going to be tough. Or perhaps what we're really looking for is trying to unearth another Lara, a superstar. All you need is one or two superstars in a team, and it just transforms the nation, because all the kids want to come and see their superstars. They want to cheer. They want to see them do something special. They ignite the excitement in your soul.
Absolutely, such a beautiful answer, and you're right. It's about inspiring that next generation, trying to build for 5-10 years, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go for a little wander and see who else we can find at this lovely event.
I'm Kate Miller, I'm Chief Communications Officer for the ECB.
And we're at Shepherd's Bush Cricket Club today at the event that I want you to tell me a bit more about.
Yeah, so we're at a Taste of Cricket event at Shepherd's Bush Cricket Club. It's number 5 now in a series of events we've been running across the summer, trying to bring communities together through cricket, obviously, but also food as well. The whole setup and premise to this has been the connection that cricket has to food, and then all the various different food cultures that exist within cricket, all the various different communities, white British, Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Indian, and all the amazing food cultures that exist, and how people come together through communities and celebrate and enjoy sport and eat food. I mean, cricket, the recent history within cricket needs no introduction, really. We know we've got issues with racism, other forms of discrimination, such as sexism and misogyny, and there's a lot of policy work happening, and processes are changing, and a lot of more strict and structured changes that are happening across the sport. But this was a way to kind of bring communities together again, hopefully try and rebuild some trust, and allow cricket clubs to open their doors to communities that might not currently be coming along to play or take part or kind of join up together. So the idea is that a cricket club here can throw their doors open and celebrate through sport, and there's a big cricket match going on here now, and food.
Doesn't get much better than that, does it?
No, there's some pretty, and the sun's shining as well, so I feel like we've ticked all 3 boxes in one go. And then at the back end of all of this, we're producing a cookbook for Christmas, which cricket fans everywhere can get their hands on a little bit closer to the festive season, which again will bring together grassroots recipes, people that contribute hugely to their kind of clubs, as well as sort of higher individuals. So I believe we've got Agaz providing us with a recipe, which I'm very excited to see what he's going to share. Ainsley Harriot's going to someone in lots of influences, and then, as I've said, some of those great grassroots chefs and cooks that we see across the game.
beautiful initiative. We're in London, obviously, today, but this initiative is all around the country, right?
Yeah, we've been everywhere from in Berkshire a couple of weeks ago. We're finishing up in Halifax. We've got an event today, but also people across cricket that work in cricket. So the staff at Lords that work for the ECB there, they've been celebrating with their own sort of smaller taste of cricket events, again, to come together through food, take a little bit of a moment, a little bit of a bite to eat and kind of celebrate and come together. You know, we've got some trust to rebuild, we've got some unity to create. We know there's a long way to go. And as I said, there's a lot of this more structural and policy stuff happening behind the scenes and cricket regulators being relaunched. But actually this was more of a sort of community-minded unity moment.
Yeah, and that's right, getting into the grassroots is so important, right? A lot of these things are from the top, but starting from the bottom is equally important.
Exactly that, and we've always tried to approach this as it being a top-down, and it's very much about leadership and structures within cricket. We identified through the ICEC report a year ago now that systems and structures and policies and leadership was not where it needed to be yet, but this is very much, as you've identified, it's a grassroots and a ground up opportunity to bring people together.
Okay, we've spoken to Kate and we've spoken to Ainsley Harriott as well. Well, we've got one more special guest, Chris Jordan. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Can't complain. Sun's out, so yeah, smiling.
So I've got to ask, where is the best food in the world at any ground?
You probably can't look past Lords, to be fair. I mean, everyone looks forward to that week at Lords, especially a test match or even in county cricket a 4-day game, because from breakfast right down till dinner, it's top draw for sure.
Is there anywhere else in the UK that stands out for a lovely tea?
I can't look past the Oval as well, my home ground, so I have to give him a shout out for sure. But yeah, I mean, there's a few. I mean, you have the Oval, you have Edgbaston, you have Nottingham as well.
And yeah, food's a big part of a lot of cricketers' lives, and when they're young, right? Yeah. It's always built into the game. Do you have any, fond memories of, nice food when you were younger, playing the game at a club level?
Yeah, I'll go back to school level, really. So I grew up in Barbados, which is well documented, but for our teas in Barbados, we used to get some in a local thing called sweetbread, and you used to put a bit of cheese on it, have some wallaby with it. Again, it's a local drink, but I have fond memories for them because, especially when it's coming up to tea interval, you always got that little bit more energy knowing that you're about to go and fill your stomach,
And you don't want to eat too much because then that last session can become difficult, potentially.
Well, it depends on who you speak to. If you're not going to bowl straight after the tea interval, then you might eat a little bit more and then ready to work it off for the last hour.
I just want to ask you here about the recent T20 World Cup campaign. How do you think that went for the England side?
Obviously a little bit indifferent. It was a bit of a roller coaster. Ultimately, we didn't achieve our goal, which was to defend our title. We fell short of the semi-final, but I thought we probably fell short to the best team in the tournament who went on to win it in the end. They obviously showed their class right throughout the tournament, but for us, it was obviously a little bit of a roller coaster, a few rain intervals, and then at the last minute to make it to the Super 8s, you had to kind of rely on Australia. So, I mean, I'd never watched a cricket game like that in my life, having those emotions. But a bit of a roller coaster, but we definitely gave it our best shot. I thought we got better as the tournament went on for sure. And yeah, we just fell short of that last hurdle.
Just on a personal level, I mean, taking a hat-trick, taking a forfeit in Barbados in the Super 8s, that must be a career highlight, right?
Yeah, it's right up there for sure. A lot of my career highlights have come at that stadium, to be fair. I think my first game at the stadium, I got a man of the match performance as well. And it was the first time my family was watching me play international cricket. But yeah, that afternoon in Bridgetown at Kensington Oval, again, with my family watching, especially my young nephew who's a really budding supporter of the game. He watches all my videos on YouTube and stuff, but in the morning he rang me and he said that he wants at least 3 wickets. So yeah, to give him 4 and to look up in the stands and see him jumping up and really, really so happy. Yeah, that just made my day and made my tournament, to be honest.
Yeah, it was an amazing moment, absolutely. Yeah. Food must have been pretty good out there as well.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I mean, yeah, from the time you get to breakfast in the morning in the Caribbean, it's definitely a slightly different spread, but I'm always smiling because I don't get to eat that kind of food every day.
And just in terms of the leadership of this white ball side, going into the next cycle now as an England team, with Jos Buttler and Matthew Mott, there have been some questions over their leadership. Are the camp fully behind them?
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, to even go any deeper into it, not really my place at this particular moment. But I've really enjoyed playing under Motty and Jos, and obviously if they continue and I continue as well, then I'll be more than happy to continue that fight. But they've been brilliant. I think it's important to highlight that under their leadership they did bring home a World Cup, and again we did make another semi-final. So I think in general over the last few years our pedigree in the T20 tournament has been really good. I think we haven't made anything less than semis, so the pedigree's been good. As I said, more than happy to continue to play under them because I really enjoy working with them.
Chris Jordan finishing there, so thanks to Luke Wolstenholme for putting that report together from Shepherd's Bush Cricket Club yesterday. So there's events happening all over the summer at cricket clubs across the country, all based on our love of food. And don't we just love food? And talking of that's tea here, although it's coming to the end of tea, and yet we won't be starting quite yet because, as I mentioned at the start of that, there are one or two showers around, and a very light one has fallen. I'm using the past tense, just a touch of optimism, but I think that is the case. The covers are out, the sheets are protecting the playing area at the moment. It all looks a bit gloomy because the floodlights are on as well. So we've just got to wait, I think, for this to clear. There's another one just behind us, but I think it will be behind us. We've been pretty fortunate so far, to be honest. And any lost time, of course, can be added up to an hour today. So that's the situation here. I must thank our correspondent for reminding me that James Bond actually wore a trilby. So we'll get that out of the way as well, because that was something that stumped Tuffers and I earlier on, and very important to remember that. There's a little mention there at the end of that chat with Chris Jordan about Matthew Mott and Jos Buttler, and that's something it's been ticking around for a little while, isn't it? The future of those two. And I mean, I pressed Richard Gould yesterday quite a few times about it, and he said nothing's imminent, and we'll take our time on these things, and there didn't seem to be any plans to change the coach there. What are you picking up on the grapevine, Stephen?
Well, I think that's the official line. It seems to be at the moment but as far as I can understand from what I've read, this is no real inside knowledge, but from what I've read, there's been some sort of review into the white ball winter because they've lost their crowns in both 50 over and 20 over cricket, and naturally there will be some degree of inquisition about why that happened. So I think
50 overs World Cup was particularly disappointing, wasn't it?
Yes,
that just did not seem organised.
It was meek and mild and not what you would anticipate if.
Yeah. The language was wrong too. About we don't see this as a defence, when actually, but it was a defence. You are the champions. Get out there and play like the defending champions, and we never really saw that.
No, and the stall was set in that first game against New Zealand, wasn't it? New Zealand came out and blitzed it everywhere. And England looked bereft of ideas, and then with such a long tournament, things just snowballed. Over the course of the 2 months, the pins are being pulled out. Which is good news.
At the start, the cover's coming off.
But it's an interesting one, isn't it? The way that I view it is that Matthew Mott was given the job on the premise that he would do what he did with Australia women, and he would continue the good work that started before, maybe add to it a little bit, but sort of try and continue the good thing that was happening with English white ball cricket. Clearly, that doesn't seem as though it has happened. So then where does the brief change, and what happens with that? Do you need, and then the questions come, how do you get the best out of this white ball team? Because clearly there's still a lot of players within that team that are very capable of winning a white ball tournament, and it's how you get the best out of those people. I wonder whether, and if Jos Buttler is going to stay on as captain, which I strongly and firmly believe that he should, because I think, one, there's no credible alternative.
No, it's not.
And two, I know him well from a cricketing perspective, and the way he thinks and the way he sees the game, the way he marshals run chases as a batter, is different to anyone else and is better than anyone else. So he should be allowed to use that from a captaincy perspective.
He sounded a bit stressed in the West Indies. I mean, I wasn't there, but just one or two interviews and people writing up press conferences he'd given. He maybe as a result of what had happened in India, he did seem a bit narky.
Yeah, I agree. But then what do you want from your head coach? So you look at the way that Morgan and Bayliss ran the dressing room, and Morgan was the voice and was the powerful voice, and Bayliss was there in the background, happy to sit away from it on the periphery. And that combination worked because you had that one really strong voice within that dressing room. When you're looking at Mott and Butler, you question whether maybe they're quite similar in terms of their characters. They're not natural orators. They're not people who naturally want to free speaking in front of people. So do you need a foil to Jos Buttler to help him flourish as a captain, as I truly and strongly believe that he will, with the right people alongside him? And by no means am I sat here saying Matthew Mott has to lose his job. He can...
Oh, I'll just have to scrub that out. Finn says Mott must go.
No? Oh. I don't know. We'll scrub that one.
Okay.
We'll scrub it. But I do think you need that strong character next to him. Someone who I like and someone who I have seen do great things with Afghanistan, and having played with him, know that he is that abrasive character that could be a decent foil to Jos Buttler, is Jonathan Trott. Whether they would work well together as a chalk and cheese style coach and captain, how would that work? That would be something that I'd be interested in seeing.
My only observation is a more sort of remote generalisation, is that after a period of lack of success, the guy who's far more vulnerable is the one that doesn't actually score any runs or take any catches or take any wickets, namely the coach.
Yes.
So, it's not a choice between Butler or Mott, but if it were, the coach is the one who's vulnerable. And obviously you think there's a lot of good cricket left in Jos. I think he has looked from a distance a kind of a bit jaded and tired. He has an odd schedule. He's a trailblazer in a sense in terms of how his career has evolved. And it must be tough in one way, going from T20, occasional 50 over, to more T20. And he's travelled the world, he made lots of money, but you feel he needs re-sparking somewhere. Because at his best, he's a genius at that form of the game. And I quite agree with what Stephen said, that it may be you have to work out combinations, and it is good to have a contrast. And that's where I thought Trevor Bayliss, looking back, was so good that he was prepared to be different things to different captains, and he was terrific from the outside. You were on the inside. At giving freedom to a captain who is very capable and forceful like Eoin Morgan. He had no ego, Trevor Bayliss. He didn't want to be saying things for the sake of it, and he would let them get on with it.
Well, that was his great strength, was that you knew if Trevor spoke in the dressing room,
it was very important.
He meant it. If Bayliss said, "Shut up, I'm going to say something," you're like, "Oh Lord, what have we done?" And it was something forceful and poignant and direct. I think sometimes a lot of things within dressing rooms can get lost in translation through waffle, and there's a lot of waffle in cricket dressing rooms, and Bayliss was excellent at doing that. And Morgan as well wouldn't speak or say something without purpose. So sometimes he'd say a team meeting or team talk and it'd be 5 words, and it's as simple as that. And it's finding those characters that can get messages through, and how a captain and coach work together.
And my guess is McCullum must be good at that, because he's not going to deliver long Churchillian speeches, McCullum, but I should imagine when he says something, which may not be that often, because he's a kind of laid-back character in many ways, you'll take note. And I'm thinking from Butler's point of view, it might be, for example, not keeping wicket might be something that might help him, free him up
captain,
a bit.
That is a thing that I think would help you, because as a bowler, if I'm in the 20th over of a game and my captain's running from wicket-keeper to the bowler to relay a message to then run back to wicket-keeper, there's more of a sense of panic. You lose that flow of an over. And if then you've got Moeen Ali delivering the messages from mid-on, you wonder whether it might get lost in translation through the captain, through the vice-captain.
And there are plenty of alternatives, one thinks, who could keep Salt.
I was going to ask you, do you think that Jos Buttler actually enjoys being captain? And by that, I mean, you're England captain, which is very proud, but do you think that it affects his game, the fact that he's captain? Because he is quite a quiet, private fellow, isn't he? He's not someone who goes out courting the media very much.
He didn't court Henry Moran in the Caribbean.
He didn't seem very happy in the Caribbean with the media.
Well, Henry, he stirs them up. And
whether his own game would be better if he wasn't captain.
I don't think so. I do think the wicket-keeping thing is something that could be revisited, because I do think it helps for your captain to be much closer to the bowler, to be talking every ball about plans, to be talking, and just a constant line of communication without the sense of, the keeper's running up from the keeper to speak to the bowler.
There was a lot of that in India.
Yeah, and I wouldn't enjoy that, I don't think.
No. And he's not only, he's also in the T20s, he's opening the batting as well, which is a key position. So I don't know, probably he wants to keep wicket, but I think that would be worth considering.
You get a very good view from the...
You do.
So the Buttler was always Morgan's go-to person. So if Morgan wanted to know what was working on a pitch, then he would go to Buttler and say, what is going on here? What should I bowl? Seam or spin, off-spin, leg spin? And Buttler would be definitive in saying that.
Yeah. That's a sound we like to hear, because that's the cover going off. A cloud of dust behind it. I'm pretty sure the ground staff had done all their preparation work during tea before the cover went on, so we hopefully can get more or less straight on here.
Blue sky is sort of where it tends to come from.
I think that's it. So we've got a fella literally running around with a rope. He's very fit, this fella, because those ropes are heavy. We've got one end being taken by a buggy, but actually we have got a member of the ground staff there who's actually running with the rope as they take it round the outfield just to knock off any droplets of rain that's on the grass. And they're going to start at 4:15, and as I look below, the umpires are on the way. So that's all good news, and those 15 minutes can be added on.
And the one other thought I have about the one-day setup is that increasingly there's a sort of division between your test players and your one-day players. And when you are not competing in ICC tournaments, I think the understandable pattern is that you don't really want your test players playing in the white ball game. But when the big tournaments come around, the World Cups, whether it's 50 over or 20 over, then you sort of have a rethink. And it's quite hard to get that balance between parachuting. They were going to parachute Stokes in, but he didn't play in the end. But parachuting people in on the one hand, like you want Joe Root to play in your 50 over side, but you might not want him to go and play in the 50 over tournament that's taking place in the Caribbean this winter coming, because they've got 6 test matches to play. It's an incredibly difficult balancing act.
Yeah. Well, we're told that nothing is imminent, so there's been a lot of talk about
there's
the
obviously some one-day games at the end of this summer, isn't there, against Australia? Australia, well, you've got to beat them. Well, I don't know, but I mean, it would be interesting to see what sort of side Australia send over, because
it goes quiet then until the Champions Trophy, which is February. So there's half a dozen games or so against Australia, and then quiet, and then Champions Trophy in February. So there's not much building up.
I think there is a white ball series in
against West Indies
and
right.
India. I think there might be a series in India for a few games as well.
There's there are certainly West Indies. I think we've got a few one days before Christmas.
Yeah, so there's a little bit, but if it's going to happen, it has to happen at some stage soon. So the person who is going to be in charge, or if they decide to stick with the same 2 guys, then they can make a clear plan. Because I think quite clearly, especially for that 50 over World Cup that we watched, Aggers, there was no plan.
No, there wasn't. And I don't like this plan very much either. It looks as if the cover's going back on again, and the umpires are heading for cover. What's happened there? Is it raining?
Well, I'm just looking for... There's a few umbrellas up. That's all I can spot, but I don't actually see much rain. If it is, it's very gentle.
Well, I don't know where you're spotting umbrellas, but...
well, way to our left.
Are there?
Well, just a few.
There's an awful lot of people who haven't got umbrellas up.
Yeah, but they may not have brought any in the first place without wanting to get to.
Very good point, Victor, as always. But I don't see any up predominantly. I'm just looking at this schedule here for... of course, these are test matches as well. We've got a sort of a vague...
You are our best weatherman when Thomas Shabanaker is not available, I guess.
3 T20s, 3 one-dayers against West Indies.
That's
and then
in
before
November
the Champions
times.
Trophy, correct, there are 3 one-dayers and 5 T20s in India.
And where is the Champions Trophy?
Pakistan. So those matches in India are the end of January, early February, and then I presume the team will stay out in that part of the world, go to Dubai or Abu Dhabi and practice, and then they'll be ready for the Champions Trophy. So actually, if you are a new coach, there's a little bit you can get, well, with the existing coach, actually, if you want to get the thing back on track again, you've actually got, and they haven't had a huge amount of investment, I don't think, in the white ball cricket compared to what they had before the World Cup of 2019, for instance, when there's a lot of energy put into that particular tournament in terms of build-up. That's actually not bad, is it? There's opportunity there.
Well, there's opportunity there, but there is still that juggling prospect of the all-format players, which are a decreasing number, but there's still a few knocking around.
But that Champions Trophy, the Champions Trophy rather stands alone. So if you are Joe Root, you'd play 3 tests against New Zealand before Christmas, and then that's your lot, unless you play in the Champions Trophy, for instance. And so he could perfectly well play in that. Yeah. If they want him to. If he's
well, if it's a 50, if Champions Trophy is 50 over, isn't it?
Play him, yeah.
Well, although I think it should be 40, Vic, but we can get on.
well, that is a diversion. But whether it's 40 or 50, I think Joe Root gets in that team.
Yes,
you can argue about 20 over whether you want Joe. There's a good argument sometimes for saying you want him in your 20 over team, but you'd certainly want him in your 50 over team, wouldn't you?
Well, the 4th umpire's got his umbrella up. But there aren't many others around. There's a couple down there in the distance who have.
I think they should, well, it doesn't take long to whip that one cover up. They're not spreading out any more tarpaulins, so
they could start straight away. There's this blue sky over there.
Yeah, come on.
So the floodlights are on. I mean, we just want to get the game going, really. But as I mentioned, this play can be added on, as long as the only problem they might have tonight is light, unless that blue sky stays with us. But it was pretty cloudy during the course of the afternoon. But it's a tantalising match at the moment, certainly, with England on 274 for 7 in reply to West Indies 282. So they're almost there, almost level, and a lot of pressure going on that West Indies 3rd innings. And it'll be very interesting to see if they can. Well, if they can stand up to that, because England will come out really hard. They'll make it very difficult. Well, they should make it very difficult to score runs. They're going to be up against it, and I know that you make a mistake or two, it'll cost you the game. It's always a tough innings, that.
It is, and when you're in the position in the series that the West Indies are in, you do, even however bad it is, you do have half an eye on that plane home. You're thinking, oh, here we go again. And as if you lose 3 quick wickets, especially if that opening partnership that's been really good in the last 2 Test matches, if England break that early and get into that middle order, then you do worry that it could all happen quickly. But we've shown at times, or they've shown at times in this series, the West Indies, they can stand up and be counted, and you would just hope that in this 3rd innings, at a critical time in this Test match, they can do it again.
About to hear that throaty roar any moment now, because the 4th umpire's taking his umbrella down.
And there it is. There's the engine.
That's what we like. It's a push button. I was rather hoping it might be one of those sort of pull start for the lawnmower, but it's actually it's rather more upmarket than that. It's a push button, and it's a huge machine, really.
It's probably more, remember the Brumbrella here, yes, which is an automatic thing that came out, but one day it broke and they couldn't get the covers off for hours and hours and hours.
It very rarely worked properly. There were always issues with the Brumbrella. It was a great idea. It used to live under the Hollies stand. And you would turn up and there it would be unrolled and ready to go. There was a lot of sand involved on the edges too, wasn't there? Because all the water. And it was one enormous sheet. Remember the Brumbrella? Finny, looking vague.
So, isn't it sort of huge umbrella thing that covered the whole square? Or just the umbrella?
It was flat.
It was flat.
They'd have an engine at each end.
In hindsight, it's probably a waste of money. but it would be automated so that the whole square was covered.
Each end had a motor.
Yeah, so... Right. But when that motor broke and the sun came out, it was a tad embarrassing.
It was.
They called the engineers in from another part of the country.
It was a great idea, but I say it lived over there on the right, and out it would come. And it was a great idea. Didn't quite come off. Sinclair C5 in terms of cricket covers. But anyway, hello team, says Alan. You mentioned that there's grey skies over Edgbaston today. Well, I used to work at Edgbaston on the ground staff under the supervision of the late Bernard Flack. Gosh. He was a man, wasn't he? He was a fantastic old groundsman. And I was there for the Test series of 1981 Australia and 1982 Pakistan. When I worked at Edgbaston, one of my duties was to operate the old Brumbrella cover that was rolled out during the rain from the Eric Hollies stand, which was an experimental way to keep the pitch dry. The demise of the Brumbrella was the electric cable snapping during a county game that was eventually abandoned because you couldn't get the cover off the field. Great listening to you while I'm here on holiday in Cyprus.
I mean, there would have been a few cynical old pros who thought this was nirvana, wasn't it? The sun's shining, but we still can't play.
Someone's looking down upon us.
Yeah.
I wonder how far behind the game Warwickshire were at the time when somebody snipped the cable. Anyway, that one's gone, and the umpires are now in the middle.
The clouds are sort of dispersing or going in the right direction. It's getting brighter and brighter.
Yeah, I think we're going to be okay now. And if we keep this blue sky, then we should get all that lost play.
And it's quite important, this little, say, you know, is it parity, or it could be a lead of 80 if these two keep going, or whatever. And it's quite important from a West Indian point of view, especially, whether they, you know, have a first innings lead of 1, or they're a deficit of what could get, you know, if these two stay together nearer to 100, makes a huge difference in the not only the balance of the game, but the mental state of the players.
So they're all taking the field. Chris Woakes swinging his arm around, and I still haven't seen any sign of that limp that Stuart Broad reported.
Well, I've heard that too, and I've been watching him running between the wickets a little bit gingerly.
Yeah.
And I think he's a bit strapped up. I've been, you know, obviously I haven't got any binoculars, but if I had, you know.
You didn't get that from Stuart Broad, did he? I think he's sold as a pup there.
Do you think so?
Well, knowing him.
These young pups coming into the media, you can't. You can't say. Well, we'll see.
How well Jamie Smith has played too.
Yeah.
He's immensely strong. He is immensely strong. He hits that ball hard.
Well,
he's hit one over the Hollies stand, or
that
kind of through it. I think it went for 6 and out of the ground. They had to replace it.
How did it get? I mean, did it get over the roof? Do you reckon?
Well, I think so.
That is a huge hit.
There's a river back there, isn't it? I think it ended up in there.
Well, it's a long way
for a short arm jab, which is all it was. It was an immense blow.
Yeah, and everything about him is extremely elegant, except for his stance, which is slightly odd, isn't it? It's like sort of crouching, slightly bum sticking out stance. But after that, he's sublimely elegant and beautiful to watch.
His wicket-keeping stance is unusual too, so aiming towards...
Well, that's what Jack Russell used to do.
Yeah. Anyway, they're just sorting out what inevitably the stump cameras, I think, are now going into position. It all has to be unplugged. It's not us rushing on with the covers these days. Everything's okay. Everything has to be rewired again to make sure that everything works. So there's a technician there talking to his walkie-talkie, I think, has got all that sorted out. He'll run from the field, and we'll be underway again in a couple of moments. 274 for 7, so just 8 runs behind then. And if you can... Well, England were 115 for... No, I'm wrong. They were...
50 or for 5, weren't they?
54 for 5 when Brooke was out. And then 169 for 6, so that important partnership between Stokes and Root. Stokes 54, Root 87. But, he dismissed a straight ball, basically.
That was a very strange dismissal, that.
He's got some good variety.
I think he's a good bowler, yeah. But for Root on 87, to miss what is... And he's obviously furious with himself. He didn't bother to review it. He just walked off. It was a very strange miss, that, because he batted beautifully.
He did, yeah.
From the moment he was spared that LBW on 3.
Yeah. Jayden Seales is going to bowl the first over after tea, which was extended because of a little bit of rain, and he's on his way now and bowls to Smith. It's on the leg stump and flicked away nonchalantly into the leg side. It goes first bounce to Mikhail Louis, who's fielding on the deep square leg boundary with an increasingly raucous Hollies stand behind him. And they take a single off that first ball. So 275 now for 7. He'll remain where he is. We've got various Mr. Blobbies and everything else behind him. A bit more noise.
They keep chanting Louis, I think, to the guy who's fielding out there.
Yeah,
but I think it's really good humoured stuff. And
definitely.
He's engaged with them, and he must think, well, this hadn't happened to me before in Test cricket, that people keep chanting my name, full pack stand.
Yeah, he's got a big smile on his face. I think he's enjoying it.
Oh, absolutely.
He's a character. 275 for 7. And Woakes on 21. Waits for Seales, who bowls a bouncer at him, but not much of one. It went through really quite gently there on a line of about off stump through to the wicketkeeper De Silva. That's a funny old noise. Sounds almost like a train going past or something, but not sure what that is.
They've taken Louis away from the boundary.
Oh, they're booing.
They're booing that they've lost their mate.
They have.
I think he's going to have to put the helmet on.
Yep, he's coming into short leg. Now they're shouting, "Who are you?"
Well,
can't see that far in the distance as to who it is, actually. Anyway, so Louis is now at, well, he's at a fairly short leg. He's about 8 yards from the bat, I suppose, crouching there as Seals runs in bowls to Woakes, who just prods ever so slightly forward and plays that back up the pitch, and there's no run. 275 for 7. Blue sky overhead, but floodlights still on. They probably do need to be at the moment. It's just not perfect light for the time being, but it looks as if it's destined to improve, which is good news. And Seals spins himself a catch. On his way again, he's there now, and he bowls short. Woakes has got hold of that, paddling it round the corner. Down to fine leg, bit of a fumble down there, but no damage is done. And one more to Chris Woakes, who goes to 22. He's having a good game. 276 for 7. So England just 6 runs behind now. And West Indies know they've got some batting to do whenever it happens, whenever it comes. They simply cannot afford to slip up. It's just fascinating, that third innings of Test matches, isn't it? When it's virtually parity, or it might not even be parity if England carry on. But you see many Test matches lost. 276 for 7. Seals runs up, bowls, and Smith stands up tall, plays the ball back to the bowler again, and there is no run. Calm now. The breeze has dropped. Flags barely moving, and the branches of the trees are still. Seals walks very slowly back to his mark again. There's still 38 overs due to be bowled, unless Moti gets some under his belt. I don't think we'll be seeing all of those today. Seals gathers pace, bowls a full ball, which is clipped away from off stump down the ground to mid-on, and there's no runs. That's the end of that first over. After the break, 276 for 7. Woakes 22. Smith has 58. Who's going to bowl up at the far end? Who are you giving the ball to, Victor?
Well, I'll give it to Moti, but I don't think they will. It's going to be
it's Joseph.
Joseph. Yep. And I don't know whether he'll go bounce. He's the only one who is detailed to really bowl the short pitch, leg side bouncer. But I think he's got a conventional field, if you like. It's about this time, I think, where England got the ball to swing. Woakes came on late on in the West Indies innings and got that ball to swing. I don't know whether Alzarri Joseph will do that. He's bowled one spell of bumpers, and he did get the wicket of Stokes.
Yep.
But here he's essentially looking for the outside edge. But he does have, for Woakes in particular, that forward short leg as well for I think the fended short ball.
With the man out in the deep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was looking a bit weary at the end of his last spell. He was walking back very slowly, but he's got a couple wickets to his name. He has been expensive.
Woakes is ready. He's on 22. Short leg adjusts his helmet, and Alzarri Joseph, no particular rush, comes in to bowl the first ball of the second over. It's a pretty slow bouncer, to be honest, and ill-directed. And Woakes very easily just taps that round the corner. Doesn't really hook it. Hook suggests that he's sort of played a real shot at it. This was just dabbled away over his shoulder, guided away into that boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a very good shot, wasn't it? Not quite a leg glance, because he was in position to hook, but he just helped it round.
It's not a great loose, no, a bouncer like that.
No, it was no venom there. He's now sort of moving his boundary fielder down in front of us a bit finer, but
280 for 7. What's Joseph going to produce this time? Runs in bowls short of a length, and Woakes on the back foot guides the ball to gully. No run. England 2 runs behind. They were 54 for 5. And Brooke was out. They lost Pope for 10, Brooke for 2. Then a stand of 115. Stokes made 54. And Route 87. Turning it round, and now these two came together at 231 for 7. Just piling some pressure on here. As Joseph pauses for a moment, now runs in quite smoothly, elbows jutting out, and he bowls a fuller length. Pushed away and he's offside. Oh, well, he set off for a single there. In fact, they both set off. I think Smith responded, and then one of them shouted no, and they both scuttled back into their respective ends.
I think Woakes shouted no, and I think he was right to.
I think he was too. It probably needed a direct hit from the fielder coming in, but we saw a spectacular one at Lord's, and the best celebration of the series, actually. 280 for 7 in the 61st over. Floodlights still on. Joseph moves in, bowls another bouncer, which is hooked firmly. The pressure on the fielder out there to our left, it does well. Bowls the ball back again. 1 run, and the 50 partnership comes up. Very useful runs indeed, because they have loaded the pressure on the West Indies. It'll come sometime, the second innings.
I mean, you'd expect that to happen tonight. The second innings to start with 3 wickets remaining only. Could be a nasty little 45 minutes.
Yeah, the light might not be great.
50 partnership in 12.2 overs.
That's a good rate. They've got their friend back again.
Long lost friend.
They've got Louis down there at deep point. 281 for 7. In comes Joseph, bowls. That's steered away out to backward point. I don't remember David Warner getting a reception like this down there. All he's done there is run in, pick the ball up and toss it in. It's got a huge smile on his face.
He's now got to go from there to forward short leg.
I don't know what he's done to win them over, but
he's smiling now as he slips the helmet on.
Yeah, I hope we see more of him.
Yeah.
He's quite an obdurate opening batsman, quite front foot dominated, but
he's
pulled off that
well,
brilliant piece of fielding at Lord's. Brilliant run out, and then went sprinting off down to hug his brother down there off on the boundary edge to celebrate. From St Kitts. And I hope we see more of Mikhail Louis. 282 for 7. He's crouching at short leg as Woakes on the back foot plays that where he just come from. Out on the point boundary. There's a sliding save, but the fielder's lost the ball. Now he has to turn around, find it, pick it up and throw it in. And Joseph finishes that over, which, if I'm absolutely frank, wasn't particularly threatening. 284 for 7.
No.
Smith 59, Woakes 29.
Well, he banged a few into the middle of the pitch, but Woakes, who doesn't always like that short pitch delivery, seemed to have plenty of time to deal with them. One, he dealt with it very well by just helping it round for 4, and the other one, he smashed a deep backward square leg just for the single, but right out of the meat of the bat, hitting it downwards. So,
well, there are short pitch deliveries, and there are short pitch deliveries, aren't there? Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't put a Mitchell Johnson short pitch delivery in the same bracket as any of those we just saw in that over.
No.
And Woakes didn't like those. In fact, no one would have liked those.
Yeah.
Louis going out to the boundary again. He's got his sun hat on this time.
Well, I think we could possibly expect a few more short ones, judging by this field.
Yep.
Slightly onside bias.
Smith on strike. There's one slip, and Seals bowls on the off stump. Smith goes back. He tapped that away, but then played afterwards the pull shot, the like of which sent the ball over the Hollies stand and into the river, or at least in that direction. 284 for 7, so England lead by 2.
I think I would put the spinner on. I would have put the spinner on because I think they will attack him.
Seals bowls. Smith plays carefully. Holder is a fielder at short, straight, mid-on.
But they took him off surprisingly soon after he dismissed Root. And up until then, not even Smith had played him with absolute assurance.
Lewis, I see what he's done there.
What's that?
Well, as a crowd pleaser, he's tossed the beach ball back into play again.
Oh, well, that'll win him even more friends.
That's all it takes down there, but that's what he did. 284 for 7. The lead is 2. In goes Seals. Bowls. And wants a single there. They'll get it as well. An easy run. No one fielding in the gully or point area. Well, they're firing up over there now, that's for sure. I don't suppose Jayden Seales has seen anything like this in his life or experienced it. That's all part of the experience of coming here too, isn't it? Touring England. Watching cricket in St Kitts is a pretty quiet experience from my recollection.
Well, yeah, I mean, it must be great for the West Indies players to play in a test match with a crowd like this.
Yeah.
They don't get that at home unless England are playing there.
Yeah.
And then it's a very English crowd, obviously.
Seales bowls. Woakes plays defensively again. The ball rolls up for Brathwaite to field. Oh, he's very clever. He's clapping along to the Barmy Army tune now as well. He knows how to win them over. Maybe some of the Australians should try that next time they come, because they get a different sort of reception over there.
Yeah, I think the Australians might have to work a little bit harder to win over that crowd.
285 for 7. England lead by 3. Seales over the wicket, bowls a short ball which is tugged away down to fine leg, and Woakes picks up a single to go to 30. 286 for 7. England lead by 4. And Smith on strike now on 60. Floodlights still on. They're probably still needed.
Not really, I don't think. But
blue sky is just passing to the north of us. So they're on now, so might as well keep them on for a little while, I suppose. One ball remains in the over. It'll be faced by Smith, who's on 60. And Seales runs in, bowls, and Smith steers that away for a single out towards deep point, who comes trotting in, and England's lead moves on therefore to 5 at 287 for 7. Victor, some thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann's coming here.
Well, this is an impressive innings by Smith, cementing his position in the team. Quite a surprise choice, I guess, at the start of the Test summer. There was talk of Bairstow being replaced, but at one point Ollie Robinson up at Durham was reckoned to be a likely candidate to do it. But Jamie Smith from Surrey, despite very little experience of keeping against a red ball, was chosen. And it just strikes me that actually watching him bat, even if he didn't keep wicket, you think, well, this man can't be very far from the England team. He looks very composed. He can obviously hit the ball with immense power, but he's so far, he's sort of paced his innings. There's been no great extravagances, but one or two gobsmacking shots. That pull shot over that stand, I mean, that went an awful long way. And a few drives too.
Here's Alzarri Joseph bowling to Smith, and Smith pulls that one away, and that's gone for 4. Cracking shot through wide mid-on. The best of Smith. Victor mentioning that pull shot onto the top of the Hollis stand. That one was hit with great ferocity as well, but along the ground. It raced up towards wide long on. Smith to 65, 291 for 7. I was speaking to some people who've been sitting in the stand above us and to the right-hand side. They watched it go on. It landed on the roof of the ball. I think is stuck on the top of the roof of the Hollis stand, apparently. those who are up there, so that's what they saw.
Okay.
I have to go with the eyewitnesses who are up there and closer to it than us.
Well, it's an awful long way.
It is, it's a huge hit. 291 for 7. In the 9 ahead, Joseph bowls, Smith defends. The ball rolls out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Alzarri Joseph, he's gone around the park a bit today. He's picked up a couple of wickets, got rid of Ben Stokes with a short ball, that short ball tactic after lunch, but 2 for 93. He's in his 16th over. He's been going like, 5, 6 and over during this series. Not able to give his captain any kind of control. It's not just about control, I suppose it's about trying to, with a quick bowler, trying to make some inroads, and he hasn't taken the bank full of wickets either. Tries again though, bowls to Smith, short ball, helped on its way down to fine leg, that's 4 as well. Fielder no chance, trots round, down beneath us to pick it up, Moti, and then lobs it in. And Smith moves to 69. There are 3 wickets left. He's got some support from Woakes. There's Atkinson to come, and then Bashir. 69 not out. got an opportunity here, great opportunity. Partnership with 64.
I think he's sort of lost it, Joseph, at the moment, in that he's still bowling these short deliveries, but in fact he's only got 3 men on the leg side, 2 of which are on the boundary. He's got a field that is kind of encouraging you to bowl just off stump, just outside length, but he's still banging it in, and Smith is latching onto these balls brilliantly.
Joseph bowls to Smith. Again, that's another short ball. That's pummeled away off the back foot through straight mid-on for 4. That's a magnificent stroke as well. And Joseph's raised his 100. 2 for 102 in his 16th over. And Smith is going on his merry way here. He's up to 73. It's brilliant batting. And he's taking Joseph apart. 299 for 7.
Well, that is a staggering shot. It's almost a straight bat pull, if you can picture that. He's standing tall on the back foot, and his bat, well, it's not horizontal by any stretch of the imagination. It's more vertical than horizontal, and yet it's pummeled to past mid-on's left hand for 4.
Well, that's prompted a change in the field. They've taken one of the slips out. He's gone to mid-wicket. Mid-on a bit straighter, so down to 1 slip. That's Hodge. And 1 gully as well. Goes in again and bowls, and that's hammered by Smith out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder running round to his left-hand side. Will get there, Shamar Joseph. And Smith there wanted to come back for the second, but Woakes didn't feel he could make it to the non-strikers, and Smith was keen. He just fancies another delivery from Alzari Joseph in this over. 300 on the board for England. And Smith to 74.
I mean, that didn't go for 4, but my goodness me, he hit that hard. He had to scurry around from square leg to stop that. And it wasn't that short, but these are gobsmacking shots, to me.
It's a good question, or good point about, he looks good enough to play in the top 6, but the problem England have is who would they leave out?
Well,
so in a way...
It's a nice problem, as they will tell us.
Yeah. But he's clearly a player they want in the team, a bit like Brooke. Remember they wanted Brooke in the side, but it wasn't easy to fit him in, and then there was the injury to Johnny Bairstow, so that allowed him to flourish in Pakistan. And
Pakistan is not quite like India, where spin dominates to a greater extent, in our experience. But obviously folks in India with a lot of spin bowling, you thought his extra expertise was invaluable. Yeah. Does that apply in Pakistan? Well, not quite to the same
It didn't
extent.
last time, remember, because Ollie Pope kept wicket for a couple of test
That's
matches.
right, and they delayed bringing back
That's
folks.
right, they did, yeah.
So that's the bad news for folks.
A different sort of field for Woakes. There's a short leg in and a leg slip. And here's Joseph banging the ball in, and Woakes knew it was coming, swatted at it, got a top edge, and it's gone over the keeper's head, and it's down to the boundary for another 4.
Yeah, well, that one was not off the meat of the bat, but by any stretch, it was a top edge. We see that all the time in one-day cricket, don't we? So often it goes over the keeper's head. So that's a very expensive over. I've lost track, but Andy's still with us.
I mean, off the over, 17 was it?
17, 4 fours in that single.
304 for 7.
So that lead is getting bigger and bigger quite quickly.
Yeah, and the problem for West Indies is that these two they're in, aren't they? And they could add something sizable to it.
Well, yeah, where's little Moti? I mean, I think he should have started after this tea break, but it'll be trickier for him to come on now because, well, Smith in particular has got the flavour.
Alzari Joseph today has bowled 12 overs, taken 1 for 96, so going at 8 and over. And has conceded 1, 6 and 13 fours today.
And Jaden Seals bowling from the pavilion end at 304 for 7 into bowl to Smith. Smith turns it away into the onside for his 75th run. And Kyle Louis gets the cheer just for trotting in, bending down and picking the ball up. I don't know whether he's enjoying it out there or not.
I think he is. Yeah. I reckon so.
Might get a bit relentless though, do you think?
Well, they're all right behind him. Could get a lot worse.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think you made the point. If he was Australian, then it wouldn't be quite so charitable
He's
out there.
been putting the beach balls back and having a
Keeping in their good books.
Yeah.
305 for 7. So Woakes on 34. There's a silly mid-on in Jason Holder and a short mid-wicket. Seals bowls to Woakes. Woakes drives. That's a fine shot. Through extra cover for 4. That's where Chris Woakes likes it most, and that's his strongest area. Beautifully played away. Jamie Smith could not have done it any better, and that's a strong Smith stroke as well. So Woakes goes to 38 and England to 309 for 7, and West Indies need to nip this in the bud pretty quickly. The lead is 27, but the way things are going, you can rattle up. They don't break this partnership, they might well be looking at a 100 deficit on first innings. It's that sort of situation. Of course, if they can get one, they might be able to get 3 and restrict it to about 40.
Well, that was a glorious shot. It was a length ball. He just hit through the line. A little bit of width. He's a strong offside player, Woakes.
Seals bowls to Woakes on his hit, nudged away down towards fine leg, down towards the scoreboard, and through for another single. Woakes is really contributing here. Vital runs at number 9, although he's England's number 8. The lead is 28 now, 310 for 7. It infuriates teams, and at lower order runs 9, 10. Those
he's obviously an imposter at 9. He's almost an imposter at 8. Chris Woakes. He's got a pretty good record. He averages 27 with the bat in Test cricket, and a lot more in first-class cricket. I think you'll find.
Seals bowls short. Smith smacks it away into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. That's 4 as well. Out towards the Holly stand. Nothing Louis could do about that. He was chasing around the boundary. So help pull, really, from Smith. It wasn't rifled away. Plenty of power in it and good timing as well. And Smith moves to 79, and England up to 314 for 7. And the West Indies at the moment just cannot stem the flow of runs. Seals has picked up 3 wickets, but he's beginning to go around the park as well.
I mean, that was a short ball that got quite high, but he still sort of managed to keep enough control and to hit it way in front of square. Sort of around about shoulder high when he hit it, no matter to Smith.
Back with Seals, creating shadows as he runs in with the floodlights on. Bowls Fuller to Smith. Smith thick edges it, but gets a single. That was, in a way, a kind of a moral victory for the bowler. It's along the ground down into the gully, but there is no gully.
Well, it's a tough one because that is a good delivery. It's just held up, and yet it's a 1 run.
315 for 7. Partnership worth 84. And it feels though the game is getting away from West Indies now. England were, just to remind you, 54 for 5. And West Indies right in it. And they picked up wickets subsequently as well, with Stokes out for 54, 169 for 6, and then Root 231 for 7. And now these two just make it problematic for West Indies. Seals tries again. Bowls to Woakes, full outside the off stump. Woakes reaches for it, and no timing in that. Bobbles out towards extra cover. There's no run. Picked up by Moti. 315 for 7 at the end of the over. That's come from 64 overs. So what's that in terms of a run rate?
Quite quick.
Yeah.
Just under 5 and over. So 4.9 and over. In terms of the 300, that came up in 62.5 overs, which is the 14th, joint 13th quickest England have brought up 300, which in itself is not particularly outstanding. If you look at the top 16, yeah, if you look at the top 16 fastest England have brought up 300 as a team, 12 of them have been since Stokes and McCullum took over just over 2 years ago in 26 tests in that time. The partnership, so as you say, from 54 for 5 stands of 115, 62 and now 84 unbroken. It's only the 3rd time in England's test history they've had stands of 50 plus for wickets 6, 7 and 8 in the same innings. Most recently in the 2nd innings of their extraordinary innings in Hyderabad early this year. Prior to that was the first test in Sri Lanka in November 2018. Involved in both of those was Ben Foakes, who had a key stand with Pope in Hyderabad and made a debut century back in Sri Lanka. So
there are unlucky cricketers. Here's Moti bowling now, and forward goes Smith, who's on 80. Pushes that away towards extra cover, and there's no run. There's a long off in, there's a deep cover, a deep backwards square leg. One slip. Is Smith going to take on Moti? Just dart the ball in. Smith plays that nicely up towards mid-on. He might have got a single there. They would have done in a one-day game. I just sense that Smith, like all voracious batters, wants the strike. 315 for 7. Moti bowls. Smith goes back and defends. No more blocking that, and holds away into the offside, and there's no run. Moti capable of just bringing some calm to the situation. In his 14th over, 1 for 49. Goes in now and bowls to Smith. Darted in. Smith goes back and works this up towards long off. And they are through for a run this time. 316 for 7. Smith to 81. Joe Root missing out on 100 earlier, out for 87, although he might think might look on the positive side and say he could easily have been out on 3. Stephen Finn is here replacing Victor.
Good afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you see it as a missed opportunity, mightn't he, seeing how freely the runs have flowed, but got a fairly decent delivery from Gudakesh Moti, but drift back into him, but very much operating in a one-day mode here. Moti driving the ball into the surface.
Works on 39, faces up to Moti, gets might well have been a dipping full toss, which he clips straight to mid-wicket. I feel he missed out there, Chris Waites. He plays, some batters practice a sort of more orthodox shot. He actually practiced a huge wipe across the line after that delivery. Forward he goes, plays it back to the bowler, who bends down to pick up, and there's no run. Yeah, so some calm restored by Moti. Just 1 run off the over, I think it was. Yeah, 1 run. 316 for 7. Ned Wilson, aged 8, from Bicknell in Somerset. I'm coming to Edgbaston tomorrow with friends, and I'm very excited. I think I would be as well if I were 9 years old and coming to the cricket. Finally, they are making hay in the field where our cricket pitch is, so my brother and me are really excited because we won't have to spend hours looking for the balls in the long grass. Might see you tomorrow. Well, enjoy your day. It should be a good day's cricket. England taking a grip of this game. West Indies, you feel, will be under pressure in their second innings. Of course, the problem for them is the lead. What's it going to be? It's building, and it's building quickly at the moment. Right, Seals, a new over from him. Going into bowl to Smith, who's 81 not out. Seals with him now. Smith dabs it into the offside, gets an easy single to the left of Moti in the covers. The excitement you can hear in the background is the beach ball in the Holly stand, and now a Mexican wave as well. So a combination of things. And they've encouraged the spectators in other parts of the ground to join in the Mexican wave as well.
It's quite a slow Mexican wave, that one, isn't it? They're not quite as quick on the uptake. I think the average speed for a Mexican wave is 27 miles per hour. Genuinely, I think it is. Or are you looking at me like I'm...
Because you've just made it up?
No. I've read...
How do you know that? Seals, very full to Woakes, who drives it towards mid-on. It's intercepted by Jason Holder fielding it silly mid-on, so there is no run.
Well, I read it on a social media source somewhere, I think, which should always be relied upon as a genuine source of information, clearly. But yeah, 27 miles an hour. This one looks a touch slower than that, though.
It looks like it's stopped as well. They lost interest in it. Oh no, it was going down beneath us, so couldn't see it.
Picks up pace in the Hollies.
Seals sets off. Bowls to Woakes. Short Woakes taps it on its head. It goes out towards deep backwards square leg. Controlled pull shot. Not entirely elegant, but effective enough. Gets him a single, takes him to 40. And England to 318 for 7. The light is okay now, the natural light. I think they could actually turn the floodlights off. There's some blue sky above, but there might be some dark clouds coming from the west. So let's keep them on for now. With regards to tees, Stephen Finn obviously grew up in the wrong villages. I heard you mention this earlier, it made me laugh. If he got stale pizza and soggy cucumber sandwiches when he played. No, the ball's out of shape again, is it? Yeah, okay. Had he been a Somerset native, he'd have enjoyed hog roasts and local cider, as I'm sure son of Chinook, Vic Martz, can confirm. Probably wouldn't have done much for his pace, though.
Well, you never know. A couple of glasses of cider at lunchtime might sort you right out. Bowl absolute rockets afterwards. I feel like I've done my mum, who did the teas occasionally, a disservice there. It wasn't always...
And she normally listens as well, doesn't she?
She does occasionally, yeah.
If you're listening, Mrs. Finn, well, you can give him a clip round the ear when he comes home.
My sincerest apologies, Mum. Yeah, clearly. It was when my mum didn't do it that the stale pizza came out. Langneybury Cricket Club. Back in the day. Proper village teas, though. I mean, they were brilliant. But I was talking with Fazir about curried goat in the West Indies. You don't quite have the same culinary delights at lunchtimes in and around North London.
No, I remember there was a fixture when I was playing club cricket in Bristol that we used to keep the fixture because of the tea. And it was fantastic. You always needed to have half an hour. Not much good if you're going out to field afterwards, or open the bowling or whatever.
It's funny you say that. At Lords, there are times where you eat too much at lunch, even in a test match or a first-class match, certainly. And you run in to bowl the first over after tea and you're walking back to your mark and you go to the bloke at mid-off. I think I've overdone it there. It takes you about an over to get it out your system and then you're off and running, but it's very easily done.
Professional sport, folks.
We play a strange game, don't we?
Right, I think we've sorted the ball out. Can West Indies get it to do something and just drag things back a bit? So 318 for 7. 18 plus 18 equals
36.
36, and that is England's lead at the moment with power to add. West Indies were the first innings, they did 41 at Trent Bridge, didn't do them much good. They lost by 241. I feel it might be a bit different when England get to bowl in the third innings of the match, but we'll see. Opportunity for West Indies if they can knock these last three out. Seals bowls full. Smith leans on it. To the left of cover goes the ball, and Moti picks up, and they are through for a single. 319 for 7.
I can confirm the 27-mile-an-hour average speed of Mexican waves, according to a piece of research at the University of Budapest in 2022. Sorry, 2002, just quite a while ago. So I don't know if they've sped up.
They
since
might
then,
have quickened up since then.
But if we're going by cricket evolution, they must have slowed down because them were way quicker. Sorry, Zoltz.
I don't know quite why scientists felt the need to do that rather than find a cure for malaria, but there you go. Science moves in mysterious ways.
Here is Seals bowling outside the off stump, dabbed away by Woakes. They might look for two. No, they're not going to. Woakes trots through. Yeah, we know fast bowling has slowed down, don't we? So
yes.
That's Mexican waves have slowed down.
So imagine how quick the Mexican waves were in 1920.
Wow. In the 1980s, they were rapid, Vinny. Rapid.
Actually, I did think of you this year. It's an Olympics year. What do we share about things that should be every 4 years?
Christmas.
Simon? Christmas, yeah. We mention it every year we're on air. It's customary to mention that.
Although as I get older, I think I might have it every 8 years. I think every 4 years is a reasonable compromise.
Yeah, I'm not quite at 8 years yet. 4 years seems logical for me.
Your dad agrees with me, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. I think he'd probably agree with you at 8 years.
He thought it was a very sensible suggestion. 320 for 7. Last ball. This is taking a long time, this over. I'm waiting to bring in Fazir. Seals is just sorting out his field. A niche fielding positioned halfway back at square leg. Actually, no, he's being pushed all the way back now. It's Kirk Mackenzie. And Seals goes in to complete the over at 320 for 7. And it's a short ball way down the leg side. Smith, so far down the leg side, it's a wide, so the over will go even longer.
He's almost hit himself on his feet there, Jayden Seals. It was that short. He's actually been the one bowler who has retained the discipline. He's not really resorted to this short pitch theory yet because he has found that away movement from the right-handers. He's always threatened the outside edge. But even he now with England, this lead 39, which even though small when you say it like that, the significance of England having been 50 for 5 and now 321 for 7 feels a lot bigger.
There goes Seals, bowling to Smith. Smith pulls this away into the leg side, is going a long way out towards deep mid-wicket. And it's gone away for 4. It's that shot he plays off the back foot, almost with a straight bat. It's not totally straight. But he does hit it so well. Takes him to 87. It's 325 for 7. England are 43 runs ahead. And the danger signs are blinking for West Indies here. More from you, Stephen, and it will be Fazir now.
Yeah, the alarm bells are ringing here for the West Indies. Jamie Smith is playing a quite magnificent innings here. He's exactly what he was brought in this team to do. You soak up the pressure, you build a partnership, but then his ability to play those aggressive strokes with an orthodox technique towards the back end of a test innings and marshal the tail. England 7 down now. Chris Woakes clearly should be batting at 8 because Mark Wood got out as night watchman. He's been moved down to number 9, but Smith is in the team for this exact reason, to accelerate at these stages of games and take the momentum into the third innings of England's bowling. It's been a brilliant knock. Hopefully he can score these 13 runs that take him to a century. Good afternoon, Fazit.
Good afternoon to you. As Moti bowls, and he's playing this one back along the pitch, is Woakes. Well, Moti prevented Root from getting the 13 runs to get to his 100, and strangely he was taken out of the attack with the very next over, and he's only now been brought back on as the next delivery is short and cut away out towards deep point. I could understand maybe doing something for a specific reason, but it just seemed a bit odd that you take him out of the attack and he's only just come on 2 overs ago.
Yeah, the curious thing is that when England are accelerating, Moti bowls in the power play in T20 cricket, so he is not incapable of containing the scoring rate.
326 for 7 now as Smith waits on the next delivery, and he's hoisting that one away into the onside along the ground. Gets just the single, tumbling save at a wideish mid-on by Alzarri Joseph. He moves on now to 88. Score goes up to 327 for 7, and has been said many times over, it's starting to be a worrying situation for the West Indies, not in terms of just the lead by 45 runs, but just the shift in morale and self-belief as Moti bowls, and he's punching into the offside, or pushing defensively into the offside, is Woakes, who's on 42, and they came together with the score at, and the 7th wicket went down, 231. So they're just shy of a century stand and turning the next delivery away defensively on the leg side. Just a quick thing on the Mexican wave. You know, it's really not Mexican. It actually became popular because of the Football World Cup in Mexico in 1986. But I remember watching ice hockey games in Toronto, and the wave was going around as he's on the front foot to the next delivery, and that was 1984-85 as he's driving that one out towards cover. Another meaningless bit of information, I'm sure, in the context of the Test match.
That's very harsh on yourself.
Where England skating along at 327 for 7 with Woakes on 42 and Smith 12 runs short of a maiden Test century.
I don't think French cricket was French either, was it?
I'm sure it wasn't. But yeah, it's interesting how these labels come on. And again, you can understand why. I mean, Canadians will tell you that all that matters is ice hockey. And they'll call it hockey because they could care less about field hockey. So the only hockey that they're interested is the one on ice. Whereas for the rest of the world, you've got a Football World Cup, and they're going around the Azteca at 27 miles per hour, as you indicated. It becomes the Mexican wave.
Well, I'm a well-learned man, and it's a very crucial piece of information to have read that study that found out that the crowd wave, should we call it, not a Mexican wave, is 27 miles an hour.
Let's not cause any more controversy here on TMS. Slip in place, short mid-wicket, the only close-in fielders are Shamar Joseph, 1 for 39 from his 10 overs so far. Runs in now, bowls a delivery on leg stump that is tucked away through mid-wicket. That's going to run away for 4 more. Heading into the 90s now is Jamie Smith, and he's so commanding with his stroke play. Minimum effort. He's a big man. He can cart it out the ground if he wants, as he did. But again, it's the timing and the ease with which he's gathering his runs to take him into the 90s now, and brings up the century partnership.
Yeah, been a brilliant partnership and a great innings. And Jamie Smith, he's got a really wide stance. He's a tall man for a wicket-keeper. He's probably more of a batter at the moment than he is a wicket-keeper, but he's tall, and it just means he has that rangy ability to reach in front of his pads and turn his wrists on balls like that. Shamar Joseph, as he has done so frequently actually through this Test series, starts with a full one on leg stump, but he just eases that through mid-wicket for 4.
Here he comes again, Joseph, to bowl to Smith, and he's guiding this one away out towards backward point for the single. Goes on to 93. Score moves up to 332 for 7. Woakes back in strike on 42.
I've been handed some more information about French cricket I'll come to shortly. The century partnership came up in just 18.5 overs at 5.3 and over.
Thank you very much.
It's actually Jamie Smith's ability then. Shamar Joseph bowls a good ball over the top of off stump. He doesn't thrash at it. He's calm. He waits for it, plays it right under his eyes, and just soft hands it into the big gap at backward point for a single. It's good batting.
Woakes waits on the next delivery from Joseph, and he's in behind it carefully, playing it away out towards mid-on. Lead now exactly 50. And I'm sure, yes, Sandy, you've got something.
So on the French cricket, this comes from Mark in Bedford. You mentioned French cricket as a way of explaining cricket to the French. Apparently it's nothing to do with France, just one of those ways the English and French banter about each other. That is, if it's not done properly, it must be due to, well, the French if we're English, or the English if we're French.
Okay. Thanks for that bit of clarification. Halfway through the over is Joseph. Outside the off stump to Woakes, who's punching through the offside for runs. Brathwaite is giving chase and will pull it back in a metre short of the boundary at wide long off. They'll come back for 3. The lead continues to build. It's already a worrying situation for the West Indies, having reduced England to 54 for 5 this morning. Seems so far away now when Harry Brook was caught behind of Jayden Seales. And then we saw Alzarri Joseph, of course, getting his 100th Test wicket, having Ben Stokes taken at square leg hooking. Joe Root, LBW to Gudakesh Motie for 87. That was the last wicket to fall. He's driving loosely at a delivery that's pitched up outside the off stump to Smith. Past the outside edge to the gloves of the keeper. He remains on 93. One delivery left in the over at 3:35 for 7.
It's the first sign of a somewhat loose stroke that we've seen from Jamie Smith when he's accelerated to the score that he's on now, 93. He seemed very controlled in the way that he's played drives with a straight bat. He's waited for them to bang it in and lifted it up over the leg side. That was really throwing everything at a full wide one from Shamar Joseph, but doesn't connect at all, only with fresh air.
Joseph got things going for the West Indies this morning with the wicket of Ollie Pope inside edging onto the middle stump. Bowls now to Smith and he's getting a single that keeps him on strike, getting it away towards deep backward point. He goes on to 94. It's the end of the over. Woakes is 45. England 336 for 7. Lead by 54. And Smith, given the way he's played, might be thinking of a 6 to get to the 100. Why not?
He seems like that sort of player. He doesn't look phased. I'm sure underneath there's a lot of excitement bubbling. I can only refer to the moments if I've been on 4 wickets in a Test match and you think you're in the hunt to get a 5th. You're just excited. You want to bowl, you want to bowl. As soon as the captain waves you out the attack, you think, why have you done that? I wanted to just keep bowling and bowling, but he has a great opportunity here to score these 6 runs. Will he try and do it in one shot? It would be uncharacteristic with the way that he's played Motie actually so far today. He's just eased him around, cut him when it's been short and wide. So I expect patience, but you never know what the man on his shoulder's saying.
Absolutely, as Motie bowls him, he's down the track and he's thinking probably of that straight hit for 6, but in the end just pokes it away to short extra cover. There's a slip in place, there's a mid-off, a short extra cover on the boundary, backward point, mid-on, short mid-wicket, forward square leg, as Motie bowls to Smith down the track, driving out towards deepish mid-off. He's certainly thinking of something spectacular.
He's making me nervous here. He has used his feet a fair bit in this innings and has patted it to extra cover, but he's coming down with intent in this over.
I don't think he's nervous at all as Motie bowls to him, and this time he's just turning it away forward to square. No chance of a run, although Woakes was keen to respond if that single was on. He remains on 94. Woakes is 45. England 336 for 7. A great revival from 54 for 5 after the first half an hour this morning. Motie bowls again to him down the track and stroking a wider delivery out towards deep cover for a single to the new Hollies stand favourite, Mikhail Louis. And he goes on now to 95. It's 337 for 7. Field just making some slight adjustments as we see Kirk McKenzie going into a short extra cover with Woakes on strike. Motie bowls now, quick flatter delivery, and he's just pushing defensively into the offside. Score remains at 337 for 7, the lead at 55. And the West Indies will be concerned here about the lead ballooning outwards beyond 100. As another delivery has Woakes just content to pat defensively back along the pitch to end the over from the left-arm spinner who got the wicket of Joe Root, LBW, for 87, the last wicket to fall for England.
The partnership now 106, just England's 3rd century stand for the 8th wicket against West Indies in Test cricket, and Chris Woakes has been involved in 2 of them. He added 117 alongside Moeen Ali in Headingley in 2017, that fantastic Test match that ended up with West Indies chasing around about 320 to win. Shai Hope's getting 2 centuries in the match, and the only other England 8th wicket stand of 100 or more against West Indies. You've got to go back to 1966 at the Oval. Tom Graveney and wicketkeeper J.T. Murray added 217 after coming together at 166 for 7. This was then followed by 128 for the 10th wicket between Ken Higgs and John Snow. England made 527, won by an innings for a consolation victory in a series in which they've been well defeated.
Yeah, West Indies won that series 3-1. It was an outstanding series for Gary Sobers. As a full-length delivery, Yorker-length delivery from Shamar Joseph, first ball of a new over to Smith, and he just digs it out. And 95-5 short of a maiden Test match 100. We talk about those comparisons. He's a tall man for a wicketkeeper, is Jamie Smith. I wonder how he compares overall, because I remember Clyde Walcott, 6 foot plus, as a wicketkeeper bat as well. 1500s for him in 40-odd Test matches. With a big, powerful man, Clyde Walcott of the 3 Ws from Barbados in the 1950s. Bright late afternoon sunshine now as Joseph to bowl to Jamie Smith on 95 short. He's into the pull and he's bowled him. What an anticlimax. He was into the pull shot, almost premeditated. It was pounded in short, it scooted through, clipped the off stump, and he's missed out on 100, but he's going to get a tremendous cheer from this audience here at Edgbaston. Running the fingers over the ball, a slower delivery, it crept through, clipped the off stump, and he's gone for 95. He's entertained the fans here at Edgbaston. England are 337 for 8.
Yep, the whole of Edgbaston here stands and applauds Jamie Smith. On the cusp of first Test match 100, he'll have another opportunity for sure in the not too distant future to get over that 3-figure mark, but that could end up being a match-defining innings here. It's taken England from the brink of conceding a first innings deficit to a position now where they feel in the complete ascendancy. It was a good delivery by Shamar Joseph, knowing that Smith would be there looking for that short ball, thinking about hitting it up over mid-wicket like he has done so many times in this innings so far, but it just completely dies in the pitch, and Smith is through the shot. He's expecting it up around his shoulders, and he couldn't adjust the swing of his bat to get anything on that ball as it died and cut in back towards off stump. It barely disturbed the bails as it got to him. It was so slow. But good bowling by Joseph. Fantastic innings by Jamie Smith, though. His Surrey counterpart, Gus Atkinson, walks to the crease, who can also play shots himself, but you've got to feel for Smith there. He deserved 100, I feel. Brilliant innings, but not to be today.
Indeed, that's how it goes sometimes in the game. Credit to the bowling of Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, the final figures for Jamie Smith: 95 from 109 balls with a 6 and 12 fours. His second half-century in Test cricket, just his 4th innings.
So Joseph now with 2 wickets as well for Alzari, 3 for Jayden Seales, and 1 for Gudakesh Moti. 2 slips in place to the new bat. Gus Atkinson, and his first delivery stroked away wide of mid-on, will get the single. Bit of a fumble by Alzari Joseph, so he's able to get off the mark immediately. Lead now is 56, but you can hear almost a quiet murmur of disappointment around Edgbaston, and I think, as you said correctly, more credit to Shamar Joseph than I was prepared to give immediately. I thought it was a delivery that actually was of regulation pace that kept low, but he did bowl the slower ball, almost an off break, and certainly was mindful of the aggressive intent of Jamie Smith to get to the 100, but it was a disappointing end for him. Celebration for Shamar Joseph, who runs through the crease for yet another time, kicks the turf, whether it's in mock disappointment or it's just part of his routine, because we see this from him over and over again. The disappointment, though, to see Jamie Smith depart for 95, but England, certainly from a position of 54 for 5, will feel now that they've got the chance, depending on how things go in the remainder of today, to put the West Indies under tremendous pressure if they start their second innings. Next delivery is outside the off-stump, cut away towards deep backward point, fielded on the bounce, and it's a single to Woakes. That takes him on to 46. It's 339 for 8.
And Gus Atkinson, sorry, not Gus Atkinson, Jamie Smith would have been wondering, why have I not received a short wide one from Shamar Joseph like that? Cut away by Chris Woakes. I think a no ball as well. by Shamar Joseph. Jamie Smith would be there going, why was the one to me not a no ball? He'd be cursing his luck there, but Joseph,
he'll surely have many more opportunities.
he will. He's a brilliant player.
It's little consolation now when you've just fallen for 90 in a test match. 2 slips go down as Joseph bowls eventually on a leg stump to Atkinson. Gets a single. Looks very, very capable with the bat, as we've seen before already in his debut test series, where he's made a tremendous impact with the ball. Single to deep square leg. Takes him on to 2, and it's a 341 for 8.
Yeah, he's going to get many opportunities, I think. Jamie Smith, he's someone who looks as though he has the temperament and the technique to be able to cope in international cricket for a long time. I think he's been a very good selection for this test series, a nod to the future, but also a nod to his versatility as a player. It was a brilliant innings. He will definitely get another chance for 100.
Joseph now bowls to Woakes, 4 short of a 50, gets a short ball and is playing it carefully, not the full-blooded pull, because it was outside the off stump. He was mindful of the short square leg and the deep forward square as well, who is Mikhail Louis, who seems to be quite distracted now by the fans in the Holly stand, because he's always looking back up towards the spectators there after getting the cheer from them and seeming to enjoy the interaction with them.
Well, he's a cult hero down there now. I think they were booing. Someone else fielded there for an over, and the
Alec Athenaeus went out there, and he was greeted by a chorus of boos. Last ball of the over now, barring a no ball, as Joseph bowls on leg stump, leading edge over the bowler's head. And in the end, he's able to escape there. Could have been a second wicket in the over for Shamar Joseph. It's 341 for 8, a lead of 59. We're going to have a double change as Stephen Finn steps out, and Carlos Brathwaite is going to jump into the comments chair with the West Indies under a bit of pressure here, and no doubt they might be thinking they could face a very tricky period of play in the start of their second innings, depending on how things go at this point. 341 for 8, Woakes 46, Atkinson is 2, and we're joined now by Ali.
Thank you, Faz. Hello, Carlos.
Hello.
Wow, what a passage of play. Jamie Smith creaming it to all parts, and such a passage of expectation amongst the crowd. Full house, you couldn't see an empty seat. Everyone just waiting and waiting, that sense of anticipation of a maiden test 100 for England's newest wicketkeeper. And then the agony from an England point of view of seeing him fall for 95, and the ecstasy from West Indies that they finally got to him. Moti in now, and Atkinson pushes forward and defends. The ball rolls out towards point, no run. So the lead 59, and a second new ball in just under 10 overs now, if that is needed by West Indies. Moti around the wicket. Atkinson goes back, and he's going to get a 4 out to the Hollies. And swish of the bat along the ground it goes. And England add to their lead in this 9th wicket stand now. The lead is 62, 344 for 8.
Yeah, big lead. I think West Indies, the wheels have fell off that last session or so. That partnership was good. You can see why England selected Jamie Smith.
Absolutely.
Ben Foakes, with all due respect to him and his ability, probably would have scored at the rate that Jamie Smith did.
Atkinson off the back foot. Down towards deep third this time. Joseph after it. Should pick it up inside the rope. He saves the boundary. Steps over the rope and then back again to gather. And Atkinson's come back for the second. 347 for 8.
Yeah, and I think before that partnership was commending West Indies. Even with the Root and Stokes partnership, I thought they bowled really well. Just come up against 2 really good and skillful players. But I think just let it go a little bit awry in that last partnership with Woakes and Smith.
Moti moves in defence this time from Atkinson, rolls the ball into the offside, and no run. A stand of 106 for that 8th wicket between Smith and Woakes. Woakes continuing though, it's a senior partner out there now, 46 not out at the non-strikers end, slipping a short leg. Moti, and again a little quicker to Atkinson, fuller delivery, and he blocks it back up the pitch. Moti picks up in his follow through. The sun has made an appearance again. It got really quite murky for a while and the lights were on, which made you a little fearful for how West Indies openers, Brathwaite and Louis, might fare against a moving ball with England bowling. If that happens, Atkinson pressing forward again to Moti, who fields off his own bowling. End of the over. The lead 65, 347 for 8. The next little passage of play for England fans is, can Chris Woakes get his 50? Which would be a very welcome milestone for him. Been a while since he got a test half century.
Yeah, and he's played nicely as well. He will be more in the Ben Foakes role, how they would play, absorb a little bit of pressure, play the odd stroke here and there, but thrived off sharing the crease with Jamie Smith and rollicked along, to be fair to him.
You have to go back to 2021. He got a Test 50 against India at the Oval. So it'll be a lovely landmark for him to get. Here is Shamar Joseph. Beautiful piece of bowling that was to dismiss Jamie Smith. It needed something a little bit special, and the pace taken right off the delivery deceived him. Here is Woakes on 46 then. One slip in place. Joseph is in on a length, angled out through the vacant gully region. And it's a deep backward point, moving across to his left-hand side to field. Woakes moves on to 48, on his home ground, of course, here at Edgbaston.
There was deception, all of us in here as well, really back of the commentary box, and we saw it, and saw the pull down of the seam, the roll of the wrist and the pace taken off, and we all looked at each other, not only deceived 22 yards away, but 130 yards and up high as well.
Exactly. Woakes on 48. Joseph goes racing in, right arm over. Woakes steers this away down towards deep third. Goes to 49, comes back for the second. The ball's picked up inside the boundary rope. And Chris Woakes has a Test 50 on his home ground here, and Edgbaston is rising to one of their own. A raise of the bat. 3 years since his last Test 50. And a shake of the hand with Gus Atkinson, his batting partner. But he's played a fine hand. Of his own account, but in partnership early with Jamie Smith as well. Well played, Chris Woakes, 50 not out.
Yeah, one of the good men in world cricket. He's one of those guys, when anything good happens to him, I think everyone collectively celebrates. Real good hand he's played today.
Just the 7th Test 50 of his career. Low full toss here from Shamar Joseph. Flicked along the ground, square. Mikhail Louis there in front of the Hollies. Picks up one-handed. Woakes back for the second. He's on to 52. 353 for 8. And the lead now 71.
Yeah, and Bish was just telling me a stat in the green room. West Indies haven't scored 250 in both Test innings since results would give me the correct. I think it was 2022, 2021 in Australia. So you're thinking on the basis of that, you really and truly only have 180 to play with now.
Woakes still intent on adding to this lead. Gets a little bit of width from Joseph, but doesn't strike it cleanly. And the drive Moti is there at cover and fields. Question, well, I'll maybe keep this question till Zoltz has given us the answer to the first. Don't want to overload. We can ponder it, because at the moment England have got 353 with nobody having scored a century, and Samuel is asking from the Isle of Wight, what is the highest Test innings score for a team where no batter has made a century? I'd imagine there'd be some pretty big scores. Joseph in, stroked away by Woakes, out through the covers once more along the ground. He doesn't come back for the second because he watches the ball reach the sponge. Yeah, it's an innings of class from Chris Woakes.
Quality. The ability to just stand on top of it. You can tell he's really in. Feels in good nick. He loves a cover drive, but that was almost waist height, so he's risen with it as it's bounced. Gotten on top of that bounce and hit down and through the field.
Stood tall, facing up to Shamar Joseph again, gets a bouncer, and he controls this one out to deep square leg. Mikhail Louis stoops, waits for the ball to come to him, fields it securely, and a single is added. 358 for 8. Just looking back at Woakes' record, because he does have a Test 100 to his name as well. That was also against India a few years earlier than that most recent Test 50, 2018. Got his name on the honours board at Lord's. So he's got that within his capabilities. Zoltz.
Yeah, the last time West Indies made 250 in both innings of a Test was November 2022 against Australia in Perth. The details on Woakes' 50, so his 8th 50-plus scoring Test, including that one century against India at Lord's in 2018. Yes, 50 off 65 balls with 5 fours. Yeah, and England's 4 50s in this innings have come off 60, 63, 65 and 68 balls. That's respectively Smith, Stokes, Woakes and Root.
Healthy rates of scoring. It's not been crash bang wallop in the sense of what we might think of as Bazball style scoring, but it's just been consistent, good accumulation. We've had some big shots from Smith when he cleared the rope with a 6, patted back this time, Woakes to Moti. There's been some glorious boundaries.
I do think they've become a little bit smarter as well as a team, absorbing pressure a little bit better.
Moti around the wickets and Woakes presses forward once again. No run into the offside. Clouds moving over the ground again. West Indies still need 2 more wickets, so we've still got another hour, well, probably an hour and 20 minutes of play left after the rain delay earlier. Forward press again from Woakes, defends, Moti picks up and no run. A bit more movement in the crowd now after first the wicket of Smith, people waiting anticipation in case he got his 100, and then to get Woakes to his 50. Stroking this out towards extra cover, finds the fielder, no run, no real power in that stroke. Just defending it out, easing it into the covers. 2 more balls to come here in the over from Gudakesh Moti. In he goes. Oh, and was he actually beaten then? Brought the bat down, the ball then spinning as if back onto the stumps. Managed to bring the bat down again. Stop it from rolling back. 1 slip there in place. Joshua Da Silva bobs down behind the stumps. Moti in now. And angles this out towards point. The pickup is not a clean one because Atkinson was coming through for the single. Could have put them under a little bit of pressure. Mikael Louis with a juggle and some frustration.
Yeah, just with that ball alone, brought Mikael Louis up from the sweeper. The intention is to keep Chris Woakes on strike. If you come into the quote-unquote circle, you can't just let him drop it straight in front of you and win a single. The whole point of you being that close is to save
Keep him on strike, yeah.
So a little lack of game awareness where that is concerned. Being off the boundary is to save a single. You're either saving a single or you're saving a boundary.
Zoltz, can I put this question to you then? The highest test innings score where no batter has scored a century. Alzarri Joseph, meanwhile, is marshalling his field and asking deep fine leg to go a little bit finer. Keeping 2 men back on that leg side as well as deep mid-wicket. Deep third has dropped back also here to Woakes. Gully and short leg staying in place. We've seen Alzarri Joseph bowl a lot of bouncers in this innings, which is tiring as well, isn't it? And now we're getting deep into the day, deep into the evening session. 3:59 for 8. There is the bouncer, top edge, goes very, very fine, and it goes for 4. Yes, fine leg was back and deep third as well, but that's headed straight down towards the sight screen, and Joseph has his hands on his hips with a bit of a wry smile because, yes, he did find that top edge. It wasn't under control, but Woakes has moved on to 62.
Yeah, this is one of the things I think when he was bowling this plan, he probably could have got balls a bit higher. A few too many balls leveled out chest height and with easy pulls. But then when he did get it above shoulder height, one hit the glove just past Josh Da Silva. A couple of times it's gone almost directly over the keeper. Fine leg has been a bit too wide on occasion, so he's always found a way to miss the fielder for Alzarri Joseph, and it may feel like a thankless task.
And he goes again, around the wicket, bangs into the pitch once more. This one doesn't really get up, and Woakes plays a sort of high elbow defence into the offside, drops that ball down.
I haven't quite got an answer to that question yet, but George Dobell told me before I played today, our press box colleague, that no Warwickshire player has ever scored a test century at Edgbaston. But Chris Woakes, now, 38 runs away from immortality.
That's remarkable when you think of some of the quality test batters that Warwickshire produced over years. Woakes on 62. Joseph in, moving around from the crease here, but plays it straight to cover.
Craig Brathwaite.
And he's gone. Craig Brathwaite has held the catch. I think the crowd are a little slow to react. And Woakes walks off for 62. Zoltz, the record stays as it is. Chris Woakes will not enter immortality, but he's played a fine hand here. Oh, and he's slapping his bat against his pad. But it's taken the waist high by Brathwaite. Just had to dip the knees, make sure he held on. A fine innings. Woakes 62 from 78 balls. The wicket does come for Alzari Joseph, but Woakes has played his hand into steering England into a position where they now have a lead of 81, 363 for 9. And the prospect of England's bowlers taking the field and West Indies batting gets a little bit closer, Carlos.
Yeah, and it was similar time, wasn't it, Jones, last night when West Indies got bowled out and you had that little tricky period where there's not much to gain as a batter. Hardly get a milestone tonight. Almost just trying to survive, which is a tricky place to be from a psychological standpoint. You don't really want to be out driving and flashing, but you also don't want to allow the bowlers to just bowl to you. So it'll be an interesting little period. No doubt England will have the tails up. The psyche of the fast bowler is then you only got a short period to just give it a full burst before a full night's rest and come back tomorrow. So ball versus bat, and if West Indies are 3 down for 30 like England were end of yesterday, could be a very short test.
Well, that's it. It's the sort of double effect of the runs that, first of all, Root and Stokes put on to take West Indies from that position of, well, dominance when they were reducing England to 54 for 5. Root and Stokes hauling them back into a competitive place, and then Smith and Woakes taking them into a lead. It just saps the morale from the team, having seen a position of relative strength being taken away from you.
And that's why, like, when I see teams and organizations commit to a plan, a way of playing, and try to execute it, because just thinking if England had decided to just take as much time out of the game as possible, when these 2 quick wickets fall when the lead is only 21, then all of a sudden the game hasn't really gone in the way the lead is all of a sudden 81. So much time has been put into the game because of how quickly they've scored. And all of a sudden from West Indies starting the day and potentially even that first half hour for 5, thinking about how much lead they'll have, they've got to try to get back in front of the game again in the 3rd innings, and that has been a challenge for the West Indies.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to do just to regain parity, isn't it? Alzari Joseph has clocked up 100 of his own. Rather unwanted 100, though, Carlos, from the bowler's perspective in the runs column. 16.3 overs, 3 for 110. And he was asked to bowl a lot of short stuff, and some of that got put away.
Yeah, but I don't think he's been patient enough. When he has been asked and tasked with bowling a good line and length and, 2 slips in a gully, 2 square men out and just hammer away, outswing, in swing or full on the pads, and he's always been bowling a boundary ball. And I'd like to see him, if you get a 4-over spell, dedicate the first 2.5, 3 overs to just being miserly, setting the batter up, and then almost earn the right in that 4th, maybe even 5th over to then experiment a bit. But I feel as though every single over he's trying to bowl 3 decent balls and then get a wicket the last 3. At this level, it's not going to be that easy. And then you're putting yourself and your captain under a bit of pressure by leaking runs.
We've had a bit of a drinks break. That was the pause. Shoaib Bashir has come out to face Alzari Joseph. 363 for 9. The field still set for some short balls, and Joseph bangs it into the pitch. He's dipping his shoulder to get out of the way. That seems to come down with some effort from Joseph. And I don't think that Bashir is perhaps going to be taking those on right at the start of his innings. But deep square leg, camped right on the boundary, as is fine leg. Deep third is much finer than when that top edge of Chris Woakes flew away down to the boundary. A leg slip, and then it's a gully. Standing on the offside, as well as short leg, who is standing 3.5 pitch widths away from Bashir. Fuller that time from Joseph, and Bashir manages to defend on off stump, rolls it up towards mid-off where Craig Brathwaite fields, no run.
Chris Woakes' final figures, 62 from 78 balls with 7 fours, his 8th 50-plus score, his highest score in tests since that wonderful 84 not out in the 4th innings to beat Pakistan at Old Trafford back in the summer of 2020.
Well, he'll look with fondness on this score, not least because of a slightly turbulent year that he's had. In comes another short ball, and the top edge flies over the top, is it? Yes, it is, over the top of Jason Holder, who's a tall man there, a leg slip. And turned down the single, got halfway down, and in fact gone back. Now Alzari Joseph is turning, walking back to the end of his mark. That's because that is the end of the over. Is that right? So Atkinson's happy to say, I'll take on the duties. But yeah, over the top of Jason Holder. Well, my assumption that he was going to try and get out of the way of these didn't quite come to fruition.
Expertly placed between three fielders.
Well, because the two were coming in from the boundary as well, weren't they?
Yeah, and Jason Holder running backward.
Poor old Ozari couldn't quite believe it. But it means Atkinson will face up to Gudakesh Motie. Don't forget, we've got Today at the Test on BBC 4 and BBC iPlayer from 7 p.m. tonight. And any clips you want to see, you can see in play action on the BBC Sport website and app. Atkinson facing up here, Motie squirting off the outer edge of the bat, out towards the offside. Ozari Joseph is there, picks up, no run. What about conditions here for England's bowlers? The sky sort of keeps clearing for a bit, doesn't it? The lights were on earlier after tea when we had that 20-minute delay. Motie in, worked behind square. Ozari Joseph fields, and there is no run. Also, to remind you, on BBC iPlayer, we've got James Anderson, King of Swing, which is the in-depth interview Jonathan Agnew has done. Aggers did that with Jimmy before his retirement. Back up the pitch this time, defence from Atkinson. Motie picks up. We'll have another go. Bird flies high overhead in front of our commentary box. Short leg being brought in place here as it's silly mid-off. Helmet is being called for. And this will be for the offside, right in front of Gus Atkinson. Kirk McKenzie dons the helmet. No, change of mind. He's going to short leg. Gudakesh Motie with the left arm spin, turning that ball away from the right-hander. Strokes it out to the offside, takes a quick single. Shoaib Bashir is running hard. And, well, Joshua Da Silva's taken off the bails. It was a good, sharp throw in from Athanaze on target, but Bashir has made it home. We are going to have an umpire review. No great celebrations from West Indies here.
Not sure if he collected it cleanly.
Maybe that's the issue then.
Umpire to director with an umpire review for a run out. I see your best side angle, and there's a concern whether the wicketkeeper had the ball.
Yeah, well spotted, Carlos. Throw comes in, bounces in front of the stumps. No, the ball has bounced and then flown away from Da
Silva.
Silva.
From the other side that the ball didn't have the ball at all. Yep, thank you. I'm ready to make my decision. Thank you.
Wasn't able to gather the ball. That is a missed opportunity. Broke the bails, broke the stumps with his gloves.
Probably wouldn't cost too much, but it's that type of professionalism, cleanliness.
The execution of skill, isn't it?
Yeah, just under pressure as well.
Motie moves in, Bashir forward, back up the pitch. Motie picks up in his follow-through. Crawley and in goes Motie. Round the wicket, Bashir again covers up into the onside. End of another over. These two sticking it out at the moment. The lead is 82. England in the dressing room have already got the whites on already for whenever the moment comes where they have to go out into the field. Jamie Smith there with his black wicket-keeping gloves on, ready to do some more work. He was out for 95. If you missed any of that innings, then yeah, do watch the highlights back tonight. But then an excellent delivery from Shamar Joseph it took to dismiss him. Zoltz, you have got something for us, and then I'm going to hand over to Aggers.
I have an answer to the query about the highest test score by a team not to include a century, and in fact the record was set earlier this year in a test that began on the 30th of March. Sri Lanka against Bangladesh. Sri Lanka made 531 without a century, breaking the record of 524 for 9 by India against New Zealand in 1976.
Ozari Joseph bowls short, and a wild swing there from Atkinson. The ball flies over the bat and into Da Silva's gloves. So, potentially, a really interesting passage of play to come here when this innings is over. And the West Indies get into bat. They're going to have until close of play about 1:45 today. So, they could have almost an hour of batting, depending on when they knock it over. But interesting to see how they approach that. And what the score was at the end of that hour. They've shown themselves to be a bit fragile under pressure. 364 for 9. Joseph runs in with a big jump, bowls, and he's swung that high down towards fine leg and beyond, into the crowd for 6. And Joseph glares at his opposite number. He'll be very pleased with that.
Yeah, so Jason will take a step in and then a shimmy back, and then the head went down, and you knew it was well over his head at deep fine leg, the square of the two.
That's a good shot, you know.
And well into the crowd as well.
Number 10, I mean, you know it's coming, or probably going to come. He's got 3 men out there on the hook. He's going to get some more, I think. 370 for 9. The lead is 88 now. And Azara Joseph, shadow to his right, sets off in the late afternoon sunshine. His bowl is short, away he goes again. Into the Mr. Blobbies, the chefs, and various inflatables there in the Hollies stand. I don't think this tactic's working, Azari.
I don't think it's needed at Gus Atkinson. With all due respect to him, it's the reason he's behind at 9 and 10.
Yeah, knock it over, I think. Well, the umpire's not sure where that's gone, but it's... He went into the crowd, Mr. Menon. Down the fielder down there is signalling 6.
I don't think any of them saw it.
No. But he can't bowl another one, surely.
Oh, I think he will.
He's coming round the wicket at number 10, who's just flogged him twice for 6. Although the umpire's still waiting. Why can't they take the fielder's word for it? The fielder there saw it disappear into the crowd. He signalled 6. They're waiting for it. There we go, finally. So Atkinson's on 21. He's faced 15 balls. In fact, for good measure, umpire Menon signalled it twice. 376 for 9. Where's this going? He can't bowl another one, surely. In goes Joseph, is there, he bowls, and is hammered it away into the leg side, and he's caught at mid-wicket. Didn't get hold of it. Well, I suppose 12 for 1. It sort of works. But Atkinson's out for 21. The lead is... Andy?
94.
94, there you go. And it was minus 113 when Jamie Smith came out to bat. So the game's really turned around in the course of the afternoon. It wasn't actually, looking at the replay, it wasn't really a short ball, that was it. It was just short of a length. Atkinson waiting for the bouncer and is heaved into the leg side. So what a session we have here now, just building that one up. First of all, what a brilliant piece of bowling that was from Shamar Joseph. He's not had a great series, but brave to go up and bowl that to Smith on 95.
Good execution.
There's a brilliant length slow ball.
You can bowl it, and then if they miss it, that's your one chance.
Yeah, if that had gone for 6, yeah, that would...
Even if it missed the stump.
Yeah.
If it missed the stump, then there'll be okay, you're not only going short, got to watch it here, but when it jigs back.
Yeah. I thought it's a brilliant piece of bowling. As a bowler, you dream that out and you think, well, I'll give it a go. But you're not really convinced it's actually going to work, and then when it comes off, wow! But I thought it was a brilliant piece of bowling, and of course Smith were disappointed. But that was proper deception.
Yeah, the top of your mark and said, "This is what I'll do."
Yeah,
and seldom
it came off the right length. It did everything. Smith going for the pull shot. I mean, it was just a perfectly executed plan. That's very disappointing for Smith, of course, 5 short of 100, and he played brilliantly. But that was, bowlers don't often get credit for things like that. And that was a superb piece of bowling. Mark Wood's loosening up, putting himself through his paces over there in the sunshine. And Jamie Smith is actually keeping wicket to him as well, so he's getting loosened up as well. Do you have a little bit of trepidation about this hour, Carlos?
Oh yeah, not a little, a lot. To be honest, West Indies seldom have a bat good twice. And then you have the added fact of the deflation. There's a little bit of expectation from last night. Started well this morning. After the Root and Stokes partnership, got themselves in a position where, okay, back into the balance a bit. Jamie Smith and Chris Woakes took it completely away from them. There'll be a few tired legs and minds. and maybe a few negative minds going into the dressing room, knowing that not much can be had from a positive light in an hour. You can't do much with the bat. You can't salvage much. Only thing that can happen is either you'll be really dogged, and after the hour you're probably 40 without loss, 40 for 1. That'll be good, I think. Or you could easily be 30 for 3, just like England were. And I think if
40, 50 for 1 would be very good, actually, in the circumstances. You take that.
Amazing.
You grab that. Yeah.
Three over, sit again, 15, 14 overs, 3 over, and only losing 1 wicket.
Yeah. That would represent a good hour, but it's going to be tough. With England out there fielding practice now. Brendan McCullum, the coach, doing his one-handed nicking with the bat, which is quite impressive. Although he's right-handed at the moment, sometimes he goes left as well. I suppose just to keep himself interested. But he's got all the slips lined up. The bowler's now loosening up. I'm looking at Chris Woakes because I say we were told that he had a niggle of some sort. Well, he batted perfectly well. Seemed to move all right, and he's going out there to loosen up and bowl now with the others. So we'll wait and see. Shall we look at the scorecard, Andy, if that's okay? Today, England lost Pope for 10, Brook for 2, and England then really in the mire because they were 54 for 5. Extraordinary state of affairs, really. Then that stand of more than 100 between Root and Stokes. Stokes out for 54. Root 87. And Smith 95, Woakes 62, Atkinson 21, and Bashir not out. Naught. So Azari Joseph took 4 for 122 from 17.4. Jaden Seales 3 for 79 from 19 overs, 1 maiden. Shamar Joseph, that beautiful piece of deception. Watch it on the highlights. You'll see it at 7 o'clock. 13 overs, no maidens, 2 for 63. Jason Holder only bowled 7 overs for 31. And Moti, the left-arm spinner, 1 for 61 from 19 overs and 2 maidens. So that's basically the score, 376 all out. And that's getting ready now for what going to be a really interesting hour, Tuffers. You know, this is...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's long enough for there to be some actually quite serious damage. But if they get through this, then it sets them up in a much more positive mind for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
They've got to think 300. They've got to think 300, 320. Get up there.
Minimum 300.
Absolutely. Get England out there and batting against and chasing one of those smaller, tricky targets. You know, we talked about Bob Willis today a lot. Headingley 81. You know, it can those small targets can
play mind games, can't they?
Yeah. Well, West Indies can bat all day tomorrow. Set themselves out to bat all day tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And then
sun's out. It's getting warm.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The pitch, it's been a strange pitch for me, isn't it? They've sort of fed in clusters, haven't they? But once you get yourself in, and that's what the West Indies have got to be thinking to themselves, they'll be a little bit flat after, you know, whatever they, you know, when Smith came in 113 behind. Yeah. So they'll be sort of kicking themselves a little bit. But they'll be thinking, right, if you just get partnerships on this pitch and you can then move forward.
Yep, exactly.
Don't play too many rash shots too early on in your innings, because that's where these drag-ons have come, or, you know, Harry Brook having a bit of a waft at one early on.
Yeah.
Nix it. Get yourself to 20 and the partnership to 20 or 30 and then build on it.
Yeah. It's important that the captain stays there, Brathwaite.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's the rock, really, isn't he?
Yeah.
Around the West Indies.
The only trouble, I mean, sorry, the only trouble is that, you know, England have been sitting there watching it go around all the park. The bowlers have had a bit of a rest, and they'll be thinking to themselves, oh, what a perfect little, what have we got, an hour?
Yeah.
Perfect little hour just to come steaming in and try and do some damage.
Yeah. I think Stokes will apply a lot of pressure in the field.
Yeah. So a bit of chatter.
Yeah. What did you think of that Shamar Joseph ball? I know I'm purring.
You're loving it.
Oh, I love that, because that's very skillful. I mean, it all comes off like that because it was the perfect length. If it had been just a good length ball, Smith would have patted it back.
Yeah.
But he thought bouncer, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was all set for the bouncer, went for the pull shot. Everything about that slower bouncer was perfect.
Yeah, and that is his shot as well. And he thought to himself, I've got one here.
Yeah,
that's my 100.
That's my 100.
Yeah, I've been smashing them into the hollies. It's done me. It's done me for length. Died in the pitch. Just cut back as well, sort of like a sort of a medium pace off spinner.
Yeah. It was a beautiful piece of bowling.
Yeah, it was.
I was saying to Carlos, bowlers don't often get the credit for that sort of thing.
No.
I like to get it out there and say, well bowled, because there's been a lot going through that youngster's head. You know, he's had a pretty rotten series, really. Come here with a reputation of great promise after the way he helped to beat Australia He hasn't really lived up to that here, but that was a glimpse, you know, of something that's really quite special. So the warm-ups are done.
I tell you what it shows, John. It's that you're thinking.
Yeah.
Because you've been out there a long time and you're a bit tired, aren't you? You're a bit tired. You've been getting a bit of a flogging, but it just shows that you're thinking along the right lines.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, already over £200,000 has been raised for the Bob Willis Fund today, so thank you everybody who's contributed to that. I say it's always very poignant these days, with McGrath days or Strauss days and Bob days. You know the people involved and
a lot of money.
That's a lot of money, and it'll go to a very important cause.
Research, all sorts.
Yeah. So the umpires are about ready to go, and England are forming a huddle below us here. Very quick huddle. That's barely worthy of the name, actually.
Give it a blast.
But they've gathered very quickly and they've broken up. And see Ben Stokes skipping sideways. We'll see how Chris Woakes is, but he's really got his sweater off and he's doing his sideways skipping as well. I think Stuart Broad mischievously gave us some duff information there. Came in and he said that Woakes had a leg strain.
Why did you ask?
Stephen Fidd and I bought it. Yeah, I know. We shouldn't have done.
Just a couple of stats to pick up on. Alzari Joseph, 4 for 122 from 17.4 overs, 6.9 and over. In the entire history of Test cricket, there's only been one instance of a fast bowler bowling 15 or more overs in innings and going for a worse economy rate.
Look, it was a flat pitch, all right? I'm just saying. Wetty Moody played really well.
Is that you, Agus?
Probably.
It was not you, Agus. You're not even close to the top 10. Mohammad Sharif of Bangladesh against Sri Lanka in 2001. 0 for 120 off 17 when it's 7.05 and over. And there are over 16,000 times pace bowlers have bowled 15 or more overs in an innings. So that's an unwanted piece of history for
Alzari.
Alzari. Really got 4 wickets, though. And just on England's batting, 50s for Smith. Stokes, Smith and Woakes at 7, 8 and 9. It's only the 8th time in Test history that a team has had half centuries from 7, 8 and 9 in the same innings, aided by the fact that Wood played as night watchman in this innings. The only other time England have done it was the Old Trafford Test of 1981, when Ian Botham made a famous 118 from 102 balls, and there were 50s from Alan Knott and John Embury at 8 and 9.
Alan Knott played in that game, did he? Because Bob Taylor played at Headingley. Must be a story there.
Well, I can't remember if he was just dropped. England used 3 keepers in that series. Paul Downton started the series, then Taylor came in, and then Alan Knott finished off.
Right, the bails are in position. Brathwaite's going to face the first ball. Woakes is going to deliver it. And the slips are all lined up. There's 4 of them. And England want to keep it tight, disciplined, and probe away at that off stump and try and get some wickets in this last hour. In comes Woakes, bowls the first ball down the leg side, and taken by Smith. You build these first balls up always, and they're nearly always a disappointment, you know. The amount of times I've said, here comes the first ball of the Ashes. It's amazing. We've all been waiting for this, and his shoulders, arms.
Apart from Zach Crawley here. Which was an absolute cracker.
Yeah.
Rory Burns last time.
That was
the last 2
exciting,
first balls.
That was a bit of that was an unusual one. We was doing off the telly, weren't we, in Sydney? Haven't seen it yet. It was the first ball we saw.
Harmison.
Oh, well. In comes Woakes, moves in, bowls. That's outside the off stump. Goes through a very gentle pace. And Woakes follows through.
It's got slower and slower and slower, this pitch, hasn't it? Sometimes the pitch can sort of firm up with a bit of sunshine on it, but this has just sort of sucked the life out of it.
I think Sherber doing some bowling.
Yes, and the odd one has just turned. He'll have to fiddle around with his lines and just go searching a bit for what's the pace and what's the best place to bowl.
Yep. Well, he knows this ground very well, does Woakes, and he's got that springy, jaunty run. He comes in now and bowls to Brathwaite. A bit of bounce this time. Brathwaite's on the back foot. Steers the ball down to Pope, who's fielding at backward point. No runs on the board. West Indies 94 runs behind. See Gus Atkinson loosening up. So we're thinking about those hook shots, I should think.
Like Viv. Just hooking them off his nose.
Yeah, he was. He was.
He wasn't going for the roll of the wrist hook shot either. He was popping them into the stand, and he did.
Yeah. Wokes again. Running towards us from the City end of the ground. Bowls to Brathwaite. Oh, lets that go very close to the off stump. Ooh, lots of holding heads in hands out there.
You hit them into the not Hubby Bubblies, what they called them? Mr. Blobbies, you said?
Yes.
A couple of Mr. Blobbies up there, aren't
I
there?
always like to see a Mr. Blobby. Scooby-Doo's in there.
Are they?
Yeah, there was something... I don't know, there were some happy days of Mr. Blobby, I felt. You know, those little totally innocent sorts of wind-ups, weren't they, Mr. Blobby?
Yeah. Took it a bit far sometimes for me.
Oh, did he?
Whoa.
Oh. Comes Wokes, bowls on the back foot, played by Brathwaite, and there's no run. Anyone in any wind-up in particular? Or?
Oh, no. Sometimes he was out of control. Yeah, that one did just cut back to Brathwaite from Wokes. Just shaved the top of his off stump.
Well, it's a lovely ball to have bowled so early too, isn't it? Because the batsman's going to be thinking about that.
Yeah, looking to leave.
Yeah,
looking to leave.
They can nibble away at that outside edge now. 4 slips waiting, quite close. As Wokes moves in, bowls to Brathwaite. He's bowled him! What a start. This is dangerous for the West Indies. It was all lined up this session. It's a lovely ball. It's moved away from Brathwaite, who's been completely defeated.
And it's the skipper as well. The one person who the West Indies would have been looking to hang around and get stuck in and see him through to tonight. But that's an absolute beauty.
Yeah, it's a really fantastic ball, that. He's bowling that one that came back.
Yeah.
And he's given him that.
Yeah.
And that's a terrific piece of bowling. 0 for 1, 94 behind. The captain's out. And there's still, 50 minutes of play to go. I'm done in here. And the next commentator, I'll bring in with a deep breath. Faz, I've been here many times myself, I promise you.
Come on, Faz.
Fazier's coming in.
Well, absolute beautiful bit of bowling from Chris Wokes. He knows this ground, he knows this pitch so well. Just a couple of away swingers, the one that just came back in and just went past the off stump, and then that absolute away swinging beauty. Played down the wrong line, Craig Brathwaite, and knocked the top of his off stump over. Beautiful bit of bowling, Faz.
Absolutely. There's an air of inevitability about this, is there?
Well,
and you don't want to say it openly. You don't want, but you're thinking it because of what happened at Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
The West Indies just collapsed in a heap, and you just get that feeling of deflation in the West Indies camp as the partnership started to build and the resistance grew during the course of the day.
Yeah.
And obviously England were keen to get at the West Indies for at least an hour, and already they've got the West Indies captain.
Yeah. Well, that 113 behind, weren't they? And then Smith came to the wicket. They were in it, they were up, they were at about. But then it was just a fantastic knock, and it could have taken all the stuffing out of the West Indies.
Atkinson bowls the first delivery that is slanting into the right-hander. The appeal is more from the crowd in swinging to Mikhail Louis, taking the pad and ballooning into the offside.
Well, I've been in these positions many times, Faz. You know, you're 2-0 down. You've had a long day in the field, and you've got an awkward hour, and things haven't particularly been going your way. Very difficult to stop that sort of tide of inevitability. But that's what you've got to do. Someone's got to stand up here.
Indeed. There's Atkinson in once more, bowls, and he's on the front foot, pushing into the onside, out towards mid-on. A bit of a fumble. And, they're able to get a single. That last delivery, by the way, was a no-ball, a big no-ball as well from Gus Atkinson.
Stretching a bit.
So the West Indies have 2 runs on the board. But yeah, it's a really tough period for a generally inexperienced batting lineup now that Craig Brathwaite is not there.
Well, this is what Test match cricket's all about, and this is why we love it, is because a lot of it's played in the mind, a lot of it's played in the situation you're at the stage of the game, you know, coming towards the end of a tour, end of this day. Oh, it's not just necessarily about technique and the pitch and everything, it's about, can you overcome?
Well, Kirk Mackenzie has really struggled on this tour. And here comes Atkinson to the left-hander now. He's on the front foot, pushing it away square along the ground towards gully. A tumbling save by Ollie Pope. 4 slips in place and the gully. There's an extra cover. There's a forward square leg and a long leg. So tremendous pressure. There's a mid-on also in place. So real pressure here on the West Indies, who trailed on first innings by 94 runs. And as you watch that replay over and over again of Woakes to Brathwaite, he opened him up.
Slightly angled in as well. Just slightly angled in at about, what, middle and off. You've got to look to play that straight back to the bowler. Just jagged away.
Atkinson bowls to Mackenzie, and he's watching a delivery angle across him. Go past through to the keeper. There are now 5 slips, and the 5th slip is almost a deepish 5th slip, together with a gully. Almost a short backward point. They're all waiting for that chance. To the left-hander, as you would expect, with the stock delivery going across him to angle it and edge into that slip cordon. They've already lost the captain, Brathwaite, bowled in the first over by Chris Woakes. As Atkinson bowls again to Mackenzie, angle across him, moving even further away, almost taking the head off first slip. And that's Joe Root, who got 87. Jamie Smith, 95. Runs aplenty in the lower half of the order for England. Resistance aplenty, turning the screws on the West Indies.
Yeah, you just felt that they ran out of steam a bit, the West Indies bowlers, especially after tea, or, well, yeah, just coming towards sort of tea. Yeah, they just run out of steam. It's as simple as that.
Atkinson certainly full of life and energy. He's ready to charge in away from us again to bowl to Mackenzie, and he's got to play at this one a bit straighter, and he's pushing defensively out towards mid-off. If only for the future of this West Indies squad, you'd really want to see some fight.
Yep.
You'd really want to see them buckle down, value their wickets, spend some time in the middle. It might still end in a test match defeat and a 3-0 sweep, but there's another test series starting in less than 2 weeks' time in the Caribbean against South Africa. A couple of test matches. Atkinson bowls to Mackenzie, squares him up, takes the outer half of the bat along the ground in the gap between 5th slip and backward point. He'll get a couple of runs to get him off the mark. Louis is on 1 at the other end. It's the end of the over from Atkinson. The West Indies trailing on first innings by 94 runs. They are 4 for 1.
Yeah, and even if it's just to get yourself a 40 or a 50, or just to apply yourself, show your technique, show your fight, show your heart. It is difficult, though, when you feel that, the odds are stacked against you. But you're right, as you say, that's going to be a tricky couple of test matches against South Africa as well.
Absolutely.
Oh, they've got some bowling as well. Oof.
Don't remind us. First test in Trinidad, Queen's Park Oval. Second test at Providence in Guyana. And indeed, those tests might very well be completed before England start their series against Sri Lanka on the 21st of August.
Are you near the ground there, Faz? Are you Trinidadian?
Well, it's a small island, so nothing is ever really far away from Queen's Park Oval.
Oh.
Here comes Woakes with this first delivery of a new over to Mikhail Louis, and he lets that go by outside the off stump. I live in an area called San Juan, which is just about 4 miles east of Port of Spain, so Queen's Park Oval is not far away. Not walking that one. I'll walk back into the city here, but I'm going to not walk that distance.
On your push bike. Get yourself a nice push bike.
Yeah. It should be an interesting test match, because South Africa, not a depleted squad as they had when they went to New Zealand. Atkinson bowls to Louise, driving inside edge past the leg stump, running away for 4. That could have easily gone onto the leg stump. He really didn't know too much about that. Hands to the head for Chris Woakes, but a boundary, a lucky boundary for Mikhail Louis.
He is making it talk, Chris Woakes. It's swinging both ways, nipping both ways. As you say, Louis looking to go for the big drive there, but it's jagged back on him. Just gets a slither of that inside edge and flies past the leg stump. Bit of fortune. Beautiful bowling. Got it on a string, Chris Woakes.
He's at the top of his mark again. 4 slips go down. England sensing another opportunity. Bowls to Louise on the front foot, pushing it away square on the offside. Sun breaks through again for the high cloud. No threat of rain at the moment to give the West Indies any sort of reprieve. as that's picked up at cover. Here's a message from Ian, an email. Just a thought, is 322 of 376 the highest proportion scored by the bottom 5 in a test match? 322 of 376. For the first time, I've just seen a sort of a resignation, a shrug of the shoulders, almost as if it's a West Indian batter out there, as delivery on off stump is pushed away into the offside, calls for the single, throw comes into the striker's end. Mackenzie makes his ground, the throw misses the stumps anyway, but here's more work for Andy. Coming towards the end of a long day, it's 9 for 1.
The shoulders.
Did you see his reaction?
The shoulders just dropped an inch.
So 322 runs added after the fall of the 5th wicket. Is that the highest proportion of a team score? Who's asked for this?
I think it's Ian. Ian asked the question.
I admire that as a very relevant question, and I'll have an answer for you tomorrow morning.
There you go, tomorrow morning. Do you want me to find out where he lives?
I need a bit of time alone with my spreadsheets.
Someone has switched off.
I tell you something, it won't be far away. It won't be too far away.
Not a bad effort. I'm just trying to think about it anecdotally.
Somewhere down here.
Wokes bowls on a leg stump and it's pushed away out towards mid-on. I can tell you what might be a candidate, and it gives me an excuse to bring it up again. West Indies against Australia, 1955, Barbados. Unbroken partnership of 347 for the 7th wicket.
Oh, well, there you have it.
Dennis Atkinson, Claremont de Pisa. That's a candidate immediately, so you never know. 4 slips in place, short forward square. As Wokes bowls to Mackenzie and is pushing the way to the offside. Glorious late afternoon sunshine now on this Saturday here at Edgbaston. And the West Indies are 9 for 1, still trailing on first innings by some 85 runs, having lost captain Craig Brathwaite in the first over, bowled by Chris Wokes.
Yeah. And that would have just taken the air out of the dressing room a little bit. You know, you see your skipper, renowned for getting stuck in and showing fight, going for naught when you're in a precarious position.
And I was just asking the question in the back of the box there, why doesn't Mark Wood use the new ball? And I was thinking, well, you know, maybe the extra pace, the energy sapped from the West Indies, and just the words had barely come out of my mouth, then we saw the top of the off stump of Craig Brathwaite being knocked back.
I mean, he's not... I mean, he does swing it. I mean, he bowled a beauty to Kirk Mackenzie first dig, which swung back in and knocked his middle pole out of the ground.
As Atkinson now bowls to Mikhail Louis, lifting delivery that he guides away a bit in the air, but in the gap between 5th slip and gully. Won't get to the boundary, will be pulled back in, and they'll come back for 3 runs. 12 for 1 it is at the moment. But I was just thinking that just the hostility factor, the intimidation, even if he may not do as much with the ball, just the raw pace of a Mark Wood at this stage.
Well, yes, I mean, but a perfect foil, isn't it, when you've got Atkinson wobbling it both ways, Chris Wood bowling it, Chris Wokes wobbling it and swinging it both ways, and then there's no respite, is there? They're only going to probably have 4 or 5 overs each before Wood's then got the newish ball. Sometimes when you're bowling that pace, it's difficult to grab hold of with the lacquer.
Atkinson bowls outside the off stump to Mackenzie, angle across the left-hander. He lets it go by into the gloves of the keeper.
It can be a little bit slippy, you know, and when you're running up and hurling it, you know, perhaps the control sort of factor might not be there for Wood with a newie.
Because obviously I'm spoiled from the era of the great West Indies fast bowlers, and that was never a discussion. But of course, it wasn't so much a case of having a decent swing bowler, because of course they were very different in their styles. They weren't all the same. Full-length delivery goes past the outside edge of Mackenzie's bat as he just stabbed at the full-length delivery on off stump from Atkinson and into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, they're all over the West Indies here, these two opening bowlers for England. Absolutely making it talk. Bowls a very good scrambled sort of seam, Atkinson, and then can stand the seam up and make it swing. But he's got that wobble seam down to an art. This way, that way. They just don't know which way it's going to go.
Atkinson bowls again to Mackenzie, and he's in behind it, guiding it away out towards the gully region. There is no run. I suppose that record-breaking partnership I mentioned wouldn't qualify for Ian's question because he was asking for an entire innings coming to an end. Yes, Andy?
Yeah, so that innings, West Indies made 510 all out. They had been 143 for 5, but then 147 for 6 before that partnership between Atkinson and Pisa. So as a proportion, from the fall of the 5th wicket, 72% of the team's total.
Atkinson bowls to Mackenzie outside the off stump again, and he lets that go by into the gloves of the keeper.
Today's was 85.6% of the runs added after the fall of the 5th wicket.
Good.
It's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I think it is.
He's giving you the homework. No dim sum tonight.
No.
12 for 1, the West Indies in their second innings. Mackenzie on 2, Mikhail Louis on 9. Craig Brathwaite bowled by Chris Woakes without scoring. 4 slips, a 5th slip wider. 2 gullies, in fact, 4 and 2. Slashing this one away square for 4. Forward of point. Just gave him the width and he was able to just free the arms and gets a welcome boundary that will give him a measure of satisfaction. Kirk Mackenzie, who's really struggled, the left-hander from Jamaica in this series, the West Indies in their second innings. 16 for 1, still trailed by 78 runs.
Yeah, that was a glorious shot. We haven't seen a lot of that from Kirk. But, I mean, it was the ball to hit, but just got himself in a nice position. Beautiful piece of timing. Really cracked that through point. Hardly any movement, just wallop.
That actually might be encouraging for the bowler if he could draw him into another shot like that with the slip cord and waiting. But here's Chris Woakes, a wicket already under his belt as he bowls to Mikhail Louis, beats him outside the off stump, pushing forward. We've seen quite a lot of Mikhail Louis in the course of these 3 test matches. He hasn't gotten a lot of runs. His highest so far is 27, but he seems to have a good temperament, a good foundation. It's about moving forward with that and just trying to take control of the situation rather than allowing the bowler to dictate the pace all the time. And that's where the challenge comes in.
Yeah, he looks a little bit front foot heavy. But, I mean, yeah, he's showed promise.
Woakes bowls to him and he's letting that go by outside the off stump. A bit of a flourish as he lets that one go through to Jamie Smith, who got 95. Top scoring in the England total of 376.
Effortless power, isn't it, Jamie Smith?
It's the one over the Holly stand that got stuck on the roof or wherever it went. I mean, it was a proper pull shot, but it travelled so easily off that bat.
And just sort of like a couple, he's just leant on through mid-wicket. I mean, that's raced away.
And we're talking proper cricket shots here.
Yeah.
Woakes bowls to Louis, driving in the air and dropped as he, put down at mid-off.
Ben Stokes.
Should have been held. He's asking himself, how did he let that one go by? It was at catchable height, hit firmly, but to his right, and he can't believe it.
He's got he's got his head in his hands. I think I don't know whether he's seen that or sort of was expecting it. Full ball, and he's just sort of punch-driven it. Oh, Ben Stokes should have gobbled that up.
Yeah,
such a fine
he seemed to
fielder.
close the fingers on it late.
Yeah.
It was hit firmly, but hit in the air. In the end, it's a poor shot for an opener, and he should have paid the price by losing his wicket. So like those alligator jaws not closing in time.
Yeah, and such a fine fielder, Ben Stokes. I think he might have just, I don't know, might have been unsighted.
Woakes bowls now to the left-hander, and that's a Mackenzie. They're able to get a single from that. Mackenzie on 6, Mikhail Louis on 12. Was it a single that they got there? They got 3 runs, in fact.
It was a nice punchy shot, but
But in the air, though, and I mean, for an opener to be dismissed, caught at mid-off, which he should have been, it's really a poor shot. Here's a message from Luke. When Broad hit 169 against Pakistan, England were 47 for 5 and ended up on 446 all out. So that's about 90% of the runs scored by the last 5 wickets. The next delivery is outside the off stump.
Andy's face.
Mackenzie.
Do I still have to do my homework?
No, clearly not. So it's dim sum aplenty.
I think absolutely punch in the air, Andy.
Well, there you go, Ian. You've got your answer.
We don't know if that's the record, though. We just know that it was more than today.
That's true. I don't think he asked for the record, though. Did he? We'll have to reread that email. Probably ask him if it was betted by anyone else, and we've got the answer for that one. 19 for 1. Last ball of the over now from Woakes to Mackenzie. He's in behind it carefully, playing it away out towards the bowler. It is the end of the over, and the West Indies with another tricky half an hour or so to go to the close of play. After trailing on first innings by 94, they are 19 for 1. Mackenzie on 6, Mikhail Louis on 12, and it's going to be tougher. And then Simon Mann.
Yeah, a couple of let-offs for Mikhail Louis. One, a very streaky inside edge, which could have easily cannoned into the stumps, and that one just burst through Ben Stokes' hands at mid-off. Can he make the most of those chances, Simon?
Hello, Thomas. For a brilliant fielder, Stokes actually drops quite a lot.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, here's Atkinson, goes into bowl to Louis, and Louis forward, dabbing into the offside, offers the single. It is accepted by Mackenzie, and they are through for a single.
You can't really give the skipper a glare, though, can you?
Well, he probably gave himself a bit of a glare, didn't he? How on earth did I drop that?
Yeah.
Here's Tom Ferguson in the West Stand. I think the answer could be New Zealand versus India in 2014. They scored 680 for 8 after being 94 for 5. So 86.2% added. It's put you to shame there, Zoltz.
Just fractionally ahead of today.
Yeah. Atkinson bowls. Mackenzie helps this into the leg side. Runs from here down towards deep backward square leg. They'll get 2. Throws on its way now from Shoaib Bashir.
And he's loving all of these coming in. Keep them coming.
I'm trying to multitask here.
Steam coming out of the ears.
Well, England's today was 322 for the last 5 wickets. I mean, they were 54 for 5.
Absolutely.
Going nowhere, weren't they? And then,
yeah, real trouble.
Massive turnaround of the game.
They'll be kicking themselves, the West Indies.
Atkinson bowls to Mackenzie. Mackenzie plays at a ball that he might have left there, dabbed it away. There are a few oohs and ahs in the slip cordon, and there are plenty in there as well. 4 slips and 2 gullies. Atkinson, 20 wickets in the series. Yeah, a couple of magnificent blows for 6, didn't he? You feel somewhere on the line he could do some damage in that 9 position. Make 50 or 60. Saying earlier in the game how vital those runs are that lower down. Atkinson bowls. Oh, and he's nicked it. He's nicked it through to the keeper, and Atkinson gets his 21st wicket of this series. Mackenzie's gone for 8. Really tough series for him, and you just wonder about his Test future as he walks off. And West Indies are 22 for 2. They're still 72 runs behind, and we always thought this was going to be a difficult session for them, and so it is proving. At the moment, it looks as if we're heading for another 3-day Test match. 22 for 2. Victor's here.
Yeah, off goes Mackenzie. It's been a sorry affair for him. I actually think that was a pretty good ball, you know. Where's that Stephen Finn? But I think that was a scrambled seam. It zipped off the pitch and left him. Now, he could have left it maybe. But it was taken round about chest high by Smith behind the stumps. A lot of zip in that delivery. I think a little bit of movement. It's not the worst dismissal in the world if you're a batsman. But it's a painful one nonetheless, because he's never got going in this series. But it impresses. Atkinson continues to impress. Because that was a serious delivery.
Now, we've got something interesting. We've got 2 batters out there. They are both wearing sweaters with number 80 on the back.
Well, I think this is probably...
Alec Athanaze.
I'm going to say designed to upset you, Simon, but let's look at this more rationally. Look, Athanaze is taking guard. He's about 5'6".
And he's left-handed.
And he's left-handed.
Yeah.
And Louis is about 6'3" and right-handed. I think we can cope with that.
Yeah, we can. But it's a bit confusing for the crowd, I suppose.
Well, no, I think they can cope with it too.
Well, here is Atkinson bowling, and Athanaze gets off the mark. First ball, dabbing it away. Actually, thickish inside edge, runs out towards square leg. It's hard to think of another sport where 2 players would go out there with the same numbers on the back of their shirts, though. Yeah,
Well, I know you were a great advocate of numbers on the back.
I was, yeah.
And now that it's happened, you're still not entirely happy.
Well, it just seems illogical why this would happen. Illogical, captain.
Or someone's borrowing a shirt somewhere.
Yeah. Or
a Holly stand right
sweater.
behind Louis, of course.
Yeah.
They adopted him earlier in the day.
Louis on 13. And West Indies are 23 for 2, so Athenaeus off the mark. First ball for Louis. 4 slips are in. The sun is beaming down. Got about half an hour's cricket left. And here is Atkinson bowling. Short, pulled away into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket. Hit that well in front of square. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. So Atkinson picking up his wicket in that over. First wicket in the second innings. 21 for the series. 23 for 2 West Indies. England making. They are just switching on. 376 all out. Which is a remarkable score when you consider they were 54 for 5. And it so often happens to teams who are not quite at the same level as their opposition. I think we've seen it happen in the past to England against Australia, for example, or West Indies. You think you get Australia, I don't know, 120 for 5, you got a bit of a lead, you think, yeah, this is our opportunity, and suddenly someone like Gilchrist would come out and make 100 and someone else would support him, and by the close of play you're staring at defeat.
Yeah, and at the end of a tour as well, thinking about going back home. You're trying your heart out, but somehow the spark is missing. And this is a pretty callow West Indian batting lineup as well.
Right, Athenaeus waits for Woakes, and Athenaeus guides that away towards backward point, and there is no run.
Kirk Mackenzie's final figures for the series, 33 runs for 6 dismissals, an average of 5.5. In terms of top 3 players who've batted at least 5 times in the series, that's the lowest average ever by a West Indian top 3 player in a series, and the 7th worst of all time. The worst, 1.2 average.
Break off as Woakes goes in to bowl to Athenaeus and covers up and plays it towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Mahinder Amarnath.
No. Interesting guess, but wrong. Ken Rutherford, New Zealand player at the start of his career in the West Indies early in 1985. 5 innings, 6 runs, an average of 1.2. 3 times dismissed by Malcolm Marshall, once by Joel Garner, and run out as well.
How many Test matches did Ken Rutherford play in the end?
56.
56. Woakes spins round at that far end. There are 2 short mid-wickets in for Athenaeus. Woakes bowls, and Athenaeus plays quietly in defence, and Woakes steps across to pick up, and there is no run. Who was it started their career with a series of ducks?
Marvan Atapattu. He, in 3 tests, batted 6 times, 5 ducks and a 1, and they were spread over several years. And then he was recalled, ended up making several test double centuries, having a very long career, but it was a difficult start.
Woakes bounding in. He's had a good day with the bat. Bowls to Athenaeus, and Athenaeus plays it back to Woakes, who stops it and then just leaves it for one of his colleagues. In fact, the non-striker bends down and lobs it to an England fielder. 23 for 2. The best weather of the day now. Lovely evening in Birmingham. It's going to be a lovely day tomorrow. People with tickets tomorrow might be thinking, come on, West Indies, show some fight here. Still 71 runs behind, 8 wickets left. Woakes bowls, and Athenaeus comes forward and plays it quietly towards mid-on. Woakes stands in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his head as if he thought he was going to get through there.
Well, he's trying to, he's trying to swing that ball back into the left-hander LBW, and he was just a bit late down on it, but he was okay. He middled it more or less. Woakes brimful of confidence now. He got wickets in the first innings. He got runs this afternoon. He's happy with life in his hometown.
Saying last night how much he loves playing here in front of his home supporters. He's looking for another wicket. Bowls to Athenaeus. Athenaeus covers up. Plays it up towards mid-off. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 23 for 2 West Indies. Athanaze has 1 and Louis has 13. And one of the issues here for West Indies, Woakes bowling well with a new ball, and then Atkinson, there's a bit of Mark Wood to come in the back of the players' minds. Might have a quick burst from him before the close of play tonight.
Almost certainly. Possibly the next over.
Yeah, it could well be. How is Woakes bowled? He's bowled 4. Might have one more. And see a Wood running in. And just to say, we are playing until, is it 48 tonight? It's 48, I think, 6:48. And the reason for that is one of those idiosyncratic things with cricket, is that play was supposed to start, I think, 6:03 or something after tea. And there was a bit of a delay from rain. Here is Atkinson bowling. A nice drive from Louis. Holds the pose. Doesn't get any runs for it. One of the best shots he's played in the series so far. He hit straight at Stokes at mid-off.
This time along the ground. One in the air there quite firmly, and Stokes didn't pick it up.
Was it Stokes who dropped New Zealand keeper?
Blundell?
No. Watling, BJ Watling. Here is a ball from Atkinson outside the off stump. Louis doesn't play, allows it to go through to Smith. Off Joe Root at slip. And he made, I think he was on 31 in that match in Mount Maunganui, and he went on to make 211. I think it might well have been Stokes who put it down. I have a vague memory of that. It's just that every now and again, perhaps a bit more often than that, he drops one. You just don't expect it of a player of that ability, capable of pulling off run-out spectacular catches. Of course, he dropped the catch here, didn't he? It's Australia last year. It would have been a miraculous catch at deep square. On the final evening, Atkinson bowls. Louis taps that way into the offside. Stokes swoops, picks it up, can't prevent the single. 24 for 2, West Indies. Stokes has a look at the ball, lobs it to the umpire. Surely it's not gone out of shape already. We only had 7.5 overs. It's possible. It's happened a couple of times today. And the umpire, Nissan Menon, lobs it back. So it's absolutely fine. Doesn't even get the rings out. See whether the ball is going to go through it. 24 for 2. Field's changed over for the left-handed Athanaze. 4 slips in a gully. Atkinson runs away from us, goes in now and bowls to Athanaze, who pushes it away into the offside to Shoaib Bashir fielding at extra cover.
It was indeed Stokes who dropped that catch. Watling on 31, went on to make 205. New Zealand, had he taken that catch, would have been 192 for 5. As it was, they went on to let's get the scorecard to come back up.
600, wasn't it?
Yeah, 615 for 9.
Yeah. It's another example, near example, of the bottom 5 scoring a whole stack full of runs. That was a game which Jofra Archer bowled 40 overs in an innings. Here's Atkinson bowling to Athanaze, who plays that away into the offside towards cover. And there is no run. Anyway, you probably remember, I remember that because it was so crucial in the game, but Stokes drops tend to stand out. I don't think it's going to be crucial in this game. Well, not unless Louis comes up with a double 100, I suppose. But in the evidence so far, the series, odds against, you would say. It's Ollie Pope off the field this over, just sitting on the boundary edge, waiting to come back on. Atkinson bowls outside the off stump. Nothing there from Alec Athanaze through to Jamie Smith. And the over comes to an end. 24 for 2. Yeah, Pope indeed is coming back on beneath us, but I think he's been sent off to get a helmet. And the reason for that is not Mark Wood, it is Shoaib Bashir.
Well, maybe Mark Wood will have a go from this end. You'd think he'd have a little dart this evening. And Stokes preferring Bashir to himself. He likes to give everyone a go.
Well, he's brought him on after only 8 overs.
Yeah, well, hard ball. Spinners quite like that. Extra bounce. We haven't seen much turn at all.
No.
Not Moti didn't get it. Tony bowled quite nicely, actually, Moti, amid the carnage, later carnage. Got Root out again. Is Bunny.
He got Athanaze out in the second innings at Trent Bridge. But logic, I mean, in this situation, you say, right, new ball bowlers off, Wood on from one end, Stokes on from the other, but it's not going to be that. It's going to be Shoaib Bashir from the Birmingham City end of the ground. There's a leg slip in, or leg gully, and an orthodox slip. Bashir bowls, and forward goes Louis, playing it back up the onside of the pitch. And there is no run. Bashir, who took the last wicket around about, well, just about a day ago, under a day ago. West Indies were bowled out for 282. Bashir bowls, forward goes Louis, playing into the onside. Bashir nips across to pick up, and there is no run. All his standers emptied out a bit, quite a few empty seats now. A lot to watch today. The crowd have turned up on the full house. Bashir plays that away, very nearly a catch to short leg. Ollie Pope there under the helmet, went to his right hand side, tried to get the hand underneath it.
It was off the face of the bat.
Yeah, could not hold on. It was a really tough chance.
Let's have a look. He's turned it off the face, didn't quite carry.
Just bounced in front of him, in actual fact.
And it was travelling too, but it didn't carry.
Changing the field. Forward short leg, leg slip, orthodox slip now.
Massive gap on the offside.
Yeah, it's a very heavy onside field. 6-3 onside field. Bashir bowls. Oh, that's nearly a short leg catch. He props forward, and Pope at short leg dives forward to try to get underneath it. Bounces in front of him. 24 for 2. He does look as if he's going quite hard at the ball, Louis.
Yeah.
Against Bashir, not playing with soft hands. So something could happen for Bashir here. Moves in and bowls to Louis. Louis back covering up. Dabs it away into the offside. Pope skips across from short leg to pick up. And there's no runs. Having a look at that one before, it was a bit of bat and then a bit of body. Drop short of Pope. Last ball of the over. Bashir into bowl to Louis. Louis drives up towards mid-off. They're off a quick single. Nearly a run out. Shy at the stumps, misses. That was a risky one. Duck it onto it. And Louis running to the non-striker's end. He nearly ran himself out.
Well, that would have been a terrible moment for Louis, who's threatened to score runs, significant runs, in this series. He's got lots of starts, but never really managed to kick on. We'll have a look in a minute, I suspect, at a replay, see whether a direct hit would have sent him packing.
We've got another suggestion, and this is from Mike Turner, and he suggests a game.
Oh, yeah, he's woken up next to you now.
1888, and it's different. A different twist on it, really, is that we're talking about lots of runs. We're talking about percentage from the last 5 compared to the top 5. You're thinking, oh, it was big scores, but this is a small score because Australia was 7 for 5 in their second innings, following on 7 for 5, and they made 70. So I can't work out the percentages, but it's probably.
Well, you know a man who can.
Yeah, well, I know a man who's got a calculator who can. Right, here is Wood bowling, so he is into the attack, and his first ball is driven into the offside, and Stokes is across to pick up. What does that calculator say?
93%.
So that
it's going to be tough to beat.
He said that before, you know.
Yeah,
that's going to be tough to beat.
We're building up the tension, Vic.
Oh, right.
We want people to tune in, so we're going to leave it on a cliffhanger. We'll have the answer tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Are you going out tonight, Zols?
Staying in with my spreadsheet.
I'll save you ordering all the food in Birmingham like you did last night. 25 for 2. 3 slips, leg slip.
We were just finishing up, and then about 3 more bowls turned up.
Wood roaring in and bowling. Quick delivery to Louis. Jabs in defence, drops the ball just off the pitch, and there is no run. So a very good day for England. I suppose it's bittersweet for Root and for Jamie Smith. A lovely ball, actually, that got rid of Jamie Smith and Shamar Joseph. You sense that perhaps Smith was looking for a big shot for his for his 100. I saw Paul Collingwood go to his 100 with a 6 on this ground. Kevin Peterson fail in the same match. And he bowled him a slower ball, and Smith was deceived on the pull and was bowled out for 95. 5 short of a maiden Test 100. Wood bowls to Louis. Louis struck on the pad there, looking to play that into the onside. They go for another quick single, and Wood kicks the ball at the stumps from quite a long way away. It feels like bruised toe, broken toe territory doing that. Anyway, he missed the stumps. He's quite a long way away. I don't think I've ever seen a bowler kick the ball to the stumps from that far away before.
Yeah.
Not a bad right-footed shot.
Well, trickled a bit, but it was quite wide of the stumps. I think that.
Yeah, and then also a bittersweet day for Joe Root, 87, so still needs one more 100 to equal Alistair Cook's record of 33 for England. Right, 2010, India were 15 for 5 against New Zealand in Ahmedabad, and they made 266. Get the calculator out again. What was it? What was the previous one? 92, was it?
93.
93. Wood bowls to Athanaze, he could have driven that, but he just played it calmly, just allowing the ball to come to him, knocked it away out towards Bashir.
94%.
94%.
That's going to be tough to beat.
That's from Steve in Reading. Thanks very much, Steve.
I tell you what, there's some good statisticians around.
Yeah, some very good ones. You've got to be on your mettle, haven't you? There's all sorts of competition around.
It's a lot of good commentators and summarisers as well.
Well, there are.
Yeah, but we're
season's never.
But Victor and I are nearly at the end. You still got a long way to go. Here's Wood bowling, and Athanaze tries to turn that away into the leg side, strikes him on the body, and drops away on the offside, and there is no run.
What time's close of play? I might have an answer for that. Close of play.
Close of play, we think.
Got 10 minutes, I reckon.
I feel my job's on the line here.
6:48. No, we'll have you back for the show.
Don't worry, Andy. No one listens to Simon myself.
Right, Wood goes in to complete the over. He's back to his mark. He's down beneath us. Long shadows now. And Wood sprints in and bowls to Athanaze. Athanaze blocks it. Well, he's batting for the close. He's batting responsibly. Yeah, I'm just going to get through. Not playing any big shots. 26 for 2. Around about 15 minutes to go. We've had 10 overs. West Indies are 68 behind. Athanaze 1. Louis on 15. And to take you to the close of play, it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Well, it's been another great day's entertainment for a capacity crowd. You had the prospect of England facing a significant deficit, 50 on for 5, and glory be, they end up with a lead of 90 with the likes of Joe Root, Ben Stokes and Jamie Smith, who we're going to see a lot more of, I suspect, over the next few years, scoring very attractive runs. And now West Indies doing their best to hang on to stay in the game, but they're behind the 8 ball at the moment.
Now Shoaib swelling to Louis from the far end, shadows lengthening, and he punches that up towards Duckett at mid-off. I mean, Smith's been a brilliant selection. He really has, hasn't he? He's kept wicket well. His batting, that promises so much.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I said it on air, but I certainly said it off air to someone that even if he didn't keep wicket, the way he bats, he'd be very close to England's selection.
Shoaib bowls, and that's pushed away, going for a quick single. Slow setting off. Duckett can't do anything about it, but Athanaze there was in the... Well, he was in his crease and reluctant to move, it seemed. A difference in size and stature between Louis and Athanaze. Louis tall, right-handed. Athanaze quite a short man, very slight, left-handed. Twitches with his pads. Jumps up and down on the spot. Twiddles his bat. There's a short leg and 2 in the slips as Shoaib comes round the wicket and bowls to him, and with a flick he sends the ball away out to Duckett at mid-on. And there's no run. Crowd filtering away, I suppose. Usual issue of train times, pre-booked trains and so on. And also the traffic last night leaving here was horrific. Basher moves it, bowls, flicked out to mid-on. And there's no run. So maybe some people are wise to that after yesterday's experience. 27 for 2, Shoaib Bashir waits for the ball to be returned to him. West Indies are still 67 runs behind. They've only lost 2 wickets in this session. They might have lost more. Shoaib moves in bowls, and Athanaze carefully plays that out to Woakes, who's fielding at cover. Stokes is bringing the field in. He's gesturing there to the deep point and the deep square leg. Come up, save the single. He wants Wood to bowl at Louis down there at the far end. He's leaning on his bat. Left hand on his hip. Looks very relaxed and very casual. Last ball of the over. Shoaib bowls it. Athanaze just blocks it away. And that's the end of the 11th over of this innings. 27 for 2. They've lost the captain. And they lost Mackenzie, who's had a miserable tour.
He'll do well to keep his place when they line up against South Africa, I'm sure, in 2 or 3 weeks' time, that's all.
Yeah. Well, I think there'll be others in the queue now to take that place. 27 for 2. And people heading for the exits there.
And there's a shoelace issue, and the umpires are stepping in and saying,
gonna have that.
come on, you know, there's at this stage of proceedings, you want to reduce the number of balls you've got to face. Louis had a shoelace problem.
Well, it's still 9 overs that are supposed to be bowled, but we're not getting anywhere near that. West Indies over 8 today, very sluggish. There was ball changing and that sort of thing. Wood scurries in from our end. Is there? Bowls the right-handed. Louis into the boot. Peel flag before wicket. England want this. It's been given not out.
He's lost his bat.
He's lost his bat. He's lost everything out there. There's a cloud of dust. Is it missing leg stump? That's the question. I don't know how his bat ended up where it is. It's about a yard
He's
out
having
of his
a look.
crease. They're going to have a look at the review of this. It was very full. It was fast. And I suppose Louis might have made it look a little bit worse because he lost his balance, threw his bat away.
Original decision is not out.
Let's have a look.
Kick both feet, it's fair delivery.
It's a
Can we go to
beautiful
front,
Yorker.
please?
Rod Tucker's
in-swinging Yorker, I reckon.
Well, I'll have a look. It was very full. It was very fast. And is it going? Well, it's hitting full toss on the boot by the look of it. It is full toss on the foot.
Onto bat.
He didn't hit it.
So can we confirm that with Ultra Edge, please?
This looks like it could well be out. It's hit full toss on the boot.
Could be orange, I don't know.
He's been given not
So it's
out.
definitely hit pad first, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready, please.
Let's have a look. How much did that swing in? This is the question.
Yep, sure.
It's pretty. It's quite tight looking at the angle that we've seen. I think Louis worried. But England were absolutely convinced about this, but then he did lose balance. It did look awkward.
He almost fell over, didn't he? And it's a beautiful, beautiful Yorker.
Now, how his bat ended up?
Well, if it's not out, this is absolutely fantastic for the West Indies because it's taking it at least over away.
Ball tracking, Adrian.
Ball tracking is taking its time.
It's been very slow throughout this series. It does eat into the time of play. It's again, we're waiting and waiting.
They're probably just knocking off for the night.
Oh. England waiting. Everybody's waiting.
Clock's ticking.
Here we go.
Ball tracking coming up now.
Red.
Pitching in line.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call on the stumps. Adrian, you're staying with your original not out call. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
I tell you what, he's a lucky man.
You're on screen now.
Louis.
I think he's a lucky man, but that's not a bad. That's not a bad decision. There was less than half of the ball hitting the leg stump.
Yeah.
And it's a brave umpire to give that because it was tailing in, but it was very quick. It was full. The batsman was all over the place. It sort of adds to all of that. I mean, he completely lost his balance. His bat fell out of his hand and ended up the pitch.
I think the ball might have been damaged, or so. What? Or is no, not the ball.
Well, the physio's out there now.
But he's attending to Athanaze.
Yeah, well, they're taking as much time as they possibly can here. You can see that tailing in. And you can see why the computer has that.
Yeah.
With that orange umpire's call. Right, the physio's been seen off the ground. Wood can continue. We think close of play is around about 48, I think, is it? Yeah.
Okay, so it should be another over.
There should be another over. Right, Wood on his way again, steaming in, slips ready, he's there and he bowls to Louis, who tucks it away into the leg side and quickly heads off to the non-striker's end as quickly as he can. He's off strike.
He's taken a few hairy singles, actually, Louis.
Yeah.
That's one of them.
66 behind. 28 for 2. Brendan McCullum almost looks animated.
He's really clapping
sitting on the balcony.
That last delivery and that bit of fielding just got in. Oh, did he just get in? I tell you what, he was a bit slow to put his bat down. didn't hit the stumps.
Athanaze, left-handed, waits for Wood, who's going round the wicket at him. There's a leg slip there as well as Wood goes in now. Bowles, he swings that away just past that fielder. The ball runs down to fine leg for a run. Is it off the bat? Umpire Holdstock bracing himself for some sort of signal towards the scorers. Nope, that's gloved away off some part of the bat. 29 for 2, so 65 behind.
It's quite a good over this. Nearly had very close to an LBW, close to a run out, and he's just gloved one a bit wide of leg slip.
Yep. 3 slips, leg slip, and Louis, taller of the two, right-handed, is ready now for Wood. Rushing in, he's there, and he bowls, and it goes straight through him. Straight through him outside the off stump. Pushing a tentative bat at it, and did all but edge it. Well, we rather built up this hour, didn't we? But it was always going to be intense pressure on the West Indies. Batting for this hour. They've seen, well, a fantastic position, 54 for 5. Slip, and slip quite dramatically too. Now 29 for 2, they're 65 behind. Wood's on his way, he's there, and he bowls to Louis, and he fends outside the off stump to a shorter ball.
He's played missed twice, nearly been LBW, nearly run out.
You just feel there could be a wicket any moment. 92 miles an hour, that's been timed at.
Getting a consoling pat on the back from Chris Woakes. Mark Wood, because he could have got a wicket, could have come from every ball of this over.
Yeah. He's got 1 ball to go. Louis is now fiddling with his gloves. Now he's ready, and Wood has already turned. Running in past umpire Holdstock is there, and he bowls. Louis gets bravely forward there, pitched up, got a good stride in. Ball rolls out to extra cover. To end, yes, an excellent over from Mark Wood. It might be that that's his last of the day because there's only about 3 minutes to go. But we'll be seeing him more tomorrow, and certainly West Indies will be seeing more of him tomorrow. It is Shoaib, so you never know, you can get through it over quite quickly.
I doubt it.
Well, the West Indies will be determined that this is the last over.
Yeah.
Louis got his handkerchief out now. So his gloves are off.
Yeah. Sense you don't blame him.
We've got a winner in the question about highest proportion of runs scored after the fall of the 5th wicket in a team's innings.
Shoaib comes in and bowls, and Louis just plays that away out towards mid-wicket.
Which I know has had the nation on absolute tenterhooks.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the last half hour or so.
But he's still going to keep them guessing.
Shoaib bowls, and Louis here on the pad. There's an ooh and an ah there and a gasp. Now Bashir is running back to his mark here. He's determined that they will get another over in. Louis equally determined that they won't. Swats away a fly, real or imaginary. Scrapes away some dirt from the pitch, real or imaginary. Now he's ready. Shoaib over the wicket, bowls very flat. And he's got a little flourish there, Louis, like a conductor's baton.
He's sprinting back. It's Bashir.
Yep, he's ready.
I think Mark Wood would like another over. Now he's loose.
He would. Bashir moves in, bowls. Louis defends. Picked up by Pope. Bashir's turned. He's running back to his mark again. 2 balls to go.
They might do it.
It's this. We had this issue about the clocks previously. It's coming up towards 47 now as Bashir bowls. Louis defends. And Bashir not only runs forward to pick the ball up, but then runs back again with it. And they're putting back the deep mid-wicket there. Stokes must be confident they're going to get another over here because he's putting the field back.
He wants Louis to be facing.
But Louis
I don't know why.
Louis saying, but I'm an opening batsman. You don't want to be giving me the strike. Bashir bowls to him. He defends resolutely. Bashir picks the ball up. Umpire Holdstock walks in. In fact, he doesn't even bother to walk in quickly because Mark Wood's ripped off his cap and sweater. He's giving it to him, and we will have another over. Go on then, Andy.
So the highest proportion of runs added after the fall of the 5th wicket was indeed that game in Ahmedabad. India against New Zealand. India from 15 for 5 reached 266. All out, 94.3% of the team's innings after the fall of the 5th wicket. Today's was 85.6%.
Is that absolutely conclusive, or is that until someone else emails in with a better one?
I'm fairly sure
that's conclusive.
As near conclusive as I'm prepared to go.
Last over of the day. Sun shining, shadows lengthening, and a lot of pressure here now. As we've got Athanaze on strike. Short leg slip.
Joe Root is orchestrating the crowd there.
Crowd, what remains of the crowd, joining in as Wood goes thundering in round the wicket. Bowls to Athanaze, who very casually, very easily strokes that off the front foot up to Bashir, who's fielding at mid-off. So the crowd enjoying this. Root winding them up. A little pressure on the West Indies. Louis looks very relaxed there. Is that the non-striker's end is leaning on his bat.
I don't think he's backing up a great deal.
No, but it's interesting. You don't often see the fielding captain engineering the field so that the opening batsman gets down on strike.
I know.
Crowd again. Wood swings round below us. Goes rushing into the left-handed Athanaze bowls. It's full, and again he's got plenty of time there to stroke that away into the offside. The ball pursued by Shoaib Bashir, and they come back for 2. 32 for 2. West Indies 62 runs behind as we head towards the close of the second day. More applause, more winding up. As Wood again rushes in, bowls to Athanaze, defends. He's a good player, this fella. Looks very unflustered. He's played nicely at times, did nicely at Trent Bridge, of course. Wood could take his time now because he knows this is the last over. Root again starts off the clapping from first slip. Crawley's joining in, not quite so obviously. Root's clapping above his head. 32 for 2. There's 3 balls to go. Wood goes roaring in, bowls a bouncer. Athanaze ducks underneath it. He hasn't got far to go. He's a short man. The ball flies over his helmet.
I'm surprised he doesn't come over the wicket just as a no. Just try and get that outside edge, possibly. Staying around the wicket.
Two to go. Bashir throws the ball to Wood, mops his brow, rubs his sweat into the ball. Directly below us now, he swings around. Rushing it again, past the umpire, a big leap, and he bowls outside the off stump. Athanaze pushes into the offside. They'll take a single. So that means that Louis will face the last ball of the day. Athanaze will return tomorrow on 5. What field are they going to have here? Well, Bashir is heading off down to fine leg. Stokes is at leg slip. How he dropped Louis early on was quite remarkable, because Ben Stokes normally most reliable of catchers, and they're bringing in a second fielder with the helmet at short leg, so he's fiddling around. He always is, Stokes, even if it's the last ball of the day. He's doing something different.
He's going on the offside.
Yeah,
a sort of silly point for the fend off a short ball. Might be the old double bluff, might go in for the Yorker again. That nearly worked. We will see.
Last ball of the day. Wokes coming to mid-wicket. 3 slips a gully. 2 men under the helmet catching, and a leg slip. As Wood rushes in, he's there and he bowls to Louis, who manages to keep that out. I'll put it no more than that, really. A jabbing sort of a shot. He'll return on 18. 33 for 2. So the West Indies are 61 runs behind. And they've got 8 second innings wickets in hand, and once again it's a great example of how a third innings in a test match could be so pressurized, and you add into that England's lead at the start of that last hour and that time itself too. The bowlers would run in, give it everything. West Indies really couldn't take much out of that hour apart from not lose any wickets. So they've lost a couple. They should have lost 3. And well, it's a tall order for them to survive the day tomorrow.
It is. I mean, Louis actually, he was dropped by Stokes.
Yeah.
He's
how
done
many
pretty
did
well.
he have then, Andy?
9.
Thank you.
he's done pretty well to get through 14 very testing overs. Athanase, well, he played pretty well. He's only got 5 to his name. But England picking up those 2 wickets. You feel Brathwaite's dismissal was a big one because he's the one with pedigree of playing a long, defensive if necessary, innings. It's been a good day for England. It's been a great day actually for the punters, I think. It's been a good day for them to be here. It may not be so exciting tomorrow. It might be more. It won't be very exciting on Monday, possibly. I mean, you think the game might end tomorrow, but who knows? 2 batsmen may get stuck in. There's a lot of wickets have fallen on this track, given how it's played. Really, it's surprising because it's been pretty true. It's not particularly quick. But the game is, as it usually is with England nowadays, very well advanced. And I suppose the story of the day really is the way England got out of their hole. They didn't dig their way out, they cruised out of it, didn't they?
They certainly did. Thank you, Victor. We'll talk with you later on. We'll see you tomorrow. Groundswell going about their business. We can look back at this second day of the third and final test, which sees West Indies 33 for 2 at the close. They face 14 hostile overs before the close, and that 33 for 2 means they're still 61 runs behind. They lost their captain Brathwaite, bowled by the 6th ball of that innings for 0 by Wokes, and then Kirk Mackenzie, who's had a rotten series, was caught behind by Smith off Atkinson for 8. A decent ball that though, 22 for 2. Louis and Athanase have hung on there to take it up to 33 for 2. Yep, story of the day though, England were 54 for 5 at one stage, miles behind. That was when Brooke was out for 2, Pope having been bowled by Joseph for 10. Then a stand of 115 between Root and Stokes. Stokes made 54. He pulled a catch to mid-wicket. And then Root was out for 87. Bit surprising that. He missed a pretty straight ball, really, from the spinner. Jamie Smith came in to bat when England was still 113 runs behind. He made 95. He and Wokes put on 106 together. Wokes making 62. A beautiful piece of bowling accounted for Smith, too. A slow, short ball from Shamar Joseph. And I think Smith's eyes lit up, really hit a couple of sixes. He looked to repeat it, but was completely deceived by this. And so he missed out on his first Test century by 5 runs. Atkinson, 21. And the most successful of the bowlers, not necessarily saying the best, but certainly the most expensive and the most highest wicket taker, Howard Joseph, 4 for 122 from 17.4 overs. Jayden Seales ran in gamely again, like he has done throughout, 3 for 79. Shamar Joseph, 2 for 63 from 13 overs. So we've got Fazia here, we've got Phil Tufnell here as well, just to look back at the day. Well, we feared for that last hour, Fazia. They haven't only lost 2 wickets there.
And it could have been 3 because of the catch put down by Ben Stokes, and then a narrow escape with the referral with Mikhail Louis facing up to Mark Wood. But yeah, however you look at it, it's going to be very, very tough for the West Indies going into the third morning, because again, there's that feeling again that they're going to be steamrolled because they've been deflated, having been in such a good position half an hour into day 2 with England 54 for 5 in reply, and then eventually trailing by 94 runs. So that in itself would have taken the air out of their effort, and now to have to survive against a quality bowling attack, it's asking a lot of a very inexperienced team, and especially to see Craig Brathwaite, their most experienced, go in the first over.
Yeah. Tavas, what do you make of that last hour?
Oh, it's lively, wasn't it? I mean, they've just got all the sort of bases covered, haven't they, at the moment, England? They've got, I thought, Wokes bowled beautifully, found some swing and seam. I thought Atkinson is just keeping impressing with every performance. Gets that ball to dart around off a length, and occasional one swings as well. And then once one of those has a blow, you've got the raw pace of Mark Wood, who was absolutely flying in there. Yes. And then just threw the ball to Bashir, got it to spin a little bit to the right-hander as well. So it's looking good for England. West Indies are really, behind the 8 ball, but a really good final little session. They're there to get stuck in there, the West Indies. They did it pretty well, but England are looking a pretty tasty unit.
Must be hard when if you're the West Indies and you feel that everybody else feels that you're going to fall in a heap. But I suppose it should give you that determination that you're not going to fall in a heap. You're going to go out there and fight and show everybody.
And that's the opportunity for them. The disappointment would be that someone like a Kirk McKenzie hasn't corrected that obvious flaw outside the off stump, because we've seen that from the first innings on the first morning at Lord's, and it repeats itself across 3 test matches. But yeah, from a West Indies point of view, and trying to look at it in a positive context, there's not so much just the tired old cliche about learning from it, but let's see what you can do on the third morning. Let's see that bit of fight. As Tafa's mentioned, they could have easily capitulated, but you've seen Athanaze, you've seen Mikhail Louis just show a bit of fight. They need to carry that on and not just be satisfied that they've avoided being dismissed on the second evening. Now they've got to show that there's a bit of fight left in them, a bit of character, a bit of determination.
Yeah, because there have been moments we know about Trent Bridge, 54 for 5. You know, if you're looking for signs, positive signs, shoots, whatever you want to call them, I mean they are there.
And indeed they are. And the problem for West Indies cricket is just seeing these players push on. We talked about Shamar Joseph as well from Brisbane, and many people were very excited. And clearly, he was short of a gallop coming into the series.
He needs some cricket, you know. He's a young lad. He needs, dare I say, a couple of seasons of county cricket. He sort of needs toughening up.
But this is the challenge. This is the challenge for the West Indies, you know. Can you not make a name for yourself? I mean, they're a long way behind the game. But can you just for yourself, you know, stand up to Mark Wood and say, right, come on, I'm gonna get stuck in here. Can you get through those tough periods? Can you get a partnership to go? Because as we've seen, when you do get a partnership going here, the pitch seems to flatten out a little bit, and you can go and get some runs. So that's what the West Indies have got to try and do. It's very, very difficult. I'm sure it is, when you've got such an all-round nice sort of well-balanced attack at the moment, England. I mean, I was surprised Bashir had a bowl, actually, but he bowled beautifully. I mean, he'll come into it more and more in the game. He got some dip, he got some bounce and spin. I might have given the captain a bowl, because it was swinging and seaming a bit. But, yeah, it's going to be a tough old day for West Indies tomorrow.
Yeah. So England's batting, 54 for 5. Yeah. What was going on here? I mean, it was... Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was all over the place. A little bit worrying as well. A lot of the wickets have fallen at this pitch. It's a bit of a featherbed sort of pitch, which is a lot of drag-ons. And if you go out there and you don't try and get yourself to 20 or 30 balls, you can be a little bit airy-fairy on this pitch. And that's what it's seen for both West Indies and England. But that knock from Smith, I mean, it's a bit of a Rolls-Royce kind of knock, wasn't it? You know what I mean? It was just smooth power. You know, he got himself in. He
looks a really good player. I mean, that's an obvious thing to say, but he really does.
Yeah, for, you know, a young fella, just start making his way in Test match cricket, got himself in, unlike sort of a Harry Brook had a big dart at one, and Zach Crawley dart at one early on, Ollie Pope early on, dragging one on, too early in their innings. But he just seemed to sort of like weigh up the situation beautifully and very, very quickly, and it was just smooth. I was listening to Vic there. It was just a cruise for him. He just cruised about. Beautiful.
I don't think bowling short to him is necessarily a good ploy.
I think that's his onion, as we used to call it.
He hits him for 6. I mean, he's hitting it up. And over mid-wicket.
Yes.
He doesn't get dragged round to the sort of deep square leg, long leg area.
No, sees it early, picks up that length very, very quickly. I think that's his favourite side, isn't it, that onside? But he does, you know, he's a great extra cover driver as well. But anything short, anything remotely short, and he's in nick, he's popping it mid-wicket. And as you say, those two guys there on the hook were completely wasted.
Yeah. I mean, you can absolutely see why he was chosen, and it might well have chosen or created some ructions at Surrey. Who knows, with Ben Foakes, or at least some complications for poor old Alec to have to deal with there, and for the two individuals too to work out. Perhaps they're not bothered. I don't know, but you can see why Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum and Rob Key all in this. They want to play this brand of cricket, which they have toned down, but they do want somebody who could be very positive at number 7. bat with the bowlers, score runs, take an attack by the scruff of the neck. And this fella, as well as keeping wicket, he absolutely fits the bill.
No, and he did it beautifully today, didn't he? As you say, 54 for 5. England in trouble. England in trouble. But he didn't come out then, just sort of like, as you say, second ball, whack, and try and get on with it. He actually sort of, he looks like he reads the situation and has got a very, very good cricket brain on his shoulders for someone so young.
I did enjoy, though, I have to say, Fazia, the ball of the day for me.
Oh, you're still purring
it was
about
fantastic.
it.
I love that sort of deception. That slower ball. From
you should have been a spinner, John.
No, it was quicker than that. But it was just the bravery of doing it. He's on 95. He's been smashed into the stands by him, and he dared bowl it, because if he got it wrong, it would have probably got into the stand for 6 anyway. People thought, what is that powder puff thing? He got the length absolutely right. He got the line absolutely right. It's just one of those moments where you plan something and it works. And I don't think he has had a very good series. I think he's got to go back, and as I said to you earlier, he's got to go back and toughen himself up a bit. But there's some talent there. When you see a ball like that, and in that situation, there's something there, isn't there?
And thinking as well.
Yeah.
Clearly, there's a lot going on between the ears, other than just trying to show off and be impressive for the audience. Because he got me as well, because I was thinking on commentary that maybe it was a stock delivery that just kept a bit low.
That's what I wondered.
Then you saw it again, and you recognized the thinking.
Proper skill.
And again, as you said correctly, you're probably thinking, how do I get out of this without being smashed for 6 for this guy to get a maiden 100? Serves up the equivalent of an off break, when surely no one else would have been anywhere close to that level of thinking, and he gets to the wicket. So
it was very brave.
Credit to him.
Yeah, very brave, very skillful.
very creative.
There was a lovely shot, if you haven't seen it yet, on the highlights, you of the England dressing room at the moment they got out. Well, Stokes sort of throws his head back, dramatically. Behind him, look for Ollie Pope. Yeah. Covers his face with a cushion.
He does. I've done that a few times.
It's his Surrey teammate, isn't it? He's obviously willing him on, but he just hides his face in this cushion.
I know. We did that to Michael Atherton on 99 when he got run out by Gat, and you just think, oh, crikey. But you could just see that the whole dressing room was willing him to get there, and he deserved it. He played beautifully, great in it.
Yeah. Interesting how Root missed that ball. He's such a good player with spin, and it makes you wonder again. We talked about Moti at Lords, didn't we? He's got some good variation.
Yeah.
And that must have just fizzed on a little bit more than Root was expecting.
Well, he's got a good quick arm. He's got a nice quick arm, good little variation. He's got a bad ball in him, to be fair. He can bowl it a little bit short once in a while. But he's done Root a couple of times with that sort of quick arm, and I think it might have been a little underspin or just not turned, been a natural variation, and it just rushed him. And we've seen now Rooty walk off twice against Moti, sort of going, how did I miss it? Because he's such a good player of spin, and you can tell that perhaps it's just rushed him because the bat, instead of in that beautiful straight position where he sort of pushed it back to the bowler or to mid-off, it was just a bit angled, and that's sort of what happens when you're a bit rushed and you're taken by surprise. But he's done him a couple of times.
Jayden Seales, he took 3 for 79, and he's been speaking to Simon Mann.
Well, Jayden, ultimately a tough day. How do you sum it up?
I thought we bowled well, way better than we did throughout the entire series. We stuck at it, we stuck to our plans, and the bowlers, they really fought. It was a hard-fought day, and we got the rewards. Probably went for a little bit more runs than we wanted to, but we got the rewards and we got the job done in the end.
What were you thinking at 54 for 5?
Game on. Just 2 good wickets again, and we were back. We were right into the game, right into the contest. I wouldn't say that we let it slip, but it was good batting from Root and Stokes. They backed well, and you could see the experience. They took the game away from us to a point where they got themselves into a good partnership, and then Jamie Smith to follow batted well as well, so kudos to them.
From a personal point of view, what's it been like bowling at this England batting lineup?
It's been tough because they've been challenged from the start of the batting order right down till the end, because they all come out, they play free, they play their shots, so you have to be on it from ball one. And as you can see from the last test, if you're not on it from ball one, for me especially, it was tough going to get back into the game. So it's always a challenge and it's always a learning experience, and obviously getting to play in these conditions and play against a world-class team as England, as they are right now, is always a good experience for a young team moving forward.
Personal milestone for you, 50th wicket in your 13th Test match. How do you feel your career's going?
I think it's been pretty good. I've done pretty well for West Indies, I'd like to say. the job's not done. I definitely want a lot more wickets for West Indies in Test cricket, and just thankful that I've gotten to that milestone and looking to move forward from there now.
How much did it help you that you played some county cricket before the series?
It helped me a lot in terms of understanding my game and understanding the conditions here in England, when the ball would start to swing, when to hold and bowl a lot straighter. So it did give me a chance to feel out the experiences that we were coming across the plane and allow my body to go through the different types of weather. The cold sometimes is very hot, so it allowed me to kind of ready myself for the series.
Just back to the game, behind on first innings. How big do you see the challenge ahead from here?
I think it's still a very good pitch, so I'm backing the batsmen 100% to go out there and do what they have to do, score the runs, put away the bad balls. I mean, it's still a very good pitch, as I said, so runs would come once we wait and bide our time. Yes, it's a very good bowling attack, but I think the batsmen that we have, they've shown it throughout the series in patches that they can bat and they can stand up and put their hands up for the team, so it's just a matter of them doing it again tomorrow and set us up for a big win, hopefully.
How many do you think you could defend?
Well, I think the pitch will start to play a bit lower, so it just depends. If we could get to at least 300, 350 and bowl well, we could defend that score on this pitch.
Thanks very much for your time, Jayden. Thanks very much. Cheers. Thank you.
There we go. Jayden Seales thinking positively, as you have to do. 3 for 79. He's had a good series, actually, hasn't he, Fez?
Yes, he has, and it's been a tough challenge for him still because again you're playing a caliber of batter and a long batting lineup. You've got to be consistent, and he's had his periods when he struggled to get rhythm, but you can see the quality. He's getting the reward for it, but like everyone else, he knows that the West Indies need to put in a lot more work to really be able to compete at a consistently high level.
Jamie Smith, then, he's been talking to Simon Mann.
Well, Jamie, is it congratulations for your highest Test score or commiserations for missing out on 100?
It's not commiserations at all. Slightly gutted, obviously, when you miss out on a milestone, but I feel like the way I played there, I'm very pleased with it. Obviously, had some good partnerships there between myself and Joe, and then myself and Wokesy there that have brought us from 50 for 5, to a very positive day in the end.
Yeah, it's a remarkable turnaround, wasn't it?
Yeah, they toiled hard in the morning. Obviously picked up their couple of wickets last night and then started really well today. So we're a little bit on the back foot, but we know it's a good surface here and we've got some good players to come, so we're always positive that we could turn it around.
You've batted so far with a bit of freedom because of the position of the game. Today you came in under pressure. What was going through your mind when you came in at 160 for 6, still well behind?
Still be positive. There's going to be opportunities out there to go and score, and I think that was the thing for me, is to go in and impose myself on the opposition and look to take it on. That's the way I like to go and play my cricket, so I thought that's the best way to go about it, instead of trying to stay there all day and probably get a good ball with my name on it. So it's to put them under pressure, and thankfully it worked today.
What about the shot onto the roof of the Hollis stand?
Yeah, I connected quite decently that one. It helped with
quite good.
It helped with a short boundary and with the wind as well. But yeah, I was pretty pleased with that one.
Is it one of those shots you sort of think about later and think, oh yeah, what a stroke that was?
Yeah, 100%. It's one I'll have with fond memories looking back on this game, definitely.
Now, you're on 95. What were you thinking now? Were you thinking possibly go to 100 with a 6?
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking just to take it on as much as I can and try and hit it for 6, but to be fair to Shamar Joseph, they completely done me with a slower ball, and yeah, that's just one of them things.
Did you think slower ball possibility, or was it just a complete surprise?
I thought it could be a possibility. To be honest, I was just thinking to get my leg across and try and swing it to the short side. But yeah, as I said, he's done me there, and fair play for that. And yeah, I can't be too disappointed with 95.
How much are you enjoying it? I mean, not just batting, but also the keeping as well.
Yeah, I think it's everything that comes with it. It's a great environment to be in. It's a very relaxed change room at all times. Even when we're 50 for 5 there, it was very relaxed. You can go out and be authentic to yourself and how you want to play. I think that's really important. It exudes confidence throughout every single player. So it's a great environment to be part of.
Do you think you've got the game now?
Well, you never know, but them couple of wickets there, obviously help. You got to come back now, refresh with the bowlers who have, had some tough overs in the last few games. So to come back, we're going to be looking to, try and take as many wickets as we can while we're still in a deficit and see where we get to.
Well played today. Congratulations rather than commiserations.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, quite right. And for being honest, too, and giving credit to the opposition. It's nice to hear that.
Speaks rather well, doesn't he? And that's exactly the way he plays his cricket, with the bat and with the gloves as well. He just seems quite unflappable, doesn't he?
Very straightforward sort of thing.
Very straightforward. He's got a straightforward technique, gives it a whack leg side, and anything up there he'll nail through extra cover. And also the way he's got about... The one... I mean, I don't want to sort of take anything away. What will be the test is his, drops a couple of catches and things start getting into the brain a little bit. But I mean, what a fantastic 3 Test matches he's got off to. He's kept immaculately and smashed it with the bat, but very sort of composed player, James Smith.
Yeah. So last thoughts in Fazia. Is tomorrow the last day of the series, do you think? Or can you see West Indies getting through this?
The head says yes, that England are just going to steamroll the West Indies and wrap it up probably with the same length of time as we saw with the Lord's Test match. The heart says you want to see some fight. You want to see that bit of character, even if England eventually prevail. That leaves you with the feeling that these players, the majority of them, that the West Indies can build something meaningful. But there's no question, England are way on top here.
Quick blast of stats from Andy Zoltzman. We'll come back to Andy Zoltzman in a second. There's buttons being flicked and so on. Next, are we ready to go, Andy? Yes, we are. Go on.
Right. Hello. Some interesting things today statistically, and as often is the case with dramatic cricket. England lost 5 for 25 from 29 for naught last night, which is their worst collapse for the first 5 wickets in more than 5 years. Their worst at home against West Indies since 1963, and it could have been worse if Joe Root had been given out LBW on 3 if West Indies had referred it. Root went on to pass Brian Lara into 7th place on the all-time list and become the 7th player to reach 12,000 Test runs. That was followed by 50 plus stands for the 6th, 7th and 8th wickets. Only the 5th time in England's Test history they've done that. Half centuries from number 7, 8 and 9. Only the 8th time in Test history that a team has had 50 plus from 7, 8 and 9 in the same innings. And in the 2nd time England have done it, and they added 322 runs after the fall of their 5th wicket. Not so good for West Indies. Alzari Joseph, 4 for 122 off 17.4 at 6.9 and over, the 2nd most expensive innings by a seamer in Test cricket of 15 or more overs. And in the series, he's going at just over 6 and over, only the 2nd time in Test history so far that any bowler has bowled 50 overs or more in a series and gone up more than a run a ball. The other was Zahid Mahmood for Pakistan in against England on the first Bazball tour in the 2022-23 winter, and Kirk Mackenzie ending with 33 runs from 6 innings, an average of 5.5, the lowest average any West Indian top 3 player has ever returned in a series in which he's batted 5 or more times.
Yeah, he's had a real struggle, hasn't he? Thank you, Andy, very much indeed. Andy, the rest of us are back on air tomorrow. Well, it might be, I suppose, the final day of this series. We're live here at Edgbaston from 10:30, but our highlights programme starts at 10 o'clock. Look out on BBC Sounds. Our view from the boundary is there. Samantha Bond. That's available on the Test Match special stream. And don't forget, right now on BBC 4, we've got highlights of today's play with the programme repeated on BBC 2 at 11:30, or, of course, on the iPlayer at your leisure. But right now on 5 Sports Extra, we'll head to Lords for some live cricket from the 100. It's the London Spirit against the Birmingham Phoenix with Atif Nawaz.
Thank you very much, Jonathan Agnew, and welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra. Until Sean Abbott is running into Dawson, who pushes the ball into the covers. There is no run. For those of you just joining us on 5 Sports Extra, welcome. We're at Lords, the home of cricket for London Spirit versus Birmingham Phoenix. It was the Birmingham Phoenix who won the toss, opted to bowl first, and bowl first they have brilliantly. London Spirit currently going at a run of ball 44 off 44 deliveries, but they've also lost 5 wickets, and 4 of them have fallen to Sean Abbott, who's currently bowling right now. Any runs to Liam Dawson, who flicks that ball away down towards fine leg, and it will be a single added to the score. Still going at a runner ball. Got a lovely broadcast team for you today. Our producer today is Luke Wolstenholme. We've also got Melissa Story on commentary, former England international Michael Carberry, and currently alongside me, Southern Vipers coach Charlotte Taylor-Taze. It's been a very impressive performance from Birmingham so far, but equally London Spirit have plenty of time to turn this around.
Yeah, they do. They have, well, according to my maths, 55 balls to turn this around, Atif, so they're going to need to do something a little bit special between Hetmeyer and Dawson.